transplant. This incense and deity system that can greatly enhance fortune back to the Purple Star continent. Therefore, he wanted to see the most authentic grassroots situation, rather than directly copying the lofty and comprehensive heavenly way of China. To put it bluntly, the heavenly Dao of Shenzhou is very lazy, even lazy. Basically, as long as the world can operate normally and steadily improve its fortune, it doesn't care about anything at all. It probably doesn't even know what its subordinates are doing. But in Chen Yi's discerning eye, the seemingly prosperous and thriving continent of China was actually riddled with problems, merely a facade to mask the true state of affairs. Lin Yuyu is the sharp scalpel that tears away this veil of falsehood. I'm a little nervous. If I don't do well, please give me some pointers, group admin and all the senior members. Lin Yuyu stood at attention and gave a proper salute. Ha ha ha. Chen Yi was amused, and Yi Wuchen, Fang Zheng, Gu Yuan, Xiao Chunan and other members of the research team also couldn't help but laugh, letting out friendly laughter. Everyone started as a newbie, and although we're all veterans now, seeing such a cute newbie showing off in front of us gives us a strange and indescribable feeling. Lin Yuyu scratched her head awkwardly but politely, then said in a serious tone, I govern the area of Yushui Township, which is more than 300 li in circumference. There are 9 villages, 1,024 households, and nearly 10,000 people. Before you arrived, I had almost finished my daily tasks for the day. The rest should take no more than an hour to resolve. Next up are those thorny issues that I haven't been able to solve yet. I might need some help from you seniors. Group admin, is this arrangement acceptable? Chen Yi said calmly. It's up to you to decide. After receiving permission, Lin Yuyu immediately entered a meditative state, her spirit floating out of the shrine and heading towards a village. Chen Yi and his group followed behind, pointing and commenting along the way. It was dusk when several men carrying hoes returned from the fields, chatting and laughing as they walked along the country lanes. Thanks to the goddess Yusu, this year's crops are growing exceptionally well. Yes, I don't know if I'm remembering it wrong, but I feel like the statue of the goddess Yusu in the temple looks different. Indeed, I feel the same way. I remember before, the eyes of the fish goddess statue couldn't be opened, as if she was afraid to look at us. Now her eyes are very expressive, like she's glaring at me, just like when my eldest daughter is angry. Ouch. You know what? I suddenly got goosebumps. I feel that Empress Yusu glaring at me again. Could it be that Empress Yusu heard me? Empress Yusu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked about you behind your back. That's right. Lin Yuyu was indeed a little embarrassed and angry. It was one thing for these troublemakers to talk about her on ordinary days, but now that the group leader and several seniors were following behind, they were still grumbling. Didn't she have any dignity? I'll punish you so badly you choke on your food and choke on your water. Ha ha ha, Lao Wang, you're finished. I suggest you offer a few more incense sticks to Lady Yusu tomorrow to apologize, otherwise she won't protect you anymore. Tisk, look at my mouth. I'm going home. I'll offer incense to Lady Yusu tomorrow. This is a big deal. You have to be careful. My wife came back from her parents' home yesterday and told me that something terrible happened in Dashi Township. A man was killed by a ghost that very night because he didn't offer incense to the 5 immortals god in Dashi Township on time. Oh? Is it that serious? Just because he didn't offer incense to the 5 immortals in time, he was harmed by a ghost that night? Really? Shh! Keep your voice down. I'm just telling you guys, this is taboo. You can't go around telling everyone, hey, don't you know my mouth? My mouth is sealed tight now. Tell me quickly. My wife told me that an old mulberry tree on Big Stone Mountain has become a spirit, raising countless vengeful ghosts and vengeful spirits. It's incredibly vicious. Even the 5 immortals can't do anything about it. Only by offering enough incense can the 5 immortals have the strength to protect everyone. Without offering incense, the 5 immortals are powerless. Ugh, I'm not talking anymore. I'm going home now to make incense with my wife. We need to make 100 sticks to feed the fish goddess. Otherwise she won't have the strength to fight ghosts, and I'll be doomed. That's right. There are many water ghosts in the Kingshui River. We can go hungry, but we absolutely cannot let Lady Yusu go hungry too. Let's go home and make incense. Smoke rose from every household. The setting sun cast a fiery glow on the crimson clouds, and a gentle evening breeze carried the sounds of dogs barking, a scene of serene tranquility. But Lin Yu, the guardian of this land, turned grim. She knew exactly what was going on in Dashi Township. The old mulberry tree that had become a spirit was raised by Wu Gu Gong to intimidate the villagers and put pressure on them so that they would have no desire to ask for anything more and could only wholeheartedly pray to Wu Gu Gong for protection, thus making it easier to earn more incense offerings. The other party even extended their reach into my territory, offering to lend me the old mulberry tree if I would give them 30% of my offerings. Of course, Lin Yu was willing. Although the villagers are a bit annoying, they genuinely love and respect her. Her power comes from the villagers, so how could she not work for their well-being, but instead exploit them even more severely? This is not the work of a well-educated time traveler. Unfortunately, there are some things she can't refuse, just because she doesn't want to. The other party has 100 ways to make her face reality and obediently submit. Of course, that's based on not joining the chat group. Now, Group admin, they're all bullying me. Although Lin Yu really wanted to file a complaint immediately, work was the priority at the moment. Today is the day that Aunt Wang's daughter-in-law is giving birth at the village entrance. Aunt Wang needs to be there to bless and exorcise evil spirits, lest wandering ghosts take advantage of the situation and not only harm the little life, but also give birth to an ominous ghost baby. The research team followed leisurely behind, discussing in hushed tones. What are your thoughts, everyone? Chen Yi, the head of the research team, asked calmly. Boss, you know me, I have no objections. Yi Wuchen was focused on the Tao and didn't care much about these trivial matters. He was just trying to liven things up. But this little girl is all right. I thought she was going to complain, but she's actually thinking about work first. Of course, the deputy leader of the atmosphere group only needs to liven up the atmosphere, while the members the research group have to consider many more things. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Wu Gu Gong's actions remind me of the 800 miles of corpses strewn across Lion Camel Ridge at the foot of Mount Ling. Divine power originates from believers, but the high and mighty gods always want more. Therefore, it is better to keep the people ignorant than to give them something, and to nurture bandits to enhance their own power and intimidate others. Fang Zheng nodded slightly and added, as word crowd suggests, the petty people lift the adults up high, and the adults should naturally shelter the petty people from the wind and rain. But the petty people are difficult to deal with, and if the adults want to advance further. As he spoke, he touched the tips of his fingers together, then slowly clasped his hands together. Suppress the petty person as one, and use them as a stepping stone to climb higher. The pressure is now on Xiao Chunan. Stop being so dense. Think faster. Hey, I've got it. They have one set of rules on the surface and another on the inside. Now that the unspoken rules are almost out in the open, it proves that the filth in the shadows can no longer be hidden. I wonder if this game of incense offerings, is it just that Wugugugong playing this game, or is everyone playing it this way? Although it was merely an in-depth analysis of Fang Zheng and Gu Yuan's words, Chunan added his own understanding, which was just right and appropriate. Chen Yi smiled but did not offer any opinion. He simply said calmly, "Our little newbie has started working. Let's see how a good god who has only recently entered the divine arena will do." After saying that, he turned around and silently floated into an earthen house, like a ghost, with Yu Wuchen and the others naturally following closely behind. The door gods past it at the gate seemed to sense something, and moved on their own without any wind. A corner of the page fell off, just enough to cover the lifelike eyes. The earthen house was brightly lit at this time. The pregnant woman screamed loudly, cursing her submissive husband. Grandma Wang Ershin stood outside the door, holding a lucky bag in both hands, filled with incense ash obtained from the Yusu Niang temple, and was muttering incantations with her eyes closed. May the goddess Yu Su bless mother and child with safety. It doesn't matter if it's a girl or a boy, as long as mother and child are safe. Please bless us, goddess Yu Su. The devout prayer transformed into a glimmer of light, gently merging into the spirit body of the nearby fish lady, causing her delicate body to tremble involuntarily. Lin Yu felt a warm sensation, as if her strength had increased considerably. She raised her hand and cast a calming spell, which brought a refreshing coolness to the pregnant woman who was about to faint from the pain, and the intense pain was greatly reduced. Then he formed a hand seal. His eyes flashed with golden light, and he looked around, deterring wandering ghosts and spirits from approaching, and protecting the new life, so that it could be born safely. Although the ordinary family inside the house couldn't see anything, they inexplicably felt much more at ease. Thank you, Goddess Yu Su, for your blessings. Thank you, Goddess Yu Su, for your blessings. Aunt Wang squeezed the lucky bag even tighter. She had been through it all before. Although the goddess Yu Su hadn't manifested her power, this feeling, it must be her blessing. It was already late at night when a sudden gust of wind blew in, and thick dark clouds obscured the full moon, making the night even darker. On a dark and windy night, when ghosts howl and wolves howl, "Awu!" A loud wolf howl rang out. Splash, splash! Suddenly the Qingshui River behind Yusu Temple began to churn with water. A giant catfish head, about 3 zhang long, slowly emerged from the water, and 2 long, white legs slapped as they climbed ashore. Yes, 2 long, fair legs. He has a catfish head that's 3 zhang long. It's so perky. Ga ga ga. The catfish head opened its mouth wide and spat out 9 semi-transparent, ghostly figures. After muttering something incoherently, 9 semi-transparent ghostly figures with ferocious expressions headed towards the small mountain village. Hee hee. The catfish-headed creature let out a silvery laugh, then spread its legs wide and walked sprawled towards the fishish temple. Slippery liquid dripped down the path, staining the clean trail. However, just as the catfish had arrived at the entrance of the fish temple, about to break the statues enshrined inside, buzz, the void trembled slightly, and a faint divine thought descended in an instant. In an instant, the terrifying catfish head's legs went weak, and it collapsed to the ground, slowly shrinking into a tiny, wriggling creature. At the same time, inside Aunt Wang's house, Xiao Chunan's lips curled into a smirk as he calmly withdrew his divine sense, as if nothing had happened. In fact, all members of the research team were fully aware of everything that happened outside the Yusu temple. It's just a small fish demon that has only just condensed its demon core and has a combat power of less than 100,000. For Lin Yuyu, a newbie, it might be a catastrophe. Once the statue is destroyed, she will either die or be maimed. But for any member of the research team, a single thought is enough to eliminate them. It would be too beneath him to let the big shots do it, so Xiao Chunan, being the weakest, naturally had to be more self-aware. After all, he was just an ordinary half-step integration realm cultivator with a combat power of only 9.8 million, and a small group member who was afraid of violence. The baby's head is almost out. Push a little harder. At this point, production inside the house also reached a critical stage. The wandering ghosts, blocked outside the earthen house, immediately became anxious. Once a child is born and comes into contact with the yang energy of the world, its soul can be stabilized, which means that it will never have the chance to take over its physical body again. Please, Your Majesty, let me in. I promise I'll be a good person. I don't want to be a wandering ghost anymore. Your Majesty, do you still remember me? I even offered incense to you when I was alive. Let me be reincarnated, please. Let me be reincarnated. I've been wandering for 30 years. I don't want to be a ghost anymore. What does it mean to be full of nonsense? This is utter nonsense. If Lin Yuyu were still that clueless newbie she used to be, she might have actually been fooled by them. But you learn from your mistakes. She had personally created a stillborn ghost baby and watched helplessly as the wild ghost devoured the newborn's still unstable soul. After that, her heart became harder than iron and colder than ice. Get out. Or I'll make sure your souls are scattered to the winds. Her gentle brows furrowed, and although it looked like she was being coquettish, it did indeed carry a hint of authority. Newbie, you've been bragging. Yi Wuchen, deputy leader of the research team, on-site recorder, and atmosphere maker, joked with a smile, and as his words fell, suddenly, 9 semi-transparent figures, more solid than ordinary wandering ghosts, charged forward with ferocious expressions. Aunt Wang's mud house wasn't big, but it had several braziers for heating water, so it was quite warm. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in, extinguishing several candles, causing the anxious people waiting in the main room to shiver. Aunt Wang was a little flustered, and she gripped the lucky bag even tighter. May the goddess Yu Su bless us. Everything will be all right. In fact, Lady Yu Su is also a little flustered now. The 9 evil spirits that suddenly appeared outside were all high-level vengeful ghosts. 1 or 2 would be fine, but 9 were really a bit of a challenge for her. But it's not a big problem. If all else fails, just ask for help. There's nothing shameful about it. Feeling completely safe, Lin Yuyu wasn't intimidated at all. She immediately conjured a magic whip and lashed it fiercely at the evil spirit. Retreat! 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 3 breaths later. Help me. I'm out of strength. Lin Yuyu's whip looks powerful, but it doesn't actually do much damage. The 9-headed demon had lost its mind and, even though it was about to be whipped to pieces, it did not retreat. It pressed forward step by step, and Lin Yuyu naturally could not withstand it. It's clear that the newbie tried his best, but unfortunately, the incense and spirits are useless. A god can't even defeat a mere vengeful ghost. Can this be called a god? Yi Wuchen, the deputy leader of the research team, on-site recorder, and member of the atmosphere group, shook his head. Don't be afraid, newbie. I'm here to help you. Xiao Chunan stepped forward, snapped his fingers lightly, and a wisp of divine thought swept over, instantly immobilizing the 9-headed, crippled ghost. When a half-step nascent soul cultivator makes a move, he must hold back his strength Otherwise, he could easily cause these few vengeful ghosts to be scattered to the winds. Just as the nine-headed demon was being suppressed, a loud cry suddenly came from inside the inner room. She gave birth. She weighed 6 pounds 3 ounces, a big, healthy girl. Mother and daughter are both safe. When the midwife announced the good news, the husband and mother-in-law, who had been pacing outside the door, immediately felt relieved. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, the research team did not linger and returned to the Yusu temple with the exhausted Lin Yuyu and the nine-headed ghost. Group owner, queuing. Would you guys like some of the offerings? Chewing. Chewing. Feel a bit embarrassed eating alone. Chewing. Lin Yuyu transformed the power of incense into a giant grilled sausage, devouring it without a care for her image, to replenish the divine power depleted in her spiritual body. Thanks for the invitation, but I'm not hungry. Come and see this catfish demon after you finish eating. Chen Yi politely declined her invitation and turned his gaze to the catfish that was constantly wriggling on the ground. What? Chewing. Catfish? Lin Yuyu was enjoying her delicious sausage, but after seeing the wriggling catfish on the ground, she suddenly lost her appetite. This is the king of inspiration. Gaga. The catfish cried out, then spoke in human language. You know me, so why don't you release me quickly? Otherwise, when the river god descends, you will all die. River god! Lin Yuyu was shocked. Yu Shuixiang is only accessible by one river, the King Shui River. The King Shui River is a major river that runs through the entire Pinyin Prefecture, and its river god is of the 8th rank, only below the 7th rank Pinyin Prefecture god. How could a mere 13th rank village god possibly afford to offend such an existence? Wrong. I used to have to put up with it when the group admin wasn't around, but now that the group admin is here, if I still put up with it, wouldn't the group admin's trip have been for nothing? Looking at the mountain-like structures suspended in midair within the temple, Lin Yuyu suddenly felt confident, her chaotic thoughts clearing up. She immediately shouted in a deep voice, "What's wrong with the river god? I've paid all the fishing and incense taxes I'm owed every year. What right do you have to force me to collude with Wugu Gong? Aren't you afraid I'll go to the prefectural city and sue you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and his group immediately became somewhat tense. Please, if they dare to do it so openly, why would they be afraid of you suing them? This newbie is too naive. When faced with a problem, he actually thinks about following the proper procedures and doesn't know how to find a backer. He's completely being treated like a decoration by these old guys. If it weren't for this research trip, this newbie would probably only have realized how difficult things were for her after triggering a help request in the group chat. To put it nicely, that's called being innocent. To put it bluntly, it's just being stupid. Gaga? The catfish spirit was also baffled by her and asked in surprise, "You're going to sue us?" Go to the prefectural city to sue us. Otherwise, what? Lin Yuyu felt a little confused. Damn it, I've run into an idiot. The catfish demon cursed. I'm too lazy to reason with you. Who's suppressing me? Let someone with common sense speak up. What do you mean? Lin Yuyu glared at it angrily. The catfish spirit ignored her completely and just shouted to itself, "I don't care where you wild cultivators came from, but as long as you're in Pinyin Prefecture, if you're a dragon, you have to coil up, and if you're a tiger, you have to lie down. You dare to ruin Lord River God's plans? None of you will escape. If you know what's good for you, release me now, and I can pretend I didn't know anything. Otherwise, you'll all die." Chen Yi patiently waited for it to finish its harsh words before nodding slightly. Xiao Chunan immediately understood and dragged him out, without saying a word. Set the fire on! Slow roasting! Soon, the aroma of meat wafted from outside Yushui village. Newbie, as you can see, if reasoning is useful, then what's the point of getting stronger? Chen Yi asked calmly. Lin Yuyu looked somewhat dazed. But if we don't reason, what if we encounter someone even stronger? Foolish! Of course we should listen to his reasoning, Yi Wuchen exclaimed. He initially believed that his own rules were the only rules, but his imagination was always rich while reality was far from the truth. Practice makes perfect. Reasoning is just a lie for the weak to deceive themselves. The strong are reason itself. Only when both sides are equal can reasoning be done. You should know that there are only 3 realms in cultivation: Ant, Fellow Daoist, and Senior, Chen Yi instructed earnestly. And there's also a little friend with powerful backing. Yi Wuchen pointed at Lin Yuyu with a smile. Take you for example. You have us standing behind you. I dare not say anything else, but at least in this world, if you don't like what someone says, you can completely ignore them, and they will even have to greet you with a smile. Is this the meaning of becoming stronger? Lin Yuyu pondered. Since transmigrating, she has been living day to day, retaining her pre-transmigration values and not being used to this cannibalistic world. I subconsciously treat this as a dream, like playing a game. If I can't win, I can just quit. Maybe when I wake up, I'll be back home. Of course, the main reason is that I was bound to a chat group shortly after I transmigrated. Before I even understood what was going on, I accidentally entered a high-level game, got on a cheat vehicle, and experienced the feeling of flying, or even flying directly into the air. Isn't this just like a game? It wasn't until today that she finally woke up from her dream. This is not a game, nor is it a dream. Weakness is the original sin. If you want others to listen to your reasoning, you must become stronger. At this moment, Lin Yuyu's long-dormant cultivation aspirations began to show signs of life. Lin Yuyu is a piece of unpolished jade, and also a blank sheet of paper that has not yet been stained black. Although she was a bit naive, her enthusiasm had not been extinguished. It was just that the environment here was not suitable for her to survive. So, Chen Yi brainwashed her, wrote down a grand goal on a blank sheet of paper, and then packed it up and took it away, leaving her with a place to realize her ambitions. Group owner, you're right. After a fierce internal struggle, Lin Yuyu's eyes gradually hardened, and she slowly said, being a god is difficult. Being a good god is even more difficult. I used to refuse to conform to the world, so I was constrained and struggled at every turn. Now I understand. A good god is not necessarily suppressed, but a weak god will definitely be bullied. So, I'm not going to be a good god anymore. I'm going to be a powerful god, stronger than all the other gods. I'm going to make all the other gods listen to my reasoning, and if they can't understand reasoning, I also know a little bit about martial arts. Group owner, I want to become stronger. What should I do? Chen Yi asked with a smile. Want to learn? Lin Yuyu nodded emphatically. I want to. Due to the limitations of the incense-based deity path, she is currently only a special soul body, capable of absorbing incense offerings to grow stronger, but unable to refine spiritual energy, let alone the advanced cultivation techniques shared in the cultivation group. Remember us, 101kanshu.com. Fish and Water Township is too small, and the incense offerings are limited. At most, it's enough for her to advance to the 12th rank. If she wants to go further, she would have to go to a county town, a prefecture city, a major city of a region, or even the Heavenly Palace, which has a wider jurisdiction. But there's a specific position for every Radish, and you can't just get promoted whenever you want. Without a high-ranking background to pull you up, you'll just be stuck at the bottom until you die. Therefore, if Lin Yuyu wants to improve, she must cling tightly to the group leader's coattails. She could tolerate giving up before, after all, as a transmigrator, she had her own pride. It was simply impossible for her to submit to the local natives. But is the group admin a native? This is a time traveler, a fellow villager. It's not shameful to cling to his leg. You're only at the 13th rank now, and you don't know your own limitations. When that 8th rank river god of the Clearwater River comes over, you can exchange a few blows with him before we talk about anything else, Chen Yi said calmly. Huh? Me? Lin Yuyu pointed at herself in confusion. Me fight an 8th rank river god. Are you serious? Chen Yi nodded slightly. Just go and face him? Okay. Lin Yuyu felt a little guilty and even trembled slightly, but thinking that this might be a test given to her by the group leader, she had to do it no matter how difficult it was. An 8th rank river god to a mere 13th rank local deity, that's an incredibly important figure, like the heavens. This is like a village clerk going head-to-head with the Provincial Water Resources Department and Meteorological Department, which is no less than asking a key refining junior cultivator to kill a nascent soul ancestor. With just a flick of a finger, the other party could reduce you to dust and leave you with no burial place. Of course, with the group leader and a group of seniors around, I shouldn't die, but how can I last longer and perform better under the 8th rank river god? I only know a little bit of exorcism, blessing, and purification techniques, but no, none of them do any real damage. My only offensive weapon is the demon-slaying whip, which is okay for whipping minor ghosts and demons, but whipping an 8th rank river god. Even if he let me whip him at will, I couldn't do anything about it. And besides, he wouldn't let me whip him at will. Maru, I feel like I'm a complete failure. Just as Lin Yuyu was troubled. Deep within the Qingshui River, the river god, sensing the fall of his subordinate catfish spirit, suddenly opened his eyes. Where did this rogue cultivator come from, daring to kill my pet demon? He has quite the nerve. It was accompanied by a low growl. Splash! With water splashing everywhere, the god of Clearwater River bursts forth from the water, treading on the surging river surface, and speeding towards the direction of Fish and Water Village. His figure was tall, about 10 meters high, standing there like a 3-story building, radiating a soft light, and under the moonlight, he seemed to be draped in a holy veil. His face was solemn and majestic, with cold, eerie light flashing in his vertical pupils. He wore a crown inlaid with jewels, held a thick staff, and had 2 azure crystals hanging from his chest. His lower body consisted of 2 short, scaled crocodile legs that shimmered with an eerie luster. Soon, in less than 3 breaths, we arrived at Yushui Village. The Yusu Temple is located about 100 meters away from the Qingshui River. The river god had just come ashore when he spotted Xiao Chunan grilling catfish outside the Yusu Temple. Blue flames billowed, and a 3-shang-long catfish, gutted and pierced by a stone rod, hung in midair, spinning on its own, sizzling and oozing oil. Hiss! The 8th rank river god couldn't help but secretly gasp. This man looks completely ordinary, so why is he using such terrifying flames to grill fish? That fire! It's comparable to, and perhaps even more terrifying than, the great Sun True Flame, which only a 5th rank true god can wield. Not good! It's a trap! A tricky one! Withdraw! Without any hesitation, the 8th rank river god turned and left, as if he had made up his mind and never looked back. But just as he was about to step halfway back onto the surface of the Qingshui River, "Hey! You're already here! Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come on over and let's chat. Xiao Chunan calmly flipped the catfish over, not even looking up, as if he hadn't just spoken. However, the 8th-rank river god could no longer take that step. He was locked in by a terrifying aura, and could only retreat, unable to move forward. Glug, the river god swallowed hard, slowly turned around, and his enormous body instantly shrank to the size of a normal person, a hint of flattery on his face. Seigneur, I don't know where my pet catfish went. Have you seen it? Xiao Chunan suddenly raised his head, looking at him with considerable surprise. You know perfectly well what I'm asking. The river god chuckled sheepishly. No, if there's nothing else, I'll go find my little fish now. You go ahead with your business. Xiao Chunan waved his hand slightly. Don't bother looking. Your little fish's cultivation level is too low. I didn't notice it. I thought it was a speed bump. Just roast it. If you have any objections, go talk to my boss. We're all trying our best to live. 8th-rank river god. Listen to yourself. Are you even speaking human language? What does it mean to be too low level to notice? What is a speed bump? How could I possibly have a problem with that? And you even told your boss, who, really, is struggling to live. However, Xiao Chunan ignored the river god, and instead lowered his head to continue grilling the fish. The flames were controlled subtly, ensuring that every piece of fish was heated evenly, slowly refining the malevolent energy contained within. The main strategy was to stall for as long as possible, until the boss summoned them. Before the boss summoned him, he was the gatekeeper, responsible for stopping any fools from causing trouble. Otherwise, why would it take a half-step nascent soul cultivator so long to grill a small catfish? What can the river god do when he's left out in the cold? The man's faint but persistent will remain locked onto him. What else could he do? He can do nothing. When did such a powerful rogue cultivator appear in this fish and water village? Moreover, this powerful man wasn't the boss. He even looked like just a doorman. How terrifying must the real boss be? Looking at the peaceful and serene Yusu temple at the end of the path, the 8th-rank river god seemed to see a terrifying beast opening its mouth at him in a daze. Little catfish, you've really caused me a lot of trouble. The 8th-rank river god finally gritted his teeth and stepped into the Yusu temple. He bowed his head, bent his back and trembled, not daring to make the slightest presumptuous move. His posture was unusually respectful. After all, you can't hit someone who's smiling. As long as you're sensible enough, the other party can't just kill you for no reason, right? If he really wanted to kill, that man outside would have done it already. Why would he let himself come in and dirty this place? So, there's still room for negotiation. However, to the surprise of the 8th-rank river god, as soon as he entered, and before he could even stand still, he heard a delicate shout, and then a whip shadow pierced the air, slashing straight at him. Damn it, they're being unreasonable. They just want to lure me in here to kill me. Seigneur, spare my life. Senior, spare my life. Wow, that's fast. The 8th-rank river god knelt down with a thud, trembling and kowtowing repeatedly. But what was even more unexpected was that seemingly invincible whip. How come it doesn't seem to do any damage? Slapping yourself feels like a tickle, not as satisfying as just scratching your own skin. What's going on here? Lin Yuyu. Honestly, it's a bit embarrassing. The group admin challenged him to a duel, but even after giving it his all and launching a sneak attack, he couldn't even break the opponent's skin. The way the other person knelt on the ground begging for mercy seemed to be mocking her overestimation of her abilities. The river god looks down on this newbie from the bottom of his heart. Yi Wuchen, the on-site recorder, muttered something in a factual manner. "Senior, you're so annoying." Lin Yuyu's face immediately turned red. No, I don't dare. I really don't dare." The 8th rank river god was completely cowardly, still kneeling and cowing. There was no way around it. Those inside were far more terrifying than the one outside. Being stared at by them, the river god felt a suffocating sensation, just like 10,000 years ago before he became a god, when he was tightly bound by his mortal enemy, a giant serpent. And the feeling of being infinitely close to death pounded wildly in his heart. "You don't dare!" Gu Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Your scales just shattered my junior's divine whip. How are you going to compensate me? River god? No way. Is there any justice in this world? It was clearly your junior who whipped me with the divine whip, and I suppressed my fighting instincts and dared not retaliate. Is it because she was too weak that she blames me? Isn't this blatant bullying of an honest god? Then, senior, how should we compensate you? Simple, just give her the staff of the river god," Gu Yuan said calmly, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. The river god knew that getting involved in the heavenly scheme would lead to an unpleasant outcome. But how could you make it sound so natural? The river god's staff is the foundation of his godhood, just like the statues enshrined in the fish temple. It is a symbol of the authority bestowed by heaven to govern a region. This authority can indeed be transferred, as long as the holder voluntarily relinquishes the divine position and willingly hands it over to the successor. But what will happen to my life without the river god's staff? Senior, is it really impossible? The river god's gaze suddenly darkened. So you want your soul to be scattered? Gu Yuan slowly took a step forward. Fine. I thought I was already domineering enough, but I never expected there would be such an unreasonable person. The river god, unable to bear it any longer, slowly stood up, his eerie vertical pupils staring straight at Gu Yuan. "Little catfish did offend you, that's true, but you roasted it all. Why do you still want to kill me? If I'm not mistaken, you are all extraterrestrial demons, aren't you? If I give up my position, will you really let me reincarnate? Prepare to be punished by heaven." After saying this, his divine body began to expand strangely. The sudden and unexplained demise of an 8th-rank deity will inevitably attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Everything that happened here will be thoroughly investigated. If he cannot live, then you cannot live either. That's enough. You may leave. Chen Yi gently shook his head, pointed his finger, and the river god's swollen body instantly calmed down. At the same time, his words became law. When the river god of Qingshui River passed through Yushui Township, he found that the local earth god was intelligent, diligent, and capable. After examining him, he passed on his position to him. The heavenly Tao of the divine continent is of a very high grade. Even with Gu Yuan's strength, he could not achieve a flawless result. Chen Yi still had to take action personally. Gu Yuan was well aware of this. The reason he stepped forward was simply to do some less than honorable work for his boss. The river god was completely dumbfounded. Not only did he easily extinguish his own burning soul from the inside out, but he even turned black into white in front of the heavenly Tao. How could there be such a fierce extraterrestrial demon? Even with all our might, we couldn't defeat Marula. Lin Yuyu was also dumbfounded. She was genuinely shocked by this move. I originally thought that the group leader wanted me to spar with the river god, so that I would realize the gap in strength and strive to become stronger. So, the whole thing was a scheme to get involved in karma and become the river god. This, this, this is just too unreasonable. Little newbie, are you confused? Yi Wuchen smiled kindly. Have you thought about how you want to be the river god? Lin Yuyu shook her head vigorously. I can't do it. I only have the strength of a 13th rank cultivator. I can't possibly do an 8th rank job. Don't be afraid. Fang Zheng comforted him from the side. You don't need to do anything too. Outstanding. You just need to sit in the 8th rank position, and we'll take care of the rest. Lin Yuyu's mind was a complete mess, and she asked in utter confusion, Senior Fang Zheng, I don't understand. Weren't you here for research and investigation? Why are you getting involved now? What exactly do you want? Fang Zheng smiled gently. No matter how clear-headed an observer is, they are still just an outsider watching the show. Some things can only be understood by personally getting involved. I still don't quite understand. Lin Yuyu was still completely confused. Hee, kids shouldn't ask about adult matters. Just be a good mascot. Yi Wuchen rubbed his hands together, quite excitedly. Playing dumb to fool others. It's been a long time since I've done something like this. Just imagining those guys trying to use their power to force me into submission, and then, in a desperate situation, I no longer hide it and reveal my true immortal cultivation, scaring them all to death. Wow, that feels so good. However, at this moment, Chen Yi, who had just finished dealing with the scene, suddenly changed his expression and hurriedly instructed, Old Yi, you will temporarily take charge of this investigation for me. Having said that, the main will immediately withdrew, and at the same time, this one-star chaotic avatar instantly transformed back into the form of colorful beads, which together with the other 14 beads, formed a necklace and suddenly looped around Yi Wuchen's neck. Ah, this familiar feeling, Yaij, what are you up to now? After a brief period of downtime, Yi Wuchen was even more bewildered. The pacing is a bit off. I'm writing slowly and getting stuck, and the style isn't right either. Looks like I need to readjust it. I might have to take a day off. Please leave any comments or suggestions in the comments section. I'll be reading them, so please reply when you receive them. Yi Wuchen is a fugitive god of wealth from the Ziwei immortal realm, so his luck is naturally beyond question. Perhaps it won't bring him good fortune, but it will definitely bring good fortune to Chen Yi. Therefore, Chen Yi felt very reassured and trusting him with the research project on the incense and deity system of the divine continent. Even if he's not very reliable, there's the reliable Gu Yuan and Fang Zheng conducting solid research, and the semi-reliable Xiao Chunan doing the actual work. Yi Wuchen can just be a good mascot. At this moment, within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi, having withdrawn his attention from the divine continent world, immediately plunged into a small group. He knew perfectly well that the stupid dragon would cause trouble. After all, it had died once and wouldn't easily trust anyone again, and it wouldn't even call him Brother Yai. But he didn't expect this silly dragon to be in such a hurry. I originally thought it would observe for a while before taking a prudent action, but only a few days have passed. Do you take action only after you understand the situation? Does this mean all the lessons I taught it were for nothing? It's so erratic. You think you can fight against yourself? It's likely that even Ling Xiao, who is currently imprisoned, could easily control it. A loving and caring family, formerly the 6th mutual aid group for transmigrators across the myriad realms. A male god, GG explodes. Peak 29. At Transcending Tribulation, Celestial Venerable, Little. Leaf, speak up. The Immortal Realm Trial Closed Beta is indefinitely suspended. Am I still your brother? To Transcending Tribulation, Celestial Venerable, Peak 30. Brother Zhu, look at what you're saying. When have I ever not been your younger brother? We were brothers who set up stalls together in the Myriad Realms Mall. Once your younger brother, always your younger brother. Escaped salted fish rice, peak 12. Family, we're almost at the immortal realm, and I'm being held back. It's so frustrating, scratching ears and cheeks to GPG, a heavenly cycle realm, peak 18. Oh well, what I gained is my fate, what I lost is my fortune. Anyway, I was just a substitute for Sister Qiangshu. By the time the closed beta restarts, Sister Qiangshu should have recovered. I should just give this spot back to her. Han Qiangshu. Thank you, but please don't mention it. My account is gone. Now I can only watch you guys chat. There's nothing I can do. A primordial heavenly brush, peak 7th. Something's not right, absolutely not right. The Immortal Realm trial closed beta has been cancelled, and the public server channels are still closed. Something big must have happened in the chat group behind our backs. But I can't figure it out. I've pulled my hair out hundreds of times, and I still can't figure it out. They're the down on his luck Lord of Luochuan City. Paith. 7th brother. Take a look at the power rankings. I'm about to surpass you. You primordial heavenly brush. Peak 7th. You bastard. Husky pointing at someone JPG. Top commentator. Peak 9th. Honey, your insults sound like you're being affectionate. Once Laoba surpasses you, you'll have to face me, okay? I'm going to surpass you too. At primordial heavenly brush. Peak 7th. You're a bastard too. Giant middle finger door JPG. 8 kidney giants. Peak 10. Speaking of which, Qiangshu seems to be quite injured this time. She's been offline a lot lately, but her combat power hasn't stagnated. How about we form a group and go visit her? A Han Qiangshu. I'm definitely online. It's just that I'm on Do Not Disturb. Please stop bringing me up. If that guy gets interested, things will really get really bad. I sauerkraut fish, group owner, Supreme Peak number 1. At all members, family, I have a scheme in the chat group. It's risky, but the profits are huge. Want to join me? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, but the members' hearts immediately burned with excitement. You're the little brat who never gets fat. The noble's second-rank peak. Boss, are you finally going to start something? The Qiaoling Yidian, peak 4th. Boss, it's getting cold. Please put this yellow robe on. Yellow robe to JPG de Hasi Nemuk, peak 5. Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? The Mirong Dugu, peak 6th. The azure heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. In the year of Jiazi, great fortune will come to the world. The primordial heavenly brush, peak 7th. Don't underestimate the stone man's one eye. He's stirring up trouble in the group chat. Dativa. Down on his luck, Lord of Luochuan City, peak 8th. Merit for following the dragon. Merit for following the dragon. Be the strongest commentator, peak 9th. If he one day achieves his lofty ambitions, will he dare to laugh at Huang Chao for not being a true man? 8 incredibly powerful, kidney-shaped figures. Peak number 10. You're all so skilled. Then I'll add one too. If you become the Azure Emperor in the future, I'll make the peach blossoms bloom everywhere. Dee, the eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima. Peak 11. Sorry, I just had a moment to spare. If the boss wants to do it, then we'll follow suit. They'd escaped salted fish rice. Peak 12. Wait, is this some kind of rebellion? I don't quite understand. Ye dusty heart and dreamy dream. Peak 14. Me too, a heavenly cycle realm. Peak 18. I don't care about this or that. Let's do it. At this point, parting is difficult. Peak 20. So what if it's a rebellion? As long as the boss gives the order, we'll do it. The mountains and seas. Peak 21. Dibdu. The top 10 are deeply involved members who know more about the inside story and understand their group leader's intentions. They just need to follow along. The members ranked lower were a bit confused, but they also had their own guesses and were naturally happy to participate. However, it seems there's a rather unusual guy mixed in here. Han Qiangshu has a feeling that something's not right, but she can't quite put her finger on it. Put yourself in Chen Yi's shoes. After gaining access to a certain level of control over the chat group's backend, you would definitely be curious about the group that has special autonomy. And since the information on the top 10 is highly confidential, this 11th member is very likely, alas, poor Han Qiangshu, regardless of whether that guy has ever harmed you or not. This time, you will be excluded. If he really sees you as an informant, I might as well use you to mislead him. On the primordial creation plate, the little golden dragon had a deep gaze, exuding an air of shrewdness and wisdom. Chen Yi, you were the one who said you'd give me a chance. Did you really think I was stupid? I was just pretending. I will surely make you suffer a crushing defeat, and I might just become a great general in the world. I want to regain my freedom. I want to be free from all restrictions. Even if it's difficult, even if I have to guard against Ling Xiao's backstabbing and withstand Chen Yi's suppression, I will still be invincible in the world. Little Golden Dragon was quite excited, feeling that he could do it again. He immediately sent a private message to all the group members except Han Qiangshu. Ta sauerkraut fish, supreme and unrivaled, peak number 1. There's a mole in the group. I will communicate with you privately and also spread false information in the group. Please cooperate and mislead the mole. Please reply upon receiving this. Chen Yi. Goodness, has he finally seen the light? Or has he been possessed by something evil? The little dragon actually discovered Han Qiangshu's hidden talent. You've really made something of yourself. But if you discard one bright piece and have 3 dark pieces left, how should you deal with it? Before Ling Xiao suddenly fell ill, the chat group had launched an internal beta test of the Immortal Realm trial section as planned. The internal testing team consists of 3 members. Han Qiangshu, the eldest daughter of the Han family on Takashima, serves as the team leader. Chen Fushing, the escaped salted fish rice, serves as the vice team leader. And Yi Chen, the Crossing Tribulation celestial venerable, is a team member. The eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima is dead. Chen Yi did it. He's determined to steal the account, and no one can stop him. But the other 2 team members were different. The clone Kaiju simply lay dormant where they couldn't see her and didn't suddenly launch attack. The original plan was to slowly deal with them after entering the Immortal Realm. But plans never keep up with changes, because Ling Xiao suddenly fell seriously ill. Before the Immortal Realm trial section was fully developed, all group chats were inexplicably pushed out, causing over 1,000 innocent group members to die needlessly. This also alerted the Immortal Realm, and the current Wuji Immortal Emperor went directly to investigate Ling Xiao. The situation became unpredictable and turbulent. The beta test team for the Immortal Realm trial section tried to stay outside the Immortal Realm for a while, but was eventually recalled due to the high risks involved. It is worth mentioning that, due to Han Qiangshu's absence, substitute player Yu Zian, known as Realm of Heavenly Reincarnation, was also given 2 Chaos Avatar beads as a bonus. You're welcome, it's what Chen Yi should do. Therefore, among the group of 30 members, there is a direct account controlled by Miss Han of Takashima, and 3 unused accounts: Escaped Salted Fish Rice, Realm of Heavenly Reincarnation, and Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable. These are all information that were not archived by the primordial creation disk, so even if the little golden dragon is a spirit, it cannot find them. You big fool, even if I give you a chance, you're useless. Chen Yi shook his head slightly, and with a thought, he instantly activated the divine dividing pearl hanging next to Yi Chen, the Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable. This brother, who has taken the blame for himself many times, and has even challenged the tribulation to become an immortal, it's time to learn from him. The 9 Heavens Spirit Realm. The name sounds impressive, but in reality, it's just a pseudo-immortal realm, and the heavenly Tao is still somewhat unstable, as if it has only recently been promoted. That's why Chen Yi had no opinion on the laws of this world. He only killed the rich to help the poor and never bullied his fellow sufferers. I don't know if this is lucky or unlucky, because I'm a bit of a loser and not considered a good candidate, which is a bit frustrating. Of course, the 9 Heavens Heavenly Tao had no idea that it had escaped a calamity because of the food, just as Yi Chen had no idea that he was about to suffer a great torment. At this moment, in the center of the spirit realm, in the Cloud Palace, Yi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on a steaming futon with his eyes closed, actually chatting in a chat group, suddenly shivered. Hiss! Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Yi Chen gasped. His body trembled uncontrollably, and goosebumps rose on his crystal-clear skin. This is very unusual for a true immortal. Especially a true immortal who had once perished during the tribulation of becoming an immortal, experiencing great terror between life and death, and whose life instincts and intuitions were at their peak. This is bad. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen followed his instincts and flashed into the void turbulence, while immediately calling for help in the group chat. Unfortunately, he was ultimately unable to send out that message for help, because Chen Yi's clone had been lurking around him all along, and all his actions were within Chen Yi's plan. Unlike the other 2 hidden agents, Yi Chen is, in a way, a sensitive one, right? He's the only one who's most suitable to be activated. After all, if Chen Yi were to take action directly in the real world, no matter how fast he moved, it would still cause connection errors and delays in the account. But it's different in the void turbulence of the dimensional interlayer. Connection delays are normal. Therefore, in order to activate the hidden agent silently under the nose of the artifact spirit, the great dumb dragon, the hidden agent must be made to enter the void turbulence on its own. Escaped Salted Fish Rice is a reckless man, while Realm of Heavenly Reincarnation is a Confucian cultivator who cultivates righteousness. Both of them are quite tough, and even if their intuition warns of danger, they will most likely choose to face it directly. Only someone like Yi Chen, whose sensitive skin had been terrified by the tribulation of becoming an immortal, would choose to run away the moment his intuition warned him. True immortals prefer to escape through the boundless, directionless, and ever-changing void turbulence. It can be said that as long as you don't go in at the same time, in the same place, or in the same location, you will appear in different locations and lose your target's trace in an instant. Trying to find it again is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As soon as Yi Chen entered the void turbulence, he immediately felt stable. After scaring him into the void turbulence, Chen Yi felt safe. This is incredibly stable. By the time Yi Chen realized what was happening, it was already too late. He never expected that a fist could actually come out of his thick hair. 1 spoonful was enough to make my head buzz. While his consciousness was in a state of chaos, a very violent soul force forcibly shoved into his sea of consciousness and began to grope the chat group anchor point. Yes, Yi Chen is still only a true immortal and has not yet reached the threshold of becoming an anchor point and a will imprint. Everything happened in an instant. When Yi Chen's intelligence regained its footing and his mind cleared up, he immediately discovered that his account was gone. Well, it's not that the account is gone. The account is still there, and my consciousness can still enter the chat group anchor point. It's just that it's identified as irrelevant distracting thoughts and kicked out, with the system showing that I'm currently using it. What is that? Am I currently using it? How come I didn't know that? It's a ghost! I must be dreaming. Demons and monsters, get out of here. Demons and monsters, get out of here. Wake up! Chen Yi called out softly, snapping him out of his existential daze. He asked with interest, "A transcending tribulation, celestial venerable? You've already experienced the ascension tribulation. Who gave you the courage?" Glug. Yi Chen swallowed hard and sniffed. No matter how unwilling he was to accept reality, the bastard who had ambushed him had already spoken, and it would be impolite to deceive himself any further. He cautiously looked at the handsome young man standing calmly before him, and said carefully, "Seigneur, I didn't mean to undergo the tribulation of immortality. I was so engrossed in my cultivation that I couldn't control myself and accidentally broke through the tribulation, which led to this immortality tribulation. Although I survived by chance, I really will never dare to do it again. Are you from the upper realm, sent down to eliminate those who have fled during their tribulation? I want to expose them. I want to atone for my crimes by doing good deeds. I know a place where many cultivators have become immortals without undergoing tribulation. Chen Yi. Hey, no, you're being way too sensitive. I just asked you a simple question, and you've already revealed everything. Compared to Han Qiangxiu's stubbornness, Yi Chen was so sensible that it was heartbreaking. Unfortunately, he guessed the wrong way. Chen Yi was not an envoy from the upper realm who came down to hunt down fugitives who were undergoing tribulation. In fact, he himself was a wanted criminal who was undergoing the tribulation to become an immortal. However, since Yi Chen believes he is, then he can be too. The place you mentioned that hides many escaped immortals who failed to transcend tribulation is this chat group for crossover travelers from all over the world. Right? Yi Chen understood and readily agreed. Yes, I know that although you have discovered this secret and have access to the channels I possess, if I rashly go to apprehend the fugitive in my own name, I'm afraid it will alert them. The slightest movement will arouse their vigilance, and it will be difficult to catch them then. If needed, I am willing to cooperate with the arrest operation. Upholding the laws of the higher realm is everyone's responsibility. Yi Chen tried his best to demonstrate his value and showed an extremely good attitude in admitting his guilt. It is clear that he is filled with fear of the tribulation to become an immortal, as well as awe of the envoy from the upper realm before him. There was no other reason than that the man in front of them was exuding a faint aura of the tribulation to become an immortal. Yi Chen was extremely familiar with this scent, even to the point of being unforgettable. Even if the other party intentionally concealed their aura, he could still recognize it at a glance. There's no mistake, this aura is so pure that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this man was transformed from the tribulation lightning of becoming an immortal. You have to know that Yi Chen was killed by the immortal ascension tribulation once. If he admits his mistake, he's willing to eat it. This man is definitely a constable sent down by the Immortal Tribulation to investigate and arrest him. But when exactly was he being targeted? It must have been when they were wandering around outside the immortal realm, right? At that time, he vaguely sensed something was wrong, but he failed to accurately understand the warning from his intuition. Instead, he was missiled by the primordial heavenly pen in the group, mistakenly believing that some kind of obsession with immortality was watching him, thus straying further and further from the correct answer. 101reading2000.com, all manually typed, error-free website. It wasn't until he was arrested on the spot that he understood everything. Brother Taichu Tianbai, you've really put me through a lot. I've been arrested, and you're not getting away either. Hee hee. The moment the thought of surrender arose, I suddenly felt the world had opened up. Yi Chen is no longer afraid. Although chat groups are good, he always feels uneasy using them. He always feels like he is walking on soft clouds, as if he might slip and fall into an endless abyss at any moment. After all, every unexpected gift from fate comes with a hidden price tag, which he may not be able to afford. But if you manage to cling to the leg of this constable from the upper realm, although it's a bit humiliating, at least you'll have your feet firmly on the ground. Being born into poverty is not a disgrace. A true man is one who can bend and stretch. A true man, living between heaven and earth, how can he remain subservient to others for long? He sold out his teammates in exchange for a clean identity, and one day he will rise to the top and wash away the humiliation he once suffered. To some extent, Yi Chen's Tao heart is also very firm. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he is ruthless, cold-blooded, and merciless. People like that are terrifying. Chen Yi looked at him calmly. Are you really willing to cooperate? As far as I know, that chat group is full of your dearest relatives, friends, and brothers. Yi Chen bowed deeply and asked, does someone like me care about these things? Since he has chosen to surrender, he must see it through to the end. Otherwise, if he is hesitant and two-faced, who would dare to use him? As for whether the other party will abandon him after he has served his purpose, because they are afraid of his wolfish ambitions. This is not within the scope of consideration. Only those who have no value will be abandoned, and they will prove their own worth, and the facts proved Yi Chen right. Chen Yi was not worried about his wolfish ambitions. The world is full of wonders, and the heavens will not worry about the backspins of mayflies. Even a rock covered with barbs has its value. Simply put, it's all about who listens and who doesn't. Those who obey become laborers, and those who don't are used to fill the gaps in the system. The development of the Ziwei immortal realm can be described as a grand and sweeping undertaking, requiring countless cornerstones to be thrown into the torrent. During this period, many cornerstones, through their own efforts or perhaps luck, were washed ashore. This shore is full of endless beauty, temptations, and risks. It all depends on how they manage it. Thinking of this, Chen Yi smiled slightly. All right, you can go back and wait for notification. We'll see how you perform when necessary. Yi Chen bowed deeply and respectfully kowtowed. I will obey your orders, Your Excellency. The top 10 spots on the leaderboard are jointly held by Ling Xiao. To eliminate his influence, we need to introduce Chen Yi as an external pressure, but the key is that Ling Xiao is extremely wary of Chen Yi, and he'll get furious at the slightest sign of trouble. How can I use Chen Yi behind his back and ultimately make myself the big winner? My head is so itchy, I feel like my brain is growing out. On the primordial creation plate, the little golden dragon squatted in the corner, constantly scratching at its horns, having racked its brains, and was about to burn out. "Hey, I've got it! A sauerkraut fish! Supreme Peak number 1. Send a flash private message to the little brat who never gets fat. Honorable Peak number 2. Linksy, coordinate in the group later." To steer the conversation towards Jingong, mislead the mole understand. Yi the recipient has read the message. The message has been deleted. The little brat who never gets fat, the noble. Second rank Peak, sent a flash photo. The little golden dragon clicked to take a look. Oh, a knowing smile, hands tucked into JPJ. Ada disappears after reading. Little golden dragon. What kind of flash photo should I use to send emojis? Naughty. What a waste of emotion. After calming down his excitement before doing something naughty, Xiao Jinlong was unusually calm and first warmed up the atmosphere in the chat group. A loving and caring family, formerly the 6th mutual aid group for transmigrators across the myriad realms. EA Sauerkraut Fish, group owner, Supreme number 1. At all members, family, are you all ready? Ya the little brat who never gets fat, the noble Peak 2nd place. Always ready, but boss, Xu Jingong is still in a precarious situation. He probably can't get out of it on his own. Since we're going to start a rebellion, shouldn't we help him? EAA Sauerkraut Fish, group owner, Supreme Peak number 1. Indeed, but you just prepare, I'll figure out the solution. A Mirong Dugu. Peak 6th, boss, tell me how to prepare? I've already sharpened my knife, but I still have no idea what to do. G top commentator, Peak 9th. Getting hard, huh? Is your knife sharp enough? D the down on his luck Lord of Luchuan City, Peak 8th. Holy crap, this is completely unexpected. I've encountered a naturally gifted opponent, and even with all my strength, I can't defeat him. A primordial heavenly brush, Peak 7th. Not a desperate effort. Tate, incredibly strong. Kidney-shaped muscles, Peak 10th. Not at full power. Dia the eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima, Peak 11. No. The moment the mole spoke, the entire group fell silent. Although the group owner didn't say it explicitly, Lao Deng in the group is quite shrewd. After years of stability, only Han Qiangxiu has recently shown signs of abnormality. Who else could be the undercover agent but her? Deep within a mysterious universe, in the heart of a magnificent galaxy. A strange point of light is spinning eerily, its terrifying gravity distorting everything, forming a dazzling space-time vortex that is constantly devouring the surrounding universe. If it is not stopped, the entire universe will be destroyed. However, just outside the dazzling vortex of space-time, a tall woman dressed in a plain-colored, flowing fairy dress was waving her jade hand, and the ethereal Daoist charm transformed into specks of stardust, binding and suppressing the rampaging light. A bright red dot between her brows, and her fair, jade-like skin shimmered with a crystalline glow, like a blood-red plum blossom blooming in the snowy night, cold and clear. Her arched eyebrows seemed to hold the mist of distant mountains. Her eyes were clear and deep, like a cold pool that could not be looked at directly, and her gaze seemed to hold a vast galaxy. Her eyelashes were long and thick, and every tremor of them was like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, stirring ripples in the depths of people's hearts. Her nose was straight and delicate, and her lips were red and crystal clear, like a goddess from the heavens who had been banished to the mortal world. Qiangxiu, what exactly happened to you? Her soft murmurs were like the first ripples of ice melting in a spring stream, flowing gently, clear and lively. The little brat who never gets fat, the noble Peak 2nd place. By the way, Sister Qiangxiu, weren't you coming to ask me for some answers? When are you coming? No, Sister Linksy, please don't do that. In the desolate high island immortal abode, the powerless account owner Han Qiangsu was filled with impotent rage. She could only watch. There was nothing she could do, nothing she could protect. The eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima, Peak 11. Sister Linksy, you wait! I'll definitely come find you after I'm done with this, I promise. Inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi's lips curled slightly. 1 or 2 drama queens are putting on an act. Keep it up. The stage is all set up. If I, the main character, don't enter, wouldn't all your efforts be wasted? They're making a fool of me online, but don't cry when it comes to real life. The little brat who never gets fat. The noble Peak 2nd place. Come on over. It's been so long, I've missed you. Eddie Iya Building Materials Sister Wang, Peak 16. Linksy Qiangsu, I miss you both so much. Let's have a good get-together, sisters. So it's the Imperial Uncle. Peak 25. Sisters, may I shamelessly participate? The Mountains and Seas. Peak 21. The person upstairs loves reading the spring and autumn annals. Personally, I think this carnal prayer mat should be paired with the plum in the golden vase. The monk with the lampwick can write unofficial histories on the embroidered couch. The story of the foolish old woman in the apricot blossom sky through the curtain. The story of Ru Yijun. You expand for details at this point. It's hard to say goodbye. Peak level 20. Meng Yuan, you've got a really complicated background. Get out of here. A dusty heart and dreamy dreams. Peak 14. As expected of you, old Meng. You've read so many books. Even Yu Zion, who comes from a Confucian background, probably doesn't have as wide a range of knowledge as you. Enter the realm of heavenly cycle. Peak 18. Thanks for you. Invitation. Please don't mention me. I don't read unserious books. By the runaway salted fish rice. Peak 12. Isn't this art? A male god GG explodes. Peak 29. You just mentioned art, right? High-level art is Patrick Starr. Speaking of high-level, smirking JPG. Yet transcending tribulation celestial venerable. Peak 30. Brother Zhu. Don't rush to the higher levels yet. Listen to the boss's arrangements first. I'm really unsure of myself. A male god GG explodes. Peak 29. Little Yezi, no offense, but you don't actually have sensitive skin, do you? It's so sensitive. TA Sauerkraut Fish, Group Owner, Supreme Peak number 1. Everyone, please release the steering wheel and don't step on the gas pedal suddenly. Listen carefully. I have the following instructions. First, within the first 15 or 60 hours of the peak, quietly take over all the demon-slaying trial grounds. Secondly, the remaining 15 teams will be divided into 5 smaller teams and will each have 60 hours to complete the exorcism dungeons numbered 1, 3, 7, 8, 11, 19, 21, 25, 27, 31, and 33. The uprising will begin 3 days from now, when the leaderboard rewards are updated. A black screen will be used as a marker. The password is Hunyuan Unification. Please reply upon receipt. The little brat who never gains weight. The noble second-rank peak. Understood. Ad Yanling Yidian. Peak 4th. Ud. The transcending tribulation celestial venerable. Peak 30. Received. Inside the heavenly palace of Cloud Palace in the 9 heavens spirit realm. Yi Chen looked at the automatic reply message from his own account with a calm expression, and even felt a little amused. If I'm not mistaken, the group admin Lao Da should send a private message command soon. It's quite clever to act one way in the group and another way behind people's backs. Logically speaking, the mole in the group should be kept in the dark, but now, I've become a ghost too. He's still an undetected spy. Although I don't know how powerful the other ghost is, the one behind me is truly outrageously monstrous. Oh, Lauda, it's really not that I wanted to betray you. If I had any other options, I wouldn't be completely helpless. I've really tried my best. Of course, there's nothing wrong with chatting and bragging in the chat group and having an endless supply of immortal stones every day, but going ashore would give me a much wider world to explore. Soon, just as Yi Chen expected, the group owner's private message arrived. EA Sauerkraut Fish, Supreme and Unrivaled Peak Number 1. The fake plan in the group is proceeding as normal, but please be mindful of going through the motions without putting in any real effort. Treat it as a normal trial. The real action plan will be announced separately later. Please reply upon receiving this. A Transcending Tribulation, Celestial Venerable, Peak 30, received, Yi Chen. It wasn't me who replied, received. If you crash your plane, don't blame me. I really can't help it. At the same time, inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi also received a private message from the little golden dragon. TA Sauerkraut Fish. Is Chen Yi there? ITMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Not here. TA Pickled Fish. TA Pickled Fish. Stop messing around. I need your help with something. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Is this how you beg for help? You won't even call me Brother Yi. TA Pickled Fish. Damn Brother Yi, I need your help with something, please? Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Tell me. TA Sauerkraut Fish. Our group's third best member encountered a great calamity while breaking through to the profound immortal realm. His Tao heart was temporarily damaged, and he was plagued by misfortune from which he could not extricate himself. I think this is an opportunity because his true spirit is in a dazed state, which is extremely conducive to clearing away the influence of Ling's will on him. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Didn't you say you could control all beings who have used the resources of the Lingxiao treasure? Vault? Why can't you do that now? TA Sauerkraut Fish. Being below the top 10 is indeed possible, but the top 10 are too deeply tied to Ling Xiao's will. If Ling Xiao insists on it, I might not be able to stop him. After all, although Ling Xiao is bad, he's really not weak. It has to be said that the little golden dragon, who used to be so easy to read, has actually developed a bit of a cunning and calculating air about him. At least at first glance, neither the information gathered by the open agents nor the covered agents could reveal its true intentions. Upon closer examination, it's not as good as it seemed at first glance. Chen Yi really couldn't figure out what it was trying to do. First, they spread misinformation in small chat groups, secretly withholding information from group members. Now, they're openly asking for my help. No, how will these things help you get out of this mess, you big idiot? Even if Ling Xiao doesn't suddenly fall ill, you're still inviting a wolf into the house. This is like the big, silly dragon being tied up by Chen Yi and Ling Xiao, one watching from the front and the other from the back. To break free right under their noses, it first shamelessly tries to confuse Ling Xiao, then frantically wags its tail and wags its rear end at Chen Yi, leaving its front wide open. While it must have its reasons for doing so, this is blatantly currying favor with Chen Yi. Chen Yi will not hold back. Who cares about this or that? With the meat right in front of my mouth, I'll eat first and talk later. Even if there's a hook, it doesn't matter. Chen Yi has a sharp tongue, and will definitely make it lose both its wife and its army. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. You want to mess with Ling Xiao, huh? I'll definitely help you out. When? Just tell me. Remember us. 101kanshu.com gagaga. The little golden dragon suddenly let out a strange laugh. He believed it. He believed it. This scheme of using someone else to do the dirty work will definitely make you suffer a crushing defeat. EA sauerkraut fish, brother Yi, is 2.5 hours, okay? I need 2 hours to obscure Ling Xiao's senses, plus half an hour to open the hidden passage. If you don't have anything else to do, could you give me another half hour for warm-up? Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Good. Seeing that it had not aroused any suspicion, Little Golden Dragon became even more excited. It was actually prepared long ago. The reason it took 3 hours was to make it seem like the incident happened suddenly, because the second best player reminded him, and he had a sudden idea, without any warning, making it seem like the opportunity had appeared. This was not an unnecessary step. It was the only way to avoid arousing Chen Yi's suspicion. After all, Chen Yi is very shrewd. An action that is too perfect is very likely to arouse his suspicion. If it were the straightforward person I used to be, I would definitely have been manipulated by Chen Yi. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. It has been completely transformed, and is incredibly clever. Little Chen Yi, what makes you think you can fight me? Oh wait, it was Chen Yi, who taught me to think in multiple ways. I have to thank teacher Chen Yi. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to defeat a master with random punches? No, we can't laugh yet. Things aren't done yet. We can celebrate after everything settles down. With this in mind, Little Golden Dragon immediately began to re-examine the entire plan. At the same time, Chen Yi wasn't idle either. After a long period of nurturing, the last batch of 36 chaotic clones were fully formed. At this point, the chaotic essence extracted from the Ascension Tribulation clouds was completely exhausted. 40% of it was used to create clones, while the remaining 60% was casually consumed by the original as if it were lightning liquid. TSK, not a drop left, still not enough. Chen Yi smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He couldn't help but recall the pool of chaotic lightning liquid in the Immortal Ascension Tribulation cloud, feeling as if a kitten's paw was scratching at his heart, making him very itchy. Calm down, Chen Yi, calm down. It's not time to continue seeking the tribulation to become an immortal. Your body's capacity has only doubled, so you can only hold a little more. You need to settle down a bit more. Forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Chen Yi shifted his gaze to the newly created clone. Currently, all 36 of the first batch of characters are currently offline. Chen Fusheng, the scaped salted fish rice, has 10 characters offline. Yu Zion, the realm of heavenly reincarnation, has 2 characters offline, and Yi Chen, the transcending tribulation, Heavenly Venerable, has 2 characters offline. On the Flying Star continent, 3 paths were suppressed. Yi Wuchen, who was conducting research in the Divine continent, had 15 beads around his neck. One of them carried the chat group account, while the last 3 were left idle on the Azure Cloud continent, always by Han Qiangxu's side, though she was unaware of it. The second batch of 49 items were mostly stored on external machines, with 27 stored in the special alternate dimension of the primordial creation disk. Currently, only 22 items are idle. With the addition of the final 36 clones, Chen Yi's total number of clones reached 121. He could fuse them to create 1 5-star chaotic clone, 1 4-star clone, 1 3-star clone, 1 2-star clone, and a separate 1-star chaotic clone from the chat group. Of course, this is under normal circumstances, but the current situation is not normal. After all, most of the clones are currently idle and can only be freely controlled. At most, they can be fused into 2 4-star clones. To fuse into a 5-star clone, the idle clones must be recalled. However, there's no need for that. 4 stars is a bit too much in this lower realm. A 3-star Chaos Avatar with a combat power of only 180 billion is enough. As long as you don't encounter anything dirty like a golden immortal or higher, it's enough to solve all the troubles. The third best Zhuangxian who asked Little Golden Dragon for help was only a Zhuangxian, and he was in a strange and ominous state, in a daze, unable to exert much of his strength. Logically speaking, a single 3-star Chaos clone would be enough to solve the problem. However, specific situations must be analyzed specifically. Chen Yi only fights battles he is certain to win, so we must definitely prepare for the worst. That third best member is a deeply bound member, and his main consciousness is in a dazed and ominous state. There is a high possibility that he will be possessed by Ling Xiao Ghost and fight for someone else. A Zhuangxian is not scary. Chen Yi used his 4-star clone to crush the Little Golden Dragon. It was nothing special. As long as it is controlled, no matter how many methods it has, it cannot be used. In fact, it does not even need a 4-star clone to make a move. A 3-star clone is enough to easily control it. But a Zhuangxian, who is a celestial emperor playing on behalf of another celestial emperor, is different. Chen Yi has seen Ling Xiao's before. Just a single, severely damaged will imprint made him feel helpless and even slightly suppressed, which he was not used to. If he were to log into a Zhuangxian account and fight me in real life, even a 3-star Chaos Avatar wouldn't be able to control him. It would take at least a 4-star Avatar to use absolute power to crush him with a single strike. To be on the safe side, let's send all 54 clones together. With one 4-star clone in the open and another in the shadows, no matter how powerful he is, he might not be able to withstand my sneak attack. Moreover, the big silly dragon has other intentions. If Ling Xiao and I really start fighting, it will be difficult to control it. We have to be careful. With this in mind, Chen Yi decided to keep only 4 Chaos clones as reserves and send the rest out. It's all about exploiting information gaps. The biggest problem with Da Xiaolong is that he doesn't clearly understand where his limits are. Did he think he would be too busy to fight Ling Xiao? In the past, perhaps that would indeed be the case. But now... Sorry. Having multiple clones really does mean you can do whatever you want. 3 hours passed quickly, and Xiao Jinlong sent a private message on time. T.A. Pickled Fish. Brother Yi, I'm ready. Let's go. A EA user named Pickled Fish has shared a location. Would you like to accept the invitation? Yeah, TMD. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Accepted the invitation. A special teleportation channel is opening within the illusionary Star Cave. Chen Yi himself remained seated on the purple futon. Ripples slowly spread across the space above his chat group clone, and a dazzling teleportation vortex emerged. After a quick investigation of the teleportation vortex and confirming that the Little Golden Dragon hadn't done anything else, he waved his hand, and the 54 chaotic colored beads floating in mid-air immediately began to glow slightly. One of them instantly transformed into a clone, while the remaining 53 gathered all the fluctuations and strung together into an ordinary necklace that hung around the clone's neck. Immediately afterward, the moment the teleportation vortex completely solidified, he charged into it. At the same time, beyond the realm of the great world of Shengxiao, deep within the vast galaxy, Shen Lingxi, ranked second on the chat group's top leaderboard, suppressed the rampaging spastime vortex with one hand, while the other hand was pressed against her chest with her fingers. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of heat, yet also a touch of coldness. In the end, she calmly watched as a teleportation portal slowly formed not far away. Although she really wanted to question the helper that the boss had invited about what he had done to her sister Qiangxiu, the deed was done, and everything that had been done, whether it was right or wrong, had already been done. There was nothing she could do to undo it, so she could only prioritize the bigger picture. Phew, her high, firm chest rose and fell slightly. Shen Lingxi took a deep breath, a polite smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Her beautiful eyes, filled with a mixture of indifference, nonchalance, and feigned affection, gazed at the teleportation portal, preparing to welcome the arrival of her helper. This person seems a bit weak. He has a decent temperament, but no matter what, he seems to be only at the mid to late stage of true immortal. Is this really the helper that the boss invited? Never mind, the boss must have his reasons for doing this. I just can't see through his true intentions. Hello, Chen Yi, the group owner of Group Huanunhun A. She greeted him politely, then began her self-introduction in a serious manner. I am Shen Lingxi, a member of the Mutual Aid Group for Transmigrators of all realms, and the second-ranked kid on the peak ranking, who never gets fat. I am here to introduce Xu Jingong, also known as the third-ranked ancestor of the peak ranking, on the orders of the group leader. She was clever. She revealed her online name beforehand to avoid the awkwardness of being called by her online name offline. Hello, you little brat who can't get fat. Chen Yi was very polite. Since they were fellow travelers in the chat group, it was only right to use their screen names. It would be too presumptuous to call someone by their real name. He looked at the second best with great admiration, his eyes showing no lingering affection for her beauty, only the delight of discovering a good talent. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. How did she know that Ziwei currently lacks a top-grade spiritual cultivator capable of suppressing the cycle of reincarnation? I don't have much to give you since it's our first meeting, but I'll definitely give you a dozen or so chaos pearls after this is all over. You're welcome. It's nothing to do. Shen Lingxi? Hey, wait. Are you being polite? It's one thing to call me by my online name, but why is he staring at me with such a strange look? What do you want to do? After a pause, she smiled awkwardly but politely and said, I won't waste any more time on small talk. Let me first explain the situation to you. Xu Jinghong, who transmigrated here, started with the chaotic sword body. He was the fastest-growing prodigy in our group in the early stages of cultivation. He briefly served as the group leader for a period of time. He was extremely combative and loved to duel with others using swords. He created the Jingong sword formation and set a record for the fastest completion of all exorcisms, dungeons, and demon-slaying trials. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant, always thinking everyone was a worthless nobody, and bravely challenged the tribulation to become an immortal. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Shen Lingxi continued, I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky, but the power of the Ascension Tribulation 500 years ago was not as strong as it is now. Because the upper realm had just undergone changes, the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning was only a quarter of its current power. He withstood 5 strikes before his physical body was melted. Fortunately, the tribulation to become an immortal left him a sliver of hope, preventing the complete annihilation of his primordial spirit. As long as he can endure the intense aftershocks of the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, he will be able to transform into a rogue immortal. Hiss! Chen Yi couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Xu Jingong is quite a character. I could only withstand one attack the first time, and I couldn't handle the second one and had to run away, but he could withstand 5. Although the tribulation to become an immortal 9,500 years ago was not so abnormal, it took 4 bolts of purple heaven divine lightning to withstand 1 bolt now, but he withstood 5 bolts, which is enough to prove that Su Jingong back then was still above him. Unfortunately, he was unable to preserve his original physical body under the clutches of the Immortal Tribulation. After disintegrating into a scattered immortal, his primordial body was broken and became incomplete. Even if he reconstructed his physical body, his path of cultivation would still be marked with indelible marks, greatly limiting his further progress. Our group leader told me that you also survived the tribulation to become an immortal, and even more than once. How did you do that? Shen Lingxi asked curiously when she saw his strange expression. To be honest, even though she is now in the late stage of Shuangxian, she still doesn't dare to challenge the terrifying tribulation of becoming an immortal. But this man in front of her, who looks like he's only in the middle stage of Zhengxian, not only does he dare, but he has also repeatedly jumped back and forth. Is he really that brave? You must know that although the tribulation to become an immortal leaves a sliver of hope, it is only a sliver. One cannot survive without breaking one's physical body, nor can one survive without being scorched by the intense and yang divine thunder. Only a wandering immortal can survive. But look closely. This man named Chen Yi in front of you doesn't look like a wandering immortal at all. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Chen Yi smiled calmly. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. Shen Lingxi simply shook her head and declined, then continued. We just mentioned that Su Jingong was struck by the purple heaven divine lightning, leaving only his primordial spirit to escape, and the key turning point in his life also stemmed from this. Although he managed to reshape his physical body using the resources of the chat group, his Dao heart was still shattered, and he wandered aimlessly in the mortal world, much like a lost and aimless ghost. We, the group members, couldn't persuade him. We could only rely on him to get through it on his own. But he seemed unable to get through it, and it was during the darkest moment of his life that he did so. At this point, a complex look appeared in Shen Lingxi's beautiful eyes. A light appeared, pulling him out of the endless abyss of darkness. Because of that light, his life regained its color, and he returned in his strongest form. But now, that light has vanished. Through Shen Lingxi's narration, Chen Yi picked up a piece of Xu Jinghong's background story. If we unfold the story, it is roughly about an invincible swordsman who, because he fell in love, could no longer lift his sword. Let's go back 9,500 years. The sword immortal Jinghong failed to pass the tribulation to become an immortal. His Dao heart was shattered, and he wandered aimlessly in the mortal world in despair. He went by the alias Useless Old Xu, with a scraggly beard and disheveled hair, carrying a wine gourd, and acting crazy everywhere. Xiuxi was originally an ordinary woman from a small town at the foot of the mountain. She was gentle and kind. Every day, she would warm wine and pour tea for passers-by in a small tavern on the street, and listen to the stories of various strange tales told by wandering martial artists. Although she had never stepped into the martial arts world, she longed for that mysterious and bizarre world. One day, a crazy, drunken man came to the town, carrying a gourd that seemed to never be filled, a rusty broken sword on his back, and wearing tattered Taoist robes that reeked of a foul stench. Almost every tavern avoids such an eccentric person. After all, in this world where cultivators roam freely, there will always be a few who have gone astray in their cultivation and wander around. This crazy drunkard is clearly one of them. Such an eccentric person is someone even cultivators are unwilling to get involved in karma with. So how could they, a group of mortals, dare to offend divine might? Of course, you should avoid it if you can. Of course, does not include Shiushi's little tavern. That day, a heavy rain began to fall. Shiushi watched as the self-proclaimed useless old Xu lay sprawled on the hard bluestone slab, letting the cold rain slap his face. Even though he was shivering from the cold, he was still laughing maniacally. In the end, she couldn't bear it and came to him with an umbrella. I don't know what you've been through, but it's getting cold. If you don't mind, come inside. I'll warm you a pot of wine to warm you up. Look how cold you are. Aren't you afraid of me? Yes, I'm scared, but I'm even more afraid you'll freeze to death on my doorstep. Her eyes, like those of a hot spring, were misty with a hint of fear, but were actually full of warmth, and the care she showed was quite touching. Old Sue, who was useless, was slightly taken aback. He saw that the other person had held most of the umbrella over him, while half of his body was soaked by the rain. He inexplicably followed her home. After that, the useless old Sue became a waiter in Shiushi's tavern and enjoyed it immensely. He loved to chat with Shiushi in his spare time, and Shiushi would always look at him tenderly. They spent 10 wonderful years together. 10 years ago, I didn't know you, and you didn't belong to me. 10 years later, our eyes meet and my heart flutters. I miss you when I don't see you. I search for you in the crowd, and when I find you, I pretend not to look at you. Everything looked like happiness. However, this world is by no means an ordinary world. On this day, extraterrestrial demons invaded, and a terrifying pressure swept across the heavens and earth. A group of frightened beasts broke into the town, and the terrifying beast tide rampaged wildly. The people fled in all directions, and their cries echoed through the sky. In the chaos, Shiushi was knocked down by a ferocious beast. Just when she thought her life was in danger, a dazzling sword light flashed by like a startled swan, instantly cutting all the ferocious beasts in half at the waist. Shiushi, are you all right? Old Xu ran over in a panic and helped her up, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Shiushi stared blankly at Lao Xu. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, her intuition told her that it must have been Lao Xu who did it. Then, recalling the spirited and radiant appearance of old Xu, when he talked about the strongest swordsman of the era, the guess immediately came to mind. So after the beast tide, Shiushi quietly dug out the rusty broken sword that Lao Xu had buried and resolutely came to him. Old Xu, I think you shouldn't be holed up in this little tavern. You're not a useless old Xu. You should stand tall above the heavens, just like you said, graceful as a startled swan, unparalleled in the world, sweeping away all chaos with a single sword. Her eyes sparkled with longing as she solemnly handed the broken sword to old Xu. Xu Jingong remained silent for a moment, watching the raging demonic foes in the sky forcing the great cultivators of the era to retreat step by step, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Bitterly, actually, I don't want to stand proudly above the heavens. Right now, I just want to protect you. When I return, I will take you to see the ends of the earth. Having said that, he took the broken sword, a step into the air, and soared into the sky. During the process, the rust on the broken sword slowly fell off, revealing a dazzling sword light that cleaved through the void. At the same time, the missing half of the sword reappeared, ascending to the pinnacle in its strongest form. A breathtaking reappearance, the peerless sword immortal. One sword, and the heavens are cleaved. Xu Jingong charged into the starry sky, fighting fiercely on all sides. He grew stronger with each battle, slaying the nine-headed mature evil descendant, the sub-universe level demon, and the mother of a half-step true immortal. In the end, his aura reached its peak, and he instantly mastered the invincible sword domain, proving himself to become a true immortal. After years of silence, Xu Jinghong has made a powerful comeback. In an instant, it caused a huge uproar in the mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, and soared from the bottom to second place, almost surpassing the then-established group leader, Air. Sauerkraut fish. What does it mean to be invincible? This is the invincible talent. Unfortunately, his moment of glory was too short. Just as it had killed the mother of the Calamity descendant, who was half a true immortal, and had not long since attained the Tao of true immortal, its momentum was at its peak. Lurking in the deepest reaches of the starry sky, the true evil mother has awakened. This is a subcosm-level monster. The universe encompasses the four directions, and time itself is called the cosmos. There are two directions of evolution for the evil offspring. One is U, which uses the consumption of cosmic space as evolutionary nourishment, and it disintegrates and destroys the entire universe from the perspective of material space. The second is the universe, which uses the absorption of spiritual energy as nourishment for evolution, and aims to annihilate the entire universe from the perspective of civilization time. Although the two paths of evolution lead in different directions, they both have only one goal: to destroy the universe in its prime. Different, secondary, semi-universe, and great are the four evolutionary stages of the evil mother. For example, the evolution of the universe is the different universe level, the secondary universe level, the semi-universe level, and the great universe level. The evolution of the cosmic path is also the same. The sub-cosmic level evil mother represents that it has begun to devour the universe. Its strength far exceeds that of ordinary true immortals, and even celestial immortals would find it troublesome. Therefore, although Xu Jinghong, who had just attained the Tao of true immortal, was invincible, he was helpless against an enemy from beyond the heavens. Driven to the brink, he could only helplessly shout out, "Group owner, help me!" The chat group's request for help was triggered instantly, and by then it had already gained momentum. Zhao Huazhen, the group owner who had transformed into a dragon, immediately accepted the request. Although Zhao Huazhen was only a mid-stage true immortal at that time, and should theoretically be unable to deal with the sub-universe level Calamity Mother body, he was the reincarnation of the Primordial Creation Disc's artifact spirit. He was a bit clumsy, but not weak at all. He had many tricks up his sleeve, and killing a sub-universe level demon would be a piece of cake. However, Ling Xiao was not yet asleep at that time, so he dared not use his true strength. He could only pretend to fight the sub-universe level evil mother to a standstill, and it took a lot of effort to force her back and save the seriously injured Xu Jinghong. Having suffered this calamity, Xu Jinghong rebuilt his Tao heart and vowed to kill the lurking sub-universe level evil mother in order to protect everything he wanted to protect. At the same time, he kept his promise and brought Xiuji out of the small town, allowing her to see a wider world. Unfortunately, good times are always short-lived, and change has quietly arrived. This day was Xu Jinghong's birthday. It just so happens to be the quarterly update day for the chat group's top rankings. In order to solidify his ranking and obtain richer rewards, he decided to first go to the Demon Trial Arena to grind monsters and improve his combat performance score. For a peerless sword immortal, this was an extremely simple matter. After all, he still held the record for the fastest completion of the Demon Extermination Trial. Confidence is invincibility. He had even promised Xiuji that he would return before sunset. Xiuxishi also said that a birthday surprise awaited him. That day, he was truly full of energy. He entered the demon-slaying trial ground and immediately began to chop through everything, just to finish quickly and go back to see the birthday surprise that Xiuxi had prepared for him. However, just as the trial was halfway through, he suddenly felt uneasy. At this point, he had already reached the mid-stage of true immortal, and there was nothing in the world that could frighten him, not even the sub-universe level evil mother, except for Xiuxi. Yes, it's Xiuxi. Without any hesitation, he immediately withdrew from the trial. His ranking became unstable, and he logged off to go back to find Xiuxi. But what you fear most is what happens most often. He was still a step too late. Upon returning, I saw the sky torn apart, and a bloody claw slowly descended towards Xiuxi, who was holding a sword box. Clang! In an instant, the sound of a sword echoed throughout the universe, and the magnificent sword energy slashed towards the blood claw. It must be said that his swift sword was indeed very fast, but no matter how fast it was, it could not save her from her imminent demise. The sub-cosmic ancestor was filled with murderous intent. It withstood the stunning sword strike, but its blood claws still fell towards Xiuxi without wavering. It's too late, it's all too late. Xiuxi had been clutching the sword box tightly in fear, but as if she had foreseen her fate, she suddenly raised her head and smiled radiantly at Xu Jingong. Jingong's sword immortal, unparalleled. In the world, the gentle voice did not come out. The blood claws of the subcosmic monstrous mother surged down, engulfing everything. But Xu Jingong still understood what Xiuxi meant. But there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as Xiuxi turned into specks of blood and disappeared. Ah! No! Xiuxi! In an instant, Xu Jingong's jet-black hair turned as white as snow. He seemed to have all his energy drained away, and slowly collapsed to the ground, his mind blank, feeling only grief and despair. Ga ga ga! The subcosmic evil mother, plunging its ferocious head into the heavens and earth, looking at Xu Jingong, who couldn't even stand up, and sneered, "Look, I've beaten your most beloved. Woman to a pulp. What can your sword do for you?" Overwhelmed with grief, Xu Jingong trembled all over and desperately reached out his hand, as if trying to grasp the scattered fragments of Xiuxi's primordial spirit. Seeing this, the subcosmic evil mother laughed even more arrogantly. "Gaga! You're in unbearable pain now. What good is your sword to you? You're nothing but trash. Don't cry. I'll take you to be with her right now. This time, surely no one will come to rescue you." He hadn't finished speaking. The massive body of the subcosmic evil mother suddenly trembled. The next moment, an incomparably magnificent sword aura suddenly soared into the sky. With his white hair, Xu Jingong slowly stood up. Although he had no sword in his hand, his endless love for Xiuxi seemed to transform into the sharpest blade, instantly breaking through all shackles and turning the world into a sword domain. That was a power stronger than ever before, a power that erupted from the failure to protect his loved one. At this moment, the amazing sword domain was sublimated, and the magnificent sword energy raged across the heavens and earth. The sword light was boundless, and in an instant, it forced the subverse-level calamity mother body out of the world. Is this still a mid-stage true immortal? No. The amazing sword domain unfolds, transforming itself into heaven and earth, and forging all laws. He's an angel. How is this possible? The sub-cosmic level evil mother roared in terror, spewing out a torrent of spatial annihilation from its mouth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It was useless. As soon as it came into contact with the amazing sword domain, it was completely wiped out by the omnipresent, amazing sword intent. Xu Jingong remained expressionless, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow, as he stepped into the void and ascended, arriving before the evil mother in an instant. Do you know what love is? What? You have no idea what love is. Xu Jingong's expression suddenly turned frenzied. He raised his hand and waved it, unleashing a magnificent sword intent that instantly dissolved the flesh and blood of the sub-universe level evil mother, leaving only a trace of its indestructible origin floating in place. Trying to kill me? Impossible. I'm immortal. I'll definitely be back. Without a physical body, the evil mother was even freer, easily breaking free from the constraints of the amazing sword domain, and immediately tried to escape. Xu Jingong, who was already mentally unstable, let out a strange cry. His straight body twisted instantly, and he crawled into the void, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the undying origin of the sub-universe level calamity mother body that had fled. He suddenly opened his mouth, and then he fed it. Hiss! Chen Yi couldn't help but gasp again. He repeated the same statement. This Xu Jingong is truly a remarkable person. After experiencing such dramatic ups and downs and going insane, he even dared to eat something as bizarre and filthy as the evil mother. It would be strange if he didn't fall into an ominous state. Shen Lingxi gave him a strange look and continued. Of course, devouring the undying origin of the sub-universe level calamity mother body is not the reason why old Shu fell into an ominous state. The real root cause lies with Zhuji. Okay, go on. Chen Yi nodded with interest. Shen Lingxi sighed softly. After old Shu recovered from his madness, endless grief surged into his heart. He poured the essence of the celestial being's blood on the place where Xiuxi fell, and with his full love, he called back a wisp of Xiuxi's lingering soul. But unfortunately, this wisp of remnant soul clinging to life was far too weak. He tried countless methods to resurrect his beloved, but all ended in failure. Instead, it caused the remnant soul to grow even weaker, like a candle in the wind, which might soon be extinguished. He was scared. He dared not try again. He was depressed all day long and released negative energy in the group. Later, the group leader couldn't stand it anymore and told him that immortals could transform into the universe and create worlds. So Lao Xu grasped at the last straw and cultivated like crazy. He wanted to create a world with Xiuxi. The result is obvious. The realm of the profound immortal is mysterious and elusive, and he was too hasty. Although he has great talent, his mind is in turmoil, naturally trapping him in a strange and ominous state. Now he is endlessly reincarnating in the small world he created, trapped in the past, torturing himself madly. As she spoke, a hint of pity flashed in Shen Lingxi's beautiful eyes, and she said, with slight tenderness, old Su doesn't actually know that Xiuxi's lingering remnant soul had already regrouped with him after he broke through to the Zhuangxian realm. In his repeated reincarnations, it has gathered a bit of true spirit and is now trapped deep within his sea of consciousness, anxiously watching him torment itself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately understood why the little golden dragon had asked him for help. This really couldn't be done without him. Xu Jingong is currently in the mid-stage of the Zhuangxian realm. He is trapped in a strange and ominous situation, in a daze, unable to stay awake. He is like a bomb with a very sensitive fuse, ready to explode at the slightest touch. The fuse of Xu Jinghong's bomb was that wisp of Xiuxi's remnant soul. Basically, as long as the fuse is removed, the bomb will become stable, and Xu Jingong will regain his senses. But who will demolish it? Little Golden Dragon is currently only at the peak of the profound immortal realm. No matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve, he can't detonate Xiuxi's fuse without triggering Xu Jingong's bomb. After all, Xu Jingong is too sensitive. In his current state, if you cut him with a knife or even kill him, he might not react at all. But as soon as he gets a little close to Xiuxi's obsessive remnant soul, he will immediately explode. So Little Golden Dragon can't, or rather, he doesn't dare. But Chen Yi didn't have this concern. He could cause trouble right under the nose of a celestial emperor like Ling Xiao without being discovered immediately, so it was extremely easy for him to manipulate a mere mystic immortal. Little Golden Dragon knows this all too well. To this day, it still can't figure out how this guy managed to sneak into the alternate dimension of the primordial creation disk without a sound, and even sneak up on it without it noticing, grabbing it and giving it a good beating. It felt like being in your own home, with the front door locked and the windows closed, and everything inside was under your watchful eye. Every sound was amplified, and if anything that didn't belong here broke in, you would be able to spot it immediately. However, even under these circumstances, he didn't go through the front door, nor did he climb through the window, and there was no sound from inside the house. He appeared without any warning or preparation. That's outrageous. Therefore, who else but him could disarm Xu Jinghong's bomb? Chen Yi, this is Lao Xiu's situation. Are you confident? Shen Lingxi asked with a sigh. Simple. Does your group leader have any other instructions? Chen Yi waved his hand, then suddenly looked directly into her eyes. In an instant, Shen Lingxi felt as if something had entered her sea of consciousness, but it vanished in an instant, as if nothing had ever happened. She frowned and looked at Chen Yi warily. Our group leader only asked me to introduce Lao Xu's situation to you here. There are no other instructions. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. She dared not stay any longer. This man is a bit too terrifying. Although he looks somewhat weak, the feeling she got just now was like an invincible, ferocious beast suddenly winking at her. Her intuition was always right. This guy was definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. They pretend to be harmless, just to lower people's guard. If we get any closer, I'm afraid I'll end up like Qiangxiu. This place is not safe to stay any longer. Shen Lingxi turned and left, as if she had made up her mind, and never looked back. Chen Yi watched her leave with a sense of regret, without trying to stop her. For a fleeting moment, he actually wanted to help Shen Lingxi escape her misery, reunite with her sister Qiangxiu, and no longer be affected by Ling Xiao's will. Unfortunately, the top 10 under normal circumstances are just too sensitive. Of course, it wasn't that Shen Lingxi was overly sensitive. On the contrary, she was quite slow to react. It was that Ling Xiao's imprint of his will was too sensitive. Before she had even reacted, the other party was already showing signs of resurgence. How is he supposed to do anything about this? This book is first published on 1ho1san.com, providing you with a reading experience free of errors and disordered chapters. If we alerted her, things would get complicated. We had to prioritize the bigger picture and abandon our plans to harm her. So they simply left a chaotic rainbow bead wrapped in the same material as the shielding cloak on her body. He might only dare to keep one, wanting to keep more. Ling Xiao's sensitive wool was stirring again. Really, what bad intentions could I possibly have? I only provided some protection because I was afraid she, a weak woman, would be in danger. Why treat me like a thief? Anyway, the mark has been successfully placed. The road ahead is long and arduous. Slowly increase the stakes, slowly decrease your sensitivity, slowly make you numb, slowly get used to it, slowly make you think dizziness is normal, slowly. A normal second-place finisher at the peak is hard to come by. Let me see what you, this muddle-headed third-place finisher, have to offer. This Xu Jingong is quite a character. Chen Yi's gaze was deep as he watched the space-time vortex, which was now running rampant again without Shen Lingxi's suppression. He raised his hand and flung out 18 chaotic colored beads into the void, silently suppressing its ever-expanding trend. At the center of the space-time vortex, the eerie point of light that is slowly rotating is the small parallel universe that Xu Jingong transformed into when he broke through to the Zhuangqian Dao. Domain. Sunset City, Hongxiu Tavern. Have you heard? The peerless sword immortal has been setting up his arena for 10 years, and tomorrow is the last day. Alas, ever since the sword immortal Jingong went to seclusion, it seems that no one in the world can withstand 3 of his moves. Which do you think is more powerful, the peerless sword or the soaring swan sword? A new generation replaces the old. The Jingong sword hasn't been seen for many years, so it's probably long past its prime. Now it's the era of the peerless sword. I disagree. I think the Jingong sword is more powerful. That one single-handedly shattered the lair of the extraterrestrial demons. What is the Wushuang sword? Even if he is invincible, as long as the first place doesn't die, he will always be second. But even the peerless sword immortal has openly provoked him, yet the astounding sword immortal hasn't made a single sound. Is he holding back or is he afraid? Who knows? Hey Lao Xu, what do you think? I heard you used to be a sword cultivator. As they were chatting, one of the customers suddenly spoke to the busy tavern owner. Old Xu had a stubble beard and slightly furrowed brows, as if he were burdened with an unresolved sorrow, giving him a melancholy air. He sighed softly. That's all in the past. I'm just a stinking wine seller now. How would I know anything about the abilities of those immortals? What a pity! By the way, old Xu, why don't you practice swordsmanship anymore? The drinker asked again. What a pity! Old Xu paused, his dull eyes somewhat empty, and murmured, after losing her, nothing else matters. At the same time, the clouds are so deep that one cannot know where one is. A phantom figure, trapped in a dazzling yet soft light, looked extremely anxious as it gazed at the dejected old Xu below and shouted, Yan! Can you hear me? Wake up! Don't give up! I've never blamed you, Yan. Please wake up! Wake up! Yan is Xu Jingong's courtesy name. Apart from Xiuji, no one dares to call him that. So the answer is obvious. The illusory figure trapped in the radiance is none other than Xiuxi's remnant soul, which Xu Jingong is protecting with all his might. Originally, she was just a remnant soul clinging to her obsession. Her life force was gone, her true spirit had dissipated, and she was incapable of thinking, let alone making the gesture of calling out to her lover. It was Xu Jingong who, through repeated cycles of recollection and boundless love, managed to snatch back a fragment of her lover's true spirit from the cruel grasp of fate, thus allowing her to rediscover herself. But unfortunately, a remnant soul is ultimately just a remnant soul. A remnant soul that exists because of obsession will eventually perish as that obsession dissipates. Xiuji's obsession with staying, because she couldn't bear to leave Lao Xu, will eventually disappear as Lao Xu returns to normal. Perhaps it was because he knew this, that Xu Jingong refused to wake up and kept deceiving himself. The peerless sword immortal existing in this world is his greatest inner demon. If he could pick up his sword again and defeat it, he could wake up immediately. But he refuses to pick up his sword. He cannot get over that heaviest hurdle. Alas, a swordsman who has fallen in love can't even lift his sword. Fine, I'll help you out. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened as he looked at Xushi's remnant soul, who was pacing anxiously in circles. Do you want to help him rediscover himself? A calm voice echoed softly in the depths of the clouds. Xushi's remnant soul was startled and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The mysterious voice replied softly, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that I can help you." Xushi hesitated for a moment, then clasped her hands together and said sincerely, "If possible, Xushi wants to find the light in Yian's heart again. It exists because of obsession, and it will also perish because of obsession. You can go back, but the price is that you will disappear forever." Upon hearing this, Xushi replied without hesitation, "I am willing to pay any price." Chen Yi was taken aback by the decisiveness of the words. After a pause, he slowly said, "Go ahead, you have half a day." The words had barely left his mouth. Xushi's remnant soul instantly transformed into specks of starlight, passing through the protective shield Xu Jingong had set up for her, and slowly drifted towards the town below. Speaking at noon, Hongxiu Tavern wasn't doing much business at the moment, and sleepy old Xu was dozing off on the counter. I was just dozing off comfortably when I suddenly felt like I'd stepped into thin air. My whole body jolted, and I instantly felt wide awake. Splash! A gust of wind blew by, shaking the wind chimes hanging on the tavern's door. Old Xu stretched, still sleepy, and was about to take another nap when a burst of starlight suddenly lit up the dimly lit tavern. In a daze, he thought he saw Xushi. Sigh, if only this weren't a dream. Old Xu sighed softly, looking lost, and rubbed his sleepy eyes, trying to chase away the mischievous dreamer. However, when he opened his eyes and looked into the tavern again, he was immediately shocked. Xushi was still standing there alive, her hands behind her back, her head tilted slightly forward, looking at him with a smile. "Hey, Yian, this isn't a dream!" Clang! Old Xu immediately knocked over a stool, scrambling over in a slightly disheveled manner, and grabbed Xushi's arms tightly. Feeling the real touch, he exclaimed incredulously, "Xushi, it really is you." "But you weren't already?" Before he could finish speaking, Xushi pressed her finger to his lips and said coquettishly, "I have never blamed Yian." On the contrary, Yian suddenly became a different person after I left. "I almost don't recognize you anymore." Old Xu lowered his head guiltily. "Xushi, I'm sorry. If I had..." "Humph." Xushi turned her head away haughtily. "I won't listen. If Yian wants to apologize, then accompany me to stroll around Sunset City for a day. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Hunanu1K1K1K1. After saying that, he immediately pulled Old Xu out of the dimly lit tavern. Feeling the warmth in his palms and looking at the radiant Xushi ahead, Xu Jinghong felt as if a ray of light had pierced through the thick fog in his heart, illuminating himself, who was buried deep beneath the ice. Is this a dream? It doesn't matter anymore. Xushi is really back. It's noon now. That's bad luck. It should be around 11:50. Xushi asked me to accompany her to stroll through Sunset City, and I was more than happy to oblige. Walking along the bustling streets, holding Xushi's hand, I felt as if I had the whole world back. At 12:05, Xushi became very interested in the newly built art gallery on the street. She let go of my hand and ran forward. I wanted to chase after her, but a careless carriage blocked the way. I couldn't see Xushi anymore. In that instant, my heart clenched, afraid that Xushi would disappear in the blink of an eye. At 12:13, the careless carriage finally passed by, and Xiuxi was smiling at me from across the street. In that instant, I felt as if I could freeze time forever. At 12:10, Xiuxi and I arrived at the gallery. She said she wanted to paint me. Seeing how serious she was, I was happy to oblige. I sat opposite her, and while she painted me, I secretly painted her too. I was so happy. Xiuxi really is back. At 1:59 p.m., she finished the drawing and proudly showed it to me. In the portrait, I held the Jinghong sword, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. She said, "The invincible sword immortal is back. Haha, as long as she wants, I can be invincible." At 2:01 p.m., Xiuxi discovered the drawing I secretly made for her. It wasn't very good, and she pouted, her lips practically sticking up a whole bottle of soy sauce. "So cute, he." At 2:30 p.m., Xiuxi and I went to the clothing store. She picked out a white kendo uniform for me. Looking at my somewhat melancholy reflection in the mirror, I realized I hadn't paid attention to my appearance in a long time. No wonder Xiuxi said she almost didn't recognize me. I'll be more careful in the future. At 5:30 p.m., Xiuxi and I went to the peach blossom grove on the back hill. The scenery there was truly beautiful, but even that wasn't as beautiful as Xiuxi. Xiuxi is the most beautiful. At 5:50 p.m., Xiuxi and I sat on the cliff watching the sunset. The fiery clouds were beautiful. Xiuxi finally said the words I hadn't finished before. The peerless swordsman, unparalleled in the world. It was a secret I had once secretly told her, and she still remembers it now. I've decided I'll go keep my appointment with that peerless swordsman tomorrow. Roar! Xu Jingong was holding Xiuxi's hand, enjoying the happiness he had longed for, when a blind saber-toothed tiger suddenly jumped out, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. The saber-toothed tiger pounced fiercely, its sharp claws stained with blood. This sight deeply pierced Xu Jinghong's heart. Back then, he failed to save Xiuxi because he was a step too slow. This time, he will absolutely not let the same scene happen again. Buzz! The magnificent sword intent swept across, and the saber-toothed tiger instantly turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Although he easily resolved the trouble, Xu Jingong inexplicably trembled all over and clenched his fists tightly. Yes, now that I'm by Xiuxi's side, I can naturally protect her well. But why did I even try to secure that damn ranking in the first place? If I don't go that day... Seeing Xu Jingong trembling all over, Xiuxi immediately understood what he was thinking and rushed forward to hug him, whispering, "Yan, let bygones be bygones. I've never blamed you, Yan, and you shouldn't be trapped in the past. I really don't want you to lose your luster because of me. You should have been shining brightly." Hearing Xiuxi's voice growing weaker and weaker, Xu Jingong suddenly snapped out of his painful memories. Watching Xiuxi's figure slowly turn transparent, dissipating into starlight, he panicked, utterly terrified. "Xiuxi, what's wrong? Xiuxi? Don't scare me!" Xiuxi gave a bitter smile. Half a day is such a short time. Before she could finish speaking, she could no longer hold on and slowly slumped into Xu Jinghong's arms. Feeling her beloved growing lighter and lighter in her arms, her warmth slowly fading, Xu Jinghong completely panicked. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her voice choked with sobs. "Xiuxi, hold on. There must be a way. I will definitely find a way to save you." With that, he carried Xiuxi and flew to the tavern where he had buried all his past. Some things are enough to experience once. He would never accept going through them again. There must be a way to save Xiuxi. There must be! In fact, he didn't. If nothing unexpected happens, he will watch his lover die before his eyes for the second time, and this time she will die in his arms. However, there was a handsome man sipping his drink in the tavern. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table as if calculating the time, and then raised his glass to the bright moon. Looking very relaxed, Xuanxian's state is truly extremely unstable. The entire world is real, but Su Jingong in the tavern is fake. Before Xiuxi appeared, he was just a mortal who had lost all his magical powers, a useless old Su, the owner of Hongxiu Tavern, but not Su Jingong. After Xiuxi appeared, this world became fake, while Xu Jingong in the tavern became real. He gradually ceased to be an ordinary person, gradually stopped being the useless old Xu. He slowly rediscovered himself, and when the time was right, the world joined forces with him. The whole world was him, or perhaps he was the whole world. Everything was developing in a positive direction, and he was gradually regaining his strength. But now Xiuxi is about to disappear, to cease to exist. His newly recovered state of mind instantly collapsed, and the entire world descended into chaos. If Xiuxi really dies in front of him a second time, he will not be able to withstand the blow. At best, he will explode on the spot. At worst, he will go into a state of demonic possession and fall into a state of complete confusion and misfortune. The whole world will collapse and turn into an abyss, frantically devouring the real universe outside. In other words, he will become a half-universe level monster, and unlike normal demonic offspring, he has no reason, wallows in pain and torments himself, and acts entirely on instinct. Yi. Yan, no. Don't waste any more resources, it's useless. Xiuxi is already very satisfied to see Yan again. In the backyard of the tavern, Xiuxi, whose body was half-transparent, stretched out her hand with all her might and gently stroked Su Jingong's cheek, murmuring, "Yai." "Yan, can you promise me one thing?" Su Jingong remained silent, tears blurring her vision. She frantically poured various top-grade immortal essences that nourished her primordial spirit onto Xiuxi, attempting to slow down her dissipation. Unfortunately, nothing worked. Once the obsession dissipates, the trend of the remnant soul dissipating is irreversible. Yan, can you hear that? The sound of wind chimes. Xiuxi's consciousness was beginning to fade, and her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Su Jingong was in despair, her heart aching. Watching her beloved grow increasingly unreal, tears streamed down her face, her voice choked with sobs. "Xiuxi, I heard you. I'll give you anything you want. Just please don't leave me. I really can't live without you, fool." Xiuxi forced a pretty smile. "Yan, you have to promise me that everything will be all right after I'm gone." "I broke my promise. If there is an afterlife, you..." Before she could finish speaking, Xiuxi's hand slipped limply to the ground, and her body transformed into starlight, flowing away from Su Jingong's embrace. "No! Ah!" Su Jingong roared to the sky with heart-wrenching pain, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. But then, a calm figure walked into the backyard and, without saying a word, slapped Su Jingong hard across the face. Snap! "Why are you yelling so loudly?" Su Jingong's bloodshot eyes suddenly glared at the man who had suddenly appeared, and a terrifying sword intent burst forth. A huge sword shadow slowly emerged in the sky. Without Xiuxi, no one can restrain the supreme killing power of the Jingong sword. Hurting others also hurts yourself. Everywhere you look, it's kill. Kill! I can save her. Wow, that's fast. Su Jingong's bloodshot eyes immediately cleared. It's like a drowning person grabbing at a straw. No matter how useful it is, they won't give up any hope. Please, please save Xuxi. I don't care who you are. I'm willing to pay any price. Even if you want my life, I'll give it to you. One life for another, please. The proud and unyielding sword immortal was now kneeling on the ground in utter humility, abandoning all dignity, just to give his lover a chance to live. A man's knees are worth gold. What kind of behavior is this? Kneeling like that? Chen Yi glared at him coldly and rebuked him sharply. How can a dignified sword immortal be so servile? Do you think she would be happy to see this? Xu Jingong remained silent, kneeling for a long time without getting up. Sigh. I just can't do anything with you. Chen Yi gently shook his head, raised his hand, and gathered Xuxi's scattered remnant soul back together, condensing it into a divine statue. He then slowly said, after death, people can reunite their true spirit through faith. But your Xuxi is only a remnant soul. It will take a long time for her to reunite with her true spirit. Are you willing to wait? Seeing that he could truly stabilize Xuxi's dissipated remnant soul, Xu Jingong immediately replied without hesitation, no matter how long it takes, even if the sea dries up and the rocks crumble, even if the sun and moon burn to ashes, as long as she can come back, I will wait. I will wait forever. What people fear most is having no hope. Once they have something to look forward to, they have the motivation to move forward. Looking at the exquisite Xuxi statue in the man's hand, Xu Jinghong felt as if his decaying body was being revitalized, as if inexhaustible power was surging up. You're quite the character. Chen Yi's lips curled up slightly. I can tell you that your Xuxi will become a local deity in one of the Ziwei immortal realms, and you are the only one who knows everything about her. Only you can bring her back. Come to Ziwei, and you'll know what to do then. Currently, the Ziwei Heavenly Dao cannot sign this homeless Zhuangxian. After all, Zhuangxian are quite powerful, especially a somewhat abnormal Zhuangxian like Xu Jinghong. The small universe formed by the invincible sword domain is not for nothing. If it is released without restraint, the current Ziwei continent really cannot withstand it. Therefore, we can only accept him as a menial servant for the time being, and only when the rank of Ziwei Heavenly Dao is improved can we give him a formal identity. As for whether he will run away during the process, unless he abandons Xuxi and can also defeat Chen Yi, he will have no chance of escaping. Xu Jingong replied without hesitation, no problem. He'd do anything to save Xuxi. Chen Yi smiled. Very good, welcome to the team, but first you need to find your true self. With that, he raised his hand and pointed diagonally to the sky, slowly saying, go, defeat your nightmare. Demons, and rediscover your true self. All right, whatever you say. Xu Jingong suddenly stood up, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, unleashing unparalleled sword intent and revealing its sharp edge. However, beneath his seemingly fierce and invincible nature lay a tender side. He glanced one last time at the Xuxi statue in Chen Yi's hand before slowly drawing the long-forgotten Jingong sword from the earth, his aura surging forth. Step by step, they tread on the void, walking towards the heavens. You've finally arrived! We've been waiting for you for so long. Above the sky, the figure surrounded by magnificent sword intent slowly turned around, revealing himself to be none other than Xu Jingong. However, Xu Jinghong was not surprised at all. He simply raised his sword slowly and said expressionlessly, Peerless sword immortal, Jingong sword, I request to fight. This is his inner demon, and also the biggest obstacle to him taking up Jingong sword again. If he is not defeated, he will not be able to regain control of this world of swordsmanship, nor will he be able to break free from this strange and ominous state. At the same time, inside Hongxiu Tavern, after Chen Yi drank the last sip of the immortal wine, he slowly put down the cup, his gaze deep and unfathomable. "Come on, you big silly dragon. I've taken the bait. Now take a look at your hook." Here's a little known fact. All 10 members of the chat group's top leaderboard have been branded with Ling Xiao's will. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the top 10 will have no choice but to obey him. But unfortunately, accidents keep happening. The spirit of the primordial creation disc was reborn from the filth and transformed into a group member named Zhao Huazhen, known as a sauerkraut fish. He bravely won the top spot on the leaderboard and became the group leader and the #1 warrior of the mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms. He should have been Ling Xiao's most trusted confidant, but instead, he turned out to be the biggest traitor. Within the chat group, Chen Yi, this little devil, was as naive as a greenhorn in front of Xiao Jinlong. After all, Ling Xiao's imprint of will, condensed using the Tao of primordial creation, was something that even if Chen Yi racked his brains and used a maze of tunnels, he couldn't bypass the security line to operate on, but the little golden dragon could. This is like the primordial creation Tao being a house, and the little golden dragon being the first owner. However, it invited a wolf into the house, and was eventually killed, allowing Ling Xiao to take over and become the second owner. No matter how Ling Xiao trained it to take the shape of the primordial creation Tao, the little golden dragon, as the first master, always kept the key to the house. Whenever it wanted, it could open the door and do whatever it wanted while Ling Xiao was away. Of course, if Ling Xiao were at home, it definitely wouldn't dare to do that. After all, although Ling Xiao is bad, he is definitely not weak. If the little golden dragon really dared to enter the house in front of him, it would be grabbed and refined again in an instant. Now Ling Xiao appears to be at home, but he's not actually there. He's just using a surveillance camera to scare people, which gives Xiao Jinlong a lot of room to maneuver. As long as the surveillance cameras are covered and its accomplice Chen Yi guards the door, it can carry out some petty thefts. Phew, Zhao Huazhen, you can do it. Believe in yourself. On the primordial creation disc, the little golden dragon took a deep breath and, after confirming that Chen Yi had dealt with Xu Jingong, immediately began to operate behind the scenes. Xuangxian's sea of consciousness was boundless, and his magnificent primordial spirit stood tall in the center. Under normal circumstances, the sea of consciousness formed by the condensation of soul power should be calm, with the primordial spirit and true spirit hanging high above it, and the cultivation and enlightenment manifested into various extraordinary phenomena to suppress the 4 directions. However, Xu Jingong's condition is not normal. His primordial spirit was submerged by the sea of consciousness, where the sea was turbulent and various chaotic phenomena intertwined and collided, stirring up huge waves. Trapped in a strange and ominous state, he was in a daze, his lost self sinking into the world transformed by the Tao domain, while the primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness became an empty shell. Deep within his chaotic sea of consciousness, a will imprint loomed high above, emitting a faint light, dispelling the splashing soul water without being affected in any way. Chen Yi's divine sense had already quietly reached the vicinity, lying in wait to observe and await the right opportunity. Soon, this imprint of will began to tremble inexplicably. It was little golden dragon who made the move. It used the primordial creation Tao to directly pry open the underlying supporting laws of the will imprint, starting to disintegrate from the inside, carefully stripping away Ling Xiao's will, creating a false framework to support it. so that Ling Xiao would unknowingly lose control over Xu Jingong. Wow, that's something! Chen Yi was amazed. It's true what they say. You can guard against anything day or night, but it's hard to guard against a thief within your own ranks. Ling Xiao's will, which was usually very sensitive to himself, was now as if he were asleep, allowing the little golden dragon to do whatever it wanted. If little golden dragon succeeds, then Xu Jinghong's actual control will completely fall into its hands. But the problem is, Xu Jinghong is now one of our own. You want to control him? Did you even ask me? Chen Yi waited patiently until the little golden dragon completely separated Ling Xiao's from the true imprint. Swish, secretly stirring up the soul water in Xu Jinghong's sea of consciousness, creating turbulent waves to cover up the commotion of the surging divine sense and taking advantage of the moment. Before the little golden dragon completely occupied the mark, it quietly squeezed in. However, to everyone's surprise, although it was well concealed, the little golden dragon seemed to have anticipated it, and suddenly a wave of thought emanated from it. Stop hiding, I know you've come in. We've been discovered. Can that big silly dragon spot me? That can't be right. It must be trying to trick me. Chen Yi remained silent and did not respond. The little golden dragon didn't care and said to itself, I've managed to extract Ling Xiao's wisp of will, but transferring it out of Xu Jinghong's sea of consciousness is an enormous problem. I can't do it. Chen Yi, it'll have to be you. Chen Yi remained inactive. Really, come out now, stop hiding. I know you're here. If Ling Xiao's will doesn't leave Xu Jinghong's sea of consciousness, then all of this is in vain. I need your help. I can't cut off a part of Xu Jinghong's sea of consciousness to create a puppet clone. Chen Yi remained inactive. Are you really not here? Then I can really control Xu Jinghong. Yes, I've always been here. At this moment, Chen Yi's second divine sense arrived at the scene, feigning lewdness and cautiously sending out a subtle fluctuation. Stop shouting, Ling Xiao's will is very sensitive to me. I can't help you? Little golden dragon was stunned for a moment. His brain seemed to freeze. Did I guess wrong? Is he really not interested in Xu Jinghong? Or did he believe that as long as he had Xiu Shi under his control, he could control Xu Jinghong? So knave? No, he can't be that knave. Something's definitely wrong. So what is our relationship now? We're brothers in the same boat. Why are you hiding this from me? Chen Yi. Hey, you big idiot. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. The way you're trying to trick me by pretending to be cunning is really brain dead. Swish. The water in Xu Jinghong's sea of consciousness churned and gradually condensed into 3 characters. SB. This was Chen Yi's concise answer, still hesitant and afraid to send out any more mental fluctuations, as if he was truly afraid of waking Ling Xiao. However, the little golden dragon actually believed the insult. If he were to explain, it would definitely be to cover up something, but he didn't even pretend. He just got angry and started cursing at me. What does that prove? This proves that he was indeed afraid of Ling Xiao's resurgence. Haha, you're the idiot. I thought Xu Jinghong was definitely going to let you eat this piece of meat, but I didn't expect you to have such weak teeth that you only licked the meat once it was right in front of your mouth. Then I won't be polite. If you don't want to help, then don't. Why are you swearing? Are you afraid Ling Xiao will revive? Ling Xiao is fast asleep, little golden dragon muttered loudly, as if to prove its strength, and at the same time, to test Chen Yi one last time. There was no other way. It had been scammed so many times that it dared not easily trust anyone, even if everything seemed normal. Chen Yi, Ling Xiao, actually, I wasn't asleep at all that day. Ling Xiao is still pretending to sleep. If he had even the slightest idea, he wouldn't be completely helpless. He could only watch helplessly as those two brats ran rampant right under his nose, stealing the team he had been training. This is a great disgrace for a former immortal emperor. But what could he do? Damn it, Wu Ji is still chasing him. Forced to flee into the depths of the river of time, unable to return to their own time and space. The most terrifying thing is that if even the imprint of will in the present time and space is erased by these two brats, then he will no longer belong to this history and will become an existence living in the past. Wu Ji would never let go of this opportunity to prevent his return. So no matter how much the two brats do to him, he has to endure it. The two brats would absolutely not dare to rashly remove their own will imprint. They would most likely seek to be exiled somewhere. At that time, he will gather all the scattered wills in the current space-time and disappear into the shadows to wait for the right opportunity. You want the primordial creation disk and the treasure vault, right? If you dare to ask, I dare to give. Even Wu Ji is yours! Ling Xiao has come to terms with it. Rather than stubbornly guarding the treasure vault, only to be chased to the brink of ruin by Wu Ji, while simultaneously having to fend off his two mischievous children, trying to plunder his entire fortune, he was exhausted from juggling both ends. It would be better to make a choice. Let the two little devils eat their fill, and then let them fight with Wu Ji, so that I can extricate myself, lie low and secretly conserve my strength, and wait for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. Heh, you pervert, don't embarrass yourself. I have high hopes for you. Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh and pretended to fall into a deep sleep at the same time. After confirming that Chen Yi truly dared not act recklessly in the face of Ling Xiao's will, Little Golden Dragon immediately and happily recruited Su Jingong, a great general, into his ranks. After transforming the primordial imprint into its own shape and gaining complete control over Su Jingong, and no longer fearing Chen Yi's sudden attack to seize its possessions, Ling Xiao's will was finally transferred out of Su Jingong's sea of consciousness. This operation is very simple for it. Please remember 1011can.com for the fastest chapter updates. All that's needed is to separate out the unimportant parts of Su Jingong's sea of consciousness and create an avatar with the same environment as the original sea of consciousness, so that Ling Xiao's will believes that Su Jingong is still under control, when in reality he doesn't care about him at all. In order to keep Ling Xiao fooled for a longer time, Little Golden Dragon even added some of his own will to Su Jinghong's cloned sea of consciousness and synchronized Su Jinghong's chat group account activity in real time. In this way, if Xiao can control Su Jinghong through the primordial creation Dao, then it is not impossible for me, Zhao Huazhen, to do the same. Even if Ling Xiao were to revive and try to control Su Jinghong, he could simply jump out and interfere, and his commands would be incomplete. No matter how cunning Ling Xiao was, he would find it difficult to immediately detect that this so-called Su Jinghong was as an imposter. Tisk, so smooth. It must be because my plan was too brilliant and I overestimated Chen Yi. I thought he was so great, but he's not all that great after all. Little Golden Dragon felt confident and was very happy. Chen Yi, however, frowned slightly. Things were going too smoothly. It was even better than he had hoped for the best outcome. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Looking at the big picture, the big fool is not a threat, but Ling Xiao. Could he really only be sensitive to me? If he didn't know there was a ghost in the house, that would be one thing, but he clearly knew. Could it be that he really wants to make it up to Big Silly Dragon? But would someone like him care about these things? Apart from experts of the same level, even if countless causes and effects were imposed upon him, he would hardly be able to shake them in the slightest. Even if he feels guilty, he will not waver. As long as that stupid dragon continues to obstruct his path, unless the big silly dragon isn't blocking the way. Chen Yi's gaze was deep. As the little golden dragon transferred Ling Xiao's will to the simulated sea of consciousness of Xu Jingong's special clone and threw it into the void turbulence, he immediately and silently threw out a chaotic colored bead wrapped in the same material as the shielding cloak and followed it in sync. Whether Ling Xiao genuinely didn't notice or had ulterior motives, it's always good to monitor his every move. Chen Yi, now that Ling Xiao's will has been removed, stop stammering and speak. Xu Jingong recognized the little golden dragon in the sea of knowledge, and it was in high spirits, so it started to beep loudly. Chen Yi's lips twitched. From what you're saying, you're pretty brave, huh? Little golden dragon paused, then chuckled sheepishly. It's because Ling Xiao is too incompetent. Speaking of Chen Yi, now that old Xu is out of control, and you've got Xu Ji under your thumb, it's like you've got old Xu's life in your hands. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Was Big Fool Dragon planning to plant pawns around him? So, I think it would be impolite to use the primordial creation mark to control old Xu anymore. I'd better hand it over to you. After all, this mark is rooted in the sea of consciousness and bound to the primordial spirit, and it can't be removed. You don't trust me to keep it, right? What a brilliant move, retreating to advance. It still won't believe me. Chen Yi smiled calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know anything about the Tao of primordial chaos. Even if you give me the mark, how am I supposed to defend myself if you want to do something underhanded? If you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. I trust you. Don't you trust me? Little golden dragon was stunned for a moment, feeling as if his little scheme had been seen through. Oh my God, he knew all along. Wouldn't I just be a clown for racking my brains to find this winding tunnel? And he trusted me so much, while I was thinking about how to deceive him. I deserved to die. Wrong. After a brief moment of emotion, little golden dragon suddenly remembered some of the dirty and despicable things Chen Yi had done to him. There's a problem. Zhao Huazhen, you must never act impulsively. Emotions will only cloud your judgment. Haven't you had enough painful experiences of being deceived? How did Chen Yi teach him? When you don't understand something, you should consider the consequences and try to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Does Chen Yi really not want Xu Jingong, this Shuangxian? The answer is, to achieve great things, one cannot succeed alone. He's so short-handed, grabbing laborers everywhere. How could he possibly let go of such a mystical immortal? So he absolutely must. While controlling Xuxi could indeed make Xu Jingong obey orders, the control of the Hunyuan mark was unreasonable. Even if Xu Jingong didn't want to, it could directly control him. The bond was too deep for him to break free from. Judging from Chen Yi's personality, he would never let such a big loophole go unchecked. But why did he refuse the primordial imprint? Shouldn't we accept it even more if they're afraid I'll use connections? After all, only by possessing the primordial chaos mark can one gain the initiative. If one tries to use back channels, at most one can secretly gather some information, but if the other dares to do something more outrageous, he will be the first to discover it. But why did he refuse? What on earth is he thinking? My head is so itchy, it's getting hard to grow a brain. Seeing the big silly dragon remain silent for so long, Chen Yi knew without even thinking that its brain was about to explode. Look at its flashy but impractical brain. It doesn't even understand the process yet. It tries to figure out its own intentions. Even if you gave it 10 more brains, it still wouldn't be able to figure it out. Be good. Listen to me. Don't overthink it. Let me tell you straight, I'm not afraid of you controlling Su Jingong at all. I can even manipulate your own body. So what if you control Su Jingong? As long as it's not controlled by Ling Zhong Xiao himself, understand? You, little golden dragon, was furious, but lacked confidence. You're looking down on me. Although I was reluctant to admit it, Chen Yi did have some truth to it. Damn it, am I really destined to never escape this quagmire? I don't believe it. Xiuxi world is the world transformed from Su Jinghong's Dao domain. Without Xiuxi, the world of Xiuxi had no reason to exist. The various unstable laws began to collapse. Sometimes the night was always dark, and sometimes the sun and stars were dim. Various strange celestial phenomena took turns, and all living beings on Earth slowly became transparent. At this moment, only the two figures soaring through the clouds above the Nine Heavens Palace are the only true reality in this world. The person on the left wore a long black robe with Taoist patterns, held a sword behind his back, and had a cold and stern face. He exuded a sharp and unparalleled sword intent, like a high and mighty sword immortal from the heavens, untouched by the mortal world, and keeping everyone at a distance. The person on the right is dressed in a simple, white kendo uniform, with an unresolved sorrow between his brows. Although the Jinghong sword in his hand flickers with sharp light, he looks like a down-on-his-luck swordsman. Both are Su Jinghong. The former is the past self, young and impetuous, sharp and aggressive, hurting others and himself, seeing everyone as a scoundrel. The latter, on the other hand, represents someone who has weathered many storms and returned to simplicity after shedding all worldly trappings. Their sharpness is now concealed, and the Jinghong sword in their hand is broken in half. Without a tip, you've finally become the very thing you hate most. Can you still lift a sword? The black-clad youth's voice shattered a few drifting clouds. With a flick of his finger, the peerless sword was drawn, and a magnificent sword intent crashed down. Undeterred, with the same sharpness he had when he first began his training, each sword strike aimed straight for the vital points, yet he made no attempt to defend himself, possessing invincible confidence in himself. Clang! The young man in white raised his sword to parry, and at the moment the broken sword, Jinghong clashed with the sharp sword Wuzhuang. A resounding clang rang out. In an instant, the peerless sword was deflected, and the broken sword of the startling swan was pressed against the boy's throat. A sword is not for killing, but for protecting everything that one wants to protect. Ha ha ha, how many people have you killed? I can't remember. Then what did you protect? I can't protect anything. Useless trash. This won't do. That won't do. Are you even worthy of wielding a sword? The black-clad youth questioned in a deep voice. The young man in white remained expressionless, continuing forward without flinching. I once possessed everything, but it all vanished like smoke in the blink of an eye. I wanted to make amends, to repay my debts, but in the end, I found myself powerless to change anything. Lost in the thick fog, I'm dazed and confused, unable to see the future. Only at the very end did I realize that meaningless sword strikes may bring momentary exhilaration, but after the passion fades, there is only endless emptiness. Only by knowing how to protect does a sword strike have meaning. So, have you found something worth protecting? The young man in black staggered backward, his figure suddenly becoming ethereal. Is it really worth giving up everything for so-called love? A tender look appeared in the eyes of Su Jinghong, the young man in white. There is no such thing as worth it or not. only deep affection and shallow fate. Love is like a prairie fire, burning away all considerations. Even if it is like a moth flying into a flame, I am willing to use all my passion to exchange for a moment of embracing her. The words had barely left his mouth. Buzz! A booming sound came from deep within the clouds. The young man in black trembled, and a soft light burst forth. He was silent for a moment, then raised his hand to summon the peerless sword, and gave Xu Jingong in white a relieved smile. Perhaps, only love is boundless, and all other things must be weighed after they are burned away. I should go now. Before he could finish speaking, his figure vanished in 1,000 streaks of light, leaving only the unstoppable peerless sword, which slowly drifted toward Xu Jinghong and eventually merged with the broken-off Jingong sword, completing its tip. Only at this moment did it truly reveal its breathtaking beauty, unparalleled in the world. Rumble! The entire world began to collapse, inch by inch. At the same time, deep within the galaxy, the ever-expanding space-time vortex stopped devouring and began to slowly shrink, eventually transforming into a dazzling point of light and returning to Xu Jingong's sleeping body. The immortal, who had been in a daze for over 3,000 years, finally awoke slowly. Old Xu, long time no see. The little golden dragon sent a greeting immediately, its fluctuations directly reaching Xu Jingong's mind through the primordial imprint, as if it were asserting its sovereignty and provoking Chen Yi. Chen Yi, who was holding the statue of Xiuji, didn't seem to care at all. He simply said, "Sword Immortal Jingong, you're quite good." After a brief moment of confusion from his brain rebooting, Xu Jinghong ignored the little golden dragon and immediately went to Chen Yi. He bowed, kowtowed, and clasped his hands in one smooth motion. "Jingong thanks Senior for your help. If you have any requests, I will do my utmost to assist you, even at the cost of my life. Old Xu, it's me. I'm the one who asked him to help you. Why aren't you thanking me first?" "Why are you thanking him? I'm the one who genuinely wanted to help you, while he just wanted to take advantage of you." Little golden dragon jumped up and down in anger. "Shut up, Caillou. I'll decide what's right and wrong," Xu Jingong retorted without any politeness. "Do you really think I don't know what you and your senior did in my mind? You ungrateful newbie dare to defy your senior. How could I possibly stoop to your level? You don't appreciate kindness, you bastard!" The little golden dragon emitted a violent surge of consciousness, but it actually concealed other information, attempting to corrupt Xu Jingong without Chen Yi's knowledge. "Old Xu, I know you're so humble because Xiuxi's remnant soul is in his hands, but it's all right. Just pretend to be agreeable to him for now. Once Xiuxi is stable, I'll find a way to help you to escape this misery. Don't trust him. He's an enemy of our group. Xu Jinghong, you're asking him for help when he's a group of enemies. I think you're the enemy. Xiuxi absolutely cannot afford to make a mistake. Is she just pretending to cater to her? Caillou, we've known each other for so many years. I definitely trust you. But you also know that Xiuxi is in his hands after all. I have to put on a show, understand? Don't worry, I understand." Chen, who had been eavesdropping the whole time. "So I'm the outsider? You two are plotting something behind your backs, aren't you? I'd like to see what tricks they're up to." However, to Chen Yi's surprise, after calming the little golden dragon down, Xu Jingong immediately carried it on his back and secretly transmitted his voice to it. "Senior, a group leader wants me to be a spy infiltrating your inner circle, but you know me. You've decided on the righteous path in your heart, so you won't waver. Do you want me to directly cut ties with justice, or become a double agent? Chen Yi. Good, good, good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You're quite the character. Xu Jingong actually believed that her group leader had a way to help her. After all, they were his own brothers. But he dared not gamble. He had already lost Xuxi once. How could he bear to go through it again? He wouldn't take a risk, even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance. Noob. Now please call me Double Senior Agent. Codename Pangolin. Ha ha ha, Chen Yi. Do you think you can control old Su by threatening Xuji? Too bad he trusts me more than you. Little Golden Dragon was in a very good mood at this moment. Everyone initially thought that Xu Jingong was a sure thing, a waste of time and effort, since his real goal was to gain practical experience in stripping away Ling Xiao's will. As long as Lao Xu can keep the other 8 safe, it's a huge win. Unexpectedly, Chen Yi refused to eat. How could they possibly accept that? It won't be polite. Xu Jingong not only possesses super combat power and top talent, but is also a spy planted next to Chen Yi to monitor his every move. After this experience, Xiao Jinlong realized that although he seemed to know very little about Chen Yi, he actually knew very little at all. I always feel like he's everywhere. It's like when I go out, Chen Yi is everywhere, and even when I don't go out, it feels like he's always by my side. This feeling is so strange. Until it figured it out, it felt itchy all over, like ants were crawling on it. Old Xu, you infiltrate his side, and help me gather all the information about him, especially about his tribulation. You've also gone through the tribulation to become an immortal, so you should know how terrifying that thing is. This guy has gone through it 81 times and hasn't died. He even manages to escape each time. I suspect he has some kind of special method. Upon receiving the coded message, Xu Jinghong's pupils dilated in shock. What the heck? This senior transcended the tribulations of becoming an immortal 81 times, and they even managed to escape every time. Are you kidding me? Are you treating the Ascension Tribulation like a dog? Back when I was still very brave, I only took 1 hit of the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, and then wanted to run away, because that was a power that a cultivator undergoing tribulation could not resist. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape. He couldn't break free from the enemy-locking rules of the Ascension Tribulation. Even now that he is a Xuanxian Venerable, he still doesn't understand the enemy-locking rules of the Immortal Tribulation, let alone escape. And this senior, Senior Caillou, before he could finish speaking, Chen Yi waved his hand and said, I know everything. Just do as he tells you and handle it yourself. What it knows, it will know. What it shouldn't know, it will never know. Upon hearing this, Xu Jingong was deeply shocked. Is this absolute self-confidence? Or is it that everything is under control? His intuition told him that this senior must be the latter. That's terrifying, bro. Caillou, are you really going to compete with this senior? Just as I was thinking about Caillou, her message came. By the way, there's one more thing. After you and him return to the Ziwei continent, keep an eye out for any people from Qiangxiu's world who have been taken there. Do you still remember the aura of Qingyan Heavenly Dao? Qiangxiu is suspected of being controlled by him. See if you can find some concrete evidence. To be honest, as the spirit of the primordial creation disk, it should theoretically be able to control everything in the chat group at will. If it wanted to investigate Chen Yi, it could investigate Chen Yi. If it wanted to investigate the Ziwei continent, it could investigate the Ziwei continent. He's just a small group owner of Huanhe 8 groups. The primordial creation disk could scan him back then, and it still can now. But in reality it is Chen Yi's ascent was incredibly fast and abnormal. He used a method that even the other could not understand to block all information about himself, the Ziwei continent, and even the Hun 8 groups from being uploaded to the main body of the Hun Yuan creation disk. To some extent, Group Hun 8 is offline, but it still allows users to freely use all the functions of a chat group, and it's unregulated. It can be created whenever it wants. In this situation, it can't investigate Chen Yi, let alone his henchmen. Therefore, the only option was to send Su Jingong, a spy, to the Emmy's headquarters to gather information. And what was Su Jingong's answer? Without hesitation, he replied, "No problem, just wait for my message. Good brother, you're loyal. When the time is right, I'll definitely help you and Xiuxi escape this misery. Good brother, I won't say any more. We're almost there. Watch my performance. Good brother, you've worked hard." "It's okay, I'm not tired." After losing contact, Xu Jingong followed Chen Yi to the so-called Ziwei Immortal Realm. To be honest, his first impression of this world was that it was inferior to the Shengxiu Great World he had transmigrated from. Although both are at the half-step true immortal level, the Shengxiu Great World fell from the true immortal level. Not only is the concentration of heaven and earth energy slightly higher than that of the Ziwei Immortal Realm, but the solidity of its laws is also twice that of the Ziwei Immortal Realm. It's understandable. After all, the Shengxiu continent has a rich history, but it has been declining, like an old man entering his twilight years. But this Purple Star Immortal Realm is quite different. As soon as Xu Jingong entered, he felt a vibrant sense of life and all things thriving. It was as if he was young, or as if an old tree was blooming and living a second life. He was full of energy, and it was the perfect time to break through. In terms of development prospects, the gradually declining Shengxiu Great World is far inferior to the rising Ziwei Immortal Realm. And most importantly, the Ziwei Immortal Realm has a remarkable person like Chen Yi. Xu Jingong couldn't even imagine how terrifying he was after forcibly overcoming the 81 tribulations to become an immortal. Judging from the laws of heaven and earth that are so compatible with him, he has definitely made a huge contribution to the development of the Ziwei Immortal Realm. Is it because they can't overcome the hurdle of becoming an immortal and can't go to the Immortal Realm, so they plan to transform the Ziwei continent into the Immortal Realm? Yes, that's a grand ambition, and I'm willing to serve it. Et serve. Xu Jingong suddenly trembled, his gaze turning solemn as he looked into the depths of the sky. Wait, what is the heavenly Tao of the Ziwei Immortal Realm refining? It seems to be the true immortal level law origin of the Qingyan Heavenly Tao. Holy crap! What evidence is there to look for? Qingyan Tiandao must have been poisoned because he was favored by Senior Chen Yi. Even Qingyan Heavenly Tao lost its most important true immortal level law origin, so how could Han Qiangsu possibly fare well? Kaiyu, you're probably right, Han Qiangsu has definitely been controlled. But so what? Now Han Qiangsu and I are on the same side. Senior Kaiyu asked me to gather information about the Qingyan world. He suspects that Han Qiangsu is being controlled by you. What should I say to him? Xu Jingong naturally followed suit. Although his senior had told him to handle it himself, it was never wrong to report it. After all, it was different for his senior to find out through his own means than for him to report it himself. Chen Yi couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. Just answer truthfully. It's suspicious right now, so this is the best time to gain its trust. Understood. Xu Jingong replied meticulously, even with a touch of humility and respect. He was no longer the arrogant sword immortal who looked down on everyone else as worthless scoundrels. Having been beaten down by reality several times, he deeply understands the importance of having a strong backer. Most importantly, Senior Chen has the ability to save Xiuxi. That's enough, he'd be willing to give his all. Caillou, there's been some progress on the thing you asked me to do. The little golden dragon was greatly shocked to receive Xu Jinghong's secret letter. In fact, it had anticipated that Han Qiangxiu would be controlled, but it didn't expect Chen Yi to be so ruthless. Even the very origin of the laws of Qingyan Heavenly Dao has been stolen. How could Han Qiangxiu possibly fare well? They must have been completely drained. Ugh, how tragic. Chen Yi, who was born evil, deserves to die. Thinking of this, the little golden dragon became even more anxious. It must get out of the quagmire as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if it is not refined by Ling Xiao again, it will be devoured by the ruthless bandit, Chen Yi. There are still 3 hours until the uprising. Old Xu is currently with Chen Yi, and Han Qiangxiu, the undercover agent, is also keeping a close eye on things, so he will definitely get involved. How can we take advantage of the information gap? To catch him off guard? Moreover, Ling Xiao will definitely join in the fun. It would be best to focus his attention on Chen Yi. Then I can take advantage of the chaos, seize a third of the chat group, and then destroy my own foundation, leaving them both with a mess to fight. Over. But isn't 1/3 a bit too little? We're short-handed. Yi Wuchen, the group leader of the second group, is quite capable, but he and Chen Yi are so close they're practically inseparable. No good. The group leader of Group 3, Feng Qi, is a reckless fool. The group leader of Group 4, Long Ming, is too naive. The group leader of Group 5, Ying Nuo, is too honest and doesn't want to be. Online with his real name. The group leader of Group 6. Oh, that's all. The group leader of Group 7, Lin Guyu, is alright. Currently ranked 32nd on the peak list, only behind Yi Wuchen, but he's a bit sneaky, and I'm afraid he'll retreat behind everyone. Else if things go wrong. Sigh, such a big chat group, and I can't find more than a few usable people. Oh well, a third it is. I'll take the loss. Let's do it! Having made up his mind, the little golden dragon's deep vertical pupils suddenly flashed with the light of wisdom. At the same time, within the illusionary star cave of the purple star continent, Chen Yi's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he secretly monitored Ling Xiao's will, which had been thrown into the void turbulence. The big fool is nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao's various unusual actions are the real concern. You could easily fall into his trap if you're not careful. There's no room for error. Please remember the website 101can.com for the fastest chapter updates. However, in the now empty illusionary star cave, Chen Yi is no longer the only one feeling lonely and desolate. There were quite a few people. 19 cultivators from the Qingyan continent were lying haphazardly on the ground, while Xu Jinghong, who was also from another world, was squatting to the side, hugging the Xiuxi statue, grinning foolishly. The current incense and deity system of the divine continent is still under investigation and research, and there are many problems. It is not suitable to transplant it to the Zaiwei continent for the time being. Therefore, Xu Jinghong can only hold the Xiuxi statue and laugh foolishly for now. He can only be released after the research is completed. Otherwise, it will cause great trouble to the current, heavenly official system. Similarly, since the Zhiwei Heavenly Dao has not yet successfully refined the true immortal level law origin of the Qingyan Heavenly Dao and advanced the true immortal and pseudo-immortal cultivators of the Qingyan continent can only continue to sleep soundly and peacefully in the illusionary star cave. Sudden, Chen Yi gasped. Hiss, sure enough. There's something wrong with Ling Xiao. His will imprint is off. It seems he left a long time ago, leaving only an empty shell to play house with the big silly dragon. When did he leave? Why did he leave? What does he want to do? The three soul-searching questions immediately made Chen Yi feel vaguely uneasy. Ling Xiao's methods were truly bizarre. Even though he had been keeping a close eye on him, he still couldn't figure out when this guy had started to slip away unnoticed. Clearly, he wasn't actually asleep at that time. He knew everything. Why didn't he wake up and stop it? Is it that you can't, or that you don't want to? For a celestial emperor to endure the humiliation of breaking the rules like this, his desires must be even greater. Well, it seems like something even worse than the worst-case scenario has occurred. I have to prepare for the worst. I can escape with just one immortal emperor, but if two immortal emperors were chasing me, that would be a real problem. I was just thinking about it. There was a sudden unusual activity in the chat group. The chat interface for all online group members suddenly turned gray and displayed a message indicating that the system was undergoing maintenance and upgrades. Black screen? What are you doing, you big idiot? You're already annoying enough, and you're starting a rebellion prematurely. You deserve a beating. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and immediately logged into the accounts of Miss Han of Takashima and Transcending Tribulation, Celestial Venerable, as expected. Although the regular group chats are now under maintenance and have a black screen, making it impossible to operate anything, the special chat groups, whose numbers have been cancelled, can still be used. Normally, except that the original bright blue interface has turned gray. A loving and caring family, formerly the 6th mutual aid group for transmigrators across the myriad realms. Death, the little brat who never gains weight. Peak 2nd. Has it started early? I'm always ready. The Yich Qianling Yidian. Peak 4th. Brothers and sisters, let's take down the demon extermination trial grounds within half an hour. The Katsune Miku. Peak 5. Fire. The Murong Dugu Peak. 6th. Very energetic JPG, the Ancestor Taichin. Peak 3rd. What are you doing? What are you doing? I just took a nap. What are you trying to do? A Primordial Heavenly Brush. Peak 7th. Brother 2, don't break the formation, just follow along. The Dead the Down on his luck, Lord of Luochuan City. Peak 8th. Don't try to. Take it from me, I'm going to take on the no. 8 Demon Extermination Trial Grounds. I'm the strongest commentator. Peak 9th. I don't care about this or that. I'm going to do no. 8-2. That 8 kidneys. Peak. Give me some face. I love number 8 the most. Let me do number 8. Dia, the eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima. Peak 11. Which number should I take? D, the runaway salted fish rice. Peak 12. Sister Kiangsu, you can do whichever number you want. But at this point, it's hard to say goodbye. Peak 20. Absolutely. Only a celestial immortal has the strength to conquer the demon extermination trial grounds. Sister Kiangsu is at the early stage of celestial immortal. Choosing either one will suffice. A heavenly cycle realm. Peak 18. Never mind, I'll just do an exorcism dungeon first. The 25th Damo. Dungeon. That suits me better. Kie Sauerkraut Fish. Group owner. Supreme number 1. Stop arguing. Line up and follow the plan. The group admin shared a document titled Guide to the Demon Exorcism. Trial grounds and exorcism dungeon. Personnel arrangements and plan details. E29 group members, including the little brat who never's fat, ancestor of the sky, Murong Dugu, and Miss Han of Takashima, downloaded the file. The acting in the small group was very convincing. Of course, this document was just a smokescreen deliberately released by Xiao Jinlong. Its real plan is to send the information through confidential private chat, and each group member can only receive the task assignments for themselves, with different task content for different group members. This greatly ensures that even if one group member fails a task, it will not affect other group members, nor will it affect the overall situation. The little golden dragon couldn't help but applaud its own cleverness, feeling that victory was already beckoning to it. This hand is in the bag. The advantage lies here. Strategy team assignment. Miss Han from Takashima. Your mission is to continuously clear demon extermination trial grounds No. 11 within 60 hours. During this period, you will be able to operate at full capacity. The assistance you will receive includes unlimited energy regeneration, extra shield, damage reduction field. There is no passive buff from the God of Fate in the demon extermination trial grounds, only various functional buffs, with the main theme being life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are determined by fate. In other words, you can actually be killed in the demon extermination trial grounds. You either succeed or you fail. If you want to leave the battle, you must get rid of the guardian puppets and retreat to a safe area before you can log off. You want me? No, I mean Han Qiangsu to go to the 11th Demon Extermination Trial Ground. Really? Chen Yi's expression was quite strange. The 11th Demon Extermination Trial Ground is named Blazing Sun, and the Guardian Battle Puppet, the Flame Demon, is formed from the essence of the Great Sun. It is extremely yang and intense. If one's cultivation is not up to par, getting too close will melt one. Although Han Qiangsu is at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm, the basic laws for condensing her Dao domain are water-based, ice-type laws. Under the blazing sunlight of the Flame Demon army, she will be greatly suppressed. First, her strength will be reduced by 30%, and then she will be able to exert even half of her cultivation. It's not that we can't beat them, it's just that it will be very difficult, and time is so tight, which is like putting Han Qiangsu on the fire. The most reasonable combination would be to have Han Qiangsu fight the 7th spirit plant, since ice counters wood. If all else fails, she could fight the 9th one, Kanglin, since water elements are both conflicting and complementary. But Big Fool Dragon insists on sending Han Qiangsu to conquer the 11th Blazing Sun Demon Extermination Trial Ground. Such an unreasonable arrangement. Why are they not even going to act anymore? Do you really want me to get involved? Then I won't be polite. Chen Yi's gaze was deep, and with a thought, he immediately began logging into the accounts of the other moles. The plans and deployments in the group were just a smokescreen deliberately released by Big Silly Dragon. The real mission arrangements were sent privately. Needless to say, Da Shalong didn't assign Xu Jingong any tasks. He was simply instructed to stay put and supervise Chen Yi. Other moles are different. From Yi Chen, the bottom-ranked, Crossing Tribulation Celestial Venerable, to Yu Zian, the mid-level contestant Realm of Heavenly Dao Reincarnation, and even Chen Fusheng, the high-level member. Escaped Salted Fish Rice. These three basically represent 3 tiers of the group from low to high. Even if the Big Silly Dragon carefully broke down the plan, as long as the tasks received by the 3 were pieced together, the whole thing could be deduced from the logic. EA Sauerkraut Fish, Supreme Peak Number 1. Chen Fusheng, Peak 12th, Runaway Salted Fish Rice. Your real mission is to cooperate with Jiang Yu, Peak 9th, Strongest Commentator, and Chu Yunjin. Peak 10th, 8 Kidneys Super Strong, to conquer Demon Extermination Trial Ground No. 8. With all functional buffs active, ensure that Demon Extermination Trial Ground No. 8 operates at full capacity for 150 minutes. GA Sauerkraut Fish, Yu Zian, Peak 18 Realm of Heavenly Reincarnation. Your real task is to lead Ji Fengsing. Peak 19, God has been here. And Pei Yan Q. Peak 20, now it's hard to say goodbye. To conquer the Exorcism Dungeon 7, the Dream Realm. With the infinite buffs from the Fate Master's passive skill, ensure the Dream Realm operates at full capacity for 150 minutes. Kie Sauerkraut Fish. Yi Chen. Peak 30, Tribulation Transcending. Celestial Venerable. Your real task is to cooperate with Simuli, Peak 28, Mu Hangxi, and Zhu Wuji. Peak 29, Male God GGG Explosion, to conquer the Exorcism Dungeon 25, the Sun-Slaying Secret Realm. And ensure that the Sun-Slaying Secret Realm operates at full capacity for 150 minutes, under the unlimited buffs of the Fate-Bearing passive. It seems the big silly dragon's real plan is to form a 3-person team and concentrate their efforts on conquering some of the exorcism and exorcism dungeons in the demon-slaying trials, excluding Han Qiangsu and Su Jingong, who were excluded. There are only 10 members above the celestial immortal level in the group. Big Fool Dragon has to manage everything, so only 9 can move, which means they can only conquer 3 demon extermination trials. There are 18 half-step celestial immortals and true immortals left, so they can only take 6 exorcism dungeons. Big silly dragon, are you trying to cut off your tail to survive? Hey, you're dreaming. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand to unleash a total of 49 Chaos Pearls, which were instantly teleported to the Azure Cloud Continent through the clone's anchor. Point. Xu Jingong, who was secretly observing from the side, was completely stunned. If others don't know, how could he not know? 1 Chaos Pearl is equivalent to one of Senior Yi's clones. Don't underestimate the strength of a single clone, which is only at the early stage of true immortal. Once the 3 clones are merged and sublimated, their strength can instantly soar to the mid to late stage of celestial immortal. If it were the fusion of 9 clones, then it would have already surpassed his late stage, Xuanxian realm, reaching a level that was difficult for him to comprehend. This time, Senior Chen sent out 49 clones. Give up, you noob, you can't beat them. Upon thinking of Caillou quickly sent a secret message. Old Xu, has Chen Yi made any unusual moves? Xu Jingong immediately looked up and questioned Chen Yi. After receiving confirmation, she replied with relief. He sent out an avatar. Its whereabouts are unknown, but I guess it should be in Han Qiangsu's world. Good brother, be careful in everything you do. Once I succeed, I will definitely help you escape his control. Little Golden Dragon was very touched. Actually, it didn't really trust Lao Xu. After all, Chen Yi's methods were obvious to all. It was afraid that Lao Xu would not be able to withstand the pressure and would completely side with the other party. Therefore, it secretly used the Hunyuan mark to read Lao Xu's memories. In the end, it turned out that everything old Xu said was true. He wasn't lying to himself. Even at the risk of being punished by Chen Yi, they still wanted to send a message to themselves. I deserve to die. How could I have doubted him? Sigh. It seems there is still trust between people. Old Xu, thank you for your hard work. Once I get out of this mess, I'll definitely take you to new heights. Chen Yi, you believe that? I haven't even used any force yet. Okay, Big Silly Dragon is still the same Big Silly Dragon, with a few changes, but not many, and not worth worrying about at all. Now let's see what Ling Xiao's attitude is. Chen Yi's gaze was deep. While secretly observing Ling Xiao's seemingly indifferent, while on the other side with his clone's clone lurking on the Hunyuan creation disk, he activated Han Qiangsu, a pawn among a group of discarded pieces. Thank you for the special invitation to witness your betrayal. I constantly remind myself not to run away. In the desolate and lonely immortal abode on the high island, Han Qiangxiu sat alone on the immortal vein, her back to all living beings, softly humming a sad tune. You are an inherently evil group owner of Group 108. You deserve to die. It's one thing to steal someone else's account, but why did you have to do it right in front of me? I could only watch helplessly as a group of family and friends fell into the abyss. I couldn't do anything. I felt so useless. La la la. He approached step by step with the invitation in hand. In that meticulously decorated venue, which was clearly meant for me, I was just a guest. Stop singing. If you don't want your whole army to be wiped out, do as I say. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang out, followed by a necklace of 52 chaotic colored beads that appeared out of thin air and spun quietly in midair. Don't ask why only 49 were transmitted, but 52 ended up. Of course, it's because 3 more were lurking beside Han Qiangxiu. Han Qiangxiu was stunned for a moment, and then her fair cheeks instantly turned red. She abruptly stood up, pointed at the Chaos Pearl necklace, hesitated for a long time, and finally only managed to utter one sentence. You're not lying to me. What do you have left that I could lie to? What should I do? After you put on this necklace, you'll no longer be an ordinary celestial being. Everything in the chat group will be arranged by me. If you disobey, this necklace will become a death warrant, causing you unbearable suffering. I heard you. Come on, I'm ready. Click. The words had barely left his mouth. A necklace of 52 colorful beads was immediately placed around Han Qiangxiu's neck. A precious opportunity was once presented to Han Qiangxiu, but she did not cherish it. It's too late to regret it when you've lost everything. Nothing in this world is more painful than this. If she were given another chance, she would definitely choose to cooperate, honestly, instead of being so arrogant as to try to negotiate. Feeling the heavy weight on her neck, Han Qiangxiu took a deep breath and, as instructed, stepped onto the teleportation channel leading to the 11th Demon Extermination Trial Ground. If she could, she would really like to be a proper group member. But she can't. She couldn't just stand by and watch her entire army be wiped out. You can't beat him, you noob! And the reality seemed to be just as she had predicted. As soon as she stepped into the 11th Demon Extermination Trial Ground, she felt the weight on her neck getting lighter and lighter. Looking down, she saw that only 9 of the original 52 chaos-colored beads remained. Han Qiangxiu is here. If I'm not mistaken, the necklace around her neck is where Chen Yi is hiding. I'm sorry, Qiangxiu, but for everyone's safety, you have to be sacrificed. The little golden dragon, who had been secretly controlling everything, had a deep gaze. Immediately sent an abnormal message to the main body of the primordial creation disk. A warning. An anomaly has occurred at Demon Extermination Trial Grounds. No. 11. A third-party force has infiltrated the area. Please investigate. The 2 other major separatist forces on the primordial creation plate instantly revived. Ling Xiao's will emitted a neutral, emotionless fluctuation. Investigate thoroughly. Distracted, Chen Yi feigned anger. What third party? How dare they touch my stuff? Investigate thoroughly. The 2 shareholders reached an agreement, and the system immediately began operating. However, at this moment, as the spirit of the artifact, the little golden dragon directly used its veto power to get involved and fish in troubled waters. Don't misunderstand. I also think that a thorough investigation is indeed necessary, but how should it be conducted? And who should conduct the investigation? Ling Xiao said calmly. Zhou Hua, just say what you want to say. Why are you stammering? Is there something wrong with the detection system? Little Golden Dragon said meaningfully. The detection system is acting strangely. I think there's an evil element among us who has tampered with the system's rules. Distracted and extremely agitated, Chen Yi asked, "What do you mean?" "You suspect I tampered with the detection system?" Little Golden Dragon unceremoniously handed over the knife. "Did I say it was you?" "You jumped out yourself. Aren't you just acting like a guilty conscience?" Fine, fine. You two are in cahoots." "If you're not talking about me, then is it him?" Chen Yi said coldly, his expression turning icy. "Dude, you're really into this, aren't you?" Still acting, Little Golden Dragon stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. "Do you dare say that the anomalies at the 11th Demon Extermination Trial Ground have nothing to do with You've controlled Han Qiangxiu, who's at her peak, haven't you? Where's the evidence?" "What are you talking about if you have no evidence?" Chen Yi said confidently, though he was actually observing Ling Xiao's attitude. This guy is really acting strangely. According to past practice, shouldn't he come over and attack me as soon as Little Golden Dragon stirs up trouble? Seeing the two of them locked in a fierce confrontation, Ling Xiao inexplicably felt like laughing. How interesting! These two little devils who were originally in cahoots have now become enemies. Oh God, you've really improved. You've even learned to use someone else's strength against them, but unfortunately, I don't want to deal with it. Whatever, you guys fight it out. Anyway, Wuji is still chasing me. I'm going to sleep. The next second, Ling Xiao's will suddenly malfunctioned. After a violent tremor, it transformed back into an imprint and lay peacefully back on the primordial creation plate, and all returned to calm. Little Golden Dragon. It paused for a moment, then suddenly shivered. This isn't right, is it? You didn't get attacked by Wuji, did you? No. Ling Xiao, if you don't join the fray, how am I supposed to deal with Chen Yi? Never mind, the arrow is already on the bowstring, and it has to be released. Ling Xiao is useless, so I'll strike first. Unlike Xiao Jinlong, who made a desperate gamble in a panic, Chen Yi's mood suddenly became serious. Although Ling Xiao's will looks like its original form was suddenly stopped and disconnected, but Chen Yi believes he was just acting. You might fool that big idiot dragon, but you can't fool me. I don't believe you. Chen Yi always tends to assume the worst about his enemies. Regardless of whether they actually have any schemes or tricks, he will assume they do and prepare accordingly. Even if they are useless, he can deal with them with absolute certainty, which means he will fight a battle he is sure to win. Therefore, there must be a scheme behind Ling Xiao's sudden change. So what exactly does he want to achieve? Before he could think it through, the little golden dragon suddenly launched its final attack. Buzzing! The primordial creation disk suddenly trembled, and cracks began to spread like a spider web at the same time. The group of members who worked hard in various demon-slaying trials and exorcism dungeons also played their due role. Because it was running at full capacity, the coupling between the demon extermination trial grounds and the exorcism dungeon and the fiber optic network became loose. As the spirit of the primordial creation disk, Little Golden Dragon easily grafted the transmission fiber optic cable onto the area under its control. Immediately afterwards, click! With a cracking sound, the Little Golden Dragon ruthlessly split 1/5 of the primordial creation disk, then rolled it up and ran away, disrupting the entire alternate dimension, erasing all traces and disappearing into the unknown. This wave took away 3 demon-slaying trial grounds, 6 exorcism dungeons, and more than 20 chat groups, but dared not touch the resource treasure vault. Ling Xiao remained unmoved, as if Wu Ji had really come to check his water meter, and was in the midst of passionate lovemaking, unable to care about anything else. Chen Yi did not stop it. Although he could hold down the great fool dragon, the current treacherous situation was no longer suitable for binding the great fool dragon to the primordial creation disk to maintain a three-way balance. Letting it break away and be independent would be more advantageous. Anyway, the Chaos Pearls have already been evenly distributed to each member of the group. The big silly dragon is all alone. When it can't make a living anymore, it will naturally shamelessly come back to me. Ha ha ha. I laugh at Chen Yi for his lack of wisdom and Ling Xiao for his lack of strategy, allowing me to manipulate them at will and escape unscathed. Ha ha ha, that's awesome! Having been forcibly given 1/5 of the family fortune, little golden dragon finally stopped suppressing his emotions and burst into laughter. It was incredibly difficult. It had almost scratched its dragon horns off before coming up with such a perfect plan, but it never expected that Ling Xiao would act unpredictably and completely disrupt the entire situation. I thought this time I was definitely going to fail and get scolded by Chen Yi. Unexpectedly, Chen Yi was also a fraud. He seemed completely unaware of my scheme, and in the end, through his desperate gamble, actually managed to turn the tide. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. I thought I had overestimated you enough, but I was wrong. You're no match for me, Chen Yi. Today is a good day. All my wishes will come true. Overwhelmed with emotion, the little golden dragon coiled around the remaining fifths of the primordial creation disk, twisting its body, rolling and crawling in the shadows. In fact, Chen Yi didn't know why it was so happy. The entire Hunyuan creation plate should have belonged to it, but now only 1/5 remains. It's incomplete and incomplete. It's become useless, yet it's still so happy. Is your brain not working properly? You're happy, aren't you? Then I'll make things a little difficult for you. With a thought, Chen Yi immediately logged into the Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable account. Big Fool Dragon split the chat group, gaining absolute autonomy, but also having to bear the profits and losses on his own, because he no longer had the Ling Xiao treasure vault to back him up. A loving and caring family, formerly the 6th mutual aid group for transmigrators across the myriad realms, a Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable, Peak 30 Yi Chen. Sir, we've rebelled. But why can't I climb the peak ranking anymore? And that daily reward of 10,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Does that mean I can't claim it anymore? The single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and all the group members who were in the middle of their excitement suddenly fell silent. Yes, rebelling may feel good for a while, but if you actually succeed and become a rebel, how will you get military pay from the court? Although I have accumulated a considerable amount of savings over the years, without a stable source of income, there will eventually come a day when my savings will run out. Moreover, the cheap and affordable multiverse mall is no longer usable. Not only are all the points I've accumulated over the years wasted, but more importantly, where will I find those scarce auxiliary cultivation resources in the future? In the path of cultivation, resources are king. Immortal essence stones are the foundation, but a house cannot have only a foundation. Without various materials for decoration, it is just a square box, much like a bear tomb. Are we supposed to have everyone find their own cultivation resources? Stop kidding me. There are no weaklings in this group. They are all at least true immortals. The lower realm is barren, so even if they wanted to search, they would have nowhere to go. Thinking of this, Everyone suddenly felt uncertain and a little panicked. A male god GG, peak 29 Zhuwuji. Uncle Lao, you know me, I can't stay still. I always find something to do. What do you think we should do next? Go to the immortal realm. Eta god was here, peak 19th era burning star. Actually, when prisoner was preparing to start his uprising, I already stocked up on goods from the Myriad Realms Mall. Unfortunately, the daily stock was limited, and everyone was shameless and ruthless, secretly buying everything without saying a word. I didn't manage to stock up on much at all. At this moment, parting is difficult. Peak 20 Pei Yantiu. Although I have some provisions, I'm still uncertain and a little panicked. The realm of Heavenly Cycle, peak 18 Uzian. Can a living person die from holding their pee? Hey, we're riding high right now. Should we just attack the immortal realm? Little golden dragon. This is getting more and more outrageous. They're even attacking the immortal realm? Are you looking for death? The effects of Ling Xiao's sudden illness haven't worn off yet, and Wuji probably wouldn't be surprised if we went up there to deliver him. Below the immortal realm, the myriad realms are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. If they hide, he won't be able to find them. If they dare to show their faces, they'll be instantly killed. However, it is indeed time to seek a stable source of income. Although he has embezzled a lot of resources from the Lingxiao treasury through special channels over the years, he cannot keep sitting around and spending all his wealth. At most, it will be exhausted in 100 years. Besides the group that eats the most, there are 23 other chat groups to nurture. They're all promising talents, too difficult to abandon. Sigh, when I wasn't in charge, with Lingxiao's epoch treasury as a safety net, even after 10,000 years, less than a billionth of it had been depleted. I could be as greedy as I wanted without any consequences. Thinking back, those were truly carefree times. Going it alone now brings freedom, but without a sufficient supply of provisions, it's truly difficult to sustain. But the group owner has removed Miss Han from Takashima from the loving family. Yet the group owner has removed Miss Han of Takashima from Mutual Aid Group for transmigrators of all realms of Han. Kiangsu still diligently working at the No. 11 Demon Extermination Trial Grounds. Hey, it's not you. Okay. So I've become a lonely ghost that nobody wants, right? You just wait, you slut. Lord Chen Yi, please help me. AA Sauerkraut Fish. Group owner, Zhao Huazhen. The mission is accomplished. There's no need for the mole to stay at home anymore. I think everyone probably guessed it already, right? The realm of heavenly cycle. Peak 18 Yuzian. Farewell, Sister Kiangsu. The escaped salted fish rice. Peak 12 dust floating life. Although I've now actually become peak 11, I'm not happy at all. I feel a bit sad. The Murongdugu, peak 6th Murongdugu. Could you please hide the suffix of my real name? Everyone else uses their screen names, but I'm using my real name. It's a little embarrassing. The ancestor station, peak 3rd Xu Jingong. What are you babbling about? I can tell you, Han Kiangsu is fine. She just had no choice in the matter. The little brat, who never gets fat. The noble second-rank peak, Shen Lingxi. Sigh, it's all about timing and fate. But at least it's good to know that Kiangsu is still alive. I hope she's not being bullied over there. The Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable. Peak 30, Yi Chen. Sister Kiangsu's helpless departure is regrettable, but Lao Da's change of topic is even more unsettling. Lao Da, where should we go from here? I'm so panicked. EA Sauerkraut Fish, group owner Zhao Huazhen. Look, you're in such a hurry again. Do you think my plan is that simple? Daily rewards will continue, but we do need to find a stable source of income. I have a path in the immortal realm. It's risky, but the profits are very high. Primordial Heavenly Brush. Peak 7th. Divination Advancement. Hey, is this stable? Last time, the Immortal Realm trial section was launched to all servers before the closed beta was even finished, and so many group members died. Escaped salted fish rice. Peak 12. Dust floating. Life. Indeed. Thankfully, I was only made to lead the team to dawdle outside the Immortal Realm, and not to go straight in. Otherwise, I would have suffered terribly. The realm of heavenly cycle. Peak 18 UZN. That's right. A transcending tribulation, celestial venerable. Peak 30 Yuchen. To be honest, I felt very uneasy at the time. My intuition was screaming warnings. It definitely wasn't what Brother Taichu Tianbi said about the longevity thought spying. The male god Gigi explodes. Peak 29 Zhu Wuji. Old Yi is fine, everyone knows that. He also passed the tribulation to become an immortal, and his intuition is exceptionally sensitive, like sensitive skin. He trembles violently at the slightest movement. The actual account. Owner. What are the disadvantages of sensitive skin? Unlike you, you're all so slow-witted, you're trapped in a mess, and don't even realize it. I'll throw first and enjoy the benefits. You guys who throw later will get beaten. EA Sauerkraut Fish. Group Owner, Zhao Huazhen. I know you're all anxious, but please be patient during this difficult period. Let me also consider the matter of opening the immortal path. Once the risks are minimized, I will definitely lead everyone there to gather resources. After sending this message, Little Golden Dragon's profile picture went dark. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yi's 3-star Chaos avatar, which had been secretly following, saw it using its dragon body to wrap around the fragments of the primordial creation disk, beginning to twist, twitch, and crawl. In the shadows, the celestial realm. Inside the Wuji Palace. Wuji, who had trapped the old Ling Xiao deep within the river of time, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing intently at the heavenly mirror, where countless scenes from the lower realms flashed. Rapidly. Finally, the image stopped on an unusual void vortex. Wuji's gaze sharpened, and with a slight flick of his finger, his vision instantly penetrated into the void vortex. The next second, a small golden dragon, writhing and twitching, crawling in the shadows and carrying fragments of the primordial creation disk, suddenly appeared on the mirror. This is Ling Xiao's Dao-proving treasure, the primordial creation disk. Why did it break? And what was that dragon anyway? With a slight thought, Wuji began to calculate with his fingers. Zhao Huazhen. No, it's the spirit of the primordial creation disk. Ling Xiao, that piece of trash, actually failed to completely annihilate the true spirit of this great Dao treasure. That's not right. Even if the artifact spirit is revived, how could Ling Xiao, with his abilities, allow it to sever the primordial creation disk? There must be some variable involved. Alas, it cannot be calculated. Variables disrupt cause and effect, and the primordial chaos obscures the secrets of heaven. Unless the immortal gate is opened and one descends to the mortal realm in person. But Wuji finally let out a soft sigh, his thick brows furrowed, and a hint of apprehension flashed in his crimson gold pupils. It should be understood that the position of immortal emperor is not something that can be attained through cultivation, but rather a power to control heaven and earth. The one who rules heaven and earth is only human. Therefore, the immortal emperor is absolutely invincible, but it won't do if he's not an immortal emperor. The number of eras that have passed in the immortal realm is impossible to verify. He, Ling Xiao, is not the first immortal emperor, and he will not be the last immortal emperor either. After all, when Ling Xiao was still in power, he failed to find the existence of this variable, so he was overthrown from his position, lost his status, no longer controlled the world, and his invincible golden body was broken. He fell from the high and mighty immortal emperor to a normal Daorim origin realm, which gave him the possibility of defeating him. Unfortunately, because he reigned for 9 epochs, his Taoist aura and traces covered all the heavens and myriad realms, causing the thoughts and wills of all living beings to unconsciously follow his will. His foundation and residual power were too strong, and he himself had not yet firmly established himself as the immortal emperor, which is why he escaped from the brink of death. Similarly, I might end up like Ling Xiao because of some unforeseen variable. Therefore, when he ascended to the position of immortal emperor, his aura reached its peak, and his will was at its strongest. He resolutely began to calculate his final destiny. Although a lot of useless work was done, crucial omens were gained. He is destined to face a calamity, and this variable will come from the lower realm. Unfortunately, the root cause of variables is difficult to trace, and naturally, it is impossible to eliminate them in advance. We can only take precautions to prevent them from happening in the first place. Therefore, the first immortal emperor decree of Wuji was to strengthen the heavenly Tao's immortal ascension tribulation and stifle all lower realm cultivators who attempted to ascend. This action was not only to eliminate the influence of Ling Xiao's will on all living beings in the heavens and myriad realms, but also for his own safety. Once I break through to the Chaos Dominator realm, which transcends all known laws and transcends all dimensions of time and space, then the concepts of immortal emperor, variable, and constant will all become meaningless. At that time he will define everything, and even rewrite the definition of existence itself. Therefore, before he succeeds, the immortal gate cannot be opened, and he must not get involved with any karma in the lower realm. Otherwise, if he gets entangled with that damned variable, he will surely repeat Ling Xiao's fate. Although the lower realm is forbidden, if we leave Ling Xiao's backup plans, they are unattended. Sooner or later that unknown variable will exploit the loopholes. It's better to guide than to block. This little golden dragon spirit can be put to use. You want to come to the immortal realm, right? Then come on. The words had barely left his mouth. With a wave of his hand, the immortal emperor Wuji severed a corner of the immortal realm, isolating it from the outside world, before guiding the little golden dragon inside. This route has a 60% chance of being discovered. It's not a good idea. This route? Holy crap. The chance of being discovered is 98%. What's the difference between this and going straight to your death? This is no good. This one. No. This won't work. That won't work. Ling Xiao, why the hell did you suddenly fall ill? I'm so angry. And Wuji, why are you being so sensitive? I'm so angry. The little golden dragon exhaled fragrant breaths, its graceful body twisting and turning, constantly rubbing against the fragments of the primordial creation disk, crawling in the shadows. Huh? This route doesn't seem to have any risks. I'm not sure. Let me check again. Hiss, it's not entirely risk-free. There's still a 0.1% chance of being discovered. But this area, I remember it wasn't bad, so why didn't Wuji pay attention to it? Oh, I remember now, this is Wuji Lading's hiding place, his absolute lair, so there's no need to guard against it. Haha, so it was all hidden under the lamp. Old Deng Wuji, you will pay the price for your arrogance. I, Zhao Huazhen, may very well become a great general. The immortal emperors take turns sitting, so why can't I sit? Forget it, I won't dream of something impossible. I'd better just honestly and quietly develop myself to the great Luo realm and try to get Wu Ji to give me a formal identity. I really don't want to hide anymore. I long to roam openly in the vast ocean of celestial laws, to roll freely in the 33 layers of clouds, and to stop living this precarious life. Ling Xiao, I'm sorry, but I have a life to spare. Let me use your life as a pledge of loyalty. Suddenly, the little golden dragon's confused mind became clear. That's when the thought of surrender arose, and suddenly the world seemed so vast. Seeing this, Wu Ji smiled with satisfaction. Guiding a misguided spirit dragon to its right path is an incredibly simple task for a celestial emperor. Ling Xiao, are you hiding well? I'm going in. A loving and caring family, formerly the 6th Mutual Aid Group for Transmigrators across the myriad realms. EA Sauerkraut Fish. Group owner, Zhao Huazhen. At all members, brothers. Sisters, I know a shortcut to the immortal realm. It's basically risk-free and very profitable. Anyone interested in trying their luck, sign up! The sudden announcement caused a sharp silence in the group chat. Wait. No, they said they would think it over carefully, but it's only been a short time. Approximately 150 minutes. Has this really been considered? A primordial heavenly brush. Peak 6th, divination advancement. Boss, be careful. Please think it over carefully and do not act rashly. The Murong Dugu. Peak 7th, Murong Dugu? Wait, the power rankings were just updated. When was it updated? I've been surpassed. A primordial heavenly brush. Peak 6th, divination advancement. Hee. So what if I surpassed you? Call me 6th brother. Either down on his luck, Lord of Luochuan City, Peak 8th, Su Li. Damn it, I'm still 8th. The strongest commentator, Peak 9th, Jiang Yu. Don't go off topic. The current topic is the little-known path the boss mentioned. Is this path really reliable? I ate giant kidneys. Peak 10th, Chu Yin Jin. As expected of the boss, the timing was spot on. He said to think it would take at least 2.5 years, but he finished in 2.5 hours. Regardless of whether it was stable or not, it was incredibly fast. As Shanghai, Peak 21, Meng Yuan. I disagree. Personally, I think Kun-style boxing should be used in conjunction with basketball fire. It can easily affect the suspenders of your pants. When you jump up, you'll hear chicken feet in an instant. Expand for details at this moment. Parting is difficult. Peak 20, Pei Yan Q. Dude, are you really talking nonsense? Audier God was here. Peak 19, G Fencing. Those who understand this have everything they need for their lifetime. Other realm of heavenly cycle. Peak 18, Uzian. Don't interrupt, I just want to ask one question. Do you all really not want to go to the immortal realm? Yi Qianling Yidian, Peak 4th, Mokian. General, please take this side path. It escaped salted fish rice. Peak 12, Dust Floating Life. A man dies with his mouth to the sky, or lives 1,000 years. I want to sign up. A male god GG explodes. Peak 29, Shuwuji. Me too. Emu Hangxi. Peak 28, Simuli. Oh dear, I'm definitely not good enough. My stomach hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Bursts into tears, Jai PG. Building Materials Sister Wang. Peak 16, Wang Shulian. Mu Li, are you on your period? Why don't I come keep you company? What if you, a weak woman, encounter danger in this cruel world? Dust and Dream. Peak 20, Pei Yan Q. Wait, I'm already in the late true immortal stage. Do I still have relatives? I haven't read many books. Don't try to fool me. It's it's the imperial uncle. Peak 25, Liu Xuandi. Oh? So Sister Wang's name is Xulian. No wonder she's always refused to use her real name. This reminds me of that time running under the setting sun. Julian, where have you been? At Xiao Yu, peak 15, he sheon. A fleeting glimpse, JPJ, at Xiao Yu, peak 15, he sheon. Xu Lian, look at my name. Hammer is itching to strike. PJ, Wang Shulian, Sister Wang, from Aya Building Materials. Peak 16. I really want to beat you all to death. By book Zero Realm Loves Lolita. Peak 13. Li Mengbing. Yes, this tastes just right, Julian. What have you been doing? Did you go to Shijiji Commune to get a trendy hairstyle from Hu Delu? Yerk Xiao Yu? Peak 15, He Shaon. You're going to get that ball-shaped head. I really want to beat you to death. Aya Building Materials Sister Wang. Peak 16, Wang Shulian. Tui, is that funny? You bastards. De Murong Dugu. Peak 7th, Murong Dugu. Ha ha ha. The group chat was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. The neglected little golden dragon awkwardly tugged at its corner. Hey no, you're the ones who were clamoring to go to the immortal realm to make money. And now I've finally found a way to smuggle myself in. But only 2 or 3 people have signed up, and not a single one has made it into the first 11. Okay, you guys are great at joking around, but when it comes to serious matters, you all step aside. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao's will has been separated from the primordial imprint, and now you will be under my control. I really have control over you all. EA Sauerkraut Fish, Group Owner Zhao Huazhen, at the little brat who never gets fat, at Qianling Yidian, at Hasi Niemiku, at Taichu Tianbi, at Murong Dugu, at the fallen city lord of Luochuan, at the strongest. Commentator at 8 Kidneys Giant, at escaped salty fish rice, except for Su Jingong. All celestial immortals will participate in this operation. Other group members can choose whether to sign up. This is an order, not a notification. Adi the little brat who never gains weight. Peak 2 Shen Lingsi. Sir, I am a mystic immortal. TAA Sauerkraut Fish, Group Owner Zhao Huazhen. Please address me as Group Owner, otherwise you'll be subject to group rules. Di the little brat who never gets fat. Peak 2 Shen Lingsi. Yes, Group Owner, as you command, Group Owner. The Ancestortation, Peak 3rd, Xu. Jingong, why is Caillou so angry today?
Garlic bird, don't be angry, we're all family, we can talk things over. Ye Sauerkraut Fish, Group Owner, Zhao Huazhen. Just do what I tell you to do, stop talking nonsense. Either. Group Owner has banned Ancestortation from speaking. Xu Jingong? Something's wrong with Caillou today. It never used to ban group members without reason. Back then, when I was acting crazy and venting all my negative energy in the group, nothing happened. Moreover, its attitude is wrong. Based on my understanding of it, it seems aloof and doesn't reply, but actually it doesn't know what to say, so it secretly lurks and spies. It respects the opinions of every group member and never domineeringly gives orders directly. Why is everything so unusual today? Senor, the fish is acting strangely. I suspect it's been possessed by something unclean. Please be careful. Others might not know, but how could he, who had always been by Chen Yi's side, not know? Caillou only kicked out Han Qiangxiu, the mole, but actually kept other moles in the house. He just didn't know who the ghost was. No need for further words. Chen Yi waved his hand, his expression quite solemn. Even Su Jingong could sense that something was wrong with the little golden dragon, so how could he not feel anything? You should know that he had a 4-star chaos avatar, following the little golden dragon, so its every move was under his supervision. But strangely, nothing seemed amiss. The little golden dragon seemed to have suddenly changed its gender.
After twisting, twitching, and crawling in the shadows for a while, it transformed from a kind and tolerant, honest man into a domineering and tyrannical overlord. Is that correct? Cognition and thinking can be changed after birth, but one's true nature and character are innate and cannot be overturned without going through countless lifetimes. Although little golden dragon had died once and learned a lesson, his nature remained the same and he hadn't changed much. Especially recently, it has not experienced any major setbacks and has even achieved great success. How could one change their nature so easily? Something's not right. It's definitely not right at all. It must be, as Xu Jingong said, entangled with some kind of filth that it itself was unaware of. In some unknown ancient history, the woodcutter Ling Xiao lived to be 98 years old and finally died of old age. He was buried in a grand and auspicious place on the Green Mountain by his filial sons and grandsons. To fulfill one's destiny in this life, one turns into withered bones, enduring the changing seasons, ultimately becoming nothing more than a handful of yellow earth. What's astonishing is that, despite being just an ordinary mortal, his body remained incorrupt for 20 years after his death. In fact, he seemed to grow younger. The bluish-gray lividity slowly faded, his silver hair turned completely black, and his withered, wrinkled skin was smoothed out as if ironed, even developing an eerie, baby-like pinkish-red hue. Phew! The lifeless corpse, inside the coffin, suddenly exhaled a breath of foul air. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of golden light quietly shot out, instantly sealing the entire coffin. Immediately afterward, he stopped acting and simply raised his hand, causing a light screen to appear on top of the coffin lid. Soon, the screen displayed an image, which was a small golden dragon writhing, twitching, and crawling in a dark shadow, accompanied by a group of chat messages. With just one glance, he could tell that Wu Ji had gotten involved. Heh, you really dare to come. This trash that even the immortal sects dare not open their doors to. Can you scratch the sore spot with a mere scratch? Even Lao Tzu, who controlled 9 eras of heaven and earth, couldn't overcome the variables. What makes you think you can defy fate? Now that I'm entangled in unforeseen circumstances, you won't have it easy either. Ling Xiao's gaze turned gloomy. With a thought, he transcended countless years and instantly activated the incomplete will imprint on the primordial creation disk. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the heaven and earth limitless seal, which sealed 1/3 of the primordial creation disk, suddenly began to tremble. Holy crap, Yi is shocked. Why is this seal suddenly about to collapse? I only secretly used some high-end drugs, and it didn't damage my health. So why did I suddenly break down? What is Ling Xiao up to? Is he no longer capable? Wrong! He was the one who deliberately withdrew his force. What's the meaning? Chen Yi's super brain began to work at full speed. First, Xiao suddenly became unruly. Then the little golden dragon was possessed by something evil. And now Ling Xiao is doing something outrageous again. So, is he trying to send me some kind of message? Could it be that Wu Ji came down to investigate? How dare Ling Xiao? Isn't he afraid that Wu Ji will have something on him? Oh no, I've been caught in the heavenly trap. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's pupils contracted slightly. Seeing the heaven and earth limitless Qiankun seal on the primordial creation plate still collapsing, he could no longer pretend. He diverted his attention and directly elbowed Ling Xiao's will. If you're going to risk your life, don't take me with you. Goodbye! Without any hesitation, he abruptly withdrew before Ling Xiao could completely throw the primordial creation disk at him. He's serious about running away. If he wants to leave, No one can stop him. He even had the spare capacity to casually take over a few demon-slaying trial grounds, exorcism dungeons, and about 30 chat groups. Similarly, he didn't dare touch the Ling Xiao treasure vault. After all, that thing was a hot potato, and whoever took it would suffer. Speaking of which, I learned this trick from the big silly dragon. If it hadn't acted recklessly and exposed its fatal flaw, I really wouldn't have been able to deal with the tough nut of the primordial creation disc. Ling Xiao was a little confused at the time. That little monster was incredibly fast and slippery like an eel. I tried to stop it, but ultimately it was too late, and I could only watch helplessly as it disappeared completely before my eyes. After a moment of silence, the imprint of will condensed into the Ling Xiao Dharma image, calmly gazing at the disintegrating heaven and earth limitless Qiankun seal on the Hunyuan creation plate. This little pervert reacts pretty quickly. He's definitely smarter than Wu, but that's all there is to it. Cutting off your tail to survive is useless. As long as one part of your spirit remains under the heaven and earth limitless seal, you can't escape. Wuji, I hope you like this big gift I gave you. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's Dharma form suddenly trembled, looking incredulously at the void imprinted on the boundless universe. How is this possible? What about that perverted distraction? When did it silently take away such a large piece of my primordial creation disc? How did it do that? How could it possibly do that in front of me? They even digested 30% of the limitless Tao mark right under my nose? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ling Xiao was completely bewildered. Without this little monster, how can he fight against Wuji? Wuji fears variables, but he's not afraid of him at all. Oh no, I underestimated this little monster's abilities. It's not only smarter than Wu, but also more troublesome and thoroughly monstrous. This is truly a case of not eliminating an internal traitor, but attracting a formidable enemy. The situation is completely out of control. Wu, I'm done playing. I'm leaving. After all, he was a man who had been an immortal emperor. He quickly regained his composure, directly activated the primordial creation disc, which was now only half full, threw out the limitless Tao mark that had been released from suppression, and then concealed himself after eliminating all traces. The primordial creation disc is a great Tao treasure, even if it is incomplete. Although the spirit of the artifact can develop all its functions, it is limited by itself and cannot unleash its true power. Only Ling Xiao, who has been played with for many years, can bring the Hunyuan creation disc to its climax. If he hadn't carelessly delivered the artifact spirit along with 1/5 of the fragment to Wuji, Wuji wouldn't have been able to find him, no matter what he did. Unfortunately, he has already discovered and influenced the spirit of the artifact. Given some time to familiarize himself with it, it's only a matter of time before it finds him. But before that, he had to find trouble with the little pervert. Only by getting the other third of the fragments and piecing them together could he lock onto the last 50% of the remaining pieces in his hand and finally find himself. Only when the little monster can't hold on any longer will he admit defeat, hand over the treasure vault, sever his own original Tao foundation, and exchange it for a sliver of life. So, you little pervert, you must withstand the pressure. Wuji doesn't dare to open the immortal gate and descend to the mortal realm, so go head-to-head with him. Don't lose face. You idiot Ling Xiao, why are you risking your life for no reason? Chen Yi was somewhat exasperated. We've really lost a lot of money this time. They could have quietly taken over all the chat groups, but in the end they only managed to get 36.
Moreover, Little Golden Dragon, the preparatory ascension envoy of the Ziwei Immortal Realm, has also been lost. Without Little Golden Dragon, a master of micromanagement, who is capable of presiding over the ascension of all the myriad realms to the Ziwei Immortal Realm. Although Chen Yi could barely hold on, he couldn't keep doing it forever. Damn it, you idiot Ling Xiao. Well... Senior, you seem a bit angry, but I have something quite important to say, and I'm not sure if I should. At this moment, Xu Jinghong, who was holding the statue of Xiuji, suddenly hesitated. Spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately suppressed his agitation and calmly said, "Explain." After receiving a nod, Xu Jinghong cautiously said, "Senior, the vegetable fish secretly separated a submark from the primordial imprint in my sea of consciousness to transmit information. I originally thought you knew about it, but you don't seem to have noticed." Chen Yi's furrowed, and his anger surged uncontrollably. What is it trying to do? Senior, please don't get agitated. Xu Jinghong quickly explained, Keiyu said he has a way to help me revive Xiuji, and asked me to find a chance to escape from you. But you know me, I've always stood by your side. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi suddenly paused, forcibly suppressing the nameless anger in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, Was I very agitated just now? Senior, you... Xu Jinghong thought of a possibility, and his expression suddenly became serious. Yes, ever since Caillou's personality suddenly changed, your condition seems to be a bit off as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately fell silent. Really? My own state is not quite right, but it didn't start when I discovered that Suan Caillou's personality had changed drastically, as Xu Jinghong said. Rather, it started when I discovered that the idiot Ling Xiao was risking his life to invite Wu Ji into the game, only to end up shooting himself in the foot. His idiotic actions ruined his plans, so it's understandable that he was angry. But he'd already cursed and taken the money. His anger should have been released. Why does it still linger in his mind, even affecting his calm and composed state of mind? Why has he become so irritable and easily angered? The matter is settled. Logically, even if it's the worst outcome, one should accept it calmly and start thinking about the next step. Why would one keep cursing the idiot Ling Xiao? Aside from venting pent-up anger, this has no value whatsoever. But why can't I vent my anger? This is a question worth considering. Damn, I must have been possessed by something evil too. Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately cleared his mind of all distractions, focused his attention, and began to review the entire situation, trying to find out what was unusual. First of all, although Wu Ji was invited to the event, he has only used some unknown means to influence the big fool dragon so far. I have been maintaining a safe distance and using safety measures. Even if I couldn't defend against his strange methods, I shouldn't have been completely unaware of them. Remember the fastest online novel website, 101. If he were truly that powerful, able to influence one's state of mind silently, how could he have let Ling Xiao escape? It couldn't have been him. I've only ever interacted with Ling Xiao. So what did you do to me, you idiot Ling Xiao? I'm furious right now. Phew, calm down. Anger will only cloud your judgment. Chen Yi, right now you're like a fish caught on a hook. You have to pry it off, or you'll be pulled out of the water sooner or later when you're exhausted. That idiot Ling Xiao first withdrew his power, causing the heaven and earth limitless Qiankun seal to collapse, intending to gain more than half of the control of the primordial creation disk. In the end, he dumped the treasure vault on me and let Wu Ji deal with me. Then I saw through him,
and with a distraction, I elbowed him, making it difficult for his will imprint to gather. Immediately. Then I snatched 3 demon-slaying trial grounds, 6 exorcism dungeon secret realms, and 36 chat groups, and finally made my escape. During this process, that idiot Ling Xiao couldn't do anything to me, so the problem must lie with that split spirit that was suppressed by the heaven and earth limitless seal. It's Wu Ji. It's his power. I absorbed some very high-level Taoist essence. Damn it, Wu Ji is poisonous. With this in mind, Chen Yi did not hesitate at all and immediately severed his connection with that split spirit. Hiss! The loss of 60% of his primordial spirit power, though not damaging to his very essence, would cause him to feel weak and unsteady. Even Chen Yi found it difficult to bear, and his face suddenly paled. "Seigneur, are you all right?" Su Jingong asked with concern. "It's all right." Chen Yi waved his hand, his previously somewhat disordered gaze suddenly becoming clear, and he said very calmly, "Old Su, the situation is complicated right now. I'm going to remove your account from the group. If you have anything else to say, just tell them." Wu Ji's entry into the fray is a done deal. He can no longer act as recklessly as before. Now the primordial creation disk has been divided into 3 parts, with the connection between them severed and each operating independently. If Xu Jingong were left in the group, there is a high probability that Wu Ji would come knocking on their door. For safety's sake, Xu Jingong must leave the group. Xu Jingong was silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. "Seigneur, will we be enemies the next time we meet?" Chen Yi's gaze was complicated. "Perhaps. I understand." Xu Jingong was slightly dejected, but since he had chosen this path, he could only see it through to the end. "I'm sorry, brothers and sisters, but for Xushi's sake, I had no other choice." Ya loving and caring family, formerly the 6th mutual aid group for transmigrators, across the myriad realms, they the strongest commentator, Peak 9th Jiang Yu. Family, our boss acted so fast this time. Only 2.5 hours left before we head to the immortal realm. I'm a little nervous. Let me eat a chicken leg to calm my nerves. Primordial heavenly brush. Peak 6th divination advancement. You've been transmigrated for so long, are you still criticizing him? I.e. the strongest commentator. 9th at the peak Jiang Yu. I stopped criticizing a long time ago. The down on his luck Lord of Luochuan City, peak 8th Su Li. But they haven't even said who he is yet. The strongest commentator. 9th at the peak Jiang Yu. But I've only ever criticized one person. A Murong Dugu, peak 7th Murong Dugu. That's quite a life. The ancestor Taichen, peak 3rd Xu Jinghong. Brothers and sisters, the road of the martial world is long and arduous. I'm tired and can't go on anymore. I'm retiring now, and this retirement will last a lifetime. Yi Qianling Yidian, peak 4th Moqian. Old Xu, what's gotten into you now? The little brat who never gains weight. Peak 2 Shen Lingxi. No! Old Su, don't do this. I don't want to go back and help you suppress your rampage. A Murong Dugu. Peak 7th. Murong Dugu. What is love in this world? It makes people willing to die for each other. Old Shu, you still can't let her go? She wouldn't want you to continue like this, would she? A primordial heavenly brush. Peak 6th divination ascendant. Of the myriad words in the world, only the word love is the most heart-wrenching. Indeed, it was right of me to choose love as my destiny, and I am completely unaffected by the pain of unrequited love. Iyu Zian, peak 18 of the heavenly cycle realm. Sai, brother, you should have said so sooner. T the down on his luck Lord of Luochuan City, peak 8th Su Li. Oh? Gossip? A TDA sauerkraut fish. Group owner Zhao Huazhen. Everyone be quiet. BA sauerkraut fish. Group owner Zhao Huazhen. At Taishan Laozu Laoxu. What do you mean?
Please explain yourself more clearly. Ancestor Taishan, Peak 3rd, Xu Jingong. Lord Kaiyu, I'm so sorry, it's me who betrayed you again. Teruding. Ancestor Taishan account information has been abnormally lost. A notification popped up from the group chat system. The chat history of the 3rd-ranked peak player, Ancestor Stepping Heaven, ends here. The grayed-out avatar will no longer flash, not even a simple greeting. At the same time, 2 new members have joined Group 108. These 2 men are extremely robust. As soon as he entered the group, he immediately jumped to the top 2 of the group's combat power rankings, even surpassing the group owner. TMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me, who was originally in 1st place. Mutual Aid Group for Transmigrators of All Realms, Group 182. The group owner invited Taishan Laozu to join the group chat. The group admin invited Miss Han from Takashima to join the group chat. A group member combat power, ranking updated. Node 11. Ancestor Taishan, formerly Xu Jingong, ranked 2nd on the peak list. Cultivation level. Late stage Xuangxian. Combat power 95 billion. Do you know? 2. The eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima, formerly Han Qiangsu, ranked 11th on the list. Cultivation level. Early stage of Heavenly Immortal. Combat power 21.2 billion. Didn't know. 3. The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Group owner Chen Yi, cultivation. Early true immortal. Combat power 2 billion, even 0.4. Just a little bit of hardship. Administrator. Yuan, cultivation. Half-step true immortal. Combat power 1.999 billion. Did you know? 5. Withered leaves have departed from the wind. Administrator Qinsheng, cultivation. Half-step true immortal. Combat power 1.9 billion. Did you know? 6. The crow takes an airplane. Group member Liu Bo. I details to Di Chenbo, runner-up in the cultivation world. Who is this? Holy crap! The god of light, currently unemployed, Adolphe Enlan. Holy crap! Is this a newbie? The withered leaves have departed from the wind. Qin Sheng. These 2 are senior members of the group. Yet they willingly condescend to join our group. I can only say that you truly deserve to be the group leader, able to invite even such powerful individuals. My admiration for you is as boundless as the Yangtze River and as unstoppable as the Yellow River overflowing its banks. Expand for details. Di Crow on an airplane. Liu Bo. Asheng. Aren't you being a little too obvious about your desire to improve? I want to build a harem. Shen Lang. Senior Gu Yuan is on official business, and Brother Fang Zheng and Chu Nan are helping out and have no time to spare. It's time for someone in the group to step up and take charge. I might just become a great general. The god of light. Currently unemployed, Adolphe Enlan. Absolutely not. After 20 years of honing my skills, I am now a 7th-tier god of light with a combat power of 20 million. It's time for me to take the stage. A Chen Bo, runner-up in the cultivation world. And Lan, my sword has never been weak. The Cold Palace holdout. Liu Rian. Don't be fooled by the 2 newcomers. High combat power. The group leader is still the boss. What does this mean? It means the boss is the true king. Speaking of which, boss, being this empress is really boring. I'm just a tool anyway. Now that I've merged, can you give me some more responsibilities? Humble PG. I don't eat cilantro. Lai Yuan Yuan. When will I be able to show off like you guys? Tired Eyes JPG. This book was first published on 11mm.com
providing you with a reading experience free of errors and disordered chapters. Ancestor-tation, Xujingong. Greetings, fellow friends. A time building infrastructure in another world, Wang Jian. Hello, senior. I'd like to ask, is it really that difficult to break through 10 million combat power by purely training my body? Hiss. This problem, Xujingong gasped. I'm already a Zhuangxian, a high-level immortal. And you're asking me such a basic question. Believe it or not, it really stumped me. However, I can deduce it directly. It's very simple and only takes a moment. With a flick of his wrist, a weightlifting fanatic appeared in the Dao domain universe, attempting various high-difficulty challenges. He soon had his answer. Ancestor-tation, Xujingong. Pure weightlifting can break through 10 million combat power, which is not difficult, but the upper limit is too low. If you just like weightlifting, I suggest combining it with the law of blood and flesh inscription to achieve sainthood through the physical body and reach the other shore. At the very least, it is not impossible to transform one's body into the universe. The old ancestor of heaven shared the document, from weightlifting to physical sainthood, I'm building. Infrastructure in another world, Wang Jian. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I want to build a harem. Shen Lang. Wow, this senior has no airs at all. Shouldn't a powerful figure like you be dignified and unapproachable? At ancestor-tation, Xujingong. Must the strong always feign profundity? Young friend, you're too attached to appearances. I want to build a harem. Shen Lang. Thank you for your guidance, senior. No wonder I've been feeling unsatisfied and slow in my cultivation lately. It turns out I've been suppressing my true nature. I'll go wash my feet now. Do you villain's self-redemption, Zhao Gao? Not a buddy? Is that right? Aren't you just making excuses? Ancestor-tation, Xujingong. Ha ha ha, young friend, you are truly a man of character. Just a little bit of hardship. Gu Yuan. Sorry, I just got away. There's a new member in the group, right? Let me see. With his back to everyone. Mu Chen. Brother Yu Yuan, where are you? Don't run away. I still have a question I want to ask you. With my back to all living beings. Mu Chen. At just a little bit of hardship, and I really don't want to be sacrificed. At fallen genius, 3 brothers, please. Come out and give your little brother some guidance. This workplace is too difficult. They all treat me like a monkey. I don't know how. I really don't know how. A friendly reminder. The 3 group members are busy. Please do not frequently at them. Hey, I'm gonna build a harem. Shen Lang. Yo. Isn't this my brother, Mu? It's only been a short time. You've gotten so tired. Want to come and relax with me by getting a foot massage? With his back to everyone. Mu Chen. Get lost, I'm busy. The cold palace hold out. Wow, everyone's busy building their careers. Senior Gu Yuan, Brother Fang Zhang, Brother Chunan, Brother Mu Chen, Brother Zhao Zhang. Even this newbie Lin Yu is busy. Am I the only one with nothing to do? I don't want to be the empress anymore. Being the empress is meaningless. I want to build my own true. I don't eat cilantro. Lai Yuan. Sister, you're not alone. I'm bored too. When I was weak, they called me a female bodhisattva, but now they call me a peerless enchantress and run away when they see me, as if I would do anything to them. They all act fierce, but they don't dare to fight me. I'm having such a hard time. The villain's self-redemption, Zhao Gao. Being invincible is really lonely. Take me for example, I honed my skills in the exorcism dungeon, and now I can suppress the protagonist Lin Hao with one hand. Even if some powerful figure who randomly adopts a son appears, he'll still be defeated by me.
Moreover, my family, which should have been used as a stepping stone for Lin Hao and destroyed, now depends on me. I feel like I'm about to become the protagonist, Ye Chenbo, runner-up in the cultivation world. Who isn't? Originally, there were a few competitive people in the group forcing me to start studying, but now they've all been pulled away to do other things. There's no one to compete with me, which has left me stuck at the top of the power increase ranking for so long. It's so boring now. The god of light, currently unemployed, Adolphe Lan. Xiaobo, how dare you? Does it have to be Yuan Ji and the others to get what excites you? Can't I have it too? But, yeah, wait. Why don't they care about me? Do I have to lower myself and actively try to get to know these newbies? And Qiangxiu's lips twitched slightly as she felt neglected. She was angry. This isn't directed at the newbies in Group 1-8, but at that despicable group admin. Chen Yi, you're inherently evil. Can't you give me a little way out? And Qiangxiu wanted a way out. Feel sorry. Chen Yi was too busy to even notice her. He simply took her in because she was homeless. At this moment, he was completely focused on polishing the fragments of the primordial creation disk and covered them with a protective cover made of the same material as the shielding cloak. Although it's uncertain whether this will prevent Wu Ji from invading, as long as he doesn't personally descend to the mortal realm, there's absolutely no way that the big fool dragon could sneak up on you without you noticing. The question is, would Wu Ji dare to descend to the mortal realm? There's no point in thinking about this. Instead of gambling on a possibility, it's better to prepare for the worst. First of all, there is no major karmic connection between myself and Wu Ji. Although he cut off my path to immortality, I am magnanimous and do not hold a grudge. As long as he does not relentlessly pursue me like he pursued Ling Xiao, I can give up the Hunyuan creation plate. Secondly, Wu Ji might not be able to find himself. Below the immortal realm, there are countless universes, and with the special contingency measures left by Ling Xiao, finding himself would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Finally, even if the immortal emperor is powerful, if he really discovers me and I still can't defeat him, then I will implement a base swapping tactic. In other words, if he dares to open the gates of immortality and descend to the mortal realm, then I dare to sneak into the mortal realm. When that time comes, the consequences will be enormous. What happened to the immortal emperor? Are immortal emperors necessarily invincible? If Wu Ji could scheme and plot for billions of years to overthrow Ling Xiao, who reigned for 9 great eras, then he, the Lord of Calamity, could also lie dormant in the shadows and one day cause Wu Ji to fall into eternal slumber. Phew, we've done what we could. Hopefully, the worst-case scenario won't happen. Chen Yi slowly let out a long breath. After completely wrapping the fragments of the primordial creation disk with shielding material, he sent a final announcement to the 36 chat groups under his jurisdiction. A system upgrade will soon enter indefinite maintenance. All transmigrators are advised to strengthen their personal protection and await system restart. Good luck. After posting the announcement, Chen Yi shut down the Hunyuan creation disk server without waiting for any reactions from the group members. There's nothing we can do about it. Now that Wu Ji is coming on strong, even Ling Xiao has hidden himself away, so why should I be foolish enough to confront their sharp edge head-on? Naturally, it's best to remain patient and avoid confrontation for now. One must press on with one burst of energy, then weaken with each subsequent push, and exhaust oneself with each subsequent push. Only after his most intense momentum has passed can the chat group be reopened. Remember the fastest online novel website, 1201999.com,
It's just unknown how many unregistered transmigrators will survive without the protection of the chat group. But true gold fears no fire. Whether one is a hero or a coward depends on today. Damn it! Why is the chat group suddenly under maintenance? Time to get out of here. Oh no! I haven't even used my savings yet. How can it be under maintenance without a time limit? Without the multiverse mall, how am I supposed to fight against the demons? This is no good. We can't get any more people. The chance of success is only 98%. What's the difference between this and sending them to their deaths? Ha ha ha. Haven't you heard the saying, heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave. Holy crap. Why is it under maintenance again? Damn it! Rats bro! The transmigrators who were causing trouble in various worlds were thrown into chaos. Having gotten used to relying on chat groups, he now has to rely on himself, which immediately reveals his true level. As the old saying goes, only when the tide goes out do you discover who's been swimming naked. Of course, these situations only happen to new group members. Those who have been in the group for a long time are basically unaffected. Just like the world of China right now, Jiangbei Prefecture. Inside the temple of the 5th rank state lord. Lin Yuyu, wearing a divine crown and holding the heavenly seal of the righteous god, sat majestically on the crimson gold throne, her gaze slightly anxious as she looked down. Brother Yuan, quickly tell Senior Yi to stop playing. The chat group is under maintenance right now, and only he can contact the group owner. Gu Yuan, dressed in the robes of a 6th rank inspector spirit official, waved his hand and said, "Look, you're in such a hurry. Little fish, you need to know that the task the boss gave us is to complete the research. We haven't even finished the task yet, so how can we contact him rashly? It's just chat group maintenance. It's happened before, so there's no need to worry." But Lin Yuyu was still a little unsure. After all, the things those older brothers did were too big, and the heavenly Tao had already taken notice of this place. And her current true strength is only at the 9th rank, but she was forcibly pushed to the 5th rank of true God. This is playing with fire, and it can no longer be hidden. Of course, the chat group was working fine before, even if I didn't have time to use it. At least I could ask for help when I encountered problems that I couldn't solve. But now that the chat group is under maintenance, the research team has become an isolated and helpless force. The higher she climbs, the stronger the wind seems to blow her away at any moment. No buts, Gu Yuan said calmly. Little fish, you are only at the 9th rank now. Seeing the group leader is like a frog in a well looking at the moon. When you truly reach the 5th rank of true God, which is comparable to the integration stage, seeing the group leader will be like a mayfly seeing the blue sky, although the group admin is too busy to deal with us right now. Even a little bit of his residual influence can protect us and keep us safe. Moreover, your Senior Yi is a true immortal. Even if the heavenly Tao of the divine continent truly revives and wants to suppress us, he is not without the power to resist. As they were talking, Fang Zheng, dressed in the robes of a 7th rank military officer, walked in. Brother Yuan Senior, Yi has sent word that the Black Bear demon has rebelled and wants us to go to Hangxi Mountain immediately to take control of that old bastard, Taiji Immortal. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. If we catch this big tiger, we can complete the last piece of the puzzle for our research and summary, and we should be able to hand in a satisfactory report to the boss. Lin Yuyu, sitting on the throne, felt a chill run down her spine. Although Hangxi Mountain is located in Jiangbei Prefecture, it is not under the jurisdiction of Jiangbei,
but is directly under the jurisdiction of Tiangong. Taiji Immortal is the mountain god of Hangxi Mountain, ranking 3rd grade, which means he is a great god who can directly participate in the Heavenly Palace Assembly. Are these things really something that someone with only a 9th rank strength like her can get involved in? Even if she were a genuine 5th rank official, we wouldn't dare touch her. Seniors, please stop this. I'm really scared. Half an hour later. A press conference that shocked the entire nation was held at the Jiangbei Prefecture Military Police Office. Host, Lin Yuyu, the 5th rank deity of Jiangbei Prefecture Speaker, Gu Yuan, 6th rank Inspector Victim, Yi Wuchen, head of the Jiangbei Inspection Team Criminals, Taiji Immortal, former Mountain God of Hangxi Mountain, a 3rd rank celestial deity, Black Bear Spirit, former river god of Lingyuan River, a 5th rank righteous deity. The incensed gods who saw this announcement were all dumbfounded. You mean, a mere 5th rank state deity not only dared to investigate a 3rd rank celestial deity, but even directly arrested and put him on trial? Whose subordinate is this Lin Yuyu? How could he be so brave? Why have I never heard of this before? When did it appear? Buzzing! Not only were the gods of incense offerings shocked, but even the heavenly Tao of the divine land was greatly shaken. When did these extraterrestrial demons infiltrate? They've already seized control of an entire province, and yet he knew absolutely nothing about it. How dare you! The heavenly Tao of China is furious, but he only got angry for a moment. Just as the tribulation clouds gathered to resolve the trouble, 15 chaotic colored beads soared into the sky. With a terrifying aura, the heavenly Tao of the divine continent immediately became docile. Esteemed visitor from another world, may I ask what brings you to our realm? Shenzhou Tihiandao is so sensible that it breaks your heart. He didn't even try to resist. He just sensed the aura emanating from the 15 chaotic colored beads and immediately cowered. Although a single bead is only at the level of a true immortal, his grade can easily suppress it. However, when 15 beads are combined, the quantity creates a qualitative change. Even if he wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, so we definitely need to talk. After all, the other party doesn't seem to have much malicious intent. It's just a matter of giving up some resources and paying compensation. They can just give it to us, right? Buzz, a chaotic colored bead shattered, and Chen Yi's clone manifested. He calmly stared at the sky. Leaving aside what I want to do for now, are you just going to let the gods and deities below embezzle and exploit the people? Is it that you can't control it, or that you don't want to control it? Upon hearing this, the heavenly Tao of Shenzhou was immediately taken aback. Hey, what's it to you? Aren't you being a bit too nosy? What right does a demon from beyond the realm have to point fingers at me? Just because you're strong enough, you think you can make everyone listen to you. Himp, I won't give face to anyone who doesn't like what I say. Dear visitor from another world, first of all, thank you for your attention and feedback on the divine continent. We have always strictly followed relevant regulations and procedures in our work, and we maintain an open and prudent attitude towards all opinions and suggestions. We have a mature and comprehensive system. The heavenly Tao of Shenzhou is somewhat contradictory. It secretly curses vehemently, yet outwardly remains extremely respectful, its responses unusually formal, official, and utterly meaningless, all nonsense. Hearing this, Chen Yi was filled with questions. His lips twitched involuntarily. He conjured a dark halberd in his hand and held it horizontally in front of him, saying unfriendly, "Get to the point. Wow, that's fast." Shenzhou Tiandao immediately explained, "If the water is too clear, there will be no fish.
If we manage them too strictly, they will not work hard. So we can only let them do their own thing. I only care about development. Just say you can't be bothered with it. There's nothing shameful about that. Chen Yi pointed out the problem incisively. Is it because the divine continent has reached a bottleneck in its development, and the incense system is bloated, cumbersome, and unwieldy, which is why you're giving up and slacking off? Shen Zhao Tiandiao remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly. You are right. The development of the incense system has indeed been rapid, but unfortunately, our understanding at the time was insufficient, and we never expected it to lead to this situation today. Chen Yi waved his hand. No need for further explanation. Just tell me how long it has been since you paid attention to the lives of ordinary people. They are the foundation of a towering building. No matter how magnificent and splendid the castle in the air may be, once the foundation is unstable, everything will be in vain. However, the divine continent Heavenly Tao did not answer directly, but instead asked in return, "Esteemed guest, your understanding is excellent. If I am not mistaken, you must want the fundamental laws governing the operation of the incense system for reference, right? I am very happy to give it to you." Chen Yi shook his head slightly. Looks like I've touched a nerve. You can't keep up the act anymore, can you? The heavenly Dao of Shenzhou remained silent, only wanting to get rid of this trouble as soon as possible, and simply copied the original operating principles of the incense system. This is very simple for him, who has a deep foundation, and it's even a bit enjoyable. After all, having been stuck at a bottleneck for many years, the accumulated heavenly Tao essence has already overflowed, so allocating a little bit would actually make things easier. In a normal world, things would be different. Separating the origin of the heavenly Tao would inevitably lead to turmoil in the world and widespread suffering. So eager to send me away? Chen Yi naturally understood that Shen Zhao Tiandao didn't want to air its dirty laundry in public, but since he had already come all this way, how could he just leave like that? You, come down with me and keep an eye on things. Then, based on the opinions of those researchers, revise the fundamental laws. Whether you use them or not is up to you. Anyway, you have to revise the one I need. Finally, send me a few first-grade celestial gods. Having said that, Chen Yi drifted down from the clouds and plunged to the ground. What else can the heavenly Tao of China do? This guy takes bribes and eats, knowing full well that the incense and deity system has flaws, but doesn't want to fix it himself. He insists on fixing it for me, and even wants a few first-rank celestial gods. It has taken the entire divine continent so many years to cultivate 13 first-rank cultivators, and he just casually mentions several? How many are there exactly? Humph. Poor bastards demanding debts, ruthless bandits, robbing people. I'll just pay up to avoid trouble. It must be said that the foundation of the divine continent world is indeed too rich. Although it cannot reach a higher level, it is almost impossible to find an opponent in the true immortal level world. Even the once glorious Qingyun, heavenly Tao, is nothing more than a little brother in front of him. This gave the divine land heavenly Tao immense confidence. As long as it didn't want to fight a war, it could simply cede territory and pay reparations. He has plenty of resources. Jiangbei Prefecture Judicial Office. The courtroom was filled with people, divine messengers from the celestial temples of various states, and even the heavenly palace had come to participate in this trial. In the square outside the courtroom, countless people from the lower classes knelt on the ground, tears welling in their eyes, watching the live projection above the courtroom intently. The main speaker, Gu Yuan, dressed in the robes of a sixth-rank inspector spirit official, cleared his throat
and began to prepare. Greetings to all my dear citizens of Jiangbei, to all the useless divine envoys from various regions. I am pleased that everyone could take time out of their busy schedules to attend this trial. But I do not like the arrogant attitude of the divine messengers. So please have a taste of the knife later, and none of you will be able to escape. Gu Yuan spoke in a serious, official tone, yet his words were extremely arrogant. Upon hearing this, the divine envoys from all realms were immediately enraged. But just as he bared his teeth, crossed his legs, and sat in the victim's seat, Yi Wuchen, the leader of the Jiangbei inspection team, let out a cold snort. Moment. A vast and overwhelming pressure swept across the entire area, causing the divine envoys from various realms to immediately lose their temper, grinning, and their eyes to become much clearer. Hey, it turns out it's a top-tier player playing. That's all. It seems everyone agrees with this plan. After the meeting, don't run away. Gu Yuan uttered chilling words with a straight face, then added with an official, fake smile. All right, I hereby announce the commencement of the trial of the third rank heavenly official, Taiji Immortal, concerning the mountain god of Hangxi. I am the spokesperson for this trial, Gu Yuan, a sixth-rank spiritual official of the Jiangbei Inspectorate. Our Jiangbei inspection team leader, Yi, was kidnapped by the Lingyuan River god Black Bear Spirit, who attempted to kill him in an attempt to intimidate the inspection team from investigating him. Then I have to ask, where does a mountain god of its level get the audacity to kidnap our team leader? Who gave it this courage? This warrants a deeper investigation. The investigation revealed that the mountain god of Hangxi Mountain, Taiji Immortal, had been providing it with a lot of help behind the scenes, to appoint Black Bear Spirit, who is not of the water element, as the river god, who is greedy for incense offerings and oppresses all living beings, is a serious violation of heavenly laws and regulations. What audacity! Next, we would like to invite the former mountain god of Hangxi, the third-rank heavenly official, and the founder of the Hangxi gang in Jiangbei Prefecture, Taiji Immortal, to share his life journey, waiting for you to add a few more strokes, waiting for you to play a few more tunes, waiting for you to return to your hometown, waiting for you to pass the imperial examination. With flying colors, a few strokes on the inkstone, and the partridge cries as the ink falls. As a melodious song rang out, almost all the divine messengers in the judgment hall were momentarily stunned. The lyrics, the melody, they're so evocative, they make my heart itch to listen. Upon hearing this little tune, the Taiji Immortal who had been brought in couldn't help but look with a hint of resentment at Yi Wuchen, who was sitting with his legs crossed on the victim's seat. It was this guy who, carrying a big megaphone and playing this little tune, walked with the wind at his back, barged into my dojo under the guise of being a victim, and got arrested. To be so despicable for someone of such high rank is truly unbelievable. What the hell are you looking at? Yi Wuchen felt offended and pointed at Taiji Immortal arrogantly. The country has its laws, and heaven has its rules. You've broken the law. Do you know that? Not happy. You want to mess with me? Then let's have a one-on-one fight. The Immortal of Tai Chi's lips twitched, his flowing white beard trembled, and finally he obediently sat down on the judge's bench. Facing thousands of burning gazes, he remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled broadly. Ha ha, sitting in this position today is perhaps a punishment from heaven for me. How should I put it? Does such a small clique of celestial officials as the Hangxi gang really exist in our Jiangbei region?
Perhaps it doesn't exist subjectively, but it certainly does exist objectively. For example, if we make a non-water-based person like the black bear spirit a sixth-rank spirit source river god, although it doesn't conform to the heavenly rules, it's because he's the nephew of the day wanderer god. If I help him become the spirit source river god, will my nephew, the day wanderer god, also provide corresponding assistance? If you don't delve into it, this is nothing more than mutual help between friends. But in reality, it has already committed the mistake of protecting each other like immortals. When I was cultivating, my master would occasionally give my senior brother and me 2 taels of silver to go down the mountain and buy a Hanksy double sandwich for 8 coins. It was about the size of a palm and smelled so good. The 4 of us ate it like it was New Year's Day. I still can't forget it. Later, I became the mountain god and received offerings from others. There were thousands of incense sticks on a table for banquets, but I could never find the same delicious taste and feeling as the 8-coin sandwiches from back then. I've gotten to where I am today, it all boils down to one thing: greed. As they were talking, Gu Yuan interrupted him. "Are you lecturing me, you old fool? Bring the original Lingyuan river god, Black Bear Spirit, Mo Xiang, and the Day Wanderer god to their seats." Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. I thought that the limit was that it involved a 3rd-rank celestial god, but I didn't expect that even a 2nd-rank day-roaming god would be captured. How could the small Jiangbei military police office be so brave? Is this trying to rip the sky apart? Even with a newly promoted 1st-rank celestial being in charge, there is still a veteran 1st-rank celestial being standing behind that day's wandering god. They really dare to do that? Looking at the shocked faces in the courtroom, Yi Wuchen and his group couldn't suppress the urge to smile. What wouldn't they dare to do? What happened to the old-school top-tier deity? He's just a late-stage true immortal. Gu Yuan might be a bit short of a half-step true immortal, but Yi Wuchen is not intimidated at all. Although he was only a mid-stage true immortal, he had genuinely cultivated to that level based on his own abilities, making him incredibly powerful. Defeating a delicate, weak, and powerless incense god would be a piece of cake for him. He's only afraid of the largest divine continent, heavenly Tao, behind him. Now that your biggest backer has been subdued by my backer, what can you do? If you're not happy, then keep it to yourself. As long as heaven doesn't intervene, I, Yi Wuchen, can take on all of you by myself. Soon, the original 5th-rank god of Lingyuan River and the original 2nd-rank celestial official, the day-roaming god, were brought up. Judging from their slightly swollen bodies, they must have suffered quite a bit from the memory restoration technique. Their eyes were darting around, indicating that they had already behaved themselves. Only when they sat in the dock did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Confess what needs to be confessed. Repent what needs to be repented. Honesty will be rewarded with leniency. If you resist, you'll probably be taken to the dark room and subjected to further sexual abuse. The lower-ranking and less robust black bear spirit, Mo Xiang, spoke first. I am the river god of Lingyuan. I have been cultivating for only 1,000 years since I was enlightened. I was 1,008 years old that year. I received my appointment 3 days after my birthday. It can be said that at that time, I was the youngest among the 5th-rank gods in the Taiyangbai region. Although my uncle is a day-roaming deity, it is undeniable that the kindness of the Taiji Immortal in helping me is greater than the heavens. As his henchman, how could I not be at the forefront when the inspection team arrived? Initially, we tried to make the inspection team go through the motions by hunting them down and corrupting them.
But we didn't expect this inspection team to be so unusual, so we hoped to use threats and intimidation to make them back down. But I never expected that the head of this inspection team, who was supposed to be a fifth-rank official and supervise me at the same level, would actually have the strength of a first-rank official. I'm convinced, I'm truly convinced. I confess everything. Over the years, I've sold divine positions, traded power, secretly raised spirits, and accepted massive bribes, totaling 152.1 billion sticks of incense offerings, causing the deaths of millions of people at the bottom of society. As it was speaking, it suddenly fell silent. But in less than 3 seconds, it resumed its voice and continued to spill the beans, revealing all the dirty things it had done. Every word is written in blood and tears. Every sentence is piercing to the heart outside the courtroom. Countless onlookers, including not only humans, but also spirits and demons of various races, all knelt down and wept, pleading for their lives. Wow, it's it! My little sister is only 3 years old. Because she was born in a Yang year, Yang month, and Yang hour, she was captured and sacrificed by one of its wolf demons. That year there was a severe drought, and the harvest failed completely. We could have managed to survive on the remaining grain, but the annual sacrifices at Lingyuan River were indispensable. They stole our last bit of food. My family of 8 in the end, only I was left. My eldest sister, eldest son, second son, and all the younger children were gone. Wah, I want them dead! Wah! Just because it loves to eat honey, the mountain god below has been relentlessly exploiting my flower-gathering bee clan. That day, countless members of my clan died of exhaustion right before my eyes. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Your Honor, please execute this official. Your Honor, the upright official. Snap. Chen Yi raised his hand and slapped Tian Qiang, then calmly said, "Look, they dare to do it, but you don't dare to listen. You even want to cover it up. This is just one state. If we look at this small example, what about the 36 states of the world? Buzz, buzz, buzz." The heavens trembled slightly, and the heavenly Tao of Shenzhou said with restraint, "Stop cursing. Stop cursing. It's not that I don't want to change, but reforms are best implemented in the early stages of a nation's establishment. Now, Shenzhou is already deeply rooted, and it's good enough that it can function normally. Rashly taking action will only cause the world to tremble and Shenzhou to sink. So, how do you intend to change the fundamental principles governing this incense-burning system? I only hope that the lessons I've learned can shine brightly in this new world. You should carry my best wishes with you as you move forward." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes were filled with disappointment. You'd rather whitewash the truth than face the bleak reality. You've truly failed as the ruler of heaven. In fact, China is currently on the verge of collapse. I want to fly, but I can't. The gorgeous brocade robe I'm wearing is too heavy. I want to turn back, but it's hard to go back. The road up the mountain is rugged, and the gorgeous brocade robe is too heavy. If I'm not careful, I'll roll straight down the cliff. As for taking off this gorgeous brocade robe, that won't do either. The wind is very strong and it's very cold on the mountaintop. Without clothes, you'll freeze to death in no time. So what to do when you're caught in a dilemma? The choice of the divine continent's heavenly way is to be a coward. As long as you do nothing, you can't go wrong. Silently wrap yourself in your gorgeous clothes, sit alone on the cliff, and endure the biting cold wind. Chen Yi originally thought that he was just sitting there motionless because he had no other choice, but he had clearly expressed that he could help him by building a ladder so that he could safely
come down from the mountaintop and return to a warm and comfortable place. Then he could take off the useless gorgeous robes and go into battle lightly to fight for that hope of taking off. To my surprise, he ignored my outstretched hand, remaining clad in his magnificent robe and refusing to remove it. He even urged me to leave quickly so as not to disturb his cold wind. How could this not disappoint Chen Yi? A sin committed by heaven may be forgiven, but a sin committed by oneself is unforgivable. You can't reason with a damned devil. So, he's not going to try to persuade him anymore. This scoundrel deserves a beating. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. How can we let such a great talent training base in the divine continent be wasted? However, before resorting to force, he still needs to optimize the fundamental laws of the incense and deity system, lest he be unable to resist and choose to give up, forcing me to take matters into my own hands. Thinking of this, Chen Yi sighed softly. Fine, you can handle your family's affairs however you want. I won't interfere anymore. As he spoke, he reached out and took out the research summary that Gu Yuanfang and his team had compiled over the past period. I want the fundamental principles governing the operation of the incense system. Optimize these plans accordingly. If you do it well, I'll leave naturally. If you don't, then keep working on it. Upon hearing this, the divine continent Heavenly Tao immediately began reading the plan, striving to send this calamity-ridden brother-in-law away as soon as possible. Suggestions for optimizing the services offered by the incense-burning system, and measures for establishing a public oversight mechanism. Researcher Gu Yuan measures to upgrade and optimize basic functions of incense offerings and sacred ways. Researcher Fang Zheng analyzing the shortcomings of incense-burning rituals and measures to improve efficiency and maximize benefits. Researcher Xiao Chunan some thoughts on the promotion mechanism of incense gods. Researcher Lin Yuyu suggestions for reforming the practice methods of the incense-based system. Deputy Group Leader Yi Wuchen very well. Very well, you five have completely overturned the tradition of incense and deity worship. I'll remember you. The heavenly Tao of Shen Xiao is a bit numb. The workload is quite large. However, it is the top heavenly Tao in the true immortal world after all. Although it is used to being lazy, it is not weak. It's just changing the operating logic of the rule system. It's not like I'm actually going to cut myself open. It can be done in a few minutes. I'll check it again, and if there are no problems, my brother-in-law, get out of my house. The overall completion of the rules is good, but there is still room for improvement in some aspects. We need to optimize them further. The heavenly Tao of China? Hey, did you even look at it carefully before asking me to optimize it? Isn't this all changed according to the requests of your 5 subordinates? You have a problem with that? AUV, look at what you're saying. I'll optimize it again right away. Several more quarters of an hour passed. The foundation of the laws is not bad, but it is still a bit far from my expectations. The heavenly Tao of China. What exactly is the problem? You can just say it directly. Are you determined to mess with me? I'll just change it. Just as Chen Yi was training the heavenly Tao of the divine land, the trial was also drawing to a close. After confessing all his crimes, the former 5th-rank river god of Lingyuan River's gaze, which had been dim, cleared up, and he said with a very calm expression, I've dreamed of becoming a river god since I was a child. Although I'm not a water-based creature, who says you have to know how to swim to be a river god, prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. Does a bear really have no chance to become a river god? Therefore, in order to realize my dream as soon as possible, I did not choose to accumulate merit, but instead chose to plunder a large
number of rare and precious materials.
With the introduction of my uncle, the Day Wanderer god, I bribed the Taiji immortal, attempting to make rapid progress and become the river god as soon as possible. Gentlemen, I repent.
Please take my case as a warning and do not harbor any illusions.
The net of heaven is vast, and though its meshes are wide, nothing escapes it. Beside it, the second-rank celestial official, the day-roaming god, also smiled bitterly. Sometimes I think, how big? Does a god have to be considered big? If only I had known my place earlier. If it weren't for my old leader's selection of troops back then, I might still be a mountain spirit now. Of course, there's nothing wrong with being a carefree mountain spirit, but being the day-roaming god would be much more liberating for me. Let's end it all here. I made a fundamental mistake. My old boss was unaware of it. I have disgraced him. Snap. In the victim's seat, Chen, the head of the inspection team, suddenly slammed his fist on the table and stood up. You say you didn't know anything, and that's it? Chunan, bring the god of justice up here. Upon hearing this, gasps of astonishment filled the room. The second-rank day wanderer wasn't the limit. There were even more experts. That's the god of justice, one of the leaders of the heavenly palace, ranked 9th among the 13 first-rank individuals. How many more times will this tiny Jiangbei police station shock the gods? Why is the central heavenly palace remaining silent again? Soon, the disheveled god of justice, whose power was suppressed by a star chain shackle, was lifted up by Xiao Chunan like a chick. Why doesn't the heavenly palace speak up? How can we speak if the heavenly palace is gone? Chen is no joke. He's a formidable fighter. As long as Brother Yi helps to withstand the pressure from the heavenly Tao, he alone can overthrow that corrupt heavenly palace. He hacked his way from Hangxi Mountain all the way to Nanxiamen, and then from Nanxiamen all the way to Shenzhou Tianting, taking down 13 first-rank celestial beings without even blinking an eye. He was a victim, afraid of violence, so he could only fight violence with violence. He won the championship in his first participation in the Shenzhou Tianting free fighting competition. Of course, more importantly, Yi needs laborers to go back and develop the Ziwei immortal realm, so how could he not share the burden? Moreover, as a god of wealth who has not yet joined the Ziwei immortal realm, he naturally has to bring some induction gifts. 13. Not one less, one after another, heavyweight figures appeared at the trial. The heavenly Tao of Shenzhou knew that the 13 first-rank heavenly gods could not be saved. This is a major event that will severely damage his profound knowledge and abilities. But as long as these jinxes can be sent away, so be it. He can still handle the losses. Respected visitor from another world, this is the 9th version of the plan. Do you see any areas that need to be changed? The Divine Land Heavenly Tao once again humbly offered incense and the origin of the operating principles of the divine system. After taking it, Chen Yi examined it carefully and then nodded slightly. Not bad. You've revised it so many times. You must have a good understanding of how to optimize the drawbacks of the incense and deity system, right? Buzz! The sky suddenly trembled. The heavenly Tao of the divine land suddenly had an ominous premonition, as if a huge variable had appeared, and the slightest carelessness would lead to utter destruction. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Chen Yi's lips curled into a smirk. You know perfectly well why I am asking this. This guy is a master at pretending to be ignorant when he knows the truth. He won't behave unless we directly expose his hypocritical facade. The divine continent heavenly Tao was immediately dumbfounded.
Isn't this unnecessary? I've given you everything you asked for, revised the plan 9 times, and even compensated you with 13 first-rank heavenly gods. Isn't that enough to prove my sincerity? Chen Yi shook his head slightly, revealing his hand and ending the act. With your intelligence, surely you can guess what I need this incense and divine.
System 4.
You should be well aware of the importance of talent in driving world development. Upon hearing this, the heavenly Tao of the divine land fell silent. He certainly knew this official's intentions. In this era, the gates to immortality are tightly closed. The tribulation to become an immortal presses down on all the heavens and myriad realms, and the path to ascension is locked. Under this high pressure, a person of extraordinary talent will surely emerge to recreate the immortal realm. It's just a matter of which world will be so fortunate as to bear the birth of such a variable. Its rise is inevitable. However, if you want the entire world of China to submit and provide aid, then you'd better show some real skill. After all, the immortal realm simply closes its doors to sleep, rather than closing the coffin lid to bury them. So even if he didn't want to fight this battle, he had no choice but to fight it. How dare a mere 15 true immortal clones force the true immortal realm to submit? Let me do it. Thinking of this, the aura of the divine continent's heavenly Tao was no longer concealed and was revealed, displaying the strength of a half-step, profound immortal. The divine continent is at the peak of the true immortal level, while the heavenly Tao is 1 level higher, so it should be at the peak of the heavenly immortal level. However, the divine continent is rich and has a profound foundation. It can suppress heavenly immortals, and even confront profound immortals with all the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, the dejected first-rank justice god in the judgment hall sensed this aura, and immediately raised his head, laughing loudly to the sky. Ha ha ha! The heavenly Tao has been restored. The heavenly Tao has finally been restored. You bunch of traitors and rebels, just wait to die. Others might not know, but as one of the core leaders of the central heavenly palace, how could he not know? Under the oppressive power of heaven, even a first-rank official is nothing more than a clay chicken or a tile dog, easily shattered. What is that guy named? Yi Wuchen. So what if he's good at fighting? So what if 13 first-rank officials couldn't defeat them even after giving their all? He's invincible. But what if the heavens intervene? He's dead. Idiot. Yi Wuchen's words were concise and to the point, and he even gave him a disdainful sidelong glance. As long as Brother Yi is here, the heavenly Tao of this land cannot be overturned. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Seeing Yi Wuchen's arrogance, the god of justice's heart clenched, and he roared fiercely but weakly, still so arrogant even when death is imminent. Do you really think your trump card can contend with the heavenly Tao? Snap! Yi Wuchen slapped him hard across the face, a hint of mockery, indifference, and nonchalance flashing in his deep eyes. Just watch it properly. Stop talking so much nonsense. The words had barely left his mouth. Outside the courtroom, amidst surging seas of clouds, Chen Yi's 1-star chaotic clone instantly merged with the 8 colorful beads, directly transforming into a 3-star clone. Immediately afterwards, a huge, dark halberd slowly appeared. With just a wisp of its aura, it crushed the void. The slight pressure it emitted was like an invisible giant hand, instantly gripping the throat of all living beings. That indescribable feeling of suffocation instantly shot straight to the top of one's head. Wow, that's fast! The oppressive force of heaven comes quickly, but it also goes quickly. After only a brief encounter with the dark halberd, it realized it was no match for the giant halberd, so it immediately dispersed the thick clouds, and then conjured a huge rainbow as a gesture of goodwill.
The sole intention expressed is, I give up, bro. I'll give you a smile. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I'll do whatever you say. How is this possible? The eyes of the judicial god trembled, filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Yi Wuchen shook his head, quite emotional. When I was young and arrogant, I didn't believe it either, thinking it was absolutely impossible. But there are always some unreasonable miracles. When I was so arrogant and overbearing, I suddenly looked up and found that the starry river was brilliant, and I was as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. I don't understand. The God of justice was full of incomprehension. Do powerful beings like you have the leisure to uphold justice for the weak? What's the point? What benefit does it bring you? Yi Wuchen smiled calmly. If you see poor people being bullied and don't stand up for them, then you're an accomplice. So, you're here to bully me. Did I offend you? The God of Justice's lips twitched. So what if I want to? Yi Wuchen said calmly. Bullying the weak is the act of a coward, but bullying the weak is very satisfying. Justice God. He paused, then broke down, exclaiming, You bastard! On the other side, above the sea of clouds, the divine way of heaven manifested in the land of China. The myriad forms of all beings perceive the heavenly Tao differently, depending on their understanding and imagination of it. For instance, some may see a beautifully crafted little girl, while others see a kind and benevolent old man. A tiger may see it as an insurmountable mountain, while a mayfly may see it as an indescribable ancestor. What did Chen Yi see? Influenced by the Ziwei heavenly Tao, he was fine when other heavenly Taos didn't manifest, but once they did, no matter which heavenly Tao he looked at, he thought it was Hakimi. At first glance, when he looked at the manifestation of the divine continent heavenly Tao, he only saw a big fat orange cat. Yes, this aligns well with his understanding of the heavenly Tao of China. After all, China is incredibly rich and powerful, so it's normal for it to be a bit overweight. Tiendo fat orange. What's wrong with this guy? One glance is enough to solidify one's entire being. What a terrifying will. Isn't it a bit too domineering? Once one's true nature is predetermined, any future manifestation will only result in a large, fat orange cat. How dare this be? How can the mighty heaven reveal itself in such a form? Its authority has vanished. Meow. With a rough cry, the divine continent, heavenly, Tao attempted to change its form, but ultimately it could not overcome Chen Yi's preconceived notions. Unable to resist despite his best efforts, he simply stretched out his four short, chubby legs, lay down on the clouds, and resigned himself to his fate. Meow. The incense and deity system can be optimized according to your plan, but people's perceptions are already deeply ingrained. Rome wasn't built in a day. The overall atmosphere is like this. Changing the rules won't solve the fundamental problem. No matter how many people come up, it will eventually revert to the old ways. So, I can't control you anymore. If you want to leech off others, fine, send your own people to manage it. If you do it well, I'll benefit too. If you don't, and even your people get corrupted by the atmosphere, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Really. The problems in the world cannot be changed overnight. After all, they are bad habits accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. The prejudices in people's hearts are like a mountain that cannot be eliminated or purified in a short period of time. But so what? Chen Yi's plan can break it. As long as the heavenly Tao of the divine land changes the rules of supervision, those incense gods will no longer dare to blatantly exploit and oppress as they do now. At the very least, they will restrain themselves and turn everything into the shadows. That's enough. Ultimately, isn't it just that the upward channels are locked, forcing the incense-burning gods to constantly engage in infighting within a limited space? If you're greedy, I'll be greedy too. If you raise monsters to manipulate orders, I'll raise monsters to manipulate orders too. Once the vicious cycle starts, it's hard to break free. Even a living spring can turn into a stagnant pit. What Chen Yi had to do was to create an outlet in this stagnant pool of water. The land of China is fertile and humid, but the crepe myrtle suffers from drought and lack of water. Even stagnant water can nourish the earth. They were just worried that after Ziwei ascended to the true immortal rural realm, there would be no one to fill the variables that increased exponentially. Several of the first batch of heavenly officials were taken away to fill the variables, such as Rain God Yuan Qiu, Earth Vine Supervisor Xu Zhanpeng, and Heavenly Craft Institute Xu Qingfeng. They were all stripped of their divine positions and sent back to the mortal world to undergo tribulations. It would take them several decades, or even hundreds of years, to return. It should be noted that there are not many native immortals to begin with, especially since the Ziwei immortal realm is developing faster and faster, and the local replenishment rate is far from keeping up with the consumption rate. Therefore, it is essential to bring in talented individuals from outside the region. These mediocre and incompetent people in the Chinese world are quite good. They're perfect for filling in the gaps in variables without any burden. Moreover, by taking away these veteran worshippers who have been corrupted by bad practices, the younger worshippers will have a chance to rise to prominence. One person is assigned to one position. So what if they become the very gods they once hated after they rise to power? It's simply being used to fill in the variables. In this cycle, the stagnant waters of the Chinese world come alive, the bad habits are eventually completely purified, the blocked springs are revitalized, and fresh blood flows out continuously. If this plan succeeds, it will kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The ailing world of China can be brought back on track. The man-starved Ziwei immortal realm can be put to the rescue, and the corrupt incense gods can rediscover their value. Perfect! After making his plans in mind, Chen Yi immediately smiled kindly and said, "Don't worry, I won't send anyone to supervise you. After all, this is your home." There's no reason for outsiders to be guests every day. Upon hearing this, Tiandao Fatty Orange immediately bristled. Would this ruthless bandit be so kind? Are you kidding me? If he doesn't send someone to supervise, it means he's not afraid that I'll slack off or not put in the effort. So the question arises, under what circumstances would the way of heaven be dispensable? That's right. He inserted the blood vessel directly. In this way, it doesn't matter whether the heavenly Tao intervenes or not. After he removes a large amount of turbid blood, the divine land will naturally return to normal. But even mixed blood is still blood. If too much is extracted, the heavenly Tao will become weak. The foundation that has been painstakingly built up over so many years, even if it's a bit dirty, is still the capital to withstand all kinds of winds. Mio! No, you can't do that! Shen Sao Tiandao Pangju sternly refused. Oh? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already guessed it. The fat orange cat from the divine continent Heavenly Path activated its Spinosaurus form, glaring angrily. I can supply the world. Behind you with blood, but that's on the condition that it's within my capacity, such as how many people I can send you per year. You want to insert the transport channel directly into the divine continent? How is that any different from the domineering path to immortality in the immortal realm? What level do you think you are? You dare do the same things as the immortals. Whether I'm absorbed by the celestial realm or by you. I'll still be absorbed. Why wouldn't I choose to be absorbed by the celestial realm? At least it's powerful enough to protect the divine land from evil. Isn't the immortal realm no longer absorbing evil now? And when has the immortal realm ever protected you from evil? Has it ever helped you deal with the demonic offspring in the outer space? Chen Yi asked calmly. The fat orange was immediately silenced. It must be said that the celestial realm does indeed protect the mortal world, but it really only cares about life and death. They basically don't care unless someone is about to die. This has led to the world of Shenshao being constantly harassed by evil spirits and their descendants. They don't try to kill them, but instead come to plunder from time to time. Fortunately, China is wealthy enough to provide satisfactory compensation every time it is attacked, allowing them to eat and drink their fill, and then settle the matter peacefully. However, in the last 10,000 years, the immortal realm has stopped absorbing and stopped interfering, which has led to the evil offspring becoming more and more rampant and demanding more and more compensation. Although Shenshu has a deep pocket, it's still painful to keep losing money like this. But what could he do? The incense burning and divine path is weak. Under its corrupt system, it is truly useless, except for its wealth. It cannot even muster a decent guardian army to fight against the powerful evil demons. The weak will be beaten. We are not being beaten today only because the other party does not want to. If only I hadn't chosen the path of incense offerings and deities. Advancement is fast, but the path is genuinely weak. Are we still living in a false sense of prosperity? At this moment, Chen Yi slowly stepped forward, reached out his warm hand, and patted the chubby orange head gently, saying tenderly, "It may hurt a lot, but how can you become strong without going through painful trials? Dignity lies only on the edge of the sword, and truth is hidden within power. If your fists aren't strong enough, no matter how prosperous you are, you'll just be fish on someone else's chopping board." For a fleeting moment, the heavenly Tao of China almost believed his lies. He stands in the direction of the light, making people mistakenly believe that he is the light himself. A ruthless bandit is a ruthless bandit. No matter how nicely he speaks, it can't hide the fact that he wants to bleed himself dry. The fat orange-haired divine continent Daoist shook his head and leaned back tactically. No matter what, you can't just suck my blood directly unless you can protect me from those damned guys from beyond the realm. Anyway, this ruthless bandit is determined to drain me, and I can't resist it. I can't possibly let myself be drained, while I'm also trying to pay compensation to appease the greedy deep space aliens, can I? Who could withstand that? How pathetic. Chen Yi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Sucking your blood is the last resort. In order to complete the initial accumulation of capital, I have no choice but to do this. But one of you is enough for me to suck. Wait. The head of that deep space evil mother will be my first gift to you. The words had barely left his mouth. Chen Yi's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Meow. Fat Orange from the divine continent Heavenly Tao gave a soft snort, his eyes gradually becoming somewhat infatuated. This ruthless bandit. He's so domineering, but he makes me feel so safe. What does it mean to raise a tiger only to have it become a threat? The weak divine will of the divine land and the greedy aliens of the deep space are a very vivid example. Long, long ago, the starving deep space evil mother wandered into this universe, guided by the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, precisely found the prosperous divine land. Unfortunately, the mother of the evil ones was just a small fry at that time, barely at the level of the other world. Any true immortal could easily subdue her, making her as insignificant as a lackey. And what about the world of China? Although the Immortal Gate was still open at that time, and there were not many top experts in the realm to suppress the fortune, he still forcibly left behind 2 first-rank heavenly gods. Stabilize his own lost strength at the true immortal level. Simply put, that means that the heavenly Tao of the divine land already had the strength to contend with heavenly immortals and suppress true immortals back then. He's such a coward. They could have annihilated that sub-universe level evil mother, but they chose to indulge it, and even forcibly recalled it when 2 first-rank celestial gods were about to lead an army to kill the evil mother. The reason for the recall was even more outrageous. They said that if they destroyed this weak Eurasian mother, it would summon an even stronger being. To avoid a greater crisis, they chose to raise this weak Eurasian mother, attempting to tame her. But how can an Ecuadorian mother be tamed? They have absolutely no moral feelings. After being well fed and watered, the evil mother body grew rapidly, reaching the level of a half-universe. In an instant, it turned the tables and became the master, no longer subject to the control of the divine continent. It even bared its fangs and began to drain the blood and marrow of the divine continent. The 2 first-rank celestial beings were utterly disappointed and ultimately chose to embark on the path of immortality, venturing into a wider world. It can be said that the shift from actively raising livestock to passively losing money was all due to a single thought in the heavenly way of China. Chen Yi couldn't understand this behavior at all, and he couldn't respect it at all. Are you afraid that if you abort the child, the older one will suffer the consequences? How ridiculous! It's nothing but escaping reality, like the gentle and yielding heavenly Tao. Even if it cannot defeat the evil offspring, it still fights to the end with iron will and even stubbornness. Its spiritual essence can be consumed in war, but it will never be used as reparations, and the divine continent, heavenly Tao, even after winning, still had to pay compensation. Do you still want to nurture the Ecuadorian mother? Idiot! This kind of wicked person only cultivates magical power, but not good character. He only recognizes fists and doesn't understand morality. Boom! In the deep space beyond the realm, Chen Yi wielded his dark halberd, instantly shattering the blood-red barrier that had formed outside the cosmic void. Tens of thousands of demonic foes sensed the attack on the gate and immediately charged out aggressively. After years of being nourished by the divine continent, these demonic offspring are truly plump and strong. Their mature forms can devour pseudo-immortals, and their juvenile forms can be easily eaten while undergoing tribulation. Roar, roar, roar! Who's banging on the door? Who's banging on the door? I was sleeping soundly when I was woken up, and I'm furious. Even though it's not the offering day yet, I still want to go to the Central Plains for a feast. There's someone over there. He smells so good. Don't take it. It's mine. Tens of thousands of demonic foes surged forth like a vast, overflowing galaxy towards the land of China. As a large demonic lair, their numbers are certainly not limited to this. Countless demons are trapped behind the cosmic void, waiting to be replaced once the ones in front leave. Flowing endlessly, never ceasing. As for the halberd-wielding man blocking the only way to the Central Plains, no need to worry about it. It's just a snack. You can just chew it casually. Chen Yi calmly waited for them to rush close, stretching the battle line and allowing all the demons in the cosmic void to emerge before slowly raising his halberd. The ultimate path, break through demons. A calm, low murmur, like the soft shout of someone throwing out a royal flush in a game of do-diz-you, sends chills down your spine.
The demonic brethren at the forefront had already sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, the guys behind were still charging forward, pushing him forward, and he couldn't escape. The halberd slowly drew a graceful arc, and the terrifying crimson energy transformed into a crescent slash, which, like mowing grass, instantly annihilated this stretch of demonic land that spanned tens of thousands of miles. The same move, Extreme Path, Demon Slayer, which Chen Yi used as a clone of the one-star purple heaven immortal body, only killed more than 30,000 demons and calamities. He didn't even manage to wipe them all out with a single strike, leaving 9 mature ones alive. Now Samsung's Chaos Avatar is in control, facing an army of demons that is of higher quality and more than 10 times larger than before. With a single halberd strike, it wipes out 1,000,000 demons, leaving no survivors. A moment later, as the aftershocks subsided, the void outside the cosmic void suddenly became very clean. At the same time, deep within the void of the universe, sensing that all the individuals she had split off from had lost contact, the peak-level evil mother suddenly opened her eyes. This is a bizarre, humanoid monster with a severely twisted torso. Its chest cavity is sunken into a bottomless black hole, and its ribs are curled outward like broken, withered branches. Several translucent membranes are attached to its surface, trembling eerily as it inhales and exhales spiritual energy. Its head was unusually large, taking up almost a third of its entire body. It was hairless, with only a dense array of tiny pores that constantly oozed a foul-smelling mucus. It has only one eyeball, but the white of the eye contains tens of thousands of pupils. Its big mouth is wide open, stretching all the way to its ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. "How dare you kill my Zikui?" With a hoarse growl, the Eurasian mother swung her slender limbs and charged aggressively outwards. But as soon as it reached the exit, it was struck head-on by a halberd. Chen Yi used less force when he hit it, just enough to confuse it without hurting its brain. Pief! Before the evil mother could react, the dark halberd pressed down on the black hole in its chest, rendering it unable to move. "Hey, I have a question for you. Answer it right, and I'll give you a quick death. Answer it wrong, and you'll be in big trouble." Upon hearing this, the Eurasian mother body briefly crashed, before exclaiming in terror, "Who are you? Why are you hitting me? Did I offend you?" Chen Yi didn't answer, but continued to say to himself, "Your traces of the evil mothers can be found everywhere, like leeches parasitizing various worlds and sucking blood. I'm curious, don't you have a home? Or rather, where were you born?" As he spoke, he thrust the tip of the dark halberd into the black hole in the chest of the evil mother, stopping just before it pierced her fragile true spirit. Applying maximum pressure. Although the Eurasian mother body was still somewhat disheveled, the suffocating feeling of impending death made its turbid eyes clear. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't know where I was born, but I'm sure I have a home. But my earliest memories go back to the moment I left my hometown. At that time, I was already wandering in the void, and I could only rely on my instinct to find other worlds as a foothold. This is an innate instinct. My memories before that have been completely wiped out. I really don't remember them. Don't kill me. Please spare me. I'll do anything you want. Even ants try to survive, and even the heartless and immoral Eurasian mother body strives to live." This guy didn't even give a warning. He just rushed over and started fighting without caring whether the other person could take it or not. What did I do to offend this guy? Tell me, and I'll change, okay? Chen Yi was quite disappointed. This semi-cosmic level evil mother was even older than the one outside the Azure Cloud continent, but it still couldn't provide any useful value. There must be a reason why such a place could give birth to an Eurasian mother. The universe-level evolution path and the cosmic-level evolution path, although neither of them are good paths, and some are even crooked paths, it is undeniable that the essence of these two evolution paths is space and time. Moreover, they are not defined in a general sense, but rather expanded from a broad concept, which can extend into many branches. If we ignore the nutrients required for their evolution, then these two evolutionary paths have great reference value. And the place where these two evolutionary paths were born must not be an ordinary place. Unfortunately, none of the captured Eurasian mothers had any relevant memories, making it impossible to pinpoint their locations and investigate. Fine, I keep my word, so I'll give you a quick death. Chen Yi sighed softly, then slowly raised his halberd. The Eurasian mother screamed in terror. No! I remember now. I know where I was born. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I know nothing. Before he could finish speaking, then there was a pieft sound. Its bizarre body was instantly annihilated into nothingness, leaving only a head with its eyes wide open in death. The cunning Eurasian mother, in order to survive, actually tried to lie, and Chen Yi naturally wouldn't believe her lies. He can distinguish between truth and falsehood himself. Wow, you actually did it. You're amazing! Looking at the head of that half-universe-level evil mother, the divine continent Heavenly Tao Fat Orange was completely convinced. Since he was going to be drained anyway, at least this bandit had done him a good deed. Letting him drain his fluids was better than letting the immortals drain his fluids, while also being drained by the evil demons. Now you can carry out the reforms willingly, right? Chen Yi asked with a smile, subtly twirling his halberd. Okay, bro. No problem, bro. I'll do whatever you say. The fat orange cat from the divine path of Shenzhou stretched and immediately applied the optimized incense and divine path operating law scheme as requested by Chen Yi to itself. Buzzing. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled slightly. What the hell? They want us to serve the people and even let the people supervise us. This is a rebellion against the heavenly gang. This newly implemented promotion mechanism is quite interesting. The Merit Evaluation Institute? Isn't that the Ministry of Personnel? Is heaven trying to take back local appointment power? Does anyone have a good older brother working in the discipline inspection department? I need to ask him for a favor. Are you crazy? This department doesn't have any gods. It's a channel for the masses to directly reach the heavens. This time, the heavenly way is serious. It's over. I didn't dare use a single stick of incense. It's all here. I'm terrified of being poor. Hey, my divine throne. My divine throne is gone? The reform of the incense system is sweeping across the land, and every living being is caught in the torrent. Those incense gods who are too blatant in their exploitation are brought down without any investigation. Meanwhile, the investigation of the more cautious incense-offering gods was temporarily slowed down. After all, if too many gods were dismissed at once, there would be no gods to do their jobs. At that time, the world would be in turmoil and the situation would be chaotic. Even if the heavenly Tao of the divine land had a rich foundation, it could not withstand such a turmoil. Therefore, the only option is to take down one group, suppress another, and then promote yet another to stabilize the situation. Alas, it's a pity that all the hard-earned foundation is about to be squeezed dry. It hurts so much. Fortunately, Chen Yi was kind-hearted and happy to help take in those fallen deities, lest they retain their power, even after their divine positions were stripped, thus preventing them from affecting the stability of the world. Within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi himself unleashed 9 chaos pearls, creating a cross-realm teleportation array in the sky, connecting to the divine continent and allowing those incense-offering gods to ascend and fill the variables. Of course, if he had been so poor before that he only had the essence of the tribulation lightning for becoming an immortal, he certainly wouldn't have been able to do such a bold thing. After all, interdimensional teleportation arrays consume the most energy. But now, just like the little golden dragon, he has embezzled a lot of resources from the Lingxiao treasure vault. He has embezzled more than 80 billion immortal essence stones alone, so he has plenty of capital. It has to be said that Ling Xiao is truly wealthy. Even after embezzling so much, he has only consumed 100 millionth of the treasure trove's reserves. If the Ling Xiao treasure vault weren't so hot to handle, I definitely wouldn't have been so polite. Such a grand gesture naturally attracted the attention of the Ziwei heavenly Dao immediately. He was somewhat bewildered. This is an interdimensional teleportation array. The immortal energy consumed in 1 second is more than the total amount generated by all the immortal veins on the Ziwei continent in a day. Is Yaiji really that rich? Where did he get so many immortal essence stones? Although he had received cultivators from the Flying Star World before, it was because Brother Yi used a special teleportation channel, unlike now where a cross-world teleportation array was established. Oh dear, Yaiji, you clearly have so many immortal essence stones, yet you've kept them hidden until now. What am I supposed to do? Meow, the fiery Ziwei heavenly Dao immediately stopped refining the true immortal level law origin of the Qingyan heavenly Dao and directly transformed into an adorable cat and entered the illusionary star cave. Brother Yi, what are we going to do if we can't pay salaries? The babies that little flying star sent over have all been taken care of. They need to eat too, and I really can't squeeze out any more. What do you think? The little gluttonous cat, Ziwei, circled around Chen Yi, licking its tongue and meowing incessantly, frantically hinting at something. Chen Yi. Although I knew this move would definitely attract the little glutton, I didn't expect that the little glutton would not only act cute, but also play the victim. What a despicable tactic, Hagi Ziwei, you bastard. Of course, Chen Yi was used to being acted cute, and had developed a resistance to it, so he could naturally face it calmly. Xu Jingong, who was holding the statue of Xiuxi next to him, was not so calm. Although he was a Zhuangxian, his Dao heart was not as stable as one might imagine. When he saw the little gluttonous cat Ziwei jumping around, the sword immortal's sharp gaze softened. Wow, what an adorable kitten! I bet Xiuxi will love it. Wrong. This is a manifestation of the purple star heavenly Dao, and it is Senior Chen Yi's favorite. How could I possibly have any thoughts of overstepping my bounds? My apologies. Xu Jingong suppressed the pounding in his heart, silently turned around while holding the statue of Xiuxi, and led a group of Qingyan cultivators who were still sleeping toward other parts of Huangxing Cave Heaven, leaving space for the senior to discuss matters. So sensible. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction, then raised his hand to hold down the little glutton Ziwei. All right. These immortal essence stones are unclean. Eating them will give you diarrhea. I'll refine all the dirt off before I give them to you. Okay, Yaiji, I'll listen to you. Ziwei Tiandao knew that Yaiji wouldn't lie to him. If he said there were unclean things, then there were unclean things. Once Yaiji is done, I'll have money to pay the kids' salaries. Thinking of this, he licked his lips and asked, Brother Ye, the cultivators who came through the interdimensional teleportation array this time shouldn't be from Qingyan, right? I haven't fully
integrated with that true immortal level heavenly Tao origin yet. If too many people come, I might not be able to accommodate them. Refining is refining, and fusion is fusion. The two should not be confused. Refining is like chewing something in your mouth. You have to chew it thoroughly before you can swallow it. Fusion is like digestion. You have to absorb it before you can use it. The Ziwei Heavenly Tao possesses a powerful driving core with the Flying Star brand, making it incredibly strong. It refined the true immortal level law origin of the Qingyan Heavenly Tao in just 2 days. However, fully integrating it into the Ziwei continent would be a long and difficult process. After all, this is a major upgrade to the basic law system, and there are too many aspects to consider. It is necessary to solve the problems of incompatibility with local conditions, and to couple regional rejections. Expanding to every corner of the Ziwei continent would be a huge undertaking. Even with the Flying Star brand's super-powerful driving core, it would still take a lot of time to refine it. The Ziwei Heavenly Tao has now completed about 95% of its upgrade process. The remaining 5% is due to the large number of non-native Flying Star cultivators who need to be integrated with the system based on their unique attributes before a complete upgrade can be carried out. There was no other way. Although they could simply force the little Flying Star cultivators to level up regardless of whether they could handle it, the Heavenly Tao of Ziwei was too benevolent and had also borne the great karma of the little Flying Stars, so it was natural for it to treat these babies well. The excessive favoritism shown towards Flying Star cultivators even aroused jealousy among the local Ziwei people. 1 or 2 of them would go around causing trouble for the Flying Star people every day, ostensibly for friendly sparring, but in reality they would get beaten black and blue, and even after being punished, they would not change their ways. Of course, there are always growing pains in the early stages of integration between different ethnic groups. No fight, no friendship. Only by getting through this can we build a great alliance of love and unity. However, the early stages are indeed difficult. The power of the Ziwei Heavenly Tao is not yet sufficient. It is already at its limit to accommodate the little Flying Star cultivators. If another world comes along, things will really fall into chaos. Chen Yi was naturally aware of this, which is why he introduced the incense and deity system and brought a bunch of cattle and horses from Shenzhou to solve this problem. Ziwei, there's no need to worry. This time, the interdimensional teleportation array is being constructed to introduce a special group of incense gods. The first batch consists of 300,000 people, all of whom are high-grade consumables equivalent to nascent soul or above. Among them, there are 30,000 deity transformation cultivators, 2,000 body integration cultivators, 500 tribulation transcending cultivators, 72 pseudo-immortals of the second rank, and 13 true immortals of the first rank. It has to be said that Shenzhou is truly wealthy. As a world of true immortals, Qingyan continent, apart from Han Qiangxiu, is only one true immortal and has 18 pseudo-immortals. Even if you were to empty it out, it would only be equivalent to 1/10 of Shenzhou. Even though so much was taken from Shenzhou, only half of it was gone. Apart from the complete annihilation of the highest-ranking officials, rank 1, the remaining officials, rank 2 and below, maintained normal operations. It is truly a land of great size and abundant resources, a place where outstanding people and beautiful scenery abound. It is indeed worthy of being called the land of China. When Ziwei, the little glutton, heard the number Chen Yi announced, she was completely stunned. She unconsciously clutched her stomach, looking troubled. Yejir? Is this right? So many cultivators. I can't eat them all. He was indeed quite greedy, but his mouth was only so big. How could it possibly hold so many cultivators? These various incense gods are almost equal to the total number of nascent soul and above cultivators in the Zhui native area, plus those who migrated from other places. Pseudo-immortals are barely acceptable, but true immortals are really not good enough. He couldn't eat. He really couldn't eat. Seeing that his first thought wasn't whether he dared to eat, but rather whether he could even eat it, Chen Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Little glutton, don't worry. These incense gods may have a certain rank, but their quality is lacking. In terms of real power, it can be said that at the same level, one Zhui cultivator can fight 20, and a Feixing cultivator can fight 15. Moreover, they have a long history of misdeeds. Are not good people. They have harmed countless lives, so it's no burden to use them to fill the gaps in variables. Upon hearing this, Zhui the little glutton paused, then her eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, those. With a long history of bad deeds are perfect for filling in the variables. But Yaigir, according to what you said, the cultivation system of these incense gods shouldn't be part of the mainstream cultivation path, right? Can they really be used? They should be, right? Yaigir, do you have another surprise for me? I want them. Miao Ziwei Tiando knows Yi Jir inside and out. As long as he comes up with a plan, there will be absolutely no loopholes. Flying Star, Western Sea, Xuanji Qingyun, who is behind the world of the incense god this time? I can't wait. Look, you're in such a hurry again. Chen Yi smiled calmly and said slowly, the incense and deity system within the divine continent has a strong ability to promote the development of basic fortune. While our Zhui cultivation system, although strong, is extremely lacking in grassroots management. Because individual combat power is too strong, high-level cultivators monopolize resources, arbitrarily destroy the environment and rules, leading to regional instability, various forces carving out their own territories, exercising autonomy within their jurisdictions, suppressing the lower classes, hindering long-term development, and causing the overall fortune to stagnate. The world is too vast. We can only grasp the general direction. We cannot be all-encompassing in the details. This gives them too much room to maneuver. This model is not conducive to development. Therefore, we must open up a new path to balance them. Incense and deity worship is very suitable for transplantation. Let them supervise each other so that they can move forward more steadily, and in the long run, we're not doing small-scale reforms anymore. All reforms can only be effectively implemented in the early stages of development. Otherwise, once we enter a period of rapid growth, it will be difficult to optimize them. Zhui the little glutton shook her head and said, although I don't quite understand, I support your decision. It must be said that even the heavenly Tao of Zhui didn't know which direction to take in the future. After all, even at its peak, it only reached the pseudo-immortal realm, and it hadn't even managed to govern properly, leading to a significant demotion. Now, with Yi Ji's help, after regaining his pseudo-immortal status, he can barely govern the world. But the key is that he is about to ascend to the true immortal status, and he has no experience at all, so he is completely feeling his way across the river. Whether each step forward was right or wrong, he couldn't tell. He simply couldn't tell. However, he has Yi Jir. That's our greatest source of confidence. Even if the road ahead is shrouded in mist, fraught with hidden dangers and infinite risks, he is not afraid. As long as Yi Jir is still here, the world will not be in chaos. He can just keep moving forward. Chen Yi smiled and pointed at him. It's okay, if you don't understand now, I can still deduce a thing or two, but it will get deeper and deeper later, and you must have your own thoughts. After all, my choices are not necessarily correct, and they may go further and further astray. At that time, only you can pull this out-of-control carriage back on track, understand? Ziwei, the little glutton, tilted her head. No, Yaijir can't be wrong.
Even if he is wrong, it's heaven and earth that are wrong.
At worst, he'll just stay wrong to the end. Chen Yi paused for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. This is different from personal cultivation. If an individual makes a mistake in cultivation, that individual can bear the consequences. But if the world makes a mistake, all living beings will have to bear the consequences. Think about your group of adorable little brats. Can they handle it? The heavenly Tao of Ziwei fell silent. Just then, Chen Yi's clone, carrying the optimized version of the operating principles of the incense and divine path system, returned via the interdimensional teleportation array. All right, don't think too much about it. You'll understand when you reach a certain level. Now, let's taste this essence and see if it's moisturizing. Integrating the fundamental laws of a cultivation system is much faster than integrating the fundamental principles of a true immortals. Heavenly Tao.
This is similar to installing a program or upgrading the entire system. With the support of the Flying Star brand's super powerful core, Ziwei the greedy cat refined and absorbed the essence of the operating laws of the incense and divine path system in just 2 bites. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavens trembled slightly, and the establishment of the new system quickly attracted the attention of the current directly administered immortals, and the immortals on the god. Ranking. High in the sky, dozens of celestial officials gathered, including the chief god of marriage, Bai Yujing, who usually hid away from the world. Comrades, another big job is coming up. Zhuang Suzi, the head of the directly administered immortals, and the chief god of the Tianshu Academy, shook his flowing cloud divine robe, his expression quite cheerful. According to the instructions of the heavenly Tao, this time we need to receive 300,000 incense gods from the divine continent world. They are all excellent consumables above the nascent soul stage, each with a bad record, and they are easy to use as scapegoats. They are best used in conjunction with the newly introduced incense system. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuang, one of the chief deities of the Heavenly Crafts Academy, and one of the directly subordinate immortals, immediately flexed his muscles and glared at Bai Yujing, the chief deity of the marriage bureau, with hostility. You son of a bitch, Bai. Now there's enough material to fill in the variables. If you dare to drag my subordinates of the Heavenly Crafts Academy to take the blame again, believe me, I'll drag you out for a one-on-one fight. Ao Burang, the water deity Star Lord, the chief deity of the Milky Way Transport Office, and one of the 5 directly subordinate immortals, also had a dark expression on his face, cursing, "Damn it! Bai Yujing, My second brother's eldest sister has been working diligently. What did she do to offend you? Why did you choose her to take the blame out of so many people? Now the divine position is gone, and she won't be back for at least 500 years. Will there still be a place for her then?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Fangyuan, the chief god of the 4 seas, Palace and the elder brother of the rain god Yuan Qiyu, blazed with fury. "Senior Bai, I only call you senior out of respect, but you've done something inhumane, making my sister spend 500 years in prison for the sake of our great cause, wasting 500 years of her life in this period of rapid development. Do you know how much harm that is? How will you compensate me?" Feng Tianyu, the Sun and Moon Star Lord, the Sun and Moon Goddess, and one of the 5 directly subordinate immortals, also had something to say. You surnamed Bai. If
You dare to stuff your bundle of tattered red thread into my sun and moon divine palace again. I will definitely tie you to the sun and moon divine chariot and make you lift up the sun and moon. 3 of the 5 directly subordinate immortals have launched attacks against Bai Yujing, which shows how much hatred he has attracted. But he was fearless, not because he was thick-skinned or bold, but because it was his duty. As long as Venerable Yuji doesn't step forward to say he's wrong, then he's not wrong. So what if I get scolded a few times? Haha, I'm used to it. Bai Yujing clasped his hands in front of his abdomen, a professional fake smile on his face. Hey, wasn't this conference supposed to be about discussing the work arrangements for the new system? Why am I being dragged into this again? Shall I leave? You're so stubborn, aren't you? I've put up with you for too long. Let's settle this one-on-one. The hot-tempered Ao wouldn't let him go up and was about to fight him. Enough! At the critical moment, Xuangsuzi stopped the farce and said in a deep voice, "The important matter is the priority. If you delay the important matter, who among you will take the blow from Venerable Yuji's halberd? As the head god of the Tianshu Academy, responsible for performance evaluation and divine management, Xuanzuzi held considerable authority." The tense Aoburang immediately lost his temper and awkwardly released Bai Yujing. Of course, more importantly, it was because Xuangsuzi could speak with Venerable Yuji, and at the same time, no one dared to touch Venerable Yuji's halberd. Ahem, I've just taken a closer look. This system of incense and deities is more effective in grassroots governance, which is precisely the area we've been neglecting. Venerable Yuji's introduction of this system fills that gap perfectly. I must say, Venerable is truly far-sighted and insightful. My admiration for him is like a continuous river, overflowing and unstoppable, like the Yellow River overflowing its banks. Liu Xing, the chief deity of the Celestial Patrol, spared no praise. Regardless of whether the Venerable Yu Jai could hear him or not, and flattered him first. Mu Chen, an intern who was standing on the outermost edge of the area watching the fun, suddenly looked at him with surprise. To be honest, this phrase sounds familiar. Where did he learn it? Old Zhou, did you teach him? Mu Chen turned his head and asked Zhao Zheng, who was standing to the side. Now that the Flying Star Heavenly Tao is busy developing its so-called alternative evolutionary path, there is no longer an environment conducive to cultivation. Therefore, after Zhao Zheng is cooperating in relocating all the cultivators from the Flying Star continent, he naturally cannot stay any longer and can only come to the Purple Star continent. Now, like Mu Chen, he is an intern working at the Fate Transfer and Life Department, responsible for compiling the fate data of Flying Star cultivators. At the same time, due to the special nature of his identity, he has been elected as the person in charge by all Flying Star cultivators and has a pivotal position in the Ziwei Heavenly Court. Brother Mu, you know me. I don't really like flattery. Zhao Zheng shook his head, denying that Liu Xing had learned those words from him. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen frowned immediately. Is it a coincidence? But there is no Yellow River on the Ziwei continent. Even if it's for the sake of rhyme, you shouldn't make up such a non-existent concept to describe it. Could it be that when the boss was young, Zhao Zheng started to say, but then shook his head and denied it? That's impossible. With the boss's personality of seeing everyone as a scoundrel, he would at most say something like, "Don't underestimate a young man when he was young," but he would never flatter or fawn over anyone. That's right. Mu Chen nodded in agreement. I've studied Brother Yi's deeds. He was fierce from the very beginning. He only fought battles he was sure to win. He was not afraid of the old if he dared to fight the young, and he even fought the young and the old together. He never compromised, A true man should be like this, Zhao Zheng exclaimed in admiration, then turned his gaze to Liu Xing, the chief deity of the Celestial Patrol, who was discussing the incense system in the distance. Brother Mu, I don't think we need to overthink this. Since we think there's something wrong with this guy, we can just go and ask him after the meeting. Good. Mu Chen tightened the jade pendant hanging around his neck. This was the source of his unhindered confidence. So what if Liu Xing, the chief god of the Celestial Patrol, is a late-stage pseudo-immortal? Who would dare not give him face? Hey, Xiao Muzi, what are you and Zhang talking about here? At this moment, King Qiu Wenying, the deputy goddess of the marriage bureau, who had quietly slipped into the outer area, sneaked up to him. And, taking advantage of Mu Chen's inattention, patted him on the head without any politeness. Mu Chen, well, most normal people would give him some face, but this fox is not a normal fox. Despite being over 3,000 years old, according to the lifespan of the Qingqiu Fox clan, it is still not an adult, so she's still just a child, no matter how old she gets. I can't possibly hold a grudge against a child, can I? Especially since her cultivation level is higher than his, and he can't beat her in a fight, and she pretends to be innocent when he tries to reason with her. He really doesn't know what to do with her. Zhao Zheng, on the other hand, was different. His eyes were rather strange. After looking the two who seemed to be getting along well up and down, he immediately took a half step back without making a sound. Those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see things clearly. Mu Ji's current state is exactly the same as those guys who have been secretly tied down with a red thread of fate. They even dared to lay a hand on Brother Mu, who wears a jade pendant around his neck. The marriage bureau really has a lot of nerve. The incense-based deity system is a completely new field in the Ziwei continent, and it will have a great impact on the traditional cultivation system. The celestial officials of the Ziwei Celestial Court are no novices. They have extensive experience in handling all kinds of complex matters, and naturally know how much change a fundamental reform can bring. The promotion of incense and deity worship is imperative. It presents an opportunity, but also comes with endless risks and uncertainties. The Venerable Yuji only needs to propose a plan, while the celestial officials who implement it have to consider many more factors. After a heated discussion, the high-ranking and powerful master of the Heavenly Pivot Academy, Zhuangsuzi, gave a concluding speech. Comrades, the impact of the new incense and merit system on the traditional spiritual cultivation structure can be roughly summarized into two categories. One is the violent collision between two different cognitive paradigms and energy operation logics. According to the instructions descended by the heavenly Tao, incense is a special kind of faith power, but because it has emotional toxicity, it needs to be purified and exempted by the power of merit and blessed with good fortune, so that the incense god can have extraordinary power without absorbing spiritual energy. More importantly, becoming a deity of incense offerings does not require spiritual roots. One only needs to accumulate merit. Even without spiritual roots, one can become a god, thus breaking the cultivation hegemony built by traditional sects based on spiritual veins, although the upper limit of this incense energy is not high, the lower limit is not low. Its early stage efficacy is 10 times that of ordinary spiritual energy. In particular, they can also enhance one's luck. As a result, before reaching the integration stage, traditional cultivators will be completely crushed by incense cultivators. Secondly, there is a conflict of power at the grassroots level. Traditional cultivators are like local emperors,
possessing absolute authority within their regions. They usually obey orders but not proclamations. In contrast, the new type of incense-based cultivators operate under a vertical management system, reaching the highest levels of government and penetrating the grassroots, with roots spreading to every corner. This can lead to significant conflicts with local traditional forces. Of course, Venerable Yuji suppresses everything, so they can't cause any trouble. However, they will definitely try to trip us up behind the scenes. This will put the local gods of worship to the test, so the appointment of positions must be carefully considered. At this point, Xuangsuzi paused, then methodically began to arrange the work, based on these two primary points of conflict. I make the following arrangements. First, the Fate Transfer and Life Preservation Department completed the registration of the fates of 300,000 veteran incense gods in China within half a month. These are all experienced personnel. Although they have a bad track record, since it is just starting out and Zhuai locals cannot find any talent to take the lead, they are still needed to step up. Secondly, led by the Tianshu Academy, and with the cooperation of the Netherworld Department, Earth Vein Department, Water Department, Fire Department, Thunder Department, Plague Department, White Tiger Heavenly Army, etc., a department of management of human gods, was established to manage the city god system, land god system, and kitchen god system under the incense and deity system. Furthermore, the Celestial Inspection Bureau should strengthen its supervision. Before local talent is cultivated, any criminals in China who dare to violate the laws and regulations should be reported immediately, and if necessary, they can be executed first and reported later. Finally, since the idle departments had nothing else to do, they would help out at the Department of Human Clergy Management whenever they had free time. If there are no objections, let's adjourn the meeting and get back to work. The celestial officials naturally had no objections. Xuangsuzi is now the #1 official in the Heavenly Court, responsible for performance evaluation, personnel arrangements, and management of major affairs. In terms of status, he is only second to Yuji Venerable and Tiandao, and everyone respects him. Thus began a sweeping reform that engulfed the entire Zhuai continent. Just when the celestial officials were extremely busy. Inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi was not idle either, but was spreading out the heavenly Dao Divine ranking to warmly receive the Shenzhou research team. Now that he has sealed the primordial creation disk, the members of the research team can't go home and can only temporarily work on the Zhuai continent. After all, the incense and divine path system has just been established. This is a fundamental reform of the laws and structure that affects the entire world. The Zhuai Heavenly Dao needs to provide operational support, and its computational pressure has increased dramatically. It urgently needs a large number of powerful beings above the pseudo-immortal level and below the celestial immortal level to share the burden. If Zhuai Heavenly Dao weren't currently unable to sign any heavenly immortals, Chen Yi would even have considered kidnapping Han Qiangsu to work for him. Brother Yi, actually I'd be willing to be the marshal of the central altar too. Looking at the duties of the god of wealth on the heavenly Dao god ranking, Yi Wuchen immediately had second thoughts. I originally thought that the god of wealth was only responsible for managing and protecting wealth, but he is quite capable in combat, possesses strong martial virtue, and has enough confidence to take over the position. But unexpectedly, the god of wealth still needs to go looking for wealth. He only knows how to spend money. How could he possibly make any? This fighting is more suitable for him. Being a marshal in the central altar would give him more freedom and possibilities.
If Brother Yi is unwilling to take on the position of God of Wealth, I am willing to go. No matter how great the pressure or how heavy the task, I will not fail you. Gu Yuan immediately stepped forward and said with righteous indignation, being the God of Wealth may be tiring, but the prospects for development are broad. It's just a few difficulties, and he is least afraid of facing them head-on. Fang Zheng and Xiao Chunan were also eager to make their move, but due to their limited strength, they were only at the integration stage and could not meet the standards for entering the heavenly Tao. God ranking. They could only be interns like Mu Chen and Zhao Zheng, doing internships everywhere, and could only sign a contract to become heavenly officials when their cultivation level improved. Oh right, there's also Lin Yuyu who's just passing by. She's a 9th grade cultivator, which is barely equivalent to the golden core stage. At this level, she's not qualified to speak, and can only stand in the corner like a lackey. Young friend Wuchen, the position of Marshal of the Central Altar is mine. You should stick to being your God of Wealth. At this moment, Xu Jingong, who was holding the statue of Xu Ji, also came over to join in the fun. Although his current rank is too high to sign with the God ranking, that doesn't stop him from occupying a spot. After all, Xu Ji definitely needs to rely on incense and the gods to come back to life. If he doesn't have a high-ranking official position, what if they bully Xu Ji? Although the possibility is extremely slim after all, no one would dare to target the lover of a Zhuangxian unless they didn't want to live, but if he wasn't in the center, how could he give Xiuxi green light? Especially with Senior Chen Yi's great ambition, the Zhui Immortal Realm will one day become a true upper realm. At that time, what will Zhuangxian be worth? Only the Marshal of the Central Altar can have a truly significant voice. Senior Jinghong, You're good. Yi Wuchen stammered for a long time, finally choosing to avoid the limelight for the time being. Being a God of Wealth is fine, it's just about making money, right? I can definitely do it. If I don't, Brother Yi, please don't scold me. After all, you know I'm good at spending money. But making money is really not my forte. You can do it. Chen Yi smiled calmly. The Ziwei native territory is still very poor. You need to find various resources from the outside world. But searching for possible high-level resources in the vast and boundless void is like finding a needle in a haystack. This requires a lucky charm whose luck attribute is compatible with the local characteristics of Ziwei to lead the team. Otherwise, it will be difficult to achieve anything, even after hundreds of years. And you, old Yi, you are that lucky charm. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng's heart stirred. If we're talking about luck, my little rascal seems to be doing pretty well too. Although Fang Fan's good fortune was due to the favor of heaven, if he hadn't done something, why would heaven have bestowed such favor upon him? We need to find a way to get that brat into the Ministry of Finance, even if it's just to be a money-spending machine. There's no future for him there. However, this matter is not urgent. Let your father familiarize himself with the situation first. There should be a place for my son, Fang Fan, in this celestial court. Meanwhile, Yi Wuchen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, slowly settled down, and he said confidently, "Go for it. I'm the one who makes money." Brother Yi, is this where we sign the contract? Chen Yi nodded slightly. Just inscribe the primordial spirit imprint on the blank space behind the God of Wealth. Gu Yuan was not discouraged when Yi Wuchen took the position of the chief god of the Ministry of Finance. After all, it was a foregone conclusion. If it succeeded, he would make a huge profit. If it failed, he would not lose anything. He quickly turned his attention to another location and immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, asking, "Boss, may I ask if the Heavenly Law Academy has any arrangements? What does the Tianlu Academy do?
The Heavenly Law Court is responsible for formulating heavenly rules and regulations, possesses judicial functions, and can monitor all living beings.
To put it more simply, the final interpretation of the heavenly rules and regulations rests with the Heavenly Law Academy.
You really did choose the Heavenly Law Academy after all.
Chen Yi shook his head and chuckled. Sign it.
This position was originally prepared for you. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan immediately bowed and said, I am deeply grateful for your kindness, boss. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Without hesitation, he immediately inscribed his primordial spirit mark on the divine-ranking Heavenly Law Academy. Seeing this, Fang Zheng and Xiao Chunan simultaneously clenched their fists in unison, then slowly relaxed them. There's no way around it. There's really no way around it. Cultivation level is a fatal flaw. Although they are all members of the 108 Group Progress Team, Gu Yuan has cultivated for a few more years, so he is always the leader of the trio. This is an indisputable fact. Now, Gu Yuan has become a formally appointed deity on the list of immortals, while the other two can only be idle interns. The gap between them has widened dramatically, and from now on, he'll have to address Gu Yuan as Lord Heavenly Official. After arranging things for Gu Yuan, Chen Yi turned his attention to the Qingyan cultivators who were still asleep. There were a total of 19 people, 1 true immortal and 18 false immortals, all of whom were top-quality oxen and horses. Previously, the Ziwei Heavenly Dao had not yet fully refined the true immortal level law origin of the Qingyan Heavenly Dao, and therefore could not sign such a large number of cultivators bearing the imprint of the Qingyan Heavenly Dao's will. That is why they had been sleeping in the illusionary star cave heaven. Now that the Ziwei Heavenly Dao has been successfully digested, it's time for them to shine. Wake up! With a soft shout to cleanse their primordial spirit. The 19 Qingyan cultivators lying on the ground instantly straightened their bodies and stood up like chopsticks. Ouch! My head hurts so much. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? My memory might be a little messed up. I remember being kidnapped by a ruthless bandit with a halberd, then thrown into a mysterious secret realm where I was beaten for a long time. And then how did I fall asleep? I remember now, my name is Lu Ziqiao. Oops. No, I want to follow that senior halberd master. Having slept for too long, the Qingyan cultivators, suddenly awakened, were still a little dizzy. Chen Yi didn't care about anything else. Taking advantage of their momentary lapse in consciousness, he forcibly extracted a wisp of their primordial spirit, had them sign and seal the document cleanly, and then transferred it all into the 4 symbols heavenly army, making them glorious heavenly soldiers. Heavenly soldiers have no official positions, only benefits, and the responsibility of sharing the pressure of the Ziwei Heavenly Dao's operation. Of course, if they want to improve, they can earn it through good performance. Chen Yi will not restrict their development. If they want to give up, that's fine too. They're already on the list, so the pressure won't be small. If they're willing to put in the effort without expecting anything in return, Chen Yi naturally has no objection. I have an objection. Su Zixi, a female cultivator in black robes, at the early stage of true immortal, immediately shouted in a delicate voice after understanding her own situation. I don't care who you are or how strong you are. You think you can force me to work for you? No way. I will never betray the Azure Cloud Continent, the High Island Immortal Abode, or my master. Don't even think about forcing me to work for you. She was very principled and proud. Back when she was invaded by the evil mother on the Azure Cloud Continent, she knew she was no match for them, but she still fought to the death.
That was a foolish act called passion, but it was also for the sake of so-called righteousness. Such people have a strong temper and are difficult to tame. But what does it matter?
Forced melons may not be sweet, but they're thirst-quenching. With a mere thought, Chen Yi caused Su Zixi, who was still standing there proudly, to vanish in an instant and appear in the depths of the North Sea, filling the sea eye with her own body. When her master, Han Qiangxiu, arrives, she will personally go and rescue her. Seigneur, Qiao is willing to serve you at your side, and will obey your every command without question. In contrast, halberd immortal Lu Ziqiao was much more sensible. After all, he had wanted to join the sect when he gained the favor of his senior, and was taught the true meaning of the halberd Dao. As for the remaining 17 pseudo-immortals of Qingyun, they remained silent. Although they still couldn't let go of their convictions, they weren't as stubborn as Su Zixi and decided to temporarily avoid the limelight and endure it. Chen Yi didn't mind. Once their immortal venerable Qiangxiu arrived, they would naturally be willing to work. Chen Yi waved his hand and began to shoo people away. All right, go and familiarize yourselves with your work. Fang Zhang, Qunan, you two should intern in several departments. Once your cultivation is sufficient, you can choose your desired divine position to join. Yes, Yi Wuchen and his group immediately accepted the order and set off, their hands feeling incredibly hot. Even if the pseudo-immortal Qingyun was unwilling, he could only report to the four symbols, Heavenly Army Headquarters, according to the heavenly soldier duties imposed upon him, enduring the situation for the time being and avoiding the limelight. Everyone left quickly, leaving only Lin Yuyu standing there in a daze. When there were many people, she was hardly noticeable, but now that there are fewer people, she's become a bit of an eyesore. Group admin, what about me? You haven't assigned me any tasks yet. What should I do? Chen Yi glanced at Lin Yuyu, who seemed quite uncomfortable, and said calmly, Don't be nervous, you have other plans. As he spoke, he raised his hand and summoned a statue of Chen Lingxiu. Xu Jingnong, who was holding the statue of Xiuji next to him, immediately trembled, and his heart gradually became hot. Is Senior Chen Yi also a fellow traveler? Your statue is in even worse condition than Xiuxi's. It's truly a pity. If even this can bring someone back to life, then my Xiuji will definitely be fine. Buzz suddenly, a vast aura of the heavenly Dao descended. Yaijir, I sensed a very familiar fluctuation. It seems to be Lingxiu? Chen Lingxiu. It really is her. The heavenly Dao of Ziwei was greatly alarmed. He was initially unsure, only suspicious, but upon seeing the statue in Yaijir's hand, he was struck dumb. Yaijir, what's going on? My Lingxiu, my proudest child, why has she become like this? Didn't she ascend to the immortal realm? How much suffering did she endure? How could my perfectly healthy child have even lost her true spirit? Who did this? Ziwei Heavenly Dao doesn't usually lose his temper, but that's only because he hasn't reached a point of deep sorrow. Now that he has discovered that his proudest prodigy has been hurt in this way, he is filled with grief, but also with a fury that could burn everything. As the saying goes, an honest person is not angry unless he is, but when he is angry, it is like a tightly compressed spring suddenly being released. Years of forbearance are transformed into the force of thunder, which can completely shatter all deception and contempt. Chen Yi sighed softly, unsure how to answer Ziwei Tiandao's question. The moment he took out the statue of Chen Lingxiu, he guessed that the Ziwei Heavenly Dao would do this. At first, there is an uncontrollable anger, but after it subsides, the deepest effect of grief occurs, and he inevitably has to hide away and cry in secret.
It seems that the purple star heavenly Tao is about to shatter. The once clear blue sky suddenly turned into a downpour, and an inexplicable sadness spread through the hearts of every living being, as if they had lost something very important. A tear involuntarily slid down their cheek. Celestial Phenomena Department of the Celestial Court. Oh no! The rain god has gone into calamity and hasn't returned. His position is currently vacant. Who will control the rainfall? I'm speechless. The Lord of the Four Seas Palace is her brother, and the Water Virtue Star Lord is her sworn brother. Who would dare to ask those two hot-tempered guys for data? Hey, didn't we get a young man in our astronomical department? His name is Fang Zhang, right? Let him go. Is that right? First of all, he's from another world. Secondly, he's only at the integration stage. He doesn't even have the qualifications to sign the God ranking, yet he's directly assigned to our Celestial Phenomenon Department for an internship. Someone like that. Shouldn't there be some explanation? It's because he has connections that they let him go. Don't you see Mu Chen in the marriage bureau? He has a jade token personally bestowed by Venerable Yu around his neck, and he's practically untouchable. And although this Fang Zhang doesn't have a jade token, his status isn't much lower. I heard that he has a very close relationship with the newly appointed head of the Heavenly Law Academy. More than that, he can even speak for the newly appointed God of Wealth. Back then, we all vied to become the Venerable one of the Ministry of Wealth, but he didn't even give us a position as the lowest-ranking wealth-distributing boy. This shows how much favor this God of Wealth, who was appointed as the main god of the Ministry of Wealth from the very beginning, is received. All right, let Fang Zhang go to the Four Seas Palace, the Heavenly River Canal Transport Office, to get the rainfall data. Who can tell him? Within the Celestial Court, various factions are intertwined and interconnected. After all, there are already distinctions of closeness and distance, even before becoming gods. Even after becoming gods, each has their own duties, but those who are related to different departments must communicate better. Otherwise, it is easy to encounter obstacles, or even have to bear the responsibility themselves. For example, after those bastards in the marriage bureau sent the rain god to his doom, her brother and her brother's sworn brother were unhappy, and the Celestial Department needed to collect precipitation data. Sure, of course, no problem. It's normal work. Of course, I'll cooperate. Just let Rain God handle the handover. What? There's no Rain God? Why don't you go find one? There's a Rain God. Then come over and have some fun with him. As a result, the newly appointed Rain God of the Celestial Department was transferred away by himself after only 2.5 days in office. No one else dared to take over, so the position remained vacant, with other celestial officials of the Celestial Department temporarily taking over and taking turns performing the work of controlling Rain. The key point is that this process also conforms to the heavenly rules and regulations. The intentions of the Four Seas Palace and the Heavenly River Transport Office are very clear. As long as the original rain god Yuan Qiyu has not returned from her tribulation, no one can hold the position of rain god. What's this? This is like setting up a faction and establishing a power base within the Purple Star Immortal Court. Although no one dares to offend the majesty of the Venerable Yuji, no matter what the higher-ups say, the work still has to be done by those below. What? You're saying if I don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who will. Sorry, the newbies don't know anything and will only make a mess of things. In the end, we'll have to ask these veterans to take charge. Of course, Venerable Yuji would never allow this chaos to continue and turn the Ziwei Immortal Court into a mess. Therefore, the internship party came into being. The transmigrators are not only sensible and of high quality, but also possess a wealth of theoretical knowledge. What they lack is practical experience in the workings of the universe. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, hanon1kldldld.cold. Once they have finished their internships in various departments and accumulated rich practical experience, it will be time for the Zhui Immortal Court to carry out a major purge. Because of the initial difficulties, the first batch of heavenly officials were able to stand at the forefront because of their unique local advantages. It is undeniable that some heavenly officials were indeed capable, but there were also many mediocre people who were only promoted because they were in the limelight. Once everything stabilizes, they will fall from grace sooner or later. We still have a serious talent shortage. Inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi watched as the rain outside gradually subsided, estimating that the deepest sorrow of the purple star heavenly Tao was beginning to recede, before softly offering words of comfort. A person's true death begins with being forgotten. As long as we remember her, she has not disappeared. Incense and prayers can help her return. The heavenly Tao of Zhui manifested a warm hand, gently stroking the statue of Chen Lingxiu, its voice trembling. Yi Jir, even such an outstanding child. As Lingxiu has encountered misfortune in the immortal realm, so what about other ordinary children? Although I try to convince myself that they are all okay, that everything is fine, I can't. I'm afraid they might also. Drizzle rain began to fall again from the gloomy sky, and waves of sorrow washed over them, endless and relentless. The area within the illusionary star cave was an even more severely affected zone. Su Jingong was all right. After all, he was a Zhuangxian, but he was still affected and quite moved. But Lin Yuyu, the newbie, couldn't handle it. Tears streamed down her face like they were free. She covered her mouth, turned her back, and sobbed uncontrollably, trying her best not to cry out loud. Sigh. Chen Yi sighed and rubbed his forehead helplessly. The living are just passers-by. The dead are returning home. Heaven and earth are but an inn, and we all grieve for the dust of eternity. Zhui, no matter if they are well in the immortal realm, those who cannot return will never return. You should focus on the present and prevent similar things from happening again. Zhui Heavenly Tao remained silent for a moment, then slowly wiped away her tears. No, she stopped the rain. Yi Jir, you're right. The immortal realm is not a good place. I will never let the children suffer there again. I will become strong until one day I can communicate with the immortal realm and bring the poor children back. Only at this moment did the Zhui Heavenly Tao have the qualifications to challenge the myriad realms. Although he had tried hard before, he only wanted to live a peaceful life and strive to free Yaiji from the confines of the illusory star cave, allowing him to freely roam the boundless rivers and seas. Now Chen Lingxiu's passing has pierced his heart. Such a well-behaved and kind child has died without cause, and her true spirit is gone. He will hold the celestial realm accountable. Brother Yi, help. I need to control all the heavens and myriad realms. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Okay, Yi, your ear is the best. The heavenly Tao of Zhui manifested as a kitten and rubbed against him, then looked sadly at the statue of Chen Lingxiu. Yi Jir, can the incense and the divine way really save her? Although he has currently loaded the operating principles of the incense and deity path. Due to the short time elapsed, he only understands its basic functions. Further development and more advanced utilization are still in the exploratory stage. However,
Resurrecting a being whose true spirit has been lost and whose life force has been scattered is not within the basic function of incense and deity worship. Of course, different users will naturally have different uses for it. He trusts Yi Jie's judgment. If Yi Jie says it can save, then it definitely can. But he was still afraid of failing despite giving it his all, afraid that Chen Lingxiu, his good child, would never come back. We have to try anyway. It can't get any worse, right? Chen Yi comforted her, then turned around and started ordering people around. Lin Yuyu, arrive! Lin Yuyu quickly wiped away her tears and stood at attention. You are the true deity of incense offerings, and are most sensitive to the power of incense. You will be appointed to assist in the establishment of the Lingxiu Temple. Do you have any objections? No, Lin Yuyu answered very loudly. Although she didn't know why the group leader asked someone like her, a mediocre person, to help, it was a rare opportunity for her to improve, and she would definitely give it her all. After all, she has grown up now. She is no longer the ignorant little landowner from the fish and water village. Instead, she has been propelled by the research team's seniors to become a 5th-rank Jiangbei prefecture god, a dignified regional governor. Once your horizons are completely broadened, you can never go back. Sometimes I wonder, how high does one have to go to be considered a truly high-ranking official? Ziwei Continent, Jiuzhou, Xieyang County, Chengxing Pass. This place is near the East China Sea, and not far from the shore is a fairy island called Xiaoyao Island. This island may not be well known in recent years, but if it were 100,000 years ago, it would definitely be called the #1 island in the world. There's no other reason than... There is a celestial sect on the island, where spiritual beauty is nurtured. Chen Lingxiu, just as her name suggests, is an extraordinary woman who embodies the beauty and spirit of heaven, earth. She is exceptionally talented and brilliant. In that prosperous era when countless geniuses and heroes emerged, she rose from humble beginnings, suppressing the prodigies of various forces with only a first-tier commoner status, and reached pinnacle, becoming the second most powerful woman in the world. As a result, the Xiaoyao sect on Xiaoyao Island also benefited, leaping from a third-rate force to a holy land, enjoying unparalleled glory for a time. Unfortunately, this golden age didn't last long. After Chen Lingxiu's ascension, the free and unfettered Holy Land couldn't maintain its former glory. Although it could still barely keep its facade up thanks to the foundation she left behind, the sect was always facing a talent shortage, unable to produce another outstanding genius to take on the mantle, and eventually gradually declined. It was as if Chen Lingxiu's appearance had exhausted all the fortune of the Xiaoyao sect. That's not actually the case. Without Chen Lingxiu's appearance, how could the Xiaoyao sect, a mere third-rate force, have survived for 300,000 years? Alas, may the elder Lingxiu bless us, and hopefully we can recruit a few exceptionally talented disciples this year, when the mountain opens. These days are getting increasingly difficult. Inside the main hall of the Xiaoyao sect's main peak, the current sect leader, Huo Hai, respectfully worshipped his ancestors. The prayer talismans burned brightly, sending up wisps of smoke, as if conveying the heartfelt wishes of the descendants to the ears of their ancestors. In that forest of longevity tablets, Chen Lingxiu's longevity tablet was prominently enshrined in the main position, with only the founding ancestor Xiaoyaozi able to be placed alongside it. At this moment, an elder walked in anxiously and reported in a deep voice, "Sect Master, the latest notice is that the newly appointed city god of Chengxing Pass has ordered us to close our doors for rectification without a time limit. If we do not give up Fengyun Port and the Azure route,
We are strictly prohibited from going there to recruit disciples. Huo Hai's hand, which was burning the prayer talisman, suddenly trembled, and his face darkened abruptly.
The world is changing rapidly, and the tide of reform is surging forward. The emergence of new systems is causing the living space of traditional local forces to shrink continuously. Originally, when the Celestial Court was established, the Four Seas Palace ruled the seas. Although the free and unfettered sect was somewhat hampered, it was not a big deal. With its excellent wind and cloud port and azure route, it could barely maintain its dignity. But once the new incense and deity system appeared, the situation changed immediately. That guy practically stabbed the lungs of all the local powers. First, they took back local jurisdiction, allowing the people to be the masters of their own destiny and no longer blindly obey the Xiaoyao sect. Then, they surveyed the land resources and took over the auspicious land that the Xiaoyao sect had occupied for many years, making it public property and redeveloping it. If that's all there is to it, then the free and unfettered sect can still tolerate it. After all, it's that person who's pushing things along. It's just a matter of bleeding some blood. As long as the foundation of the free and unfettered sect isn't touched, then everything is negotiable. But now the other side is going to target the inherent resources of the free and unfettered sect. Fengyun Port was established by countless predecessors of the Xiaoyao sect, and it is an extremely important trade hub and transportation transit point. Azure Lane was left behind by the ancient Lingxiu ancestor. It can safely reach the endless sea. Even today, with the world changing drastically, Azure Lane still has great value. You can just take it because the other party says so. What about the sacrifices of my countless predecessors in the free and unfettered sect? Even the venerable one who controls calamities cannot be unreasonable, can he? Huo Hai sighed. Looking at the longevity tablets filling the main hall, I vaguely felt as if towering figures appeared, all staring at me with stern eyes. We must never hand over the legacy of our ancestors to our hands. If they want to take it, then fight them. This is blown up. It's not just my Xiaoyao sect that's going to rebel. I'd like to see how they handle this. You're still focusing on people's livelihoods and manipulating fortunes. Aren't we human beings? Are we even human? Sect Master. The elder hesitated for a moment, but still said helplessly, they are backed by someone, and their methods are very cunning. They didn't openly rob us, so what is our territory is still ours. They just need to supervise us to prevent us from doing anything that endangers public safety. We absolutely cannot do anything that violates the rules. If we violently resist law enforcement, we are very likely to be arrested and criticized as an example. Heh, Huo Hai sneered. Whether it endangers safety or violates the rules is just a matter of their word, isn't it? How many years has our Xiaoyao sect controlled Fengyun Port and Azure Lane? When has there ever been a hidden danger? How come there is a hidden danger as soon as they arrive? If we really give in to their wishes, will our Xiaoyao sect still be in charge of Fengyun Port and Azure Lane? Wrong with that. Person? He's just Venerable Yuji, isn't he? He's not even surviving. Who cares about anything else? I think that Venerable Yuji has gone mad, become confused, and is utterly incompetent and immoral. This world will surely punish him sooner or later. He only managed to utter half of the last word. He actually meant to say chaos, but he couldn't get the rest out. His face suddenly turned purplish red, and it felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his neck. The suffocating sensation, like a python coiling around him, made his vision go black. The elder who reported the situation was also stiff, his pupils dilated. and his eyes widened like copper bells as he stared at the figures that had suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Shocked that his heart was about to jump out of his mouth. Oh my God! He didn't recognize the melancholy man dressed in an ordinary kendo uniform, holding a life-size statue. He didn't recognize the beautiful female ghost whose body was semi-transparent and who was floating in midair. But he knew that young man in the dark blue Taoist robe with an extraordinary and refined demeanor all too well. His appearance is 90% similar to the portrait of the Venerable Yuji. Everyone in ZY knows that you can look exactly like the portrait of Venerable Yuji, but you absolutely cannot be 90% similar to the portrait of Venerable Yuji. Because the portrait of Venerable Yuji only bears a 90% resemblance to Venerable Yuji himself. The difference lies in this one element, which becomes the essence, the indescribable essence. Almost everyone who saw him knew that it was Venerable Yuji himself. Spicy! The Venerable One of Tribulation is indeed omnipresent. The sect leader dared to rebel against tyranny, and even spoke ill of the Venerable One of Tribulation so loudly that he was caught red-handed. Thinking of this, the elder's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly felt a little dead. The intense friction and conflict between the incense-burning religious system and traditional local forces was entirely within Chen Yi's expectations. This is because it is a clash between two different ideologies. If the gods of incense and fire want to revitalize the fortunes, they must focus on people's livelihoods, while traditional forces need resources for cultivation, so they must engage in monopolies. On a micro level, there's no right or wrong, just different perspectives. After all, this is the world of cultivation, and the strong should have some privileges, otherwise, wouldn't it be pointless for them to become stronger? If spiritual practice isn't about achieving a carefree and unrestrained life, then who would be willing to practice? However, from a macro perspective, traditional forces have hindered the development of the Zhuai mortal realm, and it is necessary to weaken their influence and abolish their transcendent privileges. Because if the Zhuai continent wants to advance, it's useless to rely solely on the high level at the top of the pyramid. A weak foundation means an inflated overall level. To give a simple example, Chen Yi currently has 121 Chaos Avatars, and can fuse them to create 13 3-star Chaos Avatars with the combat power of a golden immortal. So, is the Zhuai continent a golden immortal level world? The answer is no. The gap is too large. It's like comparing the average assets of a billionaire with those of 100 million unemployed people. The data looks good, with an average of millions per person, but what is the reality? It's not enough for just one person to be successful. True success is when everyone is successful. The era of traditional forces monopolizing resources by clinging to their existing territories is over. The incense system is like a sharp scalpel, cutting open the rotten exterior, taking out the territories, and expanding them to benefit all living beings. Any stubborn elements who attempt to obstruct the tide of reform will be overthrown. As the chief architect, Chen Yi has plenty of means and strength. He chose a policy of appeasement in order to ensure world stability. If you don't like being toasted, then eat euphorbia. Huo Hai, the 1001st generation sect leader of the Chouyao sect, with a mid-nascent soul cultivation level, should theoretically have no right to question my decision. However, out of respect for Chen Lingxiu, I can answer your question. The words had barely left his mouth. Huo Hai immediately felt the suffocating sensation, like being coiled by a python, dissipate, and his purplish complexion gradually returned to normal. He coughed a few times, looked timidly at Chen Yi, and said cautiously, Your Excellency, I was confused with anger just now and spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, I was just being magnanimous. Everyone in Ziwei knows that Venerable Yuji isn't very magnanimous. It's one thing to curse him secretly, but if he catches you in the act, you might not die, but you'll definitely suffer a lot. If you sincerely admit your mistake first, you might suffer less. But if you continue to resist, you will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. I still prefer your unruly self from earlier. Take a moment to recover, don't be afraid. For Chen Lingxiu's sake, I won't pursue this matter. Upon hearing this, Huo Hai's heart stirred, and he subconsciously glanced at his own Lingxiu ancestor's longevity tablet. What's going on? Venerable Yuji has always been domineering and has never given anyone face. People of this world are bullied by him. Lingxiu ancestor has been ascended for many years, and everything about her has become a legend. No one cares about her anymore. Why is it that Venerable Yuji mentioned her twice and even gave her face? Could it be the Spirit Master has returned and manifested his power? Venerable Yuji dared not confront him directly, so he temporarily avoided his sharp edge and chose to yield. Very likely. Thinking of this, Huo Hai straightened his back and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "May I ask Venerable Yuji, the foundation built by my ancestors of the Xiaoyao sect is filled with the blood of the Xiaoyao sect. Why should that 7th-rank city god who took office at Chengxing Pass be taken away so easily? I know that your proposed strategy is to release resources, benefit the lower classes, and boost the overall fortune. This is a righteous act, and my Xiaoyao sect will certainly do our duty. But to seize my Xiaoyao sect's ancestral foundation with just an official document, isn't that going too far? If my ancestral business is ruined in my hands, how can I face my ancestors?" Chen Yi said calmly, "Your words sound righteous, but your Xiaoyao sect has occupied the most prosperous area in this region for many years. Have you made any contributions to the local development? Have the living standards of the local people improved because of you? Has the local fortune ever risen?" The 3 soul-searching questions left Huo Hai speechless. "I was just saying, why did you take it so seriously? Contribute to local development. If even the free and unfettered sect can't develop, how can it possibly care about anything else?" Chen Yi continued, "If it weren't for the advancement of the heavenly Tao, which forcibly increased the overall environmental carrying capacity, do you know how many lives would starve to death in this area every year? It should be understood that the number of living beings is the foundation of destiny, and the level of destiny determines the upper limit of the productivity of heaven and earth. The local fortune has remained the same for so many years. It's difficult for heaven to protect everyone. Sometimes we should look for the reasons within ourselves. Why hasn't the fortune improved over the years? Have we really taken any serious measures to address it? Your Excellency, your admonition is correct, but Huo Hai's face turned red and his neck thickened as he choked out, "If we hand over our ancestral heritage, how are the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect supposed to survive?" The words had barely left his mouth. Before Chen Yi could speak, the free and unfettered sect elder, who had been standing like a lackey in the main hall, had already figured things out and resolutely said, "Sect Master, how can you still not understand? The Venerable One's meaning is already very clear. We cannot simply rely on our ancestors' legacy and live off our past achievements. After all, the pie is only so big. We can only ensure that we don't starve to death. But if we hand it over, we will definitely receive preferential treatment firstly, and secondly, with the city. God's extensive network of connections, we will surely be able to expand the business, increase its fortune, and improve productivity."
At that time, we will actually gain more. The tide of the new era is surging forward, and only by following the direction of the giant waves can we leap to the forefront. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My Xiaoyao sect has been in decline for too long and can no longer follow the old ways. Please order the reform, sect master. I, Luo Wudian, am willing to lead the exploration and will immediately proceed to Chengxing Pass to negotiate with the city god. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but look at this seemingly ordinary elder of the Xiaoyao sect with new respect, and said with great interest, "Your awareness is very good, and you are capable of serving as the Huanzan second generation sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect." Huohai was struck dumb. Oh no, this is coming for me. Venerable Yuji was indeed petty. I knew he wouldn't let me go so easily, so he was waiting here. However, not just anyone can become the sect leader of the free and unfettered sect. Even if you, Venerable Yuji, can remove me, so what? Outsiders will always be outsiders. They have no idea how much I, Huohai, have contributed to the Xiaoyao sect. Even if you're demoted to a menial disciple, you can still order the sect leader around, believe it or not, and things turned out exactly as he predicted. Luo Wudian indeed dared not covet the position of sect leader. He knew his own limitations. Even if he were promoted by Venerable Yuji, he would find it difficult to win over the masses. It would be better for him to simply show his loyalty. I am deeply grateful for your Excellency's favor, but I am of limited talent and learning, and truly unfit for such a great responsibility. I hope. Luo Wudian was speaking when he suddenly couldn't continue. Because out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a divine statue summoned by the Venerable Yuji with a raised palm. Sigh, I know perfectly well that asking for leave on this day will get me scolded, but I can't help it. I'm in such a bad mood. It's your happy voices that disturbed me. I feel like a dog on the street that's been kicked mercilessly. I'm so upset. So I'm taking a day off. Moi, for Luo Wudian, who came from the scripture pavilion, identifying the figure represented by the summoned statue of the Venerable Yuji was extremely easy. Of course, it wasn't because he was well-read or had extensive knowledge, but because that statue was exactly the same as the portrait of the Lingxiu ancestor, not only in appearance but also in spirit. But why does this statue give off such a deathly feeling? Could it be that Patriarch Lingxiu has perished? Did Venerable Yuji do this? How is this possible? Lingxiu ancestor has been in the immortal realm for many years, but Yuji Venerable cannot even pass the tribulation to become an immortal. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. It's not about the Black Calamity Venerable. It's just stating a fact. So here's the question. Where did the Venerable Yuji, who couldn't even ascend to the immortal realm, get the statue of the ancestor Lingxiu? You must know that a statue of a god is not an ordinary statue. It must have the imprint of the will of the Lingxiu ancestor to be created. Otherwise, it is just a form without a spirit. The statue that Venerable Yuji was holding. It was a real statue, but why did it give off such a deathly feeling? Could it be that she really met with misfortune in the celestial realm? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Luo Wudian's mind, but he was unwilling to accept any of them. Huohai, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, was also unwilling to accept it. He also recognized the statue, and after a brief moment of mental blankness, he broke down and roared, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! My ancestor Lingxiu is invincible. Her instant annihilation of 1,000 tribulations step has reached its pinnacle. Even the Ascension Tribulation cannot touch her. Even with countless powerful beings in the immortal realm, no one can stop her if she wants to leave." Venerable Yuji, what do you mean by bringing out this statue? Are you trying to deceive me, to shatter the pillar of my free and unfettered sect's beliefs? My free and unfettered sect has already declined to a mere third-rate, bottom-tier power. You could wipe it out with a flick of your finger, so why bother with a spiritual attack? Why go to such lengths? What exactly did my free and unfettered sect do wrong? Can't we just correct it? It can be said that Huo Hai is a stubborn conservative, and as his name suggests, he is a scourge that is difficult to eradicate. But it cannot be said that he does not love the free and unfettered sect. He not only loves it, but loves it deeply, even buying the groceries himself. Chen Yi sighed softly. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you some cruel news. Chen Lingxiu has indeed perished, and this statue is the last trace she left in this world. Impossible! Huo Hai, his eyes bloodshot, turned and charged towards the sect's ancestral land. He quickly returned, carrying a massive compass, roaring. The trace of time is a semi-immortal treasure left behind by ancestor Lingxiu before her ascension. Since I took over as sect leader 600 years ago, I have maintained it day and night without the slightest slackening. Although my ancestors consumed a great deal of their Tao essence to resolve the sect's great calamity, ancestor Lingxiu's will remains. I can feel that she has always been by my side. She definitely didn't. He hadn't finished speaking. There was a click sound. The moment the time trace's compass approached the statue of Chen Lingxiu, it instantly developed spiderweb-like cracks. Ultimately, it seemed unable to withstand the erosion of endless time and turned into wispies of dust that scattered away. Boom! Huo Hai's mind seemed to be struck by lightning, his pupils dilated, and he stood there blankly, as if petrified, stiff and at a loss. Thump, Elder Luo Wudian also knelt down, his body limp. Although I had some ideas, I still couldn't help but break down when I actually confirmed it. Who is Chen Lingxiu? It is the spiritual pillar of all disciples of the free and unfettered sect. And now, that pillar of support has collapsed. Alas, dreams are like the flickering flame of a candle, the soul like drifting catkins, thoughts like scattered sand, and ideas like floating duckweed. I too have been tormented for so long, half a lifetime spent, youth wasted, and loved ones scattered and reunited. Su Jingong, holding the statue of Xiuxi, was moved to write this. This is what it means for one's spiritual pillar to collapse. He's been through it all, so he can naturally understand the feelings of the members of the free and unfettered sect. Wow, Senior Su, I feel like crying again. Lin Yuyu was fine at first, but when Su Jingong recited the poem, she was immediately drawn in and felt a lump in her throat. Having an excessive capacity for empathy is also a sin. All right, he's just dead. It's not like there's no hope of him coming back to life. Stop wailing. Chen Yi shook his head and gave a soft shout, waking Huo Hai and Luo Wudian from their daze. Huo Hai's pupils slowly focused. After realizing what had happened, he immediately scrambled forward and kowtowed. Venerable One, is there still hope? What do you want me to do? As long as you can save Ancestor Lingxiu, I will do anything you want. It doesn't matter if you strip me of my position as sect leader, I'll be a servant. As long as you don't kick me out of the free and unfettered sect. Luo Wudian remained silent, only following. Behind, frantically kowtowing and begging. Chen Yi asked leisurely, even if it means abandoning your nascent soul cultivation, you're willing to do it? Without hesitation, Huo Hai replied, the incompetence of the younger generation has caused the death of our ancestors. If I can use my years of painstaking efforts to revive the ancient ancestors in exchange for the restoration of the Xiaoyao sect's greatness, I am willing to do so. Me too, Luo Wudian replied with equal righteous indignation. For people like them, sect honor is above all else. That's why dealing with them is so difficult. They are all people of faith. You can kill their physical bodies, but you can't kill their stubborn will. Good. Chen Yi nodded slightly, then raised his hand and pointed. Huo Hai's physical body and nascent soul instantly dissolved, leaving only a wisp of primordial spirit floating in place. Just when Huo Hai thought he was about to die a heroic death, a dazzling beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating his primordial spirit, and ultimately leaving a special mark on his brow, making his illusory primordial spirit solidify once more. Huo Hai felt a very subtle sensation at that moment, warm and hot, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, with a feeling of comfort rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. A moment later, he opened his eyes again, and everything he saw seemed different from before, yet also seemed no different at all. The scenery remained unchanged, except for the presence of wisps of special Kai that were previously invisible to the naked eye. Luo Wutian, standing beside him, was surrounded by green Qi with a slight bluish tinge. Based on the information inputted from the mark between his eyebrows, it could be deduced that he was a nascent soul cultivator. Because he had received some special fortune, the green Qi had a bluish tinge, indicating that he might advance to the divine transformation stage. This is just the most basic information. More advanced content is being analyzed. Luo Wutian, 38 years old, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, receives a monthly stipend of 900,000 spirit stones. His estimated personal material reserves are 3 jin of cyan quality, 500 jin of green quality, 91 tons of yellow quality, 9 tons of blue quality, and 250 jin of white quality. Note: 1 pound of white quality resources can feed 3 adult humans for a week. 1 pound of blue quality resources can feed 10 adult humans, plus 3 200-pound beastmen for a month. 1 pound of yellow quality resources can feed 100 adult humans, plus 50 500-pound creatures for a year. 1 pound of green quality resources can feed 1,000 people. Not a buddy? Luo Wutian, are you that rich? Your resource reserves alone could support approximately 10 million people for a year. Just how much of the people's hard-earned money have you exploited? You old bastard. Wrong. Luo Wutian was usually quite frugal and poor, honestly accepting his salary. All his cultivation resources were distributed by the sect. He only saved what he couldn't use. There was virtually no possibility of him embezzling. So, is it my Xiaoyao sect that exploits the people's hard-earned money? The resources monopolized each year may be commonplace for cultivators, but for the lower classes, they are life-saving rations. Oh no, I've become the bad guy. This was Huo Hai's first time serving as a temple deity, and also his first time directly experiencing the suppression of the lower classes by the cultivator class, which brought him considerable shock. No wonder the city god of Chengxing Pass was so determined to tear the flesh and bleed the blood out of the Xiaoyao sect. If it were him, he would probably do the same thing. After all, a single nascent soul elder in the free and unfettered sect holds enough resources to support millions of people. If the entire free and unfettered sect were destroyed, how many lives could it support? The more Huo Hai thought about it, the more he felt that his crimes were heinous. As the Halonim first-generation sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect, it was not wrong for him to consider the sect's interests. However, as the land god of Xiaoyao Island, he also felt that it was not wrong to eradicate this malignant tumor that was hindering the local development. The downfall of the Xiaoyao sect could bring prosperity to the local people, but he was born into the Xiaoyao sect. He loved the Xiaoyao sect, and he couldn't bear to watch his home be destroyed. His emotions and conscience clashed, and his thoughts were in turmoil and contradictory. Sect Master, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me so strangely? It's kind of creepy. Luo Wudian shivered. After his sect leader's physical body was dissolved, and he was made the land god of Xiaoyao Island, he stared at him for a while, and his gaze suddenly turned unfriendly, even malicious. What was wrong with him? Did I do something to offend him? Is it because I still have a physical body while he doesn't? But if necessary, I, Luo Wudian, am willing to make sacrifices for the great cause of reviving ancestor Lingxiu, and I will have no complaints. Sect Master, you seem to have changed. You've become someone I don't recognize. Sigh, it's nothing. I just remembered some unhappy things. It has nothing to do with you. Huo Hai sighed softly, suppressing his chaotic thoughts, and turned his gaze to Venerable Yu Jai and his group. In that instant, he felt as if he had gone blind. The Venerable Yuji stood there, like a black hole, instantly swallowing all prying eyes. The sword immortal beside him, holding the statue of an unknown female deity, was like a dazzling sun, so bright that it was impossible to look directly at him. The only one worth noting is that crybaby female ghost. Oh no, I should say colleague. She's also a local deity, but her rank is quite strange. In terms of strength, she should be a 7th rank minor local deity, but she inexplicably has the authority of a 5th rank righteous god. Like myself, his strength can only be seen as 6th rank. But because he is a deity of the blessed land of Xiaoyao Island, his rank can be set as 5th rank. Of course, that's not important. What's important is what level Venerable Yuji and the man holding the female deity statue are. According to the classification of living beings in the incense system, those who emit white ki are mortals. Those who emit blue ki are ki refining to foundation establishment. Those who emit yellow ki are golden core. Those who emit green ki are nascent soul. Those who emit cyan ki are deity transformation. Those who emit red ki are body integration. Those who emit gold ki are said to be transcending tribulation to jade immortal, pseudo-immortal, and those who emit purple ki are supreme true immortals. Huo Hai has now been appointed as the land deity of Xiaoyao Island, a blessed land deity of at least the 5th rank. Although this official position is not very high, the highest rank is that he can see the purple ki supreme. Upon looking at Venerable Yuji and the man holding the female deity statue, not only could they not see anything, but their eyes were also stung by the glare. What level of skill do they possess? I only knew that Venerable Yuji was extraordinary, even capable of defying immortals, but I never imagined he would be this extraordinary. It should be noted that after Ziwei Heavenly Dao advances, the highest level he can reach is True Immortal, which is far from the limit of Yuji Venerable. Even the man holding the female deity statue next to Venerable Yuji was taller than this. The shocked Huo Hai had only one sentence he wanted to say, but he dared not utter it. How is it? Chen Yi asked with a smile after he had become familiar with the incense and sacred way. Now do you know why the city god of Chengxing Pass had to crack down on your Xiaoyao sect? You can't learn something just by being taught. You can learn it after just one demonstration. These two different cognitive styles are incompatible, but they can be understood by simply changing their perspectives. Unfortunately, the upper limit for the incense god is not high. Even if one reaches the 1st rank, it is equivalent to a pseudo-immortal, and one is subject to various restrictions. In the thriving Ziwei world, no one with ambition is willing to degenerate and abandon their physical body to become the bitter and tiring incense god. After all, once the divine seal is imprinted, one is no longer a complete being and can no longer enjoy freedom and ease. The greater the power bestowed by heaven or the masses, the greater the responsibility. One cannot slack off in the slightest.
If one becomes lazy in governing, the divine seal will become increasingly hot on the primordial spirit, causing unbearable suffering.
This is why traditional monks are unwilling to be branded with divine authority, and therefore cannot understand the work of the incense god, leading to intense friction between the two perspectives. If Chen Yi hadn't suppressed everything, the traditional cultivators would probably have risen up in rebellion as soon as the incense system was transplanted, plunging the world into chaos. Your Excellency, I understand your good intentions. Huo Hai suddenly understood and bowed deeply. But long-standing illnesses cannot be cured overnight. Power can suppress for a time, but it cannot suppress forever. Excessive rigidity leads to breakage. Traditional cultivators also place great importance on the development of heaven and earth. Although towering buildings are built on small foundations, no matter how solid the foundation is, the height is ultimately determined by the finest materials. Therefore, the new system can be powerful, but it cannot be too powerful. Otherwise, it will dampen the morale of traditional cultivators and cause people to abandon immortality for gods, which would be a great disaster if Your Excellency does not abandon me. I am willing to dedicate my life to the great cause of the ascension of the Ziwei heaven and earth, using Xiaoyao Island as a pilot site to unite all Xiaoyao disciples and create a model of harmonious coexistence to show the world. Upon hearing this, Luo Wutian, standing behind him, immediately trembled and readily agreed. I will obey the sect leader's command. Will lead the charge. Although I don't quite understand what my sect leader means, I feel excited as soon as I hear it. Anyway, the sect leader would never harm his own people, so just follow along and fight hard. Huo Hai shook his head. I am no longer the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. I am the land god of Xiaoyao Island. Luo Wutian, listen to my command. You shall be the 1002nd generation sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. The words had barely left his mouth. After the physical body melted away, the sect leader's ring, which had fallen to the side, suddenly rose into the air and hovered in front of Luo Wutian. Sect master, this... Luo Wutian's face flushed red, and he was a little embarrassed. Although I really want to take it over directly, wouldn't that be too unseemly? It's as if I've been eagerly waiting to take the position for ages. Stop talking nonsense. Just accept the order. Chen Yi couldn't stand it anymore and said directly. Now we should talk about reviving Chen Lingxiu. Upon hearing this, Huo Hai and Luo Wutian were caught up in the passion and lost in their own world, finally came to their senses. Yes, save Anster Lingxiu. How did the conversation veer off topic? Alas, that blueprint for the future was too tempting, and they almost forgot about the important matter. I humbly request your guidance, Venerable One. Huo Hai and Luo Wutian spoke in unison. Rumble! Chen Yi raised his hand and placed the retrieved secret realm on Xiaoyao Island. This belongs to the Ziwei continent, not to the chat group's private property. When he left, the first thing he grabbed was the retrospective secret realm, and the way to save Chen Lingxiu lies within this. Incense and deity worship have a very peculiar characteristic. Based on the shared belief image among different believers, a qualitative change will occur when the number of believers reaches a certain level. The belief image resonates, ultimately turning the false belief image into reality. However, because people's perceptions are not replicable, there are as many interpretations of Hamlet as there are people. The subtle cognitive biases among 100 million believers can create a chaotic torrent. This is the well-known fact that incense is poisonous.
If the deceased wish to return, they must first withstand the poison to be reborn. Otherwise, they will become bizarre and indescribable creatures. However, generally speaking, as long as there is proper guidance, the toxicity of incense will not be too severe, and the deceased in good condition will be able to reunite with their spirits more easily. Just like Shuji, whose lingering soul was preserved by Chen Yi, her current state is relatively stable. As long as Xu Jinghong's faith spreads effectively and allows it to gradually grow stronger, it will be able to regenerate and return after it independently completes the defects of its soul. But Chen Lingxiu was different. Her condition was really bad. Although it is unclear what realm she reached before her fall, Chen Yi can confirm, based on the strength of the laws she left behind, that she was at least at the Golden Immortal level. The Golden Immortals can already imprint their will on the river of time, and the higher realms are naturally even more wondrous and unfathomable. Especially since Chen Lingxiu is a dual cultivator of space and time, one spatial law is already disgusting enough, and there is also an even more sinister time law. If you want such an extraordinary woman to perish completely, you must completely erase her will from the river of time. Whenever Chen Yi thought of this, he felt something was very wrong. Logically speaking, since the other party has already gone to such lengths, why not continue to go against the tide, find the moment Chen Lingxiu was born, and eliminate her from the source? He speculated that this operation should be possible. Only by completely erasing a person from history and making everything about her disappear can we truly kill her. Otherwise, she can always return given the chance. But why didn't the one who killed Chen Lingxiu do that? So much so that the legend of Chen Lingxiu is still recorded in the Zhui world. The descendants of the Xiaoyao sect still devoutly worship the longevity tablet of ancestor Lingxiu, and many people still remember her existence. Is that person unwilling or unable? Everything remains unknown, as these are all Chen Yi's personal speculations. In reality, he couldn't find a way to enter the river of time at all. In order to combat the abnormal tribulation of becoming an immortal, he studied the Tao of time and had a slight understanding of it. He also studied the Tao of space and was proficient in it, but time and space combined were a headache. He pondered about it for hundreds of years, but still couldn't find a clue. This is the downside of going astray. Normally, one who breaks through to the Golden Immortal realm can sense the existence of the river of time. However, Chen Yi, who now has a 3-star Chaos avatar capable of defeating Golden Immortals, still only knows how to wildly swing his halberd. He was like an anomaly, completely out of place with the universal rules of the Great Tao that govern all the worlds. Although he had learned a lot of random things, no matter how much he wanted to integrate, he was still an outsider. Forget it. I can't figure it out. I'm not going to think about it anymore. Chen Yi gathered his scattered thoughts and began to order people around again. Lord of Xiaoyao Island, obey my command. Huo Hai immediately leaned forward slightly. Be prepared at any time. Chen Yi waved his hand, revealing a series of terrifying yet alluring images, and said in a gentle voice, "The retrospective secret realm is formed from Chen Lingxiu's original law source. It contains various trial levels and can accommodate countless cultivators to enter for trials. The rewards for clearing the level are extremely generous. Now I have placed it on Xiaoyao Island. You will control the entrance. All cultivators who wish to enter the pass must sincerely bow 3 times to the statue of Chen Lingxiu. We must not forget the well digger when we drink the water. At the same time, Xiaoyao Island will be one of the 6 pilot secret realms of the new era, enjoying preferential treatment in resources and heavenly rules.
The important task of creating a comfort zone for traditional cultivators is entrusted to you. Do you have any objections? Huo Hai bowed solemnly. Received. Chen Yi then turned his gaze to the new sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Luo Wudian, as a representative of the traditional cultivators of Xiaoyao Island. The important task of establishing new income-generating industries for cultivators, revitalizing the local fortune base, and building a harmonious coexistence environment is entrusted to you. Do you have any objections? Luo Wuxian bowed and clasped his hands in a fist salute. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Chen Yi nodded slightly, then called out by name, Lin Yuyu. Lin. Yuyu, who was shaking her head, was stunned for a moment. Huh? Is there something else about me? Chen Yi said with a serious expression. You are the most important link, so get serious. This little newbie looks simple, but it's actually not complicated at all. Her skills may be ordinary, but she possesses a unique characteristic that none of the other incense gods have. Whether it was due to the influence of time travel, or because she was forced to become a god halfway through her life, she was able to purify the poison of incense offerings. Even Chen Yi couldn't eradicate the incense poison by addressing its root cause, yet she could make the incense power crunchy and delicious. It can only be described as extraordinary talent, even somewhat unlike a normal incense-burning deity. Therefore, she is a very important part of the plan to revive Chen Lingxiu, and there is absolutely no room for carelessness. Snap! Wow, that's fast. Lin Yuyu immediately abandoned her laziness and stood at attention. Boss, you say so. I will definitely do my best. She may slack off on ordinary days, but she won't let you down when it matters. Chen Yi calmly said, the incense accumulated on the statue of Chen Lingxiu needs your purification. That is, just like you usually do, transform the power of the incense into various snacks. The only difference is that this time it won't be snacks, but rather spiritual liquid that you will pour onto the statue of Chen Lingxiu. Can you do that? Lin Yuyu was about to answer, but then, as if remembering something, she frowned, pretended to think for a moment, and then looked slightly troubled. There will definitely be some difficulties, but the boss has spoken, so no matter how difficult it is, I will rise to the challenge. No problem, I can do it. Chen Yi. This little girl has gone astray. Even though this was easy for her, she still pretended to have gone through a lot of trouble. His attempt to take credit is too obvious. He clearly hasn't grasped the essence of the art. Gu Yuanfang and Xiao Chunan, look at the cowardly soldiers you three have trained. After a pause, Chen Yi placed Chen Lingxiu's statue before the retrospective realm and gave her her final instructions. Remember not to be hasty. Everything must be publicized according to history. Chen Lingxiu was no ordinary person. Any misunderstanding could lead to failure. Huo Hai, the local deity of Xiaoyao Island, nodded solemnly. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, the Xiaoyao sect has detailed records of the deeds. Ancestor Lingxiu. We all grew up listening to her stories, so we will definitely be truthful and will not engage in false propaganda. Luo Wudian, the new sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect, also solemnly expressed his opinion. I started reading ancient books in the scripture pavilion when I was 3 years old, and by the age of 6 I had read all the ancient and modern books. I know the Lingxiu ancestor very well, and have even reached the point of being in harmony with the heavens and man. I will certainly not let others misunderstand the Lingxiu ancestor. Think fast, you blockhead, Lin Yuyu said solemnly and righteously. Please rest assured, boss, I guarantee to complete the task you assigned perfectly. I solemnly swear hereby that from this day forward, I will never rest, I will not slack off, I will not travel, I will not get sick, I will not play games, I will not gossip. Chen Yi has done what
he was supposed to do, and he has also done most of what he shouldn't have done. Whether Chen Lingxiu can be reborn depends on her own fate. After giving all the instructions, he withdrew his attention, and the clone that had descended upon the Xiaoyao sect instantly transformed back into the form of chaotic colorful beads. There were 9 beads in total, which were strung together to form a necklace, and finally put around Xu Jinghong's neck. Of course, this was not to control Xu Jinghong, but to help him suppress his power, so that he would not accidentally cause the world to collapse when he was learning the method to revive Xiuxi with. The team. After all, the Ziwei continent cannot currently support the existence of Zhuangxian, especially since Xu Jinghong is at the peak of Zhuangxian. Even a wisp of his aura is enough to crush the not-so-solid true immortal laws. Therefore, the suppression array formed by the 9 chaotic colored beads is necessary. If Xu Jinghong doesn't want to wear it or finds it uncomfortable, then he can only go into the house with Chen Yi and stay in the illusionary star cave without going out. However, it was clear that he didn't care about these minor constraints while holding the statue of Xiuxi. He was learning from Lin Yuyu on Xiaoyao Island and also working part-time as the head of the security team for the pilot's secret realm. After all, once the news spread that the pilot project for the retrospective secret realm would be located in the free and unfettered sect, cultivators from all over the world flocked to it. With so many people, trouble was bound to arise, and all sorts of shady characters would appear. The free and unfettered sect, a small, third-rate force, simply could not manage it effectively. If it weren't for the fact that it was officially appointed by Venerable Yuji, it would probably have been seized in an instant by some unscrupulous people blinded by greed. Of course, they don't dare to do it openly, but they still do a lot of dirty tricks behind the scenes. With a wave of his hand, Venerable Yuji launched 6 pilot projects for the secret realms. 5 of them were located within the powerful Holy Lands and hegemonic forces, while this retrospective secret realm was placed in the long-declining Xiaoyao sect. Does Xiaoyao sect deserve such generous conditions? Indeed, the Xiaoyao sect is unworthy. If it weren't for their Lingxiu ancestor, this retrospective secret realm would never have ended up on Xiaoyao Island. It must be said that although ancestor Lingxiu has been immortalized for 300,000 years, her lingering influence still protects the Xiaoyao sect. First, the special care from Venerable Yuji prevented all the cultivators attempting to break through from openly seizing or plundering. Secondly, with the special security team leader, Senior Jinghong, in charge, no demons or monsters can cause a ripple in front of him. Finally, the statue of the Lingxiu ancestor stands before the entrance to the secret realm. Those who do not worship with utmost sincerity are not allowed to enter and will be disqualified and expelled to another courtyard. Eternal ancestor Lingxiu, even after 300,000 years, still protects us, his incompetent descendants. The younger generation is incompetent, causing the ancestors to die of exhaustion. I will remember this disgrace. I will work harder and strive to become stronger. Today I am at the foundation establishment stage. Tomorrow I will be at the golden core stage. Tears dampen the foundation building pill. I vow to shatter illusions and prove myself a true immortal. Even if the 9 journeys are bitterly cold, I will rewrite the destiny chart. The free and unfettered sect will be great again. All the members of the Xiaoyao sect gritted their teeth.
The days when you are looked down upon because of poverty and weakness will sooner or later become stepping stones to the highest peak. The development of Ziwei was in full swing, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, with nothing major happening. 10 years may be a long time for mortals, but it is just a blink of an eye for cultivators. The establishment of the 6 pilot secret realms has opened up a completely new path for traditional cultivators to acquire resources. After all, these secret realms are all formed from the original laws of beings above the golden immortal level who have fallen. Using them for cultivators of the Ziwei continent to test and consume is a huge waste of their talents. In particular, Chen Yi didn't grant them any buffs or enhancements, emphasizing that life and death were predestined and wealth was determined by fate. Furthermore, defeating the guardian puppets wouldn't drop law fragments. Instead, it would only reward them with various rare resources plundered from the Ling Xiao treasury. This greatly reduces the loss of the essence of the laws of the secret realm. Although the number of cultivators who flooded and far exceeded the total number of members in all chat groups, the consumption was actually lower than the time the members used it. The chat group used the secret realm for 10,000 years, consuming nearly 1% of the source of the laws. However, when it was placed on the Ziwei continent for Ziwei cultivators to use for trials, it was used for 10 years, and the secret realm was still as good as new. The reason for such a big difference ultimately comes down to the 2 different choices made by Chen Yi and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was focused on quickly cultivating top-tier experts, so he wasn't afraid of the costs. He would use whatever he could as long as it was effective. And most importantly, he was very wealthy. And what about Chen Yi? His goal was to improve the overall level of the Ziwei cultivators, so that the outstanding ones could naturally stand out from the crowd, and the mediocre ones could also enjoy the benefits of development. At the same time, and most importantly, he was very poor. Wealth is relative. Chen Yi, who embezzled 100 millionth of the resources in the Lingxiao treasury, was definitely the richest man in the lower realm, but he was somewhat strapped for cash in the upper realm. In particular, he also wants to promote the development of the Ziwei continent towards the direction of the immortal realm, which requires even more resources. Although it's enough for now, Chen Yi never focuses solely on the present. He has a long-term vision and never fights a battle he's not confident in. Is it enough to just have enough food in the granary? Can you feel secure if it's not full? Therefore, he had been secretly spying on the little golden dragon, ready to join the battle at any time. Strangely enough, during this 10-year period of silence, the great fool dragon seemed to have returned to normal, while the once powerful Wuji remained silent. This made him somewhat puzzled. All bark and no bite. What exactly is Wuji up to? He let the little golden dragon lead the team to jump around so happily in that so-called immortal realm and plunder so many high-level resources. Did you really just give them away for nothing? That idiot Ling Xiao has also gone into hiding. His will was affected back then, and he left in such a hurry that he forgot to leave a backup plan. Now he's the one on the defensive. This won't do. If they remain inactive, and we don't know their true intentions, I'll be the one who suffers. It seems I'm the only one who can break this deadlock. Thinking of this, Chen Yi slowly stood up. After 10 years of accumulation, his physical capacity has expanded to more than double what it was when he was undergoing his 82nd tribulation to become an immortal. Last time, he could only absorb the essence of 49 complete Chaos Divine Lightnings before he couldn't absorb any more. This time, he set a small goal. He must absorb more than 100, and he was sure that the Immortal Tribulation would scream and cry out. The 83rd clash with the Ascension Tribulation, just thinking about it is exciting. He had suppressed his feelings for too long in order to ensure Ziwei's stable development, and he hadn't felt this passionate feeling in a long time. To put it more directly, he wanted to experience the thrill of becoming an immortal and have some fun. Of course, seeking the joy of becoming an immortal is merely a means, not an end. His real intention was to gain more confidence in dealing with Wuji and Ling Xiao. Currently, the 121 clones can only fuse into one 5-star entity at most, which is too few and insufficient. In direct confrontation, this is disadvantageous. Letting the enemy slaughter us is unacceptable. There is only one way: create as many clones as possible, so that you won't run out of space. The immortal realm, the boundless palace. The immortal Emperor Wuji stood before the mirror of heaven like a sculpture. The mirror reflects multiple scenes from a corner of the celestial realm. A golden dragon, 10,000 feet long, battled the sea of clouds for 30,000 miles, then swooped down, shattering the thick layer of mysterious ice. In the depths of extreme cold, it grabbed the ice soul-cold vein and refined it in an instant. A graceful female immortal, dressed in a plain-colored, flowing fairy dress with wide sleeves, lightly touched the ground with her jade feet, each step creating lotus blossoms. She walked freely in the most yin place, her ethereal Daoist charm transforming into starlight, soothing the irritable yin spirits, purifying their chaotic obsessions and restoring them to clarity. Finally, surrounded by countless yin spirits, she plucked the 9-leaf resurrection grass, and also casually dug up a large amount of spiritual source yin soil. A celestial being with a male body and a female appearance carried a huge hammer that was extremely incongruous with his appearance. He struck the primordial black gold mountain again and again, collecting a large amount of primordial black gold ore. A Taoist priest, dressed in a Tai Chi yin-yang robe and wielding a carving knife and pen, cautiously measured the earth with his feet, precisely pinpointing the celestial crystal vein deep underground, making it difficult for the vein to escape its cage. Ultimately, warm celestial essence stones were extracted from it, a tall, muscular, shirtless celestial being uprooted a towering tree. 1. The 9-tiered painting, with each tier a celestial being, is frantically absorbing rare resources. These ants seem to have many flaws, but my intuition tells me that if I dare to make any rash moves, I will inevitably be entangled in unforeseen circumstances. Sigh. The lower realm is really not a place to go. The immortal Emperor Wuji sighed softly and sat back on his throne with a solemn expression. The danger of variables lies in their uncertainty and uncontrollability. Uncertainty lies in the fact that before it becomes a completely predetermined calamity, it can be anyone, anything, or even non-existent. Uncontrollability means being unpredictable, unjudgmentable, and uncontrollable. Closing the gates to immortality and cutting off ascension is the best defensive measure he can take. After all, as long as the variables cannot enter the immortal realm, development in the barren lower realm will always be limited. Given enough time, once he reaches the threshold of the Chaos Overlord realm, he will no longer need to guard against variables. He will suppress all variables. Unfortunately, that damned Ling Xiao secretly placed the Epoch treasure vault in the lower realm behind his back. In this way, even without entering the immortal realm, they can still have enough resources to grow and thrive. Fortunately, there is also good news. Because the laws of the lower realm are not perfect, or even incomplete, the foundation of creatures raised in this environment is far less solid than that of the immortal realm, and their power is reduced by at least 30%, or even more. This is like a child who grows up eating coarse food and vegetables, skinny and weak. How can he compare to a child who grows up eating meat in terms of strength? Of course, we cannot rule out the existence of abnormal species with innate superhuman strengths, but such beings will inevitably have some fatal flaws. As long as the right medicine is prescribed, there is nothing to worry about. Overall, the advantage still lies with me. Wuji's gaze was deep, and he had already made up his mind. Since there's no way to escape, let's take a gamble. Let the variables grow and thrive in the lower realm until their uncertainty disappears and they become the calamity destined in one's fate. Then suppress them with thunder. You eat grass, I eat meat. You were born to be eaten by me. This corner of the immortal realm will serve as a buffer zone between you and me. I will give you time to develop until you can no longer see it from afar. Ling Xiao, you deliberately lured me down to the mortal realm so that I would be trapped and unable to attend to anything. Else, want to restore the monarchy? You're not qualified. The epoch treasury is what I desire, and its unpredictable variables are also what I desire. The void. Chen Yi, who was shirtless and exuding charm, suddenly fell into deep thought. Wait, is this right? In the past, when I was about to become an immortal, I would rush over as soon as I smelled the scent. Why is it that I've been releasing my power for so long now, and there's still no reaction? What? You really think I died on the 82nd day? But aren't you familiar with my scent? Why don't you come and pursue me? Hey! Undeterred, Chen Yi unleashed his full power once again. A vast and heavy aura poured out, like a wave capable of annihilating everything, rapidly collapsing outward from his true form. A moment later, the tribulation to become an immortal is still nowhere to be seen. Chen Yi began to panic. No! The tribulation to become an immortal! How can I live without you? Since 721 years ago, he has been passionately clashing with the tribulation of becoming an immortal, which occurs on average once every 9 years. However, it actually depends on Chen Yi's recovery speed. It can happen once every 3 or 4 years, and the longest one is 12 years. Each time he is ready to become an immortal, he can come in full force and leave satisfied. This has happened 82 times. In this barren lower realm, only the tribulation of becoming an immortal can excite Chen Yi. But it's not coming anymore. Without the tribulation to become an immortal, how could Chen Yi possibly contend with the two emperors? It must have undergone some unknown change in aura after being refined by the essence of chaos divine thunder. Although it doesn't have the self-circulating spiritual energy of an immortal body, it has lost its qualification to attract the trials of becoming an immortal. Moreover, I escaped by faking my death the 82nd time and passed through the Immortal Tribulation cloud letter. It's highly likely that I've buried all information about myself in the past, which is why I didn't come this time. It can't be that the immortal realm is up to something again, that they're not. Sending down the tribulations for becoming an immortal. It can't be, absolutely not. Don't panic, let's find a normal tribulation stage to test it first. Chen Yi's gaze was deep. He put on the hidden blue sky-covering robe again, raised his hand to condense a spatial portal and walked in. The destination space-time coordinates were set as Tianshu Star Region. Tianshu Star Region. 23 years have passed since the upheaval in Yunzhou. Once renowned throughout the land, even children trembled at the mere mention of his name. The forbidden zone of life has long since become a laughing stock. 20 years ago, Fang Zheng, the first quasi-emperor of the Fang family, held the imperial seal and blocked the entrance to the forbidden zone. He beat the 24 supreme beings so badly that they couldn't even lift their heads. He would beat the supreme beings to cheer them up when he was happy, and he would beat the supreme beings to cool off when he was unhappy. Everyone was happy to see this and applauded. However, instead of eradicating these malignant tumors, he left them to Fang Fan, the second-generation supreme of the Fang family, as a whetstone. So 10 years ago, after Fang Zhang, the quasi-emperor, disappeared without a trace, his son Fang Fan rose rapidly, took over his father's heavy responsibility, held the emperor's seal, and with the cultivation of a half-step quasi-emperor, sat alone in front of the forbidden zone, confronting 24 supremes, suppressing them so that they dared not show their faces and stir up the dark. Turmoil again. What unparalleled talent! His father Fang Zhang was like a dazzling meteor. He was unremarkable in his early years, and no one paid attention to him until he finally emerged from obscurity and shone brightly for a lifetime. The only things people talked about him were those 10 brilliant years and the mysterious extraterrestrial emperor who stood behind him. And what about Fang Fan? He was incredibly talented from a young age, and there are countless stories about him. People talk about him with great interest, as if he were a treasure which has brought his fame to its peak. Lost at the age of 3, he was carried back by a Qilin. At 6, he mistakenly entered the true martial emperor's dojo and obtained part of the demon-slaying scripture. At 9, he broke into the fallen dragon cave, where the true dragon's blood cleansed his marrow and refined his essence. At 12, he cultivated a divine bridge, sweeping across the younger generation of Yunshu. At 15, he killed the young patriarch of the Wang family, the overlord of Yunshao, bringing about the annihilation of his clan. His father, Fang Zhang, then invited a mysterious extraterrestrial emperor. At the age of 38, he has already reached the 6th level of quasi-emperor cultivation, having completed a path that others cannot finish in thousands of years. Give him a little more time, and it will be only a matter of time before he flattens the forbidden zone of life. The only question is whether he will be like his father and refuse the heavenly mandate bestowed by heaven to become an emperor. The heavenly Tao of the heavenly pivot is actually quite troublesome. Having a powerful family member like Fang Zhang should be a cause for celebration. However, he was an unregistered person reincarnated from another world, not a local. They wanted to give him the heavenly heart mark to prove his Tao and make him a local, but he refused. It's understandable. After all, he has a powerful background, and the otherworldly being behind him is ridiculously strong, so he certainly has the right to choose freely. But why would Fang Fan reject me too? Fang Zhang isn't a true local, but Fang Fan is. Why can't I give him so many opportunities and so much luck? Make him the chosen one of this world, suppress it for a lifetime, strengthen the fortune of this world, and promote its development. Do you really have to go to another world to follow in your father's footsteps? Tianshu Star is your home, the place where you were born and raised. How can you be so selfish? Fang Fan, I'm begging you, please take this heavenly heart mark. Your father is gone, and Tianshu Star can't be without you. You don't want to see your hometown decline, do you? The heavenly pivot and the heavenly way are quite humble. If there were even the slightest way, he wouldn't be completely without any solutions. Fang Fan's father is Fang Zhang, and behind Fang Zhang is a powerful being from another world. The 3 star-suppressing seals left behind by that being are still exerting their power. How could she possibly force Fang Fan to comply? We can only try to appeal to emotions. It is precisely because I cannot stand by and watch my hometown decline that I choose not to accept the mark of heaven. Fang Fan shook his head and refused as usual. He is no longer the impetuous young man who carried the coffin.
With his father's guidance, he has learned his father's shrewdness and has become quite cunning. Are you going to spout your old theories again? Tian Shu Tiandao persisted. Your father said he was going to another world to find resources to give back to his homeland, but he disappeared for 10 years without a trace. If you go too, who will be able to shoulder the burden of Tian Shu Star? Fang Fan, you know that Tian Shu Star, which is in dire need of rebuilding, cannot do without you, just like a person cannot do without a kidney. Fang Fan remained silent for a moment, about to reply. Sudden, ripples spread across the void, and a vast and familiar aura instantly emanated from it. This is, the heavens trembled slightly, and the heavenly pivot, heavenly Tao, was both fearful and excited. The fear stemmed from the fact that he was too powerful, and the fragile world of the Tian Shu Star region could not withstand his antics. The reason for their excitement was that the other party was too powerful. The 3 star-suppressing seals that were given to them could be used as boundary-suppressing stones. If there were any gaps, it wouldn't matter if Fang Fan escaped. No, this doesn't taste right. Fang Fan's sensitive nose twitched, and he couldn't help but gasp. Hiss, this powerful being's aura is more advanced and richer than before. It has exceeded my understanding. It feels like what descended before was just a drop of water, but now it's an endless ocean. Suppressing his own power, Chen Yi slowly stepped out, raising an eyebrow and glancing at Fang Fan with considerable admiration. Like father, like son. You have a keen sense of smell. It has to be said that he misjudged Fang Fan back then. When he was young, Fang Fan was just an ordinary piece of gold. Although he was quite talented, he was just a lucky child favored by the heavens. He had some skills, but not many. He couldn't compare with Fang Zhang, who was a refined and tough man who had been tempered through countless trials. As we all know, gold is soft. No matter how precious or beautiful it is, it's useless if it's not hard enough. It can be cut with ordinary scissors. Now that he has grown up, he has shed his soft golden shell, revealing an even harder black metal inside. It's only at the early stage of the fusion realm, yet I can sense that he is the true form descending. This is extraordinary. To give an example, when ordinary people look up at the sky, they only feel that the sky is vast and boundless, and they can't see the endless universe and starry sky behind the sky. Similarly, although the clone that descended back then was just an ordinary Immortal Tribulation transcending, it was still an unfathomable existence to Fang Fan now, and he was able to surface to the essence. This perception ability is indeed top-notch. It's a promising talent. With a little training, it can be put to use and become a sharp weapon for the Purple Star Immortal Court. Fang Fan swallowed hard, then immediately stepped forward, bowed, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying respectfully, "This humble one, Fang Fan, pays his respects to your excellency." Chen Yi waved his hand and said casually, "I need to use these whetstones your father left you. This place isn't suitable for your development. Take care of your affairs and get ready to go and follow your father." Fang Fan's expression brightened, and he was overjoyed. He forced a smile and solemnly bowed, saying, "I will obey your majesty's command." The heavenly Tao of Tianshu immediately became anxious. "Respected visitor from another world, I have no intention of disobeying your will, but if Fang Fan also leaves, I will fall into weakness. That is, you're still so useless," Chen Yi said with some disdain. He raised his hand and summoned 10,000 immortal essence stones, instantly refining them into a small immortal vein and embedding it into the earth. 10,000 immortal stones are just the basic monthly salary of a deputy divine official in the Zhui Immortal Court. If one performs well, one can earn more. But for the Tianshu star region, which has only just reached the tribulation transcending level, that is simply enough wealth to buy the entire world. This is not an exaggeration. If we use a common algorithm to compare prices, then even if the Tianshu star region were to exhaust all its resources, the highest value it could reach would only be 500 billion top-grade spirit stones. Although the energy contained in a single immortal essence stone is only equivalent to the total energy of 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones, the quality and uses of immortal essence are far superior to spiritual power. Just like the difference between the price of gold and the price of scrap iron, both are metals, but one costs several hundred yuan per gram, while the other costs only a few yuan per gram. Therefore, both quantity and quality must be compared. 10,000 immortal essence stones are at least equivalent to 1 trillion top-grade spirit stones. Buying the Tianshu star region is no problem at all. This is the legendary immortal essence stone, right? And it's even been refined into an immortal vein. Is this really for me? The heavenly Tao of Tianshu was greatly shocked, even incredulous. He had never seen such high-class goods before. If we can digest it and then plan and utilize it properly, we will definitely have a chance to advance to the pseudo-immortal realm. No need for further words. I've given it to you. Focus on your development. There's plenty of time in the future, and I'll need your help someday. Chen Yi waved his hand, then with a thought, grabbed the 24 supreme beings trembling in the restricted area. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky trembled. It wasn't the loss of 24 rebellious sons that caused her grief, but the acquisition of a warm immortal vein that brought her joy. You have shown me such great kindness that I can hardly repay it. If you will not abandon me, I am willing to worship you as my heavenly father, Chen Yi. Brib is so angry, she can't be bothered with you. Setting aside his request to worship his adoptive father, Tianshu Tiandao, he led 24 supreme beings to the void domain in an instant. Ignore him during the Ascension Tribulation. It doesn't matter. Now that other people are going through a tribulation, you should at least do something about it, right? Just let me rub against you then. I won't go too far. The 24 supreme beings within the forbidden zone of life in the Tianshu star region, no matter how much they have fallen from grace, were once invincible kings. But then that man came and casually brought them down from their pedestals. This turned them, who were already barely surviving, into nothing more than a roadside nuisance. He was kicked by Fang Zhang, kicked by Fang Fan, and laughed at by the world, as if everyone was bullying him. In reality, they are still the most powerful beings in the Tianshu star region. Fang Zheng and Fang Fan are nothing but bullies who rely on external forces to intimidate others. An emperor has the dignity of an emperor. Until he is driven to the brink of despair, he should just endure it for now. Now, after being dragged into the void by that man, they clearly realized how ridiculous their persistence had been. The void. What place is this? There are no laws here, only abnormally violent void energy raging here. When they were at their peak, they once visited this place in search of an opportunity to become immortals, but they only came and never dared to go out and face the violent void energy. But that man dared. Moreover, he not only dared to do so, but he didn't even wear any protective measures. He just wandered around shirtless. The ethereal energy that was enough to annihilate a middle-aged emperor in an instant washed over his flawless body. It wasn't even a tickle. It was just like soaking in a hot spring. What a perfect body this is. What an incredibly powerful physique. Glug. The 24 supreme beings swallowed hard. They had originally wanted to take a gamble, but after discovering how perverted he was, they completely abandoned that idea. It's forgivable for a mantis to try to stop a chariot, but a mayfly trying to shake the heavens is just wishful thinking. Senior, even if we're going to die, let us die a quick death. Please stop picking at things. I'm scared. The most senior supreme being spoke with a stiff upper lip. He had lived for too long and was getting tired of it. It would be good to continue living, but he would also be fine to die. Chen Yi ignored him and focused on setting up the ascension formation for them. To put it bluntly, this ascension array was his proudest creation. It was developed after he was severely beaten by the Ascension Tribulation for the 49th time. It was inspired by this and could be used to steal the way out and discover the source of the Ascension Tribulation at the moment it descended and directly knock on the gate of immortality. Unfortunately, the gate to immortality was tightly closed. Not only did no one answer the door when I knocked, but the gatekeeper, who was undergoing the tribulation of immortality, was also very ferocious. He chased after me and started biting me indiscriminately. When he was young and ignorant, he thought the tribulation to become an immortal was extremely hateful. Now that he's grown up and the tribulation to become an immortal is no longer coming, he misses it very much. If he wasn't afraid that knocking on the door randomly would alert Wuji and expose himself, he would have used it long ago, when Wuji ignored him during the Immortal Tribulation. Now, the Ascension Array was set up by 24 supreme beings in the Tianshu Star region who were about to die, exhausting their life's blood and sweat. What does it have to do with me, Chen? I was just passing by, an ordinary passerby who saw someone undergoing a tribulation and decided to join in the fun. Buzz! Soon, the Ascension formation was completed. With his hands free, Chen Yi turned to the 24 supreme beings and gave them a friendly smile. Gentlemen, this formation can be used to knock on the gates of immortality. Do you wish to go to the immortal realm? The 24 supreme beings immediately trembled. Do you want to go to the immortal realm? They dream of it. There is immortality in the immortal realm. Aren't they just trying to survive for so many years because they don't want to die? But how can one go to the immortal realm so easily? Legends of the immortal realm have always existed in the Tianshu Star region, but there is no path to ascension in the Tianshu Star region. After all, to prove one's Tao and become an emperor, one must obtain the heavenly heart mark. However, once one accepts the heavenly heart mark, one will be bound to the Tianshu Star domain, thus losing the qualification to trigger the Immortal Tribulation. Strictly speaking, the heavenly Tao of the heavenly pivot was not of a high enough level. In order to cultivate a strong person equivalent to the tribulation transcending stage and promote the development of the laws, the power of the heavenly Tao was used to condense the heavenly heart. Imprint. With the capital of the heavenly Tao being one level higher, it attempted to let the first emperor lead the later emperors. However, in reality, the highest level of the laws of heaven and earth was only the strength of the integration stage. The so-called tribulation transcending laws were not perfect, so they could not trigger the arrival of the immortal tribulation. Of course, this is a common practice of the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao of Tianshu is given enough time, it can still perfect the tribulation transcending law, thereby achieving the tribulation transcending world achievement and obtaining the true qualification for ascension. However, one or two rebellious sons were unwilling to sacrifice for the great cause. After suppressing the emperor for a lifetime, when their blood and energy were exhausted and their lifespans were depleted, they cut off their imperial thrones, abandoned the heavenly heart mark, and transformed themselves into forbidden zones to prolong their lives. If only 1 or 2 people did this, it would be fine. But if almost everyone did it, it would greatly increase the burden on heaven and severely slow down the development process. The key issue is that the heavenly pivot and the heavenly Tao are still unable to remove these malignant tumors, as this would instantly cause the world to fall into chaos and its level to drop. If we don't cut it off, another dark upheaval will occur, requiring billions of lives to sustain them, greatly depleting the world's fortune, causing development and regression to be almost equal. Barely enough to cover expenses, and not enough to accumulate any foundation. The heavenly Tao of the heavenly pivot is actually very difficult. Even 24 unfilial sons don't know how to be considerate, but now it's meaningless whether they're understanding or not. The man spoke in a way that seemed like a question, suggesting a choice, but in reality, there was no choice. Whether they want to go to the immortal realm or not is irrelevant. What matters is that the man wants to go. How many years have the 24 supreme beings lived? How could they not understand this point? Since there's no way to resist, it's better to burn brightly than to prolong our lives in vain. They've broken their pride for so many years. They've almost forgotten that they were once the best in the world. Swish, swish, swish! One by one, the hunched supreme beings slowly straightened their backs. The faint death aura surrounding their bodies was instantly burned away by the virgin blood essence burning fiercely deep within their bodies. Their turbid eyes gradually became clear, and even burst forth with golden light. In the past, I slew all the geniuses and shattered the stars to conquer the path to the Emperor. Now I am old and frail. What does it matter if I risk my life to knock on the gate? I only ask that the path to immortality be open for future generations. My corpse can serve as a stepping stone. Ha ha ha. The gates of immortality have never opened for you. Have you ever heard the knocking of mortals? Today, we old bones will use our souls as thunder, and our bones as drums to forcefully play the ascension melody, and shatter this prison of heaven and earth. Alas, if future generations ever see gates of immortality open, do not utter my name. What I owed these beings, I have repaid today. One by one, the supreme beings sang magnificent songs, burning everything away, their aging imperial bodies undergoing a complete sublimation, regaining their former unparalleled glory. They had always known that after severing the heavenly heart mark, as long as they pursued the ultimate ascension, regardless of everything, they could trigger the legendary tribulation to become an immortal. But none of them dared to do it, just because this state lasted too short a time. It's likely that they had just begun their ascension to immortality and hadn't even started the process before it ended. But we can't worry about that now. If we succeed, we'll make a fortune. If we fail, we'll die. At least you have some backbone. That saved me a lot of trouble. Chen Yi nodded slightly, giving them a fair assessment. Simultaneously, the ascension array was activated, bursting forth with dazzling light that shot straight toward the unknown, manifesting a stairway to immortality. After doing all this, he put on his protective robe and hid in the shadows, waiting for good news. Ascend the path to immortality, and sing your way through. The 24 supreme beings felt that they had never been in such good condition. Their surging aura continued to rise, as if they had taken some kind of powerful tonic. Their already weakened blood and qi continued to boil, even surpassing their peak. Roar! What did that person stuff inside me? I feel like I'm about to explode. An unprecedented power. It's truly amazing. In my current condition, I could only last 3 breaths at most, but now I can keep going. Everyone, stay alert.
We've fought our way through countless corpses, so don't let us lose points. Ha ha ha. That's great. With Chen Yi's strong support, the 24 supreme beings regained their once domineering. Dowhart and strode confidently up the ascension, a solidified, immortal ascension staircase, full of vigor and unstoppable. At the end of the ascension staircase, a white jade immortal gate lies like an ancient mythological totem. The gate was 10,000 feet tall, its surface shimmering with 9-colored light, sometimes transforming into a vast sea of stars, sometimes condensing into a majestic, immortal mountain. Various magnificent scenes alternated and overlapped, and dark golden immortal patterns rippled. The vast and ancient aura instantly pressed down on the 24 supreme beings, making them unable to move and lying on the steps to ascend to immortality. The path to immortality is within reach, and eternal life lies within it. Despite their best efforts, the 24 supreme beings were still unable to raise their heads, as they were firmly pressed to the spot by the overwhelming pressure. Ah! I've clung to life for 10,000 years, waiting for the day I can achieve eternal life, but why is fate so cruel to me? I've seen the immortal gate, yet I cannot. Before he could finish speaking, the supreme being spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto the ascension steps, staining the flawless, white jade. Even more crimson. Puff! I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled! The other supreme beings weren't much better off. The pressure emanating from the immortal sect grew heavier and heavier, causing their imperial bodies to crack inch by inch, and imperial blood to splatter everywhere, at the same time. Inside the Wuji Palace, the Wuji Immortal Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent as he stared directly at the heavenly mirror, watching the bloody scene outside the immortal gate without wavering. But then, the image in the celestial mirror suddenly blurred. Although he returned to normal in an instant, a storm was still brewing in Wuji's deep eyes. Suddenly, a supreme being who had been pressed to the brink of death stood up straight, his dim eyes bursting with an incomparably intense light. Immediately afterwards, he took out a dark halberd, dragged it backwards step by step forward, the blade leaving a shallow mark on the steps to immortality, and finally arrived in front of the immortal gate, raised the halberd handle, swung it in a wide arc, and smashed it directly into the gate. Rumble! The magnificent immortal gate trembled violently, the dark golden immortal patterns collapsed, and a gap was torn open in the tightly sealed gate, from which a rich stream of immortal spiritual energy gushed out. Hiss, cuff, cuff, cuff. This ethereal aura is so spicy it hurts my throat. It's poisonous. The already dying supreme beings, seeing the immortal energy dissipate, immediately forced themselves to open their mouths wide and take a deep breath. As soon as the immortal energy entered their bodies, it burned like fire, instantly dissolving their already decaying and rotten imperial bodies. Their eyes rolled back, their legs straightened, and they fainted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the immortal gate, the immortal Emperor Wuji arrived in person, his cold gaze fixed on the violently shaking gate. Although he didn't know what that strange guy outside was, he knew that he was invincible at that moment. If the other party dares to come in, he will use his supreme power to suppress and kill them. What he feared was the unknown variables, not those who overestimated their abilities. Although that guy outside is definitely not right, and may even be the biggest variable right now. However, the timing is not right. It is not yet time to face the calamity. The variables are still uncertain. Even if the guy outside is killed, the variables cannot be eliminated. In fact, the variables will become more and more bizarre and unpredictable. So you'd better not come in. I'm giving you time to develop, not so you can rush in and die.
Fortunately, the immortal gate stabilized quickly after shaking violently for a while. After a series of mournful sighs, the other party retreated in utter dejection.
Only then did Wuji finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew! Damn these variables. They've made me so haggard. I'll remember this humiliation. When you grow up and face your tribulation, I'll make you wish you were dead. However, there seems to be something I've overlooked.
Why did they come to knock on the gate only after I ordered the severing of the heavenly pass? I was just thinking about it.
Taiwei Heaven's rebellious heavenly immortal king and his trusted general, the reincarnation true lord, suddenly rushed over. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened.
I have a premonition that the immortal king Ningguang Lingxiu, whom I killed in the past, is showing signs of revival.
Wuji's thoughts were interrupted, and he immediately frowned, asking in a deep
voice, "Didn't you say you'd taken care of it all?" The true Lord of Reincarnation, filled with trepidation, said, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." It was indeed all dealt with cleanly back then, and all traces of Chen Lingxiu have been erased from the river of time.
"Speak!"
Wuji's eyes sharpened. The true Lord of Reincarnation dared not conceal it any longer and said frankly, "In the main lineage of the river of time, everything about Chen Lingxiu has indeed been erased, but not in the
branches of the myriad realms. It's not that I don't want to eliminate the threat completely, but back in the Lingxiao Immortal Court's days, that rebellious Ziwei Heaven's Changsheng Zuankuang."
Immortal King intervened, severing a tributary of the river of time in Chen Lingxiu's homeland with a single sword strike.
At that time, he was already half-step into the origin realm, and I was no match for him. Before he could finish his explanation, Wuji interrupted him directly. "Why didn't you report it back?" Then, the true Lord of Reincarnation trembled. "I thought that the lower realm was merely a place where the conditions for Chenlin Lingxiu's return were not met, so I took the liberty of seeking some credit. I originally planned to go down to the lower realm to find the Ziwei continent and completely eliminate the hidden dangers after things had stabilized, but having said that, the true Lord of
Reincarnation dared not continue.
The first decree issued by His Majesty Wuji, after ascending to the throne, was to sever the path to ascension.
Not only are cultivators in the lower realms forbidden from ascending, but cultivators in the upper realms are also forbidden from descending to the lower realms. Anyone who disobeys the order will be executed. Under these circumstances, how could he dare to report this secret? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Now that the incident has occurred, if it is not reported now, it will be all over when the situation escalates to the point where it can no longer be concealed. You scoundrel!
Wuji stared at him coldly. Do you know how much trouble you've caused just because you were greedy for credit? The true Lord of Reincarnation felt a chill run down his spine. Majesty, please grant me a chance to atone for my mistakes.
I will personally descend to the mortal realm to eliminate this future threat.
Wuji sighed softly. Fine. I'll go to the primordial mine and mine 500 million Chaos Origin Stone Self. Corner of the wheel-turning true Lord's mouth twitched, but he dared not object and could only accept the order. Thank you for your grace, your majesty, the 24 supreme beings of the Tianshu Star region have died.
They died outside the gates of immortality, ending their lives, which were both glorious and tragic. Throughout their lives, they had merits, but their sins outweighed them.
The two cannot offset each other, and perhaps only a heroic sacrifice in the ultimate sublimation is the best ending for them.
Moreover, before they were exhausted, they experienced the wonders of the fairyland.
Although the time was short, and their decaying bodies could not withstand the immense power, they had fulfilled their life's wish and passed away with a smile on their faces. Chen Yi returned their souls, now in their original state, to the Tianshu Star region and buried them in their homeland as compensation for their cooperation in the experiment. Unfortunately, the experiment failed, and he did not get the desired result. He was in no mood to pay attention to Tianshu Tiandao, who insisted on becoming his godfather. After cleaning up the traces of the crime, he returned to Ziwei continent in a dejected mood. There's no other reason than the tribulation to become an immortal has truly been locked inside. It's unclear whether the wicked Wuji discovered something was wrong with the Ascension Tribulation, but it was originally placed outside the door, where he could easily amuse himself by teasing it. Now, even though he had already arrogantly smashed the door with the title of Heavenly Pivot Supreme, the tribulation of immortality had not given any response, only an invisible and vast pressure emanating from behind the door. What's on the other side of the door? Absolutely damn incompetent. I tolerated it, since you were the one who aggravated the tribulation to become an immortal. Now that I've finally gotten used to the existence of the Ascension Tribulation, you want to stop me from having fun with it, right? Just you wait. After returning to the illusionary Star Cave, Chen Yi suppressed his resentment and cautiously activated the Chaos Pearls, hanging on a group of members.
The reason for such boldness is entirely due to this incident of smashing the door. He keenly sensed that Wuji seemed to have some concerns.
They've already pushed their luck too far, yet the other party is still hiding behind the door, too afraid to come out. Why is a dignified immortal emperor so despicable? What is he afraid of?
Afraid of Ling Xiao? How is that possible? The idiot Ling Xiao is already a stray dog, being chased so hard he's practically jumping up and down.
He's even prepared to give up the Hunyuan creation disc and the treasure vault. Does Wuji have any fear of him? What exactly is Wuji afraid of? Surely they can't be afraid of themselves, right? Who do you think you are? Chen Yi couldn't understand it, but he didn't care. He only knew that if Wuji regressed, he would definitely push his luck.
They grabbed the fish and ran, disappearing without a trace. If you, Wuji, refuse to grant me the Immortal Tribulation, I'll go through the back door with Ling Xiao. Purple Crepe Myrtle Fairy Court. After 10 years of rapid development, the Tiangong Joint Office has reached a certain scale and entered into standardized processes. However, on this day, another young man arrived outside the Heavenly Palace. Needless to say, this young man is no ordinary person. Surprisingly, Fang Zheng, the chief deity of Tianji Academy who is in charge of etiquette, morality, and education for all living beings, personally went out to greet him. According to a celestial official who wished to remain anonymous, he personally heard the young man call Lord Fang Zheng father. Although Mr. Fang Zheng seriously corrected the use of job titles when referring to himself at work and tried his best to avoid any appearance of impropriety, but he still brazenly brought his son to the Ministry of Finance, then closed the door and spoke, "Brother Ye, this is my son, Fang Fan. He was once the chosen one of destiny in the Tianshu Star region. He has very sensitive senses and can always find treasures in garbage dumps. Because of his good ability to find opportunities, he always gets into trouble for the family. I've told him many times to be more discreet, but he just won't listen. It's really worrying. Inside the main hall of the God of Wealth, Fang Zheng and Yuan Jiao introduced their son. In fact, he could have easily said that Fang Fan had already caught Yi Ji's eye, and that Yi Ji had personally brought him back, so Yi Wuchen could arrange for him to start an internship.
Unconditionally. But if it were that direct, then it wouldn't be Fang Zhang. Hosa, meaning upright conventional. Fang Fan looked at his father with admiration. Sure enough, the old fox was shrewder.
He seemed to be belittling himself, but he was actually praising him. The more he talked, the more he met the Ministry of Finance's job requirements.
If it were him, how could he have come up with such a beautiful set of clever words? It might be handled according to the rules and procedures. Compared to my father, I am still far behind and have a lot to learn. Old Fang, they're all my own kids. I'll definitely take care of them if I can. But you know, the Ministry of Finance has very strict requirements. If you don't meet the standards, you won't be able to stay. You can't rely on me. Yuanzi's Tianlu Academy and Chunan's Yaoguang Department are also good options. Yi Wuchen was naturally happy to give Fang Zhang face, but he still had to say the unpleasant things up front to avoid difficulties in laying off employees later.
Fang Zhang nodded slightly. It's already a stroke of luck for this kid that brother Yi could give him an internship spot. No one else is even qualified to intern in the Ministry of Finance.
Yi Wuchen laughed and pointed at him. All right, let's test your son's abilities first. After saying that, he waved.
His sleeve lifted the golden robe of the god of wealth and took out 10 ordinary-looking items, which floated in midair. Kid, choose the one you consider the most precious treasure. Fang Fan's body trembled, and he immediately began to examine the object carefully. An antique bronze mirror with a worn-out luster, a tattered scroll covered in the dust of time, a dark ring with simple patterns, a rough jade bead with dull luster, a stone wrapped with a worn red rope, an inconspicuous bamboo hairpin, a rusty broken blade, a bronze compass covered with scratches, a cloth bag stained with blood, and a small iron tripod with a dark gold luster. The 10 items were quietly displayed in midair, with a faint undercurrent of spiritual energy surging around them. Beneath their seemingly ordinary appearance, each item seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. A bead of sweat the size of a bean appeared on Fang Fan's forehead. Which one is the most precious? They look almost the same, yet they also seem completely different. He couldn't tell the difference. He really couldn't. Seeing Fang Fan's indecisive expression, Yi Wuchen glanced at Fang Zhang, who stood to the side unmoved and even composed, and smiled as he offered a suggestion. Kid, go with your gut feeling. In our line of work, eyesight isn't very useful. According to normal rules, he shouldn't have given a hint, but since he's Lao Fang's son, it wouldn't hurt to give him face. They're buddies. After receiving the hint, Fang Fan didn't hesitate, guided by his intuition, chose the blood-stained cloth bag. Upon seeing this, the usually composed Fang Zhang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Fang Fan's current level of understanding is still low, and his vision is not broad enough to see through the surface to the essence. But I am different. After 10 years of accumulation, I officially joined the army after breaking through the tribulation stage and became a full-fledged heavenly official. I received the baptism of the power of the heavenly Tao, and my cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Now I am already a mid-stage pseudo-immortal, and my vision is incomparable to what it used to be. Therefore, he can tell the difference between the quality of 10 test items. The most valuable item is the small iron cauldron with a dark golden luster, which contains a small secret realm with 5 high-grade spiritual veins inside. As for the blood-stained bag that Fang Fan chose, it was picked up by brother Yi from somewhere. Although the blood stains on it were left by a powerful person who was suspected to be above the pseudo-immortal level, the spirituality of the bag had been lost. The inside of the bag was empty, and The material was the most ordinary mortal thing. It could be said that it was worthless and was just a distraction that was stuffed in. Why would Fang Fan choose this? Could it be that after leaving the Tianshu Star region, he became just another ordinary person? Old Fang, you saw it too. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this little guy, Yi Wuchen, shook his head with regret and announced the best outcome. Fang Zhang sighed helplessly. Ah, well, what's not meant to be can't be forced. Brother Yi, are you free after your shift? I recently acquired a jar of top-grade immortal wine. Hey, buddy, forget about it. I'll definitely keep my appointment after I'm off duty. Yi Wuchen replied with a smile. He wasn't a big drinker, but becoming the god of wealth was quite stressful, so he started to enjoy the feeling of being slightly tipsy, forgetting his troubles, living for the moment, and worrying about tomorrow. The two officials in charge of the Heavenly Department chatted about their work, leaving Fang Fan feeling somewhat neglected and uncomfortable. In fact, his first choice was not the blood-stained sack, but the iron cauldron, which was the best option. But just as he was about to make his choice, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he inexplicably chose the blood-stained cloth bag. Did I really make the wrong choice? Fang Fan frowned, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, My lord, I still think this cloth bag is the most valuable. I trust my intuition. Please allow me to examine it. Fang Fan's sudden words startled the two officials, who were having a pleasant conversation. Fang Zhang shrugged helplessly. Brother Yi, the kid is a bit stubborn. He likes to see things through to the end, no matter how difficult it is. He won't give up until he hits a wall. He doesn't overlook any detail at work, but he's someone you can trust. If that cloth bag isn't important, could you let the kid take a look at it? You old Fang, are you insulting me or praising me? Yi Wuchen smiled and pointed at him. All right, it's not anything important. I found this thing in the void turbulence. Only the heart's blood on it has any value. Kid, play with it if you want. After saying that, he casually handed the blood-stained cloth bag to Fang Fan. As soon as Fang Fan started working, his heart skipped a beat. It was as if some unseen force was guiding me, as if an invisible vortex was pulling me along. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, it was very familiar. It started when he ran away from home at the age of 3. The first time he was guided by fate, he found a lost pure-blooded Kilin. This is a call of opportunity, and also a chance for progress. Intuition is never wrong. There's something wrong with this cloth bag. Let me see where the key lies. Even a big shot like the god of wealth couldn't figure it out. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. As soon as Fang Fan stuck out his butt, Fang Zhang knew what kind of nonsense he was about to spout. He immediately laughed and joked. Hey brother, Yi, if my son discovers a problem that even you haven't noticed, wouldn't that make you look lame? Fang Fan is still too inexperienced. He is too eager to show off his abilities and does not pay attention to expressing himself. If he really discovers the key point that even brother Yi did not notice, wouldn't that be slapping brother Yi, the god of wealth, in the face? Therefore, the old father needed to add a set of preemptive measures to smooth things over. He would bring it up in advance in the form of a joke to prepare Yi Ji mentally. In this way, regardless of whether Fang Fan noticed or not, there would be no awkward silence. Old Fang, it seems you have a lot of confidence in your son. Yi Wuchen's lips curled into a smirk. He was no longer the person who only knew how to create a lively atmosphere. After being the god of wealth for so many years, even if he couldn't say good or bad things, he could definitely understand what was being said. Fang Zheng waved his hand with a smile. Did you really think the nickname I came up with in the chat group was just random? This kid almost made me a sacrifice. How could it be simple? Yi Wuchen shook his head and chuckled. Speaking of which, the chat group has been offline for over 10 years, hasn't it? I wonder how those old buddies are doing now. If Brother Yi hadn't forbade it, I really would have liked to bring them all here to work, just as we were talking. No one knows what crucial part Fang Fan had touched, but a vast wave of soul energy suddenly swept out from the blood-stained cloth bag. Yi Wuchen's expression changed instantly. He raised his palm to protect Fang Fan, who had been knocked unconscious. Then, his god of wealth robe moved without wind, and a vast soul power of peak true immortal strength poured out, instantly suppressing the unfamiliar soul fluctuations back into the cloth bag. At the same time, he used his soul power to transform into a spear, forcefully stabbing it into the cloth bag. He accurately located the source of the unfamiliar soul fluctuations, and after confirming that it was a deeply hidden spatial node, he immediately and forcefully stuffed it in and pried it open. Old Fang, this guy is no ordinary person. I'll hold him off. You go in and take a look. Good, good. Fang Zheng immediately went forward to check on his son's condition. After confirming that he was all right, he tossed him to the back, turned around, and resolutely transformed into a beam of light, rushing straight into the spatial node. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! I just took a nap. Where the hell did this happen? Where the hell did this immortal come from? Who came in? No, don't come in. In a strange space, a pale-faced Taoist priest roared in terror. Unfortunately, this was of no use. Most of his primordial spirit power was held back and forcibly pulled in a struggle, and he could not pull it back. If this space had not been refined by him for many years and had been tightly bound together, he would probably have been dragged out by that unfamiliar true immortal. Even though they weren't dragged out directly, the other party forcibly pried open the entrance to the space and shoved someone inside. And now he was completely immobilized, like a fish on a chopping board, left to his own devices. Most functions of the chat group are now blocked. To enter the exorcism dungeon, you have to submit an application and wait for approval. It's too late. Alas, am I, Yan Kai, destined to perish here? The Taoist let out a wail as he sensed a pseudo-immortal rapidly approaching his true form. In despair, he could only open the chat group anchor point in his sea of consciousness. After a 2.5-second login verification, he finally logged in and prepared to leave his last words. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms. Group 4 Yan Kai of Yiguo, Early True Immortal, Peak 18, Yan Kai. Brothers and sisters, I'm doomed. I just took a nap, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I was captured by a strange true immortal. The other party is at least in the late stage, and he doesn't mean any harm. I definitely can't escape. If I can survive, can Sister Tian grant me one request? Ming Sing 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 Fang Kuai. Group owner, late stage true immortal, peak 7th, Long Ming Mingson. If it's real, I hope it becomes fake. If it's fake, I hope it becomes real. The shattered dreams of illusory stars. Late stage pseudo immortal. Battle power were 1.8 billion Tian. Ha, men! What clumsy tricks! The Cesarada Madama. Pseudo immortal peak. Peak 35 Zhao Yu. Tian is mine. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're stronger than me now. I'll surpass you sooner or later. Of Yan Kai of Yi Kingdom, Early True Immortal, Peak 18, Yan Kai. Although I usually tell a few little lies, this time it's true. He saw me. Oh my god! The Yan Kai of Yiguo is offline. Humanity will be utterly defeated. Late stage, pseudo-immortal.
combat power 1.866 billion, Mo Wushuang. Is it real or fake? Most of the system's functions are under maintenance, and there wasn't even a notification. It's really impossible to tell. The shattered dreams of a pseudo-immortal, late-stage, battle power 1.8 billion TNTN. Since things have come to this, let's sing a song first, your gray avatar. Won't move anymore. Audio MP3 Yan Kai, a time traveler. He was born with an incredibly lucky start, the #1 biological son in the entire Moyen continent, the young master of the current imperial family, the most noble and illustrious second generation in the world, with an invincible background. His aptitude is an exceptionally rare, heavenly-grade giant spiritual root, which absorbs and purifies spiritual energy 10 times faster than a normal, heavenly-grade spiritual root. A heavenly-grade spiritual root is already a saintly pride, which means he is a 10 times pride, capable of taking on 10 opponents. It can be said that as long as nothing unexpected happens, and things proceed step by step, Yan Kai will soon be able to take over the title of the #1 in the world from his father. Unfortunately, barring any unforeseen circumstances, an accident is about to happen. His winning hand was ruthlessly destroyed by fate. His father, with a strange sense of confidence, recklessly chose to trigger the tribulation of immortality in an attempt to ascend to heaven, only to die. After losing its greatest foundation for protecting the clan, the world has long suffered under its influence, and many have risen up to attack it. The Yi family, which had suppressed the Moyen continent for tens of thousands of years, was destroyed. If Yi hadn't managed to bind with the belatedly arriving multiverse transmigrator mutual aid group at the crucial moment, and escaped with the help of the senior transmigrators in the group, he probably would have already been skinned alive, bled dry, and devoured. After all, as the young master of the Yi family, he is someone who must be eliminated completely. Moreover, he is a rare and precious heavenly-grade giant spiritual root, which will definitely be used as a consumable for purifying spiritual energy. Therefore, he must avenge this deep-seated hatred. Although he has great talent, it's useless if it can't be transformed into real strength. Fortunately, his status as an enemy of the world made it easy to accumulate points, and at that time, there was no rule that failing to ask for help would deduct group experience and cause the group chat to be downgraded, so the senior transmigrators in the group all regarded him as a hot commodity. Unfortunately, triggering the mission carries a very high risk factor. Not only does he have to dance on the edge of a knife, but there are also situations where the mission is beyond the capabilities of the group members, and they cannot accept it. If he is not careful, he will be doomed. Can he do it? He has to do it. Fortunately, he did it. With the points he earned by checking in daily in the group, and the small amounts he received from the red envelopes sent by the group members, he squeezed the full potential of his heavenly grade giant spiritual root to the limit and broke through to the integration stage in just 30 years. Finally, we can enter the exorcism dungeon to quickly farm points and earn resources. But just as he had accumulated enough points and purchased an unparalleled immortal artifact from the Myriad Realms Mall, preparing to take revenge, the heavenly Tao of Moyen had already collapsed, the world was overturned, and all living beings were slaughtered. When he returned from the exorcism dungeon, all that awaited him was ruins. Not a single survivor was left. The once vibrant and thriving scene is still vivid in our minds, but in the blink of an eye, it has become a desolate and ruined wasteland. At that moment, Yen went mad. He drew his sword and looked around in bewilderment, driven by his obsession with revenge, only to find that all his enemies had died in a great upheaval.
What is the point of him becoming stronger? What is the meaning of life? What is the true meaning of life? He sat for years on ruins, until the entire universe could no longer connect and gradually crumbled into cosmic dust, drifting into the vast starry sky, before he finally found the answer. Everything is meaningless. Only by living can one feel meaning, or rather, only by experiencing can one feel alive. What nonsense about deep-seated hatred. What does it matter whether I took the revenge myself or not? The debt is settled, and I'm still alive, that's enough. I only care about pleasing myself. Those who are full of bitterness and resentment should go to hell. With his mind clear, Yian's bottleneck loosened on the spot. As long as there was a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, he could even directly transcend the tribulation. But he wasn't as stupid as his cheapskate father, who was so cunning and treacherous when he tried to overcome the tribulation to become an immortal. He immediately suppressed his cultivation level, preparing to release it once he entered the exorcism dungeon. However, just as he was about to leave, the truth behind the sudden collapse and destruction of the Mo Yun continent came to light before his eyes. It was a humanoid demonic offspring, its rotting hand tightly clutching a blood-stained cloth bag. Although it appeared dead, it was still alive. It was the killing power of the dark cloud heavenly Tao that transformed into a sharp sword, pinning it to the void, unable to escape or revive. The blood-stained cloth bag glowed faintly, containing a large amount of fragmented Mo Yun heavenly Tao origin. Upon seeing this, Yi immediately realized that this was a mutually destructive fighting style. During his secluded cultivation, Mo Yun Tiandao and the evil calamity fought to the last moment. Although they were ultimately defeated, they used all the power of heaven and earth to seal it away. Before the evil offspring were nailed to death, they also stripped away most of the origin of the Mo Yun heavenly Tao and the essence of all living beings, turning the originally vibrant world into a dead zone. If I hadn't hidden away in the exorcism dungeon in the chat group to cultivate, I probably would have become one of the countless cannon fodder. And now, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. He took the blood-stained bag from the demonic wretch's hand quite naturally. This was a high-end item he had never seen before, even more advanced than the god-slaying flying knife he had painstakingly accumulated over decades to buy. Loading the origin of the heavenly Tao is only its most basic function. Its true value lies in the strange spatial nodes it contains. The cloth bag was ordinary, but the blood of the heart stained on it was extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, it was unremarkable and showed no abnormalities, which could only be seen as the blood left by some powerful creature. However, once it comes into contact with the origin of the heavenly Tao, it will display its miraculous properties. Not only can it absorb the origin of the heavenly Tao gathered in the cloth bag, thereby expanding the strange space inside the cloth bag, it can even generate a source power that is purer than immortal essence. After clearly recognizing the power of the blood-stained cloth bag, Yankai's state of mind underwent a subtle change. Earning points through exorcism dungeons and secret realm trials is too slow, but by secretly absorbing the essence of a world's heavenly Tao, one can exchange it for resources worth hundreds of billions of points. The blood-stained cloth bag, in particular, possesses the ability to find its way around the world. What should he do? Isn't it just becoming an extraterrestrial demon? The transmigrator is an extraterrestrial demon. He dared not take action against those powerful worlds, but he still had the advantage of suppressing some weaker worlds. However, he still had a conscience and did not completely degenerate into a true demonic offspring. He only used bloodletting therapy on each world he encountered, without damaging its foundation.
After it recovered, he would go back and harvest it again and again, adhering to the principle of sustainable development. Even during this process, he also bravely and righteously eliminated those evil foes that were frantically sucking blood from outside various worlds. He was quite pleased with himself for becoming a dragon without slaying it. It was precisely because of this blood-stained cloth bag that his cultivation level rose rapidly. Even though he joined the group the latest and spent all his time bragging and joking around, and mostly just coasted through the team trials in the secret realm, he still managed to surpass the senior transmigrators very quickly. After all, he had a heavenly grade giant spiritual root, so it was normal for him to cultivate faster. However, after climbing to second place in the fourth group, he rationally stopped to consolidate his strength and made sure to maintain a power gap of at least 100 million with the group leader, so as not to arouse the group leader's suspicion and be kicked out of the group. Hey, it's just a little bit of hardship. You should know that the tighter the spring is compressed, the more painful it will be when it snaps. Planning and scheming for hundreds of years, all for a moment to surpass the group leader. But as expected, another unexpected event soon followed. The chat groups have encountered an unknown and drastic change. The group that dominated the top 30 of the leaderboard has gone offline, and the second group that followed closely behind has also disappeared without a trace. Many other sequential chat groups have also left. This caused Yi and Kai, who couldn't even make it onto the top rankings, to suddenly rise to the top. The top-ranked player is 18th, and can receive a full 30,000 Immortal Essence Stones every day. This resource is truly substantial. In the past, he would have stopped immediately. After all, harvesting a portion of the origin of a middle-level world's heavenly Tao would cause the world to tremble, which was an extremely heinous crime. The pure source power he obtained was only equivalent to a few tens of thousands of Immortal Essence Stones, but unfortunately, he became addicted to that pure source energy. I'll stop once I've harvested 30 million tons of source energy. He said that while the various functions of the chat group were restricted, he continued to drive the blood stank through the void turbulence, following the guidance of the unseen to the next world. But who could have imagined it? Just a nap away, would a guy dressed in a gilded red robe, supposedly the god of wealth, wander around in the void turbulence. They even picked up the blood-stained cloth bag and took it back with them. Fortunately, he was only curious about the blood stains on the cloth bag. After a cursory examination, he found nothing unusual and put it into his storage space. But then the absurd thing happened. How could a mere nascent soul cultivator have the essence of the heavenly Tao on his finger? He even reached into the bag and started rummaging around inside. Does he think this is his home? As expected, the strange heart blood on the cloth bag was activated, and Yi and Kai, who was dozing off, was instantly awakened. Oh wow! Isn't that the end of it? He's not going to some ordinary place. He's only at the early stage of true immortal cultivation. Let alone being unable to defeat true immortal Yi Wuchen. Even if he were to manage to defeat him by chance, what he would face next is the even more sinister Yu Ji Venerable. How can we play like this? I play, Brother Yi, we've caught a big fish. Fang Zheng's face flushed, and his scalp tingled. When he entered that strange space, the first thing he saw when he saw Yi and Kai, who was frozen in place by Brother Yi, was something he hadn't seen for more than 10 years. Chat interface. This thing is special. Its anchor point is in the sea of consciousness, so it can be operated directly with consciousness. However, for convenience, most group members still prefer to map the panel onto reality. After all, apart from transmigrators whose primordial spirit fluctuations meet the requirements, ordinary people can't see it at all, so there's no need to worry about it, just reveal it freely. But Fang Zhang just happened to meet the conditions, and was frozen in place, unaware that he was also a fellow transmigrator. So he brazenly operated in front of Fang Zhang, and Fang Zhang saw right through him. Who is Fang Zhang? That's a player who rode in the same car as Yi before the chat group even crashed. Don't underestimate them just because their level of understanding is low. Their vision is absolutely strategic. So when he saw that, and was still able to use the chat group normally, he roughly guessed the truth behind the chat group crash. If I'm not mistaken, the chat group's shutdown is definitely because Yi Ji is causing division. Otherwise, how could a mere early-stage true immortal like him have a higher peak ranking than brother Yi, who was a mid-stage true immortal 10 years ago? Therefore, we are a separate part, while Yi and Kai is the legitimate part. The reason our separate part stopped running is most likely because it was to avoid being pursued by the main force. This legitimate member who suddenly barged into the Ziwei continent must not be able to live, but whether he lives or dies is not for him to decide. He must report it to brother Yi. Having figured this out, Fang Zhang did not hesitate at all. He stepped forward and knocked Yi and Kai unconscious with an elbow strike. A mid-stage pseudo-immortal knocks out an early-stage true immortal. Although it sounds magical, the real main attacker was Yi Wuchen, a peak true immortal. He was the one who suppressed Yi and Kai in the first place, preventing him from using this strange space to launch an effective counterattack. Fang Zhang was just the finishing blow, the last straw that broke the camel's back. Whoosh! Yi Wuchen took the blood-stained cloth bag, which was emitting strange fluctuations after being activated, into the isolated alternate space, then breathed a sigh of relief and asked solemnly, "What? Big fish?" Fang Zhang said in a deep voice. He is a member of the group, and he can still use the chat group normally. Let's go find brother Yi. Yi Wuchen immediately understood. Without the slightest hesitation, instantly swept up the unconscious Yi Ankai and Fang Zhang, as well as the still fast asleep Fang Fan, and rushed straight to the illusionary star cave. Within the illusionary star cave, while Chen Yi appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, he was actually wandering in the heavens, manipulating the chaotic colored beads scattered in various places to arrange them. Little Golden Dragon is currently leading a group of 11 members, all of whom are celestial immortals or higher, in a tomb raiding team to gather resources in the so-called Immortal Realm. Why was Chen Yi so certain that there was something wrong with the Immortal Realm that the Little Golden Dragon led the team into? It's very simple. If it were a true Immortal Realm, then the Chaos Pearl would surely be able to sense the aura of the tribulation to become an immortal. In this Immortal Realm, it's not that there's nothing there at all, but rather that it's very faint, like a trace of aura left behind after the tribulation of becoming an immortal passed through this place, but it disappears with just a slight inhalation. Considering Wuji's strange behavior when he was banging on the door, this celestial realm must be a white glove deliberately created by Wuji to avoid direct contact with the lower realm. Although I don't know what in the lower realm could make a celestial emperor so cautious, since he chose to scratch the surface, I won't be polite. As the tomb raiding team was about to begin, all the members except for the Little Golden Dragon quietly gathered together with their chaos beads. In this immortal realm controlled by Wuji, it would be too risky to directly attack the members of the tomb raiding team. Moreover, before knowing what methods Wuji had left on them, Chen Yi would absolutely not try to control them. Back then, because I didn't know the depth of Wuji's power, I carelessly ate his food, which forced me to cut off 60% of my primordial spirit power that had been defiled. It took me a full 10 years to recover my vitality. Such a painful lesson should be remembered. After all, Wuji is not Ling Xiao. He has too many tricks up his sleeve, and you can easily fall into his trap if you're not careful. So we must be vigilant. But speaking of Ling Xiao, what has that idiot been up to lately? You're making me shoulder the pressure of Wuji, and you're not even going to offer any reward. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a gentle, polite knock came from the door. Outside the illusionary star cave, Yi Wuchen, carrying Yan Kai, looked quite excited. Suppressing his excitement, he softly called out, "Brother Yi, can I come in?" "I have a surprise for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's heart stirred slightly. Who is Yi Wuchen? That's my lucky charm. And Fang Zheng, a capable general, was also by his side. Could the surprise created by these two coming together be just an ordinary surprise? Come in. Let me see. Too much of a surprise can turn into a shock. Normal people can't easily handle it, but Chen Yi is not normal. He can withstand even the biggest surprises. But when Yi Wuchen walked in carrying the unconscious, Yan Kai in one hand and an unremarkable blood-stained cloth bag in the other, he couldn't help but shudder and feel quite surprised. Of course, it's not because of people, but because of things. What Yi Wuchen couldn't discern was, in Chen Yi's eyes, as if he were running naked, completely exposed. The blood stained with the heart on that cloth bag looked like it was left by a demonic offspring, but it wasn't entirely demonic offspring. It didn't have that eerie aura. It seemed to have been left by a demonic offspring before they had completely mutated. Swoosh! Seeing is not enough to be completely certain. So Chen Yi directly took action, raised his palm and sucked the blood-stained cloth bag, Yi Wuchen's hand to his front. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to draw a void array to analyze it instead of making direct contact. Although he could use his primordial spirit to crush down and directly see the secrets, there was no other way. He had been tricked by Wuji once before, and now he was wary of such unknown objects, so he naturally had to treat them with caution. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Wuchen felt a chill run down his spine. What exactly is this thing that makes brother Yi treat it with such care? I was so naive back then that I handled and played with it for a while. Could it have gotten dirty on it? With a feeling of unease, he began to conduct a self-examination. Fang Zheng, standing next to him, did the same. After all, compared to Yi Wuchen, who was just playing with it, he had personally gone inside the bag. It had a strong, intoxicating smell of blood. If he got dirty, he would better ask his boss for help immediately. As the two entered the deepest level of introspection and self-examination, the illusionary star cave suddenly became quiet. A moment later, having thoroughly examined the blood-stained cloth bag, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze suddenly becoming somewhat fiery. It has to be said, Yi Wuchen is truly a lucky charm. As everyone knows, he has always wanted to visit the birthplace of the evil mother, but he has never been able to find a way. And today, the blood-stained bag that Yi Wuchen brought hides a little secret. The cloth bag is just a disguise. Once unfolded, it reveals a star map of the orbits of all the heavens and myriad worlds. Unfortunately, this orbital star map is outdated, because the coordinates of all the universes are constantly changing, and searching according to the space-time coordinates recorded on it will only yield no results. But the blood of the heart stained the cloth bag made up for this shortcoming. Although the space-time coordinates have expired, there must still be some traces left in the corresponding world's orbit. As long as you can smell a trace, you can follow it. And this blood from the heart possesses an extremely sensitive ability to perceive the world's aura. After a thorough analysis, Chen Yi learned that this was no ordinary blood of the heart, but blood of Xuangxian. Furthermore, this Xuangxian was not a normal Xuangxian. Unlike Su Jingong, who was in an ominous state at the time, the information left by this mouthful of heart blood indicated that the Xuangxian seemed to be resisting some kind of special mutation. In the end, he was powerless to reverse the situation and spat it out in despair. It was lucid at the last moment, unlike Su Jingong, who was in a daze. That is why this mouthful of heart's blood did not completely transform, and some fragments of memory still remain. And within this lies a piece of information about the cursed realm. What else is there to say? Although it cannot be directly confirmed that the cursed realm is the birthplace of the evil ones, all signs point to this fact. What is the truth behind the evil mother's theft and harvesting of countless worlds? Is it really just for evolution? This forced Xuangxian to undergo a strange transformation and embark on the path of U-level evolution, while the highest level, the U-level, is only equivalent to a Xuangxian. Even if the great universe-level evil mother is stronger and has more bizarre methods than the mystic immortal, the resources and time required to evolve to the great universe level are simply too much. This is like taking off your pants to fart. Although the spread is wider, the total amount remains the same. Therefore, there must be some ulterior motive behind this unnecessary action. He will take this path to find out what's going on. Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately said, "Good, Lao Yi, you've done a great job. This cloth bag is very valuable. Tell me in detail how you found it." Yi Wuchen's body trembled, and without hesitation, he immediately displayed it. "Please watch the video." The words had barely left his mouth. He immediately used his spirit projection technique to perfectly recreate the scene. In the scene, Yi Wuchen, dressed in a gilded red robe, strolled through the chaotic void. He encountered other world barriers, but did not enter them rashly. He strictly followed Brother Yi's instructions, only marking them for later development, demonstrating his rigorous and proper work attitude. Upon seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. No wonder Yi Wuchen is considered a lucky general. Even while wandering aimlessly in the void turbulence, he can still encounter world barriers. Over the past 10 years, he has marked a total of 1998 worlds, discovering one roughly every half month. Regardless of the world's level, as long as it can be discovered, and its depth is tested and its safety is confirmed, it will become an extraterritorial territory of the Zuai continent. Without comparison, there is no harm done. Yi Wuchen, all alone, discovered 198 worlds in 10 years, and yet he claims he doesn't know how to make money or acquire resources. Then what am I? He also lost many clones to drift in the void turbulence, but after 10 years, he didn't encounter a single world. He was incredibly unlucky. Fortunately, Yi Wuchen had no intention of showing off. It was just a coincidence that he found the blood-stained bag when he bumped into the world barrier. In the scene, he had just finished marking the area and was about to observe the trajectory of the world barrier when the blood-stained bag just floated straight over. Although it may look ordinary, what can remain intact in the void turbulence be anything simple? Yi Wuchen immediately picked it up, played with it for a while, and finding nothing unusual about it, casually tossed it into his little treasure trove. Immediately afterwards, the projected image flashed. Then we arrived at the God of Wealth Temple test scene. Fang Zheng immediately and subtly turned his body to the side, revealing Fang Fan, who was fast asleep behind him. As the scene progresses, we see Fang Fan precisely selecting a blood-stained cloth bag from among 10 items not the correct answer, but with a value exceeding that of the correct answer, and then casually activating it with a few taps. Chen Yi, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow again. Good lad. Your father is no pushover, and your son is no pushover either. Two outstanding talents from one family. This is truly a remarkable pair. Chen Yi glanced at Fang Fan, whose primordial spirit had been shaken by the impact, and who was unable to wake up for a long time. With a thought, he instantly smoothed out the folds in Fang Fan's sea of consciousness. Actually, Fang Zheng could easily do that, but if he did, how would he then make a good impression on his son in front of the eldest brother? After all, the boss is extremely busy. No matter how capable he is, if he has no opportunity to show his abilities, he can only languish at the grassroots level like a hard-working ox until he dies. Of course, with his father, the main god of Tianji Academy, around Fang Fan certainly wouldn't become a workaholic, but his progress would definitely be much slower. Sometimes, if you fall behind, you'll never catch up with others again. The Zhui Immortal Court is developing too fast these days, and everyone is in the spotlight. How high you can reach doesn't depend entirely on hard work. You also need a bit of luck and the appreciation of the highest levels. Soon, after Fang Fan's sea of consciousness was calmed, his true spirit returned to its place, and he slowly woke up. Ah, what happened? Father, Uncle Yi, and... This humble one, Fang Fan, greets your majesty. After a brief moment of confusion, Fang Fan quickly regained his composure, did a somersault, and smoothly knelt down. Your future is bright. Keep up the good work. Chen Yi waved his hand and tossed him a jade pendant identical to the one Mu Chen had made. Fang Fan didn't quite understand the value of this jade pendant, but he couldn't suppress the smirk on his face. The jade pendant around his neck is a symbol of the special envoy of the Purple Star Celestial Court. Apart from the celestial officials of each department, all the other deputy celestial rulers need to cooperate. Take Mu Chen, the one with the jade pendant around his neck, for example. That guy defied the rules of heaven, and no one dared to do anything to him. In the end, he felt ashamed to face Brother Yi and willingly sacrificed himself to change the situation. In reality, he was taking his beloved and running off to see the ends of the earth. Of course, my son Fang Fan will not repeat the same mistakes. As his father, I will definitely help him achieve his lofty ambitions and let him trek through the snow to the mountain peak. After settling Fang Fan in, Chen Yi's attention was immediately drawn to Yan Kai. I noticed something was wrong with this guy earlier, but I thought it was just contaminated by the strange power of the blood-stained cloth bag, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But as Fang Zheng stepped forward and used the same Yuan Shen projection technique to recreate the scene of arresting Yan Kai, he was shocked to realize that this was also a big fish. I was just worrying about how to collect the debt from Ling Xiao, and now he's delivered himself right to my doorstep. It's worth noting that Group 4 is no stranger to him. After all, when he first started invading the backend, the 4 members of Group 4 who were undergoing trials in the 12th Exorcism Dungeon provided a lot of help. This is a debt he owes, and he said he would repay it when he had the chance. And now, the opportunity has arrived. Very good. Old Yi and Fang Fan deserve the most credit this time, and Fang Zheng is the best assistant. Tell me, what reward do you want? In high spirits, Chen Yi chuckled and asked. Yi Wuchen shrugged. Brother Yi, that's too formal. I just heard you have a lot of immortal essence stones in stock. Recently, the immortal veins production hasn't been enough. Although I've tried my best to find more, we're still slightly short, and we're almost unable to even pay the heavenly official's salary. I wonder if You're something else, aren't you? You're a money god, coming all the way to me for money? Chen Yi's lips twitched. How much do you want? Yi Wuchen didn't stand on ceremony and directly reached out his hand to ask for. 1 million immortal stones can make up for the deficit of the heavenly official's salary this month. 10 million stones can be used to start the initial improvement of the Earth Veins project. 100 million stones can promote the expansion of the territory, and there are many projects that have been piling up without money to do them. It all depends on how much you can give. Naturally, the more the better. The more you give, the more confident I will be. Chen Yi had a headache. Although a considerable amount of resources from the Lingxiao treasury were embezzled, the rapid development over the past decade, fueled by massive investments, has resulted in a consumption rate exceeding expectations. Currently, less than 60% of the embezzled resources remain. The inventory was almost at a dangerous level, which is why he was eager to collect the debt from Ling Xiao. He felt insecure because there wasn't enough food at home. Here's 10 million. Focus on the important projects first. We can talk about the rest later. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a storage ring and tossed it to Yi Wuchen. He thanks Brother Yi. Yi Wuchen grabbed the storage ring and refined it in an instant, then withdrew satisfied. I thought I'd be happy with just 1 million, but Brother Yi gave me 10 million. It seems Brother Yi has plenty of savings. There's plenty of time to come. Ahem, boss, this is all I should do. The current compensation is already beyond my capabilities, and I really can't accept any more rewards. My abilities simply don't match it. Fang Zheng initially declined, but then he had to consider Yi Ji's feelings. If he didn't accept the offer, wouldn't that be putting Yi Ji in an unjust position? So he added, of course, I personally cannot give any more rewards, but the Tianji Academy needs your imperial decree, otherwise it will be difficult to supervise its peers. After saying that, she secretly gave Fang Fan a wink. Fang Fan immediately understood and raised the jade token, saying, Your Excellency, you have already bestowed this upon me once. I am already satisfied with this. I cannot accept anything more. You're so upright. You're almost too sensible. Chen Yi's lips curled up slightly. Good. This book was first published on 2020.com, providing you with a reading experience free of errors and disordered chapters. Soon, after everyone had left, Chen Yi immediately extended his evil claws towards the unconscious Yi An Kai in some unknown space. The Lingxiao will, which had been separated from the original top 10 consciousnesses by the little golden dragon, was gathered together and restored the part of the will imprint that had been worn away by Chen Yi. Ling Xiao no longer dared to sleep, nor could he fall asleep anyway. TMD Wuji has already entered the market. If we are not on guard at all times, we may be invaded at any time. Therefore, he now personally controls the fragments of the primordial creation disk. Not only do all the group members' movements have to be approved by him, but he even personally manages the login verification. So when Yan Kai, a member of the fallen demon group in Group 4, met with misfortune, he became vigilant. But when he discovered that the people who attacked the fallen demons were Yi Wuchen, the former leader of Group 2, and Fang Zheng, a member of Group 108, his heart suddenly settled down. As long as it's not Wuji, then that little pervert can do whatever he wants without any consequences. Especially since this fallen demon Yan Kai was originally prepared by him for Wuji. He had originally planned how to use the power of the Calamity Realm to attack the Immortal Realm, but now that the fallen demon is in the hands of the little pervert, let the little pervert have a headache. Ah, so wonderful. Our luck has improved since we split up. All the advantages are in our favor, and all the pressure is on the shoulders of the little monster. I haven't felt this relaxed and carefree in a long time since I was overthrown by Wuji, eating Group member Yiguo's Yi and Kai is requesting login verification. A Ling Xiao. Okay. You little pervert. Instead of exploring the realm of calamity, you choose to come here and beg for money. It must be being out of food even when you're a skilled, right? Want resources? I'll give it to you. Verification successful. You can log in. Hiss. You logged in that easily. Is that idiot Ling Xiao asleep, or has he never learned his lesson? How come he's becoming more and more like Wu Ji? There were some clues before, but these actions are truly baffling. Chen Yi frowned, sensing that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. As Chen Yi had anticipated, if idiot Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot, he would have discovered Yi and Kai's misfortune immediately and taken it seriously, so that when Chen Yi logged in with Yan Kai's account, Ling Xiao would have come out and confronted him directly. As for directly severing ties with Yi and Kai and cutting off all unnecessary contact, that's not under consideration. Because, as I said before, if the idiot Ling Xiao weren't an idiot, he definitely wouldn't dare. After all, he currently possesses 1/3 of the fragments of the primordial creation disk. If he were to provoke Wuji and release them, they would surely fall into Wuji's hands, and he would be in for a beating. He had been chased by Wuji for so long, and now that he could finally catch his breath, why would he risk taking back Wuji's pressure? Moreover, once Wuji obtains his 1/3 of the primordial creation disk, plus the little golden dragon's 1/5, they can already piece together more than half of the main body of the primordial creation disk. If it really comes to that, no matter how hard Ling Xiao tries to hide, he can't escape. Damn it, Wuji will chase him to death. So, while it seems that Ling Xiao has shifted the pressure onto himself, he has actually taken control of Ling Xiao's lifeline, and Wu Ji is just a background figure in this pressure cooker. In short, it all comes down to this. If the idiot Ling Xiao isn't an idiot, then he'll have to communicate with you in a gentle and kind manner. He was once an immortal emperor after all. There's no way he couldn't see this clearly. But why is he unmoved? Has he really fallen asleep again? Do you really have no memory at all? How dare you let me reach into the chat group's treasure trove? This is practically fawning over me. Chen Yi's gaze was deep, and he immediately prepared to use the same trick again. This time he was full of confidence, no longer sneaking around, but openly and honestly. Whether Ling Xiao is truly asleep or feigning sleep, slap him first. If he wakes up, they can have a proper talk. If he can't be woken up, then he won't be polite. Senior, what are you doing? Within Yi Ankai's sea of consciousness, his controlled primordial spirit trembled violently. Watching the big shot arbitrarily manipulate himself, then arbitrarily manipulate the chat group anchors, and finally effortlessly switched the backend to arbitrarily manipulate all sorts of strange fiber optic transmission lines, he felt as if he were still in a dream. Good heavens, why is this expert so familiar with chat groups? Isn't the chat group a cheat code for time travelers? Isn't it a product of some kind of magical power of creation? Why is this big shot able to control things so well? Why was the truth behind the chat group suddenly exposed to me like this? Is this the retribution for my exploitation of the weak and vulnerable worlds? I don't want to. I don't want to see. Don't silence me. Yan Kai's primordial spirit trembled violently, and he screamed wildly in his heart. He felt like an ant that had inadvertently stumbled into the heavenly realm. The more secrets he knew, the less likely he was to survive. But how can ants resist the overwhelming force of the times? Why is he just watching? Because he couldn't move at all. Chen Yi naturally didn't care about the thoughts of this pseudo-demon descendant.
Compared to the true demonic offspring driven by instinct, this guy is purely self-destructive and has even become addicted to that special source power. If he doesn't take it for a while, he feels itchy all over and like ants are crawling on him. If he doesn't quit, he's just a piece of trash and really not good enough for anything. Soon! With a series of smooth and efficient maneuvers, Chen Yi successfully seized actual control of the fourth group, which is currently ranked second in strength among the orthodox groups, right in front of Ling Xiao. They were so arrogant and blatant, yet Ling Xiao remained unmoved. Playing this trick again, you're just going to pretend to be asleep and let me do whatever I want, huh? Then, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, and the back-end panel for Group 4 immediately appeared. Mutual Aid Group for Transmigrators of All Realms. Group 4 Edge Group Owner. Ming Xing Xing Fang Kuai. Peak 7th. Late True Immortal. Combat Power 6.8 billion. At Group Members. Yi Ankai of Yiguo. Yan Kai. Siseda Maida Mei, Zhao Yu, Huangxing Suimeng, Tian Tian, Humanity Will Be Defeated, Mo Wushuang. Expand for details. The Dutch combat power modification completed, currently verifying, the next second. The four groups immediately erupted in chaos. Yiming Xing 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 Fangkuai, Longmingxin, Golden Immortal Perfection, Peak Second Battle Power, 209.9 billion. Holy crap! The system crashed. How did I become a Golden Immortal Perfection? And I'm only Peak Second. Also, where's my Group Owner badge? The Humanity will be utterly defeated. Mo Wushuang, Peak Fourth, Golden Immortal Perfection, Combat Power 299.9 billion. Ha 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 ha. Although I know it's fake, this combat power looks so cool. Even a fraction of it is stronger than mine. I've already taken a screenshot. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Assessor de Mem Miao, Peak Third, Golden Immortal Perfection, Battle Power 299.9 billion. It's just a little hardship. I'll reach that level sooner or later. As Shattered Dreams of Illusory Stars, Tian Tian, Peak 7th, Perfected Golden Immortal, Combat Power 299.9 billion. Huh? After True Immortal comes Celestial Immortal, whose combat power is between 20 billion and 50 billion, while Golden Immortal has a combat power of 200 billion. How many realms are there in between? A sip of wine brings a headache. Lin Mokao, Peak 11, Golden Immortal Perfection, Battle Power 299.9 billion. I know this. I once consulted a group of Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerables in the Myriad Realms Mall. They said that above Celestial Immortals is Profound Immortal, and there are 3 Profound Immortals in the hidden top 10 of the peak ranking. Compared to those old fogies, we are really too inferior. Ai Enkai of Yiguo, Group Owner, Peak Number 1, Golden Immortal Perfection, Battle Power 300 billion. Friends in Group 4, don't be nervous. I am the Man of Light from the M788 Nebula. I am currently adjusting my battle power. In about 3 minutes, your personal accounts will receive a large number of rewards. However, don't worry about them. They are fake. Just take a look and don't try to withdraw them, otherwise your account will be banned. Di Ming Xing Xing Fang Kuai, Long Ming Xin, not buddy? Then let me ask you something. Weren't you being investigated? Nothing happened. What kind of scene are you looking for here? And you, the one of light, what's wrong with you now? How come you stole my group admin spot? The Shattered Dreams of Fantasy Stars, Tian Tian. Brother, be normal, I'm scared. Assessorata Meadow, Zhao Yu. It's just a system malfunction, isn't it? Did you do it? You're already taking responsibility?
You think I'm scared just because the system malfunction made you the group admin? I knew you were no good the moment I saw you. You dare to have designs on my goddess Tian Tian? Tian Tian is mine. A sip of wine, a melancholy thought rising in my head. Lin Moko. Although it's fake now, I firmly believe that one day it will become real. I might very well become a great general. Chen Yi didn't care about the nonsense in the fourth group. Only the idiot Ling Xiao can lift his spirits. The outrageous data report has already been submitted. All 50 members of the 4 groups broke through to the golden immortal realm in an instant. According to the established rules, the reward will be an astronomical figure. Let's see how he reacts. All right. You little pervert, you've got quite an appetite. Ling Xiao looked at the outrageous data report and couldn't help but laugh in anger. With such blatant behavior, how could he not see through the little pervert's intentions? This is sending him a signal. It means that no matter what he is thinking or whether he is clear-headed, he cannot give up anything he wants. If you don't allow it, he will no longer be gentle, but will demand it forcefully. Behind this blatant blatantness lies the confidence that one has grasped one's own lifeline. This little pervert is indeed different from the brainless Wu. Since you insist, I'll give it to you. I just don't know if Wuji can handle a cunning, rule-breaking monster like this. If he can't, on the primordial creation plate, Ling Xiao's Dharma image had a deep gaze, as if he could see Wuji being driven to the brink of despair. Without further ado, they immediately approved the outrageous reward request. Although the little pervert has a big appetite, it is just a drop in the ocean compared to the treasure trove accumulated over 9 eras. Sigh, the little freak is still a bit too small. He can't even finish eating that little bit. Approved. Total reward resources. 50 Chaos Origin Stones, containing the power of primordial chaos, which can help golden immortals break through shackles, comprehend the true meaning of the laws, and transcend the foundation of the immortal body. 50 pieces of primordial Daoist jade, imprinted with the true patterns of the 3,000 great Daos. Viewing them can accelerate comprehension of the corresponding laws and shorten the time required for enlightenment. 50 caddies of reincarnation sand, mysterious grains of sand from the underworld, each grain containing the power of life and death reincarnation. Refining it allows one to clearly perceive one's true self and past and present lives, which is beneficial for severing karmic entanglements. 500 drops of primordial divine essence. The essence crystallized from the depths of the primordial mine. Consuming it can allow the primordial spirit to transcend, stand above the rules, and enhance the ability to utilize the rules. 500 billion immortal essence stones, containing pure immortal essence power, used for basic immortal body cultivation. Looking at the approved list of rewards, Chen Yi was finally certain. That idiot Ling Xiao wasn't asleep at all. An ambiguous attitude is simply a way of not wanting to get too involved with oneself, as if one were something unlucky. Wuji's to have OCD and insists on wearing white gloves, and now Ling Xiao is also dismissing me with such disdain. You 2 immortal emperors are quite in sync, aren't you? This is absolutely fantastic. Chen Yi's lips curled into a smirk as he felt his room for maneuver suddenly expand significantly. I originally thought that being sandwiched between the 2 emperors would be very uncomfortable. I wanted to move but dared not, and if I didn't move, I would be squeezed back and forth, and eventually I would lose the initiative. As a result, after risking a violent storm to move, I discovered that it wasn't raining at all outside. The idiot Ling Xiao gives it to you whenever you ask, and you can just poke him and he'll explode with gold coins.
Even someone with extreme germophobia would wear a condom, but their efforts, like scratching an itch through a boot, couldn't accurately reach themselves. In this situation, the gap between the two emperors is quite large, so you can focus on developing your strength. A dull knife cuts the flesh, a gentle fire cooks the heart. One must accumulate strength and build a solid foundation before slowly climbing to the peak, after Chen Yi finalized his strategy for dealing with the two emperors. He began to extract the reward resources issued by Ling Xiao. Nominally, these supplies are distributed to all group members in Group 4 who have broken through to the Golden Immortal level. Behind the scenes, however, was a shady deal between Ling Xiao and Chen Yi. Therefore, the necessary procedures still need to be followed. Otherwise, once things become clear, Ling Xiao will no longer be able to turn a blind eye to his ambiguous relationship with Chen Yi. And so, on this day, it got dark in the fourth group. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms. Group 4E Ming Sing 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 Cube, Longmingson. His brothers and sisters. Although I'm not the group admin anymore, I think Yi An is in the wrong. I should be the group admin again once the system returns to normal. But since the system is down now, I think we can mess around with it. Even if we get held accountable later, we can just pay it back. What if the system can't find out? A sip of wine brings on a headache. Lin Mocho. Boss, you're right. I'll go first. The humanity will be utterly defeated. Mo Wushuang. You brat. Stop talking and give me an example. A shattered dreams of illusory stars. Tian Tian. Brother, I'm really scared. This reward is too big. It's not a few million, not even tens of millions. It's 1 billion immortal essence stones alone, plus all sorts of top-tier resources that have never been unlocked in the Myriad Realms Mall before. This... How can I even mention it? Assessorata Mamita, Zhao Yu, the bold get rich, the timid starve. I'll bring it up. If my account gets banned, Tian Tian, you know where I am. Come find me. I'm willing to split the spoils with you. The shattered dreams of fantasy stars. Tian Tian, get out of here. Members of the fourth group were still timid. After all, they had never ridden in a trailer truck before, so they didn't dare to. If they really bring it up, it won't be easy for Chen Yi to pursue it. After all, Ling Xiao has now locked the coordinates of his location, making it impossible to track him down. If it weren't for Yan Kai, that unlucky guy delivering himself to Chen Yi's doorstep, Chen Yi wouldn't have had the chance to get gold coins at all. And it was precisely because they hesitated and didn't claim the reward as soon as it was issued that the reward never came into their possession again. Chen Yi directly took control of their account operation rights from the back end of Group 4. Group member Sishikote sent a large red envelope to group owner Gikoktik Nianzai. Holy crap! Holy crap, not a buddy? Is this for real? Inside a magnificent martial arts arena, a spirited woman clad in armor stared wide-eyed as her heavy sword fell to the ground with a thud, creating a shallow crater in the hard black stone floor. She accepted the system crash and tolerated losing her position as group admin, but it has a password. You transferred the wrong reward resources, fine. But why did you transfer all the resources I painstakingly accumulated? Of course, she's definitely not the only one as unlucky as her. There are 49 people in total, all of whom are unlucky victims of the system crash version. The accumulated resources are not only not used, but also left to gather dust in personal accounts. What do you think they can earn interest? Since everyone's money is useless, Chen Yi definitely won't hold back. It was just a small thing.
Of course, Chen Yi has always adhered to the principle of sustainable development. Although he emptied their coffers, he provided corresponding compensation. For example, their peak rankings, even if they are not included in the regular rankings after approval, will still receive the daily rewards they are entitled to. This is the result of Ling Xiao and Chen Yi's ambiguous relationship, a shady deal, and a deceptive transfer of benefits. The top-ranked player receives a daily reward of 1 million Immortal Essence Stones. The second-ranked player receives 500,000. The third, red-ranked player receives 300,000. The top 100,000 stones receive 100,000. The top 300,000 stones receive 100,000, and the top 51,000. All members of Group 4 will benefit. Receiving peak rewards for a few days will be enough to make up for all the losses. At the same time, the check-in system of Group 4 was also tampered with, and the daily check-in rewards skyrocketed from 6,000 points to 60 million points. With a little more time, you can exchange for enough resources from the Myriad Realms Mall, or even more than you have before. What more could you ask for? Of course, it's normal for Yi and Kai, as the group owner, to collect some taxes, right? It's not high, just 98% tax. While ensuring they were well-fed, Yi and Kai was also allowed to have a sip of soup. It wasn't completely dark in those four groups. As the account owner, Yi and Kai was completely numb after witnessing all the back-end operations firsthand. The numbness went straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He never expected this big shot to be so powerful. He completely treated the chat group, the Transmigrator's cheat code, as a toy. The honest and law-abiding group members couldn't resist him. Authority is power. He only had one comment about this mysterious bigwig. He's daring, resourceful, ruthless, and doesn't talk much. Although we don't know what level this big shot is, judging from how he casually plays with the chat group. He is at least at the golden immortal level. After all, a chat group can easily manipulate a golden immortal, and he, the respected big shot, can easily manipulate a chat group. Could it be that I have committed too many sins, and am now being punished, suffering bad luck for 8 lifetimes? Otherwise, how could I have been fine for thousands of years while just taking a nap, and suddenly fall into his hands by accident? Hey buddy, do you think I still have a chance? After collecting all the Linxiao gold coins and securing a stable source of income, Chen Yi could now confidently go and see what was really going on in the disaster realm. Yi and Kai's account has been requisitioned. As the former second-in-command of the chat group, Chen Yi has plenty of ways to transfer the chat group's anchor point out of Yi and Kai's mind. This was an extremely simple matter for him. After all, even before he became the second-in-command of the chat group, he was able to separate the chat group's anchor point from his main consciousness. Now that, and had just cut it off, he was scared half to death. He even started muttering his last words. In the end, he realized that he was fine, but that something was missing. Hey, the chat group is gone? It's gone, it's gone. It's better than losing your life. Anyway, he only used the chat group to brag and joke around. His cultivation actually relied on the mysterious source power provided by the blood-stained cloth bag. Of course, the blood-stained cloth bag is gone now. Hey, I have nothing. As long as I'm alive, that's enough. Remember us, 101kanshu.com. In fact, he didn't care about these material things. He only needed to please himself. Of course, pleasing this big shot was also fine. After all, there's no shame in living. Seeing that Yi, and was so sensible, Chen Yi stopped controlling him. After removing one of the suppressions, he not only returned the blood-stained cloth bag to him, but also put a necklace of 36 chaotic colored beads around his neck to protect him. To be honest, heading to the unknown realm of calamity,
The birthplace of the Calamity Mother, 36 Chaos Pearls might not be enough. After all, at most, one can only synthesize one 4-star and one 3-star Chaos Avatar, making it somewhat vulnerable to risks, but there's no other way. All his clones are currently useful, scattered in various places to carry out important missions. The fact that he can spare 36 clones is enough to prove how much he values the cursed realm. As for the Venerable One himself traveling, there's absolutely no need for that. Only the Ascension Tribulation can excite him. Everything else is best ignored. Seigneur, what brings you here? Yan twisted his neck and felt that the necklace was a bit heavy, which he realized was too heavy for him to carry, and he panicked a little. I'll take you home. Chen Yi spoke succinctly. After all, the Calamity Realm was no simple matter, and it would be more prudent to let him, a half-local, lead the way before the situation became clear. Yi and Kai swallowed hard. What if they go and never come back? Stop talking nonsense. All right, Senior, please follow me along this path. Yi and Kai readily accepted the good advice and set off. Cautiously. Just as sunlight pierces through the darkness, dawn quietly breaks through the horizon. In the dilapidated and abandoned city, the concrete jungle has lost its former neon splendor, and now stands quietly under the gray sky like a huge, abandoned group of tombstones. From the ruins of the skyscrapers with their shattered glass curtain walls, one can still vaguely glimpse the former prosperity. Rusty cars are piled up haphazardly on the wide asphalt roads, and skeletons lie peacefully, as if telling the story of the sudden disaster. Hope is something as precious as diamonds in this era. Twisted, rotting, and foul-smelling humanoid monsters roam the city ruins, and any sign of life will cause them to go berserk. Right now, a large number of monsters are in a berserk state. Roar, roar, roar! A deep, hoarse roar echoed through the silent city ruins. Boss, it looks like we're surrounded. What should we do? On the rooftop of a residential building, a naked man, his body wreathed in flames, tapped his shirt, his voice tinged with excitement. In this apocalypse, only the strong survive. Monsters feed on living beings, while the strong feed on monsters. He deliberately swayed his body and exuded charm here in order to attract a large number of monsters, and then wipe them all out in one fell swoop. The crystallization of a Tier 1 monster can be exchanged for 100 points in the safe zone, and 100 points can be exchanged for 3 months of premium housing, maid service, and fine spiritual food. Right now, there are 30 Tier 1 monsters below the residential building, and the strongest one is about to reach Tier 2 strength. After this job, heaven on earth will be back in business for 2 or 3 years without any problem. How could that not make Fireman happy? Second brother, don't rush. Who can eat this little bit of evil demon? If Sang Biao next door sees this, he'll think I can't afford it. The leader was a bald man, with one foot on the rooftop railing. A chilling wind blew, accompanied by crackling electric arcs that seemed to emanate from his body. He raised his hand, gathered a vortex of energy, and suddenly threw it out, instantly lifting the huge rock that was pressing down on the sewer manhole on the street below. There aren't many monsters roaming the ground, but there are plenty in the dark and damp places. 30 isn't enough. Let's make 300. 300 will keep us from worrying for years. Boss, can the two of us finish this? The second brother, Fireman, shrank back, and the flames on his body intensified, making the surrounding air scorching. What are you afraid of? This place was cleared out by the Divine Weapon Group once. All the calamities above the 3rd rank were wiped out. The two of us are invincible below the 3rd rank. Any more 2nd rank calamities will just be free kills for us. Even if we're out of strength,
We can still run away. The bald leader licked his lips, and lightning suddenly intensified around him. After enough monsters emerged from the sewer manhole, the order was immediately given. All right, let's get started. The words had barely left his mouth. The two brothers charged forward, leaping down in a display of faith. The second brother, the fireman, raised his hand and conjured a fire dragon, driving the scattered monsters together. The bold leader spread his arms wide, summoning a tornado with one hand to lift the monster horde high, and pulling a lightning net with the other to engulf the monsters that had been frozen in place, by the wind instantly stunning them. Living evil demons are the most valuable. Dead ones are only worth half or even less. Therefore, capturing 300 living ones is far more valuable than capturing 600 dead ones. The two brothers worked in perfect harmony and quickly finished off the 328 first-tier evil demons wandering around the area, leaving only 9 second-tier evil demons that still had a little bit of power to resist. Woohoo! Take off! The second-in-command fireman couldn't hide his excitement, and Gege chuckled mischievously. Gege, 9 heads, second tier, and the most magnificent one is even a high-grade second tier. Boss, after we finish this job, can I order a supermodel? I'll order 10 for you. The bald leader laughed heartily, tearing open his slightly charred collar to reveal chest hairs that stood up like needles. However, just as the two brothers were about to do whatever they wanted to the 9-headed, second-tier evil demon, in the dim sewer well, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly lit up. First-tier evil demons have no eyes and cannot see. Second-tier evil demons have no ears and cannot hear. Although they can sense life fluctuations by instinct, their reaction is always a beat slower, so first and second-tier evil demons are easy to deal with. But the third-tier evil demon is different. Not only does it have pupils in its eyes, but it also has 6 ears. It is highly sensitive and agile. In addition, its powerful physique brings extremely high basic attack and defense power. It can easily kill a second-tier evolver with a single claw. The bald boss and his second-in-command were preparing to close the net on the 9-headed second-tier evil demons when they were completely unaware that a ghostly figure was crawling out of the sewer. Well behind them, Pieft, a flash of crimson light, and a sharp claw instantly slashed a deep gash in the bald leader's back, causing blood to gush out. Broken. The bald leader reacted quickly, swiftly performing a tactical roll forward, leaving a glaring trail of blood on the ground. Boss, Fireman's eyes widened in fury, spitting flames as he aimed them straight at the ghostly figure. However, this was completely useless. The third-tier calamity is very fast. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through. With a swift movement, she dodged the flame attack and instantly appeared behind the fireman, raising her sharp claws high. Bang! Just as the fireman was about to meet his doom, a bolt of lightning accompanied by a howling wind rushed towards him at lightning speed. It's the bald boss. Ignoring his own injuries, he pushed his speed to the limit and barely managed to knock the third-tier demon away, just as the claws were about to strike the fireman. Second brother, I'll hold it off, you run. After knocking the third-tier calamity away, the bold leader endured the pain and roared at the fireman. He was scratched by the evil demon and has been infected with the calamity virus. There is no time to go back for the antidote. He can only buy time for his second brother before the virus mutates. Unfortunately, the second brother, Fireman, is an impulsive guy. Boss, what the hell are you talking about? Second brother? The bold leader wanted to say something, but the afflicted calamity virus which was gradually taking effect, forced him to grit. His teeth, his veins bulging, making it difficult for him to speak. Fireman stepped forward. "We are brothers, brothers for life. We swore an oath before the statue of the god of war. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but we ask to die on the same day, month, and year. You want me to run now? I'll run away from you, you son of a bitch. Damn it, Divine Weapon Group. You didn't even clean up properly. So what are you pretending to be? You want us stragglers to clean up the mess. Are you treating us like Japanese bastards? The second fireman cursed profusely, and as his anger surged, the flames burning around him grew even stronger. With a shudder, hundreds of blazing fireballs condensed and shot towards the ghostly third-tier demon. Even though he knew it was useless, he couldn't bear to abandon his boss and run away alone. He was only 8 years old when he was abandoned in the ruins and forced to scavenge for food. He was so hungry that he was skin and bones. Just when he was so hungry that he had no strength left and was lying on a dirty plush toy waiting to die, it was the boss who stuffed a hot white steamed bun into his mouth. He was only 12 years old then, and he was also hungry, but he was willing to share his food with this stranger. He was like a warm light that illuminated his dark life. Although the leader was a thief, he never allowed himself to steal, and he always let himself eat the stolen food first. The eldest brother said he was a thief, but his younger brother wasn't. They relied on each other for 10 years in this apocalyptic world, where life was as cheap as grass, and their lives gradually improved after they both awakened their evolutionary talents. Now you're telling me to abandon my boss and run for my life? I'd rather just die. Firemen watched as the third-tier calamity leaped left and right amidst the dense fireballs, rapidly closing in, and suddenly grinned. "Boss, actually, I have one more secret technique that I've never shown before. Today I'll show you that I'm not a coward. Oh flame, grant me strength." A super awesome fire explosion. Boom! A burst of intense flames instantly turned the surrounding area within 100 meters into a sea of fire. "Second brother, you're still so uncultured." The bald leader gave a bitter smile, his pupils shrinking until they almost disappeared, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, unable to suppress the trend of change any longer. He mustered his last shred of reason and stared intently at the third-tier calamity demon that was about to burst out of the sea of fire. "Trying to run? I wonder if you can handle it with me on the side. Wow! The strong winds are fueling the fire. Boom! Thunderous might strike, repelling evil." The third-tier calamity demon was forced back into the sea of fire, its hard scales slowly melting under the intense heat. Unfortunately, the difference of one rank was like an insurmountable chasm. Even though the two second-rank high-grade evolvers tried their best, they could only inflict minor external injuries on the third-rank calamity demon, which were not fatal. Instead, this completely enraged the third-tier demon, who charged straight at the two brothers in the sea of fire, braving the flames and lightning. But the eldest and second eldest brothers had long since disregarded life and death, showing no fear whatsoever. They simply smiled at each other, slowly closed their eyes, and quietly awaited death. The two brothers have every reason to be proud that they were able to force a third-tier evil demon to this point. However, after closing his eyes and waiting for a while, the expected pain of being slashed open by sharp claws did not come. The second brother, Fireman, hesitated before opening his eyes. He saw the third-tier calamity demon floating in mid-air, its limbs struggling and thrashing, but it couldn't muster any strength. Further back, a strange man dressed in ancient costume stood suspended in midair, a beautiful, colorful necklace around his neck. He seemed somewhat surprised, muttering something unintelligible, perhaps secretly cursing himself. "Wait, that's not right, boss." After a brief pause, Fireman's simple mind immediately turned around nervously to look at his boss, who was lying on the ground convulsing, his body contorted, and whose bald head was starting to grow hair. "Boss!" A piercing scream rang out, and the stranger standing suspended in mid-air immediately turned his gaze towards it. He murmured, "Seigneur, those two young men over there seem to be in bad shape. Should we help them?" Indeed, this person was Yan Kai, who had taken a shortcut directly to Yan Kai. The beaded necklace quickly responded, "Let's go take a look." Saving a life infected by the calamity virus is nothing more than a simple task for a true immortal like Yan Kai. Just like wiping away dirty water stains on glass, a gentle wipe will make it shine again. Ordinary immortals might find this calamity virus disgusting, but Yan Kai wants to eat it. Gurgle Senior, No! I see. Yan Kai's disappointment was palpable. To be honest, he didn't know what was wrong with him either. Even though he had never been to this godforsaken place before, he inexplicably felt like he was coming home. What others found disgusting and filthy held an inexplicable attraction for him. The smell was simply too enticing to resist. I have to say, could this really be my home? The home I had before I transmigrated. Traces of modern technology remain here, only now it's a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and inhabited by superhuman beings. Could it be that after time travel, my homeland suffered some kind of disaster and turned into this? But isn't this the realm of calamity? Looking at the city ruins, Yan Kai hesitated before asking, "Seigneur, may I use my divine sense to investigate the situation?" Because his senior had told him to be cautious and to report any actions. He had not dared to use his divine sense to gather information. Although he felt that his senior was a bit too cautious, there was nothing he could do. The necklace around his neck was quite heavy. Can. The chaos bead necklace gave an affirmative answer. Chen Yi did not expand his divine sense very far, only covering a radius of 100 meters, and the information he could collect was limited. The main issue is that he feels like he has developed a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder related to cleanliness. Because he accidentally ate some of Wuji's dirty stuff and was forced to cut off 60% of his primordial spirit power, he dared not rashly use his divine sense to contact the unknown again, for fear of being contaminated by some unknown dirty stuff. At the same time, Wuji's actions also revealed a sense of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He acted as a white glove for the entire false immortal realm, closed the immortal gate to isolate all pollution, and even influenced the little golden dragon through some special means without any direct contact. It was as if he was an extreme obsessive-compulsive patient who was extremely resistant to contact with bad luck and dirt, and would tremble with disgust at the mere sight of it. In conclusion, the non-binding type of obsessive-compulsive disorder is established, clinically manifested as an unwillingness to come into contact with any unknown dirty things. Of course, Chen Yi didn't think he was a germaphobe. He was just being cautious. After all, the Calamity Realm was not simple, and he really didn't want to sever his primordial spirit power again. Therefore, these dirty and tiring jobs could only be left to Yan Kai. Don't underestimate true immortals. They are actually quite formidable. If they fully unleash their divine sense, as long as the suppression of the rules is not strong enough, they can even cover a small universe. The suppressive power of the rules in this cursed realm is hard to describe. and it's even less effective than the Tianshu Star region, when it didn't even have a complete tribulation transcending law. Soon, Yi Ankai gathered enough information and summarized it in his report. Senior, this is a continent floating in the void. It is square in shape with neat edges, as if it were cut off by some kind of force. It is also like a piece of a puzzle. The side length is about 150 million miles. We have not detected any trace of the heavenly Tao. At the same time, the strongest monster on this continent is only at the integration stage, which is a bit weak. Is this the Calamity Realm? By the end, Yi Ankai's expression was full of strangeness. Chen Yi pondered for a moment and calmly replied, "Sometimes what you see isn't necessarily the truth. This world is full of strange things. Let's ask those two little guys first and verify if there's any discrepancy in the information." All right. Yan nodded slightly, then looked at the two brothers who were embracing and weeping after, surviving the ordeal, and said in the common language of this world that he had just mastered, "My two young friends, have you had enough hugging? Honestly, it's a bit of an eyesore." When these two blew up, their clothes completely melted, and now they're naked and hugging each other. What kind of behavior is this? The bald leader and the fireman's second brother were immediately shocked, only then realizing what was happening. They quickly pushed each other away and took out their pants from their supernatural subspace and put them on. "Thank you for saving my life, sir. My name is Liu Bai, and this is my second brother, Dai Yuanshan. Please feel free to ask for my help, and my brother and I will serve you faithfully." The bald boss, Liu Bai, bowed to express his gratitude. He was very polite. Despite his seemingly rough appearance, he had a refined and cultured mind. But the second brother, Dai Yuanshan, was different. After the flames dissipated, he looked clean and refined, but in reality he was quite a scoundrel, with half a broken dragon tattooed on his back. He patted his chest and said nonchalantly, "Me too, big brother. Your life-saving grace is greater than heaven. From now on, my life belongs to you." "Damn, whoever you tell me to kill, I'll kill." Yian glanced at him with interest and asked with a smile, "Why is half of this fire dragon pattern missing?" "This seems to be a special pattern that amplifies supernatural abilities, right? It hurts too much, I can't keep going." Dai Yuanshan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassedly, then as if suddenly remembering something, asked with slight surprise, "You said this tattoo can amplify superpowers?" Yi Enkai nodded slightly. "If you can finish this dragon pattern, you will be able to amplify your superpower by at least 5 times. This monster today will not be a match for you." To be honest, these two brothers were of such low rank that they were like inconspicuous grains of sand on the roadside, not worth his attention at all. But the fact that the other party possesses something beyond my level is extraordinary. Grains of sand may not attract much attention, but those that glow are worth investigating. A rule tattoo that amplifies at least 5 times is a rare item, and shouldn't appear on a continent where the highest strength is only at the fusion stage. Hiss, Dai Yuanshan gasped. So, if I hadn't been afraid of pain back then, would the boss be suffering like this today? I deserve to die. It's all in the past. As long as everyone is all right, that's all that matters. Second brother, you don't need to blame yourself. I don't blame you, the eldest brother, Liu Bai, comforted him. Stop. Yan waved his hand and continued, "Let's put Wen King's matter aside for now. I'm asking you, when did this world become the apocalypse, and when did those monsters appear?" Although he had already used his divine sense to find the answers to these questions, his objective feelings would always differ from the subjective traditions of the local indigenous people. This world is full of strange things.
The senior also said that what you see may not be real, and you need to verify the information. What else can he do? In front of that senior, I had no right to resist. Just like these two brothers in front of me, I could only cooperate. The second son, Dai Yuanshan, is simple-minded and speaks his mind. He has some historical knowledge, but not much. The eldest brother, Liu Bai, was somewhat shrewd. He quickly grasped the key point and cautiously asked, "Boss, you're not a local, are you? An alien? Just answer the questions, and don't ask anything you shouldn't." Okay. When did the apocalypse begin? Probably 50 years ago. I wasn't even born then. I only heard about it from my grandfather. Sadly, he passed away when I was 9 years old. Sorry, I've gone off on a tangent. I heard from my grandfather that back then, technological civilization and cultivation civilization coexisted. A single space engine could reach for the stars, and immortals could lift their hands and grasp the moon. Back then, people lived in peace and prosperity. Even the poorest households received 50,000 star coins every month. Super AI managed work, liberating the workforce. Civilization was people-oriented, unleashing imagination and allowing everyone to pursue their dreams. It was truly a wonderful era. My grandfather was still reminiscing about it when he died. Unfortunately, something happened later, and the cultivation civilization suddenly collapsed. Almost all cultivators underwent abnormal changes. Their bodies decomposed and melted. Blood rained down from the sky, and upon landing, it corroded the energy supply system. The terrifying energy instantly went out of control, and the explosion wave destroyed everything. People were dying everywhere, and these monsters appeared at that time. They were all living beings from the past, including humans, beasts, poultry, and insects. Anyone made of flesh and blood who comes into contact with the virus born from the combination of the blood rain formed by the melting of cultivators and the technological energy waves will be transformed into a monster. Due to its bizarre characteristics, the survivors named the virus Calamity. The monsters were called Calamity Demons. The heavens and earth collapsed. All technological weapons became ineffective. Cultivators melted and decomposed, leaving only ordinary people who were utterly powerless against the Calamity Demon. In desperation, many chose to deliberately come into contact with the Calamity virus, preferring to infect themselves rather than be beaten half to death by the demon in fear and then be infected. However, a miracle occurred at this moment. The initial Calamity virus was not 100% lethal. 1 or 2 out of 10,000 people would survive. And those who were lucky enough to survive underwent earth-shattering changes in their bodies, forming a special space in their minds, which allowed them to use all sorts of amazing supernatural abilities. These people are called superhumans. It is precisely because of the emergence of superhumans that humanity has the ability to resist and was not quickly wiped out after the apocalypse. Under the leadership of the Superhuman Alliance, safe zones for human survival have been established. However, the evil demons evolve much faster than the superhumans, and their numbers far exceed those of the superhumans. Even though we have tried our best, we are still inevitably being pushed back by the evil demons, and our living space is constantly shrinking. If this continues, then humanity will eventually be utterly defeated. As he spoke, Liu Bi suddenly clenched his fist. I remember my grandfather holding my hand tightly before he took his last breath and saying that we must find the key to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm, because only the key to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm can restore the world to normal. Almost every elder who survived the apocalypse mentioned the key to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm,
But we couldn't even resist the army of the Calamity Demons. So how could we possibly search for the so-called key to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm? We don't even know what the key to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm looks like. Thump! Thump! At this point, Liu Bai suddenly knelt down heavily, humbly pleading, "My lord, I know you are not a local. Your ability to easily purify the afflicted calamity virus is enough to prove that you are stronger than the strongest sixth-tier evolved beings in the safe zone. Please save this world that is on the verge of destruction." On the other side, the second brother, Dai Yuanshan, who was in a daze, saw that the eldest brother had knelt down and immediately knelt down heavily as well. Me too. However, Yan Kai did not respond to their requests, but instead whispered to himself while touching the colorful beaded necklace. "Senior, it basically corroborates the information I've gathered, but what Liu Bai called the key to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm is an exception. According to him, this thing should be something everyone knows, but I couldn't gather any information about it when I scanned it with my divine sense. At the same time, the blue markings on Dai Yuanshan's body possess a certain power of rules, which cannot be carved by the strongest person on this continent. I cannot distinguish them. Please correct me." Chen Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There's definitely something wrong with this world, and it's not a small problem. Based on the information he has gathered so far, he can basically conclude that the continent, Yi, and just descended upon was just a fragment of the Calamity Realm. But strangely, the history of the cataclysmic events on this continent is too short and does not match the time when the Evil Mother appeared. If this continent is in a constant cycle, like a closed loop in a time-space corridor, with the end being the beginning and repeating itself over and over again, then he would definitely be able to see it. Because the Chaos Pearl is separated from the original body by endless space and time, if this continent is really in a space-time loop, then real-time information cannot be synchronized, and the distorted space-time will produce a very high delay. But now there's absolutely no delay. The information is transmitted seamlessly. Sigh, scratching an itch through a boot really doesn't feel like anything. I wonder how Wuji can stand it. Fine, at worst I'll just lose 36 clones. The value of this calamity realm might be higher than I imagined. With a sigh, Chen Yi decided to log in and explore the ship himself. The next second, the necklace of 36 chaotic colored beads around Yan Kai's neck suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a handsome young man dressed in a dark, blue Taoist robe suddenly appeared. He seemed to have just arrived, but he gave people the feeling that he had been standing here for a very long time. "Greetings, Senior." Yi Yan stepped forward and bowed respectfully, his attitude so respectful that Liu Bai and Dai Yuanshan stared wide-eyed. I thought this guy was already invincible, but I never expected there were other masters out there. Liu Bai swallowed hard and said cautiously, "Great sir, please have mercy and save this world from destruction." Chen Yi remained silent, simply staring directly at him with a deep gaze that seemed to reach the very depths of his soul, giving Liu Bai strange feeling as if he had been stripped bare, with nothing left, and all his secrets laid bare. To be honest, after removing that cumbersome protective barrier, the feeling of personally taking action became much clearer. These so-called superpowered individuals are actually lucky ones who managed to fuse with some fragments of the laws of heaven and earth after the collapse of the laws of heaven and earth. Liu Bai is a second-tier high-grade ability user who has fused fragments of the wind and thunder laws, thus enabling him to unleash the power of wind and thunder. His strength is roughly equivalent to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. However, this superpower system is very special. There is a strange space in the mind that seems to be formed from the origin of the heavenly Tao. When using the superpower, it is like entering a state of oneness with the heaven and man. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators really cannot fight against it using Taoist techniques and secret arts. They can only use the most basic close combat and go up to use treasures and magic weapons to smash it to win. Of course, that's not important. What's important is that the heavenly Tao of this world seems to have collapsed into countless fragments, which have been integrated into the bodies of every living being. So, could the heavenly key to the divine realm that Liu Bai has been searching for be none other than each of their surviving beings? But Chen Yi quickly dismissed this conjecture. Because the half-dragon tattoo on Dai Yuanshan's back hides a huge secret. A technique that can double one's power is a precious art. A technique that can triple one's power is a divine skill. Technique that can 5 times one's power is a celestial art. A technique that can 10 times one's power is an evil path. A technique that can 20 times one's power, that is a limit that cannot be reached by human power. Yan Kai's eyesight was not good enough to see the limit of the half-dragon tattoo on Dai Yuanshan's back. Chen Yi, on the other hand, was different. At first glance, he didn't seem unusual, but upon closer inspection, he was quite something. Even when the tattoo is incomplete, it already has a 5-fold increase in power. If it is complete, it will definitely be more than 5 times, at least 10 times, and possibly even 20 times. Moreover, this tattoo is not so powerful because Dai Yuanshan is weak. It would work on a true immortal like Yan Kai as well. A mere second-tier high-grade ability user is equivalent to the strength of the 8th level of foundation establishment. Using the description of combat power in the chat group, that's only a mere 8,000 combat power. Even with a 20-fold increase, it can only be increased to 160,000 combat power. For someone like Yanshan, a true immortal in the early stage with 2.8 billion battle power, a 20-fold increase would be a world-shaking change. Turning $1 into $20 isn't that much, but turning 100 million into 2 billion, hiss, something's not right with Dai Yuanshan. His broken dragon tattoo is definitely not from an ordinary person. It is very likely that it is the hidden incarnation of the heavenly Tao in this world. Because a 10-fold increase is the limit that human beings can reach. Beyond this limit, only the way of heaven can achieve it. The great Tao is 50, and the heavenly Tao is 49. Within a certain range, the heavenly Tao is truly powerful. If a tattoo can depict rules that even true immortals can use, then the rank of this heavenly Tao is definitely far higher than that of a true immortal. B-Boss, have you seen enough? Dai Yuanshan felt uneasy under the watchful gaze, fearing that his innocence would be jeopardized. He knew that important people often had certain peculiar tastes. Although he himself was born refined and rather delicate, after more than 10 years of struggling in this apocalyptic world, he was incredibly fierce. He even went so far as to get tattoos to cover his fair skin, just to make himself look more menacing. It was a pity it hurt a bit, and he couldn't bear it. Having gone to such lengths, is it still impossible to escape the fate of being targeted? Chen Yi. No, how did this guy, whose mind is full of dreams of heaven and earth, get chosen by the heavenly Tao? I really can't see anything special about him. Chen Yi paused for a moment before saying quietly, "Put away your nonsense thoughts. I'm asking you, do you remember where you got the tattoo?" He wanted to verify whether his judgment was correct, but he couldn't directly invade Dayuan Mountain's sea of consciousness. After all, he was the chosen one, so he had to give him some face. Of course, the main reason was that this world was strange in every way, and he didn't want to get tainted by some kind of eerie and ominous filth.
After all, now that he's been imprisoned by Wuji during his Immortal Tribulation, it's very difficult to make up for the loss of his clones. The terrible Wuji is truly terrible. When Dai Yuanshan was asked this question, he was truly stunned. Where did I get the broken dragon tattooed? I remember it was a dimly lit tattoo shop. The woman who did my tattoo was very beautiful, with big breasts and white legs. She smelled nice.
It was an epic tattoo. Oh my, she was 100 times more beautiful than the number 88 tattoo artist at Heaven on Earth. No, 1,000,000 times more beautiful. Huh? Yeah, at this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, 10. I can't remember where that tattoo shop was located. The simple-minded Dai Yuanshan was in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion. Seeing his expression, Chen Yi immediately understood. The ways of heaven leave no trace. Hidden traces remain concealed in the dust. Not every heavenly Tao is as lively as Ziwei. The nature of the heavenly Tao is unpredictable, moving with the wind and dissipating with the mist, hiding in the world. Every flower, every blade of grass, every speck of dust is it, yet it is not it. If he doesn't want to see him, he will never see him in his lifetime, unless his house is demolished, forcing him to see him. But this continent seems to be just a part of his home. Even if it were torn apart, it wouldn't make a big difference. If he doesn't want to see it, he won't see it. It might even force him to hide even deeper. To find him, we must start with the chosen one, Daiyuan Mountain. Thinking of this, Chen Yi raised his hand and brought over the third-tier calamity demon that Yankai had captured. He refined it in an instant, extracted a calamity essence crystal, and then casually stuffed it into Dai Yuanshan's mouth. Dai Yuanshan immediately clutched his throat, groaning, and his slightly pale, sickly face flushed red. "Boss, what did you feed me?" Before he could see anything clearly, a hot mass went down his throat and into his stomach, then suddenly exploded, and his whole body felt like it had been scalded by boiling water, turning bright red. The eldest brother, Liu Bai, who was standing nearby, saw it clearly and immediately reminded him, "Second brother, don't get distracted." The essence crystal of the third-tier calamity that this big shot gave you is very pure, even higher than the one extracted from the Dawn base. Make sure you absorb it well. Oh, boss, I feel so awful. I feel like I'm about to explode. Dai Yuanshan let out a painful yet pleasurable groan, his whole body trembling. The next moment, a burst of intense flames suddenly erupted from his body, instantly burning the trousers he had just put on to ashes, leaving him completely naked again. Ha ha ha, second brother, you've done it. You've reached level 3. Liu Bei laughed heartily, then bowed deeply to Chen Yi in gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much. Chen Yi waved his hand. Don't rush. You have a share too, but two. Avoid being an eyesore. You should change into this outfit first. After saying that, he casually tore off a corner of Yi Ankai's Taoist robe and instantly refined it into 2 close-fitting combat suits. He threw one to Liu Bai and put the other directly on Dai Yuanshan, who was naked and breathing fire. Liu Bai quickly changed into his combat suit, swallowed hard, and said with a fawning expression, "Boss, I'm ready. What do you think?" He was a smart man, and he knew his place. He knew that he and his brother had no right to resist this man, so if he said he would give it to them, they would just accept it. Being coy and pretending to be polite would only annoy them. Chen Yi shook his head and smiled, then gave Yi Ankai a wink. Yankai naturally understood and reached into the void, instantly grabbing a menacing third-tier calamity demon from another area. Liu Bai was stunned. What kind of tactic was this? I just caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, and it seemed like I saw that little big shot's hand reaching out to the radiation zone hundreds of kilometers away. Why did I witness such an absurd scene when I randomly picked a fat and lean creature from a bunch of demons to capture? Hey, don't just stand there, open your mouth. Yi Kai extracted the essence of the third-tier calamity demon, flicked his finger, and accurately shot it into Liu Bai's mouth. Wow, that's fast. A fierce wind, carrying thunder, erupted from Liu Bai's body. Chen Yi watched intently as the two brothers began their evolution. The essence of the demonic evil dissolved within their bodies, energy factors strengthening their physiques, accelerating cell differentiation, and increasing bone density. Some fragments of laws contained within flowed upstream along the spine, directly into the supernatural space in the mind, strengthening the origin of the laws within. This method of evolution is completely different from the common system in the myriad worlds today. It is very similar to the alternative evolutionary path that Feixing Tiandao is working on, but there are fundamental differences between the two. Specifically, the Flying Star Heavenly Tao is trying to establish a solid foundation and then let the Flying Star people build tall buildings on it. The height they can reach depends entirely on the potential of the Flying Star people. If they can produce a few more outstanding young talents, then the Flying Star Heavenly Tao will take off. This path of supernatural evolution is like patching up a collapsed foundation. The height it can reach will not exceed its source, which is the limit of the Heavenly Tao of the past. This seems to be a backup plan left by the Heavenly Tao to save itself, with the purpose of reconstruction, using superhuman evolved beings as the foundation to reassemble the prototype of the Heavenly Tao. At the same time, what Liu Bai said also proved this point. Everyone who survived the apocalypse had to find the so-called key to the divine realm and the heavenly way. This must be the key. If I'm not mistaken, the one who tattooed Dai Yuanshan was the incarnation of the key to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. It is highly likely that the realm of calamity was not called the realm of calamity before, but the realm of gods. Someone with this name must be extraordinary. Perhaps because of a disaster, the laws of heaven and earth collapsed, and the way of heaven was powerless to solve this world that had become so rotten that it could not be worse. So it could only put it to the brink of destruction and rebuild it from the destruction. That's why it was renamed the Realm of Calamity. Of course, this is just a preliminary guess by Chen Yi based on the information currently available. Whether it is correct or not still needs to be verified in practice. And Dai Yuanshan, the chosen savior, is the key to breaking the deadlock. If Yi hadn't intervened suddenly and saved the two brothers from the clutches of the third-tier calamity demon, they would have certainly died. The chosen one is not the only one. The sacrifice to heaven at Daiyuan Mountain is just that, the sacrifice to heaven. The next one will be even stronger. Now that Daiyuan Mountain, who should have been offered sacrifices to heaven, has failed to die, how will the hidden heavenly Tao react? Boss, we've arrived. The 9th safe zone is just ahead, guided by the locals Chen Yi and arrived at the outskirts of the human settlement in this world. Of course, the two could also enter directly, since there is currently nothing on this continent that can stop them from sweeping through. But that would be too arrogant. They came to explore, not to destroy. If they scared away the hidden key to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm, it would be troublesome to find it again. Upon arriving outside the 9th safe zone, a breath of fresh air immediately greeted us. A patch of greenery peeked through the tall protective wall, exuding a vibrant and thriving atmosphere. The entry process to the safe zone is very strict, requiring not only blood tests, but also a series of identity verifications to prevent high-level evil demons with intelligence from infiltrating, and causing chaos. Of course, none of this was of any use to Chen Yi and Yan Kai. The two strolled leisurely through the protective passage as if they were returning home, completely ignoring the third-tier ability guards, who didn't even notice their presence. Only Liu Bai and Dai Yuanshan could see it, and they were stunned for a moment. Then they were arrested on the spot by the sharp-eyed guards, who suspected that they were infected with the calamity virus. Despite their attempts to argue, the guard insisted that his eyes were the ruler. The two were immediately taken to the high-level inspection channel for verification. On the other side, once inside the safe zone, Chen Yi, and felt as if they had truly returned home. The ruins inside are completely different worlds from the ruins outside. Clean, tidy asphalt roads. Vehicles powered by special energy silently pass by. People come and go on bustling streets, wearing t-shirts, white shirts, pleated skirts, floral shorts, and flip-flops. AI-powered waiters at street-side milk tea shops attract customers with sweet electronic voices. In this technologically advanced environment, there are even elderly artists setting up stalls to make sugar figurines. Holographic projections outside the subway station swirl in the air. People can simply raise their hands to activate the intelligent operating system, allowing them to play games, watch movies, and listen to music anytime, anywhere. This doesn't feel like the end of the world at all. If you ignore the man-eating demons outside, this is a world with a very high level of technological development. This feeling of both familiarity and strangeness left Chen Yi and Yan Kai momentarily dazed. Ding dong, hey two friends, what are you doing standing here like an idiot? Do you need any help? At that moment, a smart trash can seem to sense the presence of the two people and popped up a voice greeting into the air. This is actually quite interesting. Yi became interested and took out a useless top-grade spirit stone from his body and stuffed it into the mouth of the smart trash can. Ding! Thank you for your feeding. Sizzle, indigestible, detected as high-grade energy ore. Please check your personal items to see if there was any error in feeding. The smart trash can shook itself, opened its mouth again, and spat out the top-grade spirit stone that Yi had fed it. Hey, it's not eating yet. Let me see what's interesting. Yan grinned. After taking back the top-grade spirit stone, he operated the smart trash can. When he found that it could connect to the local area network, he was as happy as a 5,000-year-old child. That's understandable. After all, he was a heavy internet user before he transmigrated, and he died suddenly before transmigrating to the Moyen continent. He's been missing that feeling for a long time. The chat group has a limited function. It can only be used for chatting. The various sections are all related to cultivation, and there are no gossip news, sharing forums, or torrent websites. You can't experience the thrill of surfing the internet. Even Chen Yi couldn't resist randomly copying a passerby's smart device and browsing their various information online. A Hope Forum, a pinned post. Beware! Summary of characteristics of infected individuals. Continuously updated. Hot Post 1. Shocking. The freshman beauty of the superpowered academy was doing this kind of work before she awakened. The Hot Post 2. Has anyone heard the mysterious broadcast? Every night at 11 p.m., the Hot Post 3 dating post. Leave your message in the comments section, and love will come your way. Just as Chen Yi and we're getting into it. Liu Bai and Dai Yuanshan, who were taken for advanced testing, arrived late. All right, stop scrolling, let's get down to business. Oh, Chen Yi put away the smart terminal without hesitation, and Yan Kai reluctantly put down the smart trash can. Although both can know everything in the world with a single thought,
It's like swallowing a date whole, like Pigsy eating a ginseng fruit. He swallows it without even tasting it. Only by savoring it carefully can one be amazed by the imaginative ideas of these cheerful netizens, finding it more and more interesting the more one tastes it. But ultimately, it's just a spice to our mundane daily lives. It's enough to have a little fun. We still need to focus on the important things. Kid, it's all right if you don't remember the location of the tattoo shop. I'll activate your tattoo in a moment. Just follow your inner guidance, understand? Chen Yi looked calmly at Dai Yuanshan. Understood. Dai Yuanshan nodded emphatically, a hint of fervor and hesitation flashing in his eyes. He wanted to see that fragrant tattoo artist again, but he was also afraid that this big shot might do something bad to her. I'm really torn, but there's nothing we can do. This big shot saved the lives of both the boss and himself. Sorry, Xiangxiang, the tattooed older sister. The boss is more important. I have to betray you. Owdy 18-year-old water element awakened individual, brand new and unopened. Measurements 95-6188, delicate and easily pushed over. Details the EA 19-year-old wood type awakener, with measurements of 88-62-86, skilled in healing, and adept at role-playing. I have everything you could want. You expand for details. You be a 21-year-old metal elemental awakener, 125 cm tall, 155 kg, with 8-pack abs and a V-line, fair-skinned and cute. If you're interested, please look for number 666. Details in front of the magnificent white jade palace, the brightly lit GG sign hints at the true meaning of this place. Ye heaven and earth, it's a very simple and easy to understand name. In such an apocalyptic world, morality may still be able to restrain the lower class residents, but for superhumans who have risked their lives and killed to the extreme, this is a place to release their pent-up anger and heal their emotional wounds. Chen Yi truly did not expect that after activating the broken dragon tattoo on Dai Yuanshan's back, he would be guided here by his instincts. Is it that the mysterious embodiment of the heavenly Tao is hiding here, or is Mount Daiyuan simply venting its anger? Hey, isn't this my brother Shan? Still the same as always. A first-level ability user guarding the door noticed Dai Yuanshan and immediately asked him familiarly. It was obvious that he was a regular customer and had been here many times. Let me take a look. Dai Yuanshan appeared serious, but was actually a little flustered. The crippled dragon tattoo on his back seemed to glow faintly. The big shot in the dark blue Taoist robe said he would follow his heart's guidance, but his mind was filled with thoughts of the brothel. Are there tattoo parlors in heaven on earth? Yes, brothers. The Heaven on Earth Club offers a full range of services, and you can do whatever you want, but as the tattoo gradually heats up, he clearly remembers the forgotten details. It seems that he didn't get the tattoo at Heaven on Earth, but deep in a hazy alley. But he couldn't remember the location of that alley at all, or even how he got in. It was as if he had suddenly appeared in the alley in a daze, and he didn't even know how he got out after getting the tattoo. As he was pondering this, he suddenly shuddered. A voice as beautiful as heavenly music resounded from within my heart. Kid, bring him in. I'll be waiting for you in room 888. There's no mistake. He's heard that voice before, and it left a very deep impression on him. Like the clear chirping of dewdrops falling at dawn, or the whisper of fairies in the clouds, ethereal and otherworldly, seemingly both near and far, carrying with it the vastness of the stars, depth of a secluded valley, as clear as a forest spring, gently soothing all the restlessness in one's heart, making one yearn. Was that him speaking to you just now? Chen Yi asked softly. Dai Yuanshan nodded. Yes, boss. That tattooed lady said she's waiting for us in room 8888. Chen Yi's gaze was deep. Lead the way. Despite being mentally prepared, the rank and status of the heavenly Tao in this realm still far exceeded his expectations. That ethereal aura was hard to fathom, and it felt to him as if it were not much different from the tribulation of becoming an immortal. What is the tribulation to become an immortal? That's a branch of the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm. Although it's only a part, it's not something that the heavenly Tao of the ordinary world can easily mess with. But the heavenly Tao of the calamity realm is on par with it, which means it is only slightly inferior to the immortal realm. Of course, all of this is just his feeling. Whether it is an illusion or not can only be confirmed by experiencing it in person. Soon, guided by Dayuan Mountain, we arrived at VIP room number 88. Upon opening the door, what first catches the eye is not the decor of a typical luxury suite, but a lush, verdant forest. A tree-lined path leads directly to the back of the door, with dewdrops clinging to the grass on both sides. The vibrant atmosphere is so refreshing that it feels like taking a breath of it could extend your life by thousands of years. Huh? What happened to room 8888? Dai Yuanshan was a little confused. It wasn't like he hadn't stayed there before. In fact, he had stayed there more than once. He loved the huge hydrogel bed. 10 people could roll around on it without any problem. Although the current decoration has a somewhat gritty feel, what about that soft and bouncy concrete bed? Let's go. Don't keep your older sister waiting, Chen Yi casually reminded her. After all, it was the other party's territory, and this little guy was the middleman. If he didn't go in, there would always be a barrier at the door preventing him from entering. Chen Yi couldn't just force his way in, as that would be too impolite. Oh, Dai Yuanshan didn't dwell on where the hydrocephalus bed was, whatever the big shot said went. He immediately strode inside and said enthusiastically, "Big shot, please follow me along this path." Moi, as Dayuan Mountain crossed the threshold. That invisible barrier vanished instantly. Like a bubble, Chen Yi leisurely followed Dai Yuanshan along the tree-lined path and strolled to a blue lake. In the middle of the lake, a magnificent white jade palace floats serenely. "Idlers, please stop here." A clear, ethereal voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, Yi and Kai, who was following behind Chen Yi and looking around, suddenly shivered. Before he could react, the soft ground beneath his feet vanished abruptly, and a deep cave suddenly sucked him in. Chen Yi watched this scene calmly without intervening. It wasn't that he couldn't resist it. The power of the heavenly Tao was weak. If he fused with the 4 stars, he could forcibly suppress it. The reason we didn't stop them was because the end of that deep cave was a pool of pure, pristine, rootless water. This is of great benefit to Yan Kai, since he has become addicted to the calamity drug. If it weren't for Chen Yi keeping him in check, he probably would have devoured all those calamity demons long ago. This is not a good thing. He was originally just a pseudo-evil descendant. Once he ingests too much of the calamity poison, he is very likely to go out of control and mutate, becoming the true mother of the calamity. Once you're hooked on this addiction, it's very difficult to force Yi and to quit. It's like a spring. The tighter you compress it, the more it snaps. Once you relax, he'll take it even harder. In the original plan, Chen Yi intended to remove a certain tendon from him and put it back on him only after he had completely given up the habit. But doing that would be very painful for him, with severe withdrawal symptoms, and he might even contemplate suicide. If he couldn't hold on any longer, he would choose to end his own life. And now, this pool of rootless water offers a new solution. As if it were created to purify the poison of calamity, this pool of rootless water is just ordinary spiritual liquid to normal living beings.
but to living beings infected with the calamity virus is no less than magma. Thump! Yi and Kai fell into the pool in a very ungraceful manner, splashing a large amount of water. At first, it just felt a little warm, like soaking in a hot spring. I must say, it was quite comfortable. But only 3 seconds had passed. That indescribable burning sensation came rushing up immediately. As if countless needles were piercing his body, Yi and Kai's immortal-grade Taoist robe melted instantly, revealing skin that was red to the point of dripping blood. No, it was skin that was bleeding. The rootless water seemed to come alive, transforming into tiny fish that frantically burrowed into Yi and Kai's body, squeezing out all the slightly blackened immortal blood within him. After washing over every inch of his flesh and blood, it then stuffed all the purified immortal blood back in. Compared to the physical pain, the rootless water that leaps and bounds directly into the sea of consciousness is the real highlight. Yi and Kai's primordial spirit trembled, bound by chains formed from the rootless still water, injected with substances and transformed. That feeling was so awesome! Ah, no more. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Ouch, 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 ouch. It hurts so much. Yi and Kai also let out a comfortable howl in response. That was truly heartbreaking to hear, and brought tears to the eyes of both Dai Yuanshan and Liu Bai. They instinctively took a half step back, unable to bear the sight any longer. Not bad. Chen Yi simply nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention away from the onlookers and looked at the white jade palace floating in the center of the lake, calmly saying, M78. Nebula, rogue cultivator Chen Yi requests an audience. When traveling, Chen Yi always keeps his name and identity unchanged, as he is fearless of any challenge. However, he needs to make some changes to his background to avoid being come knocking on his door. Buzz! The void trembled slightly. A white jade staircase extends from the palace in the center of the lake, leading directly to Chen Yi. Come in together. Chen Yi was naturally fearless. After all, he had already prepared to lose 36 clones, and immediately strode forward. Dai Yuanshan and Liu Bai exchanged a glance, and followed closely behind as they ascended the steps. Upon arriving at the palace, Dai Yuanshan immediately saw the older sister Xiangxiang, who had given him the tattoo, standing in front of the door, gazing at him tenderly. In an instant, he felt guilty and lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Although he didn't know what level of existence the elder sister was, he had brought this alien, who was also of unknown power, here by himself. He was an inside man and had no face to face the elder sister, Xiangxiang. Not only him, but even Liu Bai, who had never met this older sister, felt inexplicably guilty. It's strange. Even though I don't know her at all, why do I feel like I've made a mistake, and I'm afraid to face my parents? But how many years have my parents passed away? Why do those long-dead memories continue to attack me? Children, it's not your fault, the older sister said gently, soothing the ripples in the brothers' hearts. She is the embodiment of the heavenly way, and the mother of all beings, but unfortunately she is not competent and causes suffering to all beings. How can she bear to criticize the two chosen children any further? You seem incomplete, and this world is incomplete as well. I am very curious about what happened back then that led to this situation. Chen Yi looked at him calmly. As it turns out, the heavenly Tao's position is indeed very high. Even though it is incomplete, its grade remains unchanged and is difficult to shake. Otherwise, based on one's own preconceived notions of the way of heaven, one would probably immediately perceive his manifestation as a cat. Moreover, it is strange that the way of heaven is formless, and all living beings can perceive it in various forms. Why does it appear in the world with such a magnificent and unparalleled appearance without ever changing? I don't remember. He shrugged and said calmly, "Didn't you see that I'm not complete? Or to be more precise, I'm just a fragment, and there are 9 fragments like me in total, which are the legendary keys to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm." Oh, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. From what you're saying, this used to be the realm of gods, not the realm of calamity it's currently defined as. He nodded slightly in affirmation. This place was indeed the realm of gods before, but now it has been changed into the realm of calamity. Chen Yi, are you trying to play this nonsense with me? I want to know why it turned out this way. Do they really not remember anything at all? He seemed to see Chen Yi's confusion and affirmed again. What exactly happened during that time, I have no memory of. The truth can only be revealed when all the keys to the heavenly Tao of the divine realm are gathered. And you, Chen Yi, the tribulation controlling venerable from the Zewei continent, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was deeply shocked, but remained calm on the surface. You've heard my story. He shook his head, raised his hand to summon a stone tablet, and explained, I have never heard of such a thing, but there was once a person who came here as well. He was very powerful and helped me stabilize the collapsed space-time, allowing me to restart the cycle. Unfortunately, he did not stay long. Like a brilliant streak of light that swept across this darkened world, he left resolutely after sowing a few seeds of hope, and this stone tablet is the only trace he left behind. He said that one day in the future, a guy who calls himself Chen Yi will come here and ask me to give you this stone tablet. All your questions will be answered. Chen Yi frowned, his heart filled with horror. Are you kidding me? Does this mean someone predicted my actions a long time ago? And he even left me something to answer my questions. Is that really that awesome? Is it even more awesome than Ling Xiao Wuji and his ilk? Is this fake? If he's so amazing, why didn't he become the Celestial Emperor? With a solemn expression, Chen Yi concentrated intently, staring directly at the stone tablet. The stone tablet was just an ordinary stone tablet, without any marks on it, very smooth, and without any defects. But the more ordinary something is, the more extraordinary it becomes. An ordinary person might not be able to see the tricks in this, but Chen Yi is no ordinary person. He is best at finding loopholes. This is a test for me. Chen Yi stared for a long time, but found nothing unusual. After a cold smile, the 26 chaos pearls in his clone melted instantly. He originally traveled with a 1-star avatar because he was afraid that this fragile continent could not withstand it. Now that he has arrived in this reinforced heavenly Tao space, he will no longer hold back. In an instant, his aura surged, revealing himself to be a 4-star chaos avatar. This time, the seemingly flawless stone tablet finally revealed a tiny crack. Without any hesitation, Chen Yi immediately used his divine sense to create a needle and silently inserted it. The real answer is hidden within. Passing through a chaotic, indigo-purple curtain, countless star-shaped points of light converged, transforming into a cloud ladder that stood horizontally before Chen Yi's condensed divine consciousness. A mysterious Daoist aura flowed through the air. Upon closer inspection, each point of light contained a divine kingdom, where countless tiny figures prostrated themselves in worship, their devout chants emanating faintly, like the resounding tolling of a bell, yet also like the fluttering of flies. Wow, that's pretty high class. Let me see what's going on. Distracted, Chen Yi strode upwards, ascending the mysterious cloud ladder straight into the vast and hazy depths. Soon they arrived at a misty, ethereal platform. In the very center,
A towering figure stood with his back to him. "You've finally arrived." A faint voice, as if coming from beyond the 9 heavens, rang out, but the figure remained completely still. Chen Yi didn't tolerate it and said directly, "You're being rude. Turn around and look me in the eye. You rude fellow, you really are rude." The figure obediently turned around and faced Chen Yi directly. This was a young man dressed in a magnificent robe with cloud patterns, his hair flowing down to the Milky Way, his eyes filled with a timeless serenity, as if he were gazing at Chen Yi across endless years. In particular, the mysterious rune mark between his brows immediately stunned Chen Yi. "Who are you?" Yi was shocked. Looking at the extremely familiar mark between his eyebrows, a name vaguely surfaced in his mind, but he was not sure. Turn the pages of the rich history of the Ziwei continent, and once again experience the brilliance of its stars. In that vast sea of stars, several bright suns stand tall. One of them has now been confirmed to have been extinguished. It was Chen Lingxiu of the Xiaoyao sect, who was the second most powerful cultivator in the world 300,000 years ago. The one who was slightly ahead of her was the number 1 in the world back then, the 32nd generation holy son of the extreme Dao weapon sect. He was a genius who could refine weapons, cultivate the Dao, and even refine people. He used people as weapons to hone and prove his Dao. He was the weapon Taoist Zhang Beiren. Just hearing the name tells you that he is no ordinary person, and the person who can live up to this name is even more extraordinary. His brilliant life is no less than that of Chen Lingxiu. Of course, he's not the main character today. Looking further up, there is an even more magnificent sun soaring in the sky. In the primordial ancient era, the heavenly Tao of Ziwei was still very immature. Holding on to its vast resources, it didn't know how to develop them, essentially groping its way forward. It itself didn't know if what it was doing was right or wrong, only remembering that many of its outstanding offspring died during that time. But in that chaotic era, when the laws of heaven and earth were illusory, a remarkable man of extraordinary talent and ability appeared. He sorted out countless laws and planned a cultivation outline system that would not cause major problems for hundreds of millions of years to come. Future generations only need to expand on this basis. He was the first person in the history of the Ziwei continent to transcend tribulation and ascend to immortality. The Ziwei heavenly Tao also rose because of him, vigorously developing its rich local resources and advancing from the middle martial world to the high martial world in one fell swoop. He evolved the tribulation transcending law and obtained the qualification for ascension. Of course, that was a long, long time ago. Even today, the legend of that extraordinary man is still told throughout the Ziwei continent. He was from the Taixu Holy Land. Oh no, back then it was still a small force called Taixu sect. Kai Changsheng, the first senior disciple of the Taixu sect. The reason why the Taixu Holy Land has been able to exist for eternity and hold a transcendent position on the Ziwei continent is inseparable from Kui Changsheng's outstanding contributions. It seems you're quite familiar with this mark. The figure nodded slightly. Logically, you should address me as ancestor, but considering your unruly nature, let's skip that. Wow, it really is you? Chen Yi never expected that he would actually see a wisp of divine thought left behind by this legendary figure in this place. To be honest, when he was young, he admired Kui Changsheng for a period of time, longed for him, and even regarded him as a role model. Later, after getting too involved in the Immortal Ascension Tribulation and going astray, he lost all faith in Kui Changsheng and began to see everyone as a scoundrel who would dare to take a blow from his spear.
But after all, he was an idol from his youth, and when Chen Yi finally met Kui Changsheng, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Senior, what realm are you at now? Are you still in the immortal realm? Can I defeat an immortal emperor? Do you know Wu Ji?" How did he get defeated by Ling Xiao? Why does Wu Ji want to strengthen the Ascension Tribulation? Even if it's to prevent Ling Xiao from making a comeback, is it really necessary to close the gates and lock the territory? Isn't that just burying your head in the sand? And what's this Calamity Realm all about? You must have some reason for coming here, right? Chen Yi was both very polite and very impolite. He was quite respectful to Kui Changsheng, but he was very blunt when asking questions. In short, this was as a Q&A session where Deng asked a million questions and Deng had no choice but to answer them. "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush, there's plenty of time. We'll meet again another day." Kui Changsheng smiled calmly, and with a wave of his hand, the starlight floating around him converged, outlining a grand chessboard. "Sit down, let's play a game of chess, and your doubts will be cleared up. Please." Chen Yi suppressed the many questions that were swirling in his mind, politely took his seat, and placed the black pieces directly at the center. "You brat, are you betting recklessly or playing by unconventional methods?" Kui Changsheng laughed and scolded, placing the white piece on the star position, and slowly said, "Choose the best position, observe the situation, and predict the future." Back in the late Ling Xiao era and early Wu Ji era, I was a half-step Dao rhyme origin. Now, after 10,000 years of turmoil, I should, if nothing unexpected happens, have completely entered the Dao rhyme origin realm and become a Dao ancestor. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately straightened his attitude, and the second black stone gracefully landed on Xiao Mu. "Senior, this junior is very curious about the details of the Immortal Path realm. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me?" Kui Changsheng chuckled softly, his white tablet gracefully hovering at the corner, its silver light tracing a beautiful arc, transcending tribulation, ascending to become a spirit immortal, evolving into a Dao domain as a true immortal, heavenly immortal, and profound immortal. Reaching the profound immortal is already the pinnacle of basic laws. And beyond that, one needs to mediate cause and effect, enter the long river of time to become a golden immortal, create the world to become a Taiyi, be granted destiny to ascend to the great Luo, establish the Dao to become an ancestor, condense the 49 primordial Dao traces to prove the origin of Dao rhyme. This is the beginning of the Dao ancestor. To put it more simply, after the pseudo-immortal, spiritual immortal, comes the true immortal, celestial immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Taiyi, Daluo, and Dao ancestor. Chen Yi pondered for a moment. Although he didn't quite understand, he could process it. He placed another black piece and asked again, "If I'm not mistaken, the so-called immortal emperor should be at the origin of Dao rhyme realm, right?" Kui Changsheng nodded slightly. "Immortal emperor is a rank, not a realm. An immortal emperor is a Dao ancestor, but a Dao ancestor is not an immortal emperor. In a sense, an immortal emperor is invincible. Is that really the case?" Chen Yi's expression was quite strange. He thought of a certain immortal emperor who was hiding behind the door and dared not make a sound. If you are invincible, why do you remain silent? The door was smashed. Shouldn't he rush out and beat himself up? Being timid and hesitant, what kind of invincibility is that? Moreover, if the immortal emperor is truly invincible, then what is Ling Xiao? Wasn't he also overthrown by Wu Ji? They're still being forced to do it. No doubt about it. The immortal emperor is invincible within the Dao. Kui Changsheng placed another piece, and the white piece began to gain momentum. Just like this chessboard, once the black
White pieces are placed. There is no going back, while the Immortal Emperor is like a chariot that has wandered into the middle, able to rampage along the lines of latitude and longitude.
Isn't that invincible? That's really impressive. Chen Yi nodded slightly in respect, and then the black pieces, like a nimble dragon, built a strong position on the board using the avalanche. Opening. Then why was Ling Xiao overthrown? Did he get paranoia while charging around? Kui Changsheng didn't hold back either, raising his hand to place a piece and unleashing the demon blade stance to kill the dragon. Although the words are a bit rough, the principle is indeed like this. The Immortal Emperor is invincible, that's beyond doubt, but he is still within the Tao and cannot control everything. Just like a chariot that runs rampant in a game of chess, although it can move freely along the lines of latitude and longitude without any piece being able to stop it, it cannot break free from the lines of latitude and longitude to launch a derailed attack. When a piece on a certain latitude and longitude line gradually takes root and grows stronger, it will become a nail. The chariot comes on strong and fast, and the more likely it is to overturn. When the chariot derails, it is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. Even eating meat will get stuck in its throat, and even a dog can bully it. So you really did get paranoia? Chen Yi shook his head and chuckled.
The answer was somewhat absurd, yet also quite reasonable. After all, the Immortal Emperor is invincible. If something unexpected happens to him, who can shake his power? If that's the case, then Wuji's timid behavior of hiding behind the door can be explained. He's not a germaphobe, but rather afraid of getting paranoia. They finally managed to defeat Ling Xiao, and before they could even secure their positions, if something else goes wrong, all their hard work and perseverance will be for nothing. Don't laugh yet. Kui Changsheng suddenly became serious, placing another white piece, aiming directly at the vital point of the large black group. Right now, you're just a soft nail. Not yet time to be removed, which is why Wuji remains unmoved. But once you harden and reach the moment of tribulation, the Immortal Emperor will show you what cruelty truly means. Countless people of Ziwei in the immortal realm have already sacrificed too much to prevent their homeland from being destroyed. Now that we have finally seen hope, we beg you not to let us down. We beg you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi, the player holding the chess piece, suddenly paused, his expression turning serious. He asked in a low voice, "What do you mean? Am I also part of your plan?" Kui Changsheng did not deny it. That's right, you were part of the plan, but you made the whole plan completely out of control, taking the entire ship to the unknown, leaving us old folks to clean up your mess in secret. Snap! Chen Yi made his move, thwarting the Demon Blade's deadly attack, and calmly said, "I would like to hear the details." Kui Changsheng sighed softly, picked up a chess piece, and the situation on the board reversed, with white switching from offense to defense. The immortal realm is wonderful, but it is not our homeland. We are always outsiders, and no matter how hard we try, we will never be truly valued. From a black-mind slave to the Lord of the First Heaven, I have traversed 10 eras, a full 129 million years. I once fought alongside His Majesty Ling Xiao, and I have made outstanding contributions to the world. But after he attained the Immortal Emperor status, he sent me to guard the most desolate first heaven, while those who were far inferior to me were allowed to enter the central palace, simply because they were local immortals. From that moment on, I knew clearly that no matter how hard I tried to fit in, I would always be an outsider. This world does not belong to me.
The immortal realm is the homeland of immortals, not mine. It's a pity that once you come in, you can never leave. I can't get out of this